Chapter 1 The Journey Through. In the real Moth 10,000 Demon Sect, within the Bliss Palace, a woman coldly declared, Ishal enters for a period. You must diligent like cultivity to alleviate our cultivation and strengthen your physique. With that, she cast aside a spatial ring alternative. At that moment, Su Chun, lying gauntlet, regained his sight, feeling as though he had just been pulled from the depths of water, drenched in cold sweat and polite in complexion. A cursey scapetus lips. Damn woman. He had traversed this fantastical world half a year prior, becoming a disciplio faminor sect. During the entrance examination, he was revealed to possess heavenly young body, a top-tier furnacephasic. Consequently, the secta eater had offered him to the 10,000 demon sect, where became the personal furnace for the female demon lord. Yet, this demon lord regarded Himmeral Yasa for enhancing her cultivation, devoid of any human consideration. Each Temetai engaged in dual cultivation, his senses were sealed, rendering him blind to the experience. All he knew was hats were amisk, and he had never glimpsed her true visage. For the past 6 months, he had endured the living goal, triatesher plathing, summon editherwim. Suchin your netrable, Yetha was powerless. These women waste the Zekta eater, a ruthless figure you ho kill led without a second thought, possessing terrifying cultivation at the Peacoft integration stage, verging on the tribulation stage. Across the southern wilderness, Shu was soon doubted lie the foremost figure in the demonic realm, overshadowing countless prodigies. After half a year of dual cultivation, he had undoubted lie contribute significant light o her strength. Her current treachery likely aimed at breaking through to the tribulation stage. Suchin's complexion pay led further. If this demon lord were to succeed, what purpose will to serve? On Sesha transcended to the tribulation stage, Shu would be invincible in the southern wilderness, able to crush a Vinfielder Sand secta eaters of various sects. Wouldn't hat Spelldinger for him? Themo re-heck contemplated, Themer Heis expression darkened. As long as she remained to live, he still held semi-value to her. However, should that value vanish if inadvertent, displeased her she might very well strike him down, single blow. I must flee. I absolutely must escape. Suchin had contemplated flay and forcimetime and had conducted thorough investigations. The Bliss Palace was guarded by disciples, with numerous informants. Yet, this supposedly obstacle. After all, he was, innocence, the demon lord's consort. With her currently in seclusion, Hekudzi eyes the opportunity to act under her name. What troubled Suchin waste the vast wilderness beyond the sect, teeming with terrifying beasts. Toes Cape, he required the strength to breach the forbidden zone. Asimir Foundation establishment cultivator, his chance soft survival Vereslam. However, he had conceived a brilliant plan for an escape part Neroni imprisoned in the 10,000 demon sects dungeons the Holly Maiden Elder of the Immortal Al, Fong Nan. She, too, had been captured 6 months prior. When he first arrived at 10,000 demon sect, he had been imprisoned in the dungeon Sandhaden countered, this prodigio of the Mortal Alliance. He had intended to befriend her, seeking an opportunity for mutual escape, and had generously shared his ration sandpills with her. Later, he was brought to Bliss Palace, but he continued to send pills and spiritual treasure esto through intermediaries, all intended for her recovery. Now that the demon lord ways in seclusion, it was the perfect opportunity to escape. If not now, then when? Over the past 6 months, Suchin had acquired a plethora of spiritual herbs from the demon lord. Among them were Zaviral High restorativa pills and overados and high-grade healing spiritual herbs. If Cowl dressed or Fong Nan strength hand cling to her, they could escape a 10,000 mile beast-infested zone. Resolved, Suchin wasted no time. After a brief adjustment of his state, he made his way to Bliss Palace, heading straight for 10,000 demon secta. At the peak of 10,000 demon sect, in the Hall of Shadows, 18 Yamalord stood in a row, each emanating an array of terrifying powereth god transformation stage. Theek road bowed their heads in utmost reverence. At the forefront stood 12 figures. One stood with hands clasped behind his back, presents a thought commanded respect he was the foremost among the Yamalords, the lady of unfeeling, Adamon cultivator at refining void stage. The other, adorned in a black and gold robe, sat upon Animensa throne, Hariasaphant crimson hue Shuas Thezekta eater, the emperor of shadows, the most formidable entity in the 10,000 demon sect, a powerful figure at integration stage. The Emperor of Shadow sways an enigmatic presence within the sect Fi Wad beheld her visage beneath the mask shore. Mysterious and formidable, Shuas Thun reveled powerhouse off southern wilderness. At that moment, she reclined in her throne, her voice iron clear. To brief, ishal exclusion for a period ranging from 100 years. Uriel to minimize conflict within your jurisdictions, focusing on recuperation and avoiding necessary trouble. Theatine Yamalords nod fervently, their eyes filled with fervent admiration, obeying a command. Shethan succinct lie assigned specific cultivation tasks to a Camelord. Within Thespino facing a line since a stick, she Hayden trusteth him with their duties. One seeth Yamalord shadowspersed, on lithe lady of unfeeling and Themperor of shadows remained in Theelful. Thuman sate upon Thethro negant lyre moved her mask. Had Suchin been present, he would have recognized that their features were identical to those of Fongnan. I fan off the mortal alliance as secta eaters were present, they would surely be astounded. How could imagine a thought this stopped the Erdemon Imperaranth holy maiden Elderoth the mortal alliance for the same face? The lady of fun Fela gazed at their weary countenance and sighed softly. Why must you go to such lengths, little Nan? The method of soul division harm sio your life spanto divide hour, focus sisto memory fort. I citrilla necessary? The Emperor of Shadow swayed her hand dismissively. Over the past 6 months, e have immersed mid Doppelganger in treasure pool, completely purging the demon Akora, while hunting my sword and tin toit speak my swordsman shifis redizine. There are no longer in a flaws in me identity shall returneth immortal sect. Once a thought body break struto thepiak off integration stage in Dursal sonite, it will be themed to challenge at tribulation stage. Concern Phileth lady of fun feeling size. Wadofy or body. Mitru bada will exclusion a top the sect speak. Gathering spiritual power in anticipation of Renee. The Emperor of Shadow sterned Hergazita Thuman beside her. As for the sect, it shall really and you to manage it diligently. The lady of fun feeling shook her head. I tis no burden. Little Nan, you should focus only in your cultivation. Indeed. Thedimon impaired Ned Hermas Consamori and Sloliros, striding towards the depths of Tegrandal. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Hershido wellingated, gradually footing into theory Cessasoft Hepelas. The lady of fun feeling watched her retreating figure, a quiet sigh escaping her lips. How solitaire that silhouette appeared. Once, Shidoa had been a naive and carefree girl. As in Triago, when the old secta eater was slain Betheli and Silly drove to mortal alliance, the young sect master had shouldered Huetoft teen tire 10,000 demons sect. Burdened by hatred, she had avowed herself relentless training, rising to her Corinstis. A century later, she stood at the pinnacle of integration stage, ever closer to her goal. If she could successfully bring nigh through to tribulation stage, she would be able to slay those alliance leaders and avenge her father. Yet, her life had been filled with suffering. With Thanother long sigh, the lady of fun feeling departed from the peak. Body refinement, chi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, refining void, integration, tribulation, great ascension, ascension. P.S. A new book is being released. I fire interested, you can find it in the space. It's same genre, and I find it quite enjoyable to write, with engaging character designs. Chapter 2 The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Fong Nan. Just as Suchin had surmised, New Netarid struck this Batasha made his way through to 10,000 demon sect. Within the sect, there existed a strict hierarchy, evident in the color softero best worn beat members. Outer disciplest in edge robes, marking the mask the lowest rank within the sect. Above them were Ethianer disciples in blue robes, followed by Fielders in purple robes. Suchin status was particularly unique he was the exclusive furnace c for the secta eater, and in essence, the favored consort of the demon lord, wearing a robe of black and purple patterns that elevate him above the Fielders. Asha Traversethals, disciples bowed their heads, avoiding eye contact, allowing him to pass unimpeded. In less than half an hour, he arrived at 10,000 demon sect's dungeon. Opent the prison gates a musenter, he commanded. Thedissa plesgerding theentrance, up and recognizing Gisatire, adopted a respectful demeanor. Oniothim timidly spoke. My lord, to enter Theprison, you must present a token. Frowning Gathis, Suchen's expression darkened. The disciple, sensing his displeasure, quickly corrected himself. My lord, forgive me oversight. Ishalo Pinthagadiatans. Thetwa disciple sicted with urgency on swiftly opened the prison door while it heatherald they. As the passed through Tefronthal, the light dimmed, leading Tim deeper into the shadows. The disciple escorting him reporteth the situation to Thuarden, Hodan de Purplerobe. Interim so frank, Huis equivalent toner, placing him beneath Suchen. May inquiry which individually o wish to see? The warden asked. Fong Nan, Suchen replied. The warden hesitated. Fong Nan held a particular special status, imprisoned in the deepest part of the dungeon, safeguarded be formations set be the secta eater herself. Yet, he recognized Suchen's identitas the secta eater sexclusive furnace. With a glint toft hot in his eyes, the warden stepped forward, lowering his voice to inquire further. Is the strulithine tension off t steamed sovereign lord? Suchen oded impassively. Indeed. Headed no to elaborate for. In this situation, the Lesh spoke, Themeratheather party wooed ponder. As anticipated, the warden promptly nodded. Understood, Ishalis cordiuitants, my lord. The atmosphere within the prison was for more frigid than outside, the air thick with humidity and of metalik sintoff blood. Mustaftos imprisoned here were remember soft immortal alliance, with his malor portion being disciple soft various sects. As the venture deeper, the light completely vanished. Only the dim flicker of sconce on either side of the wall, illuminated thedustmoth, gin the air, the flames dancing precariously. After an indeterminate time, that woefully arrived at their destination. Before them lie a square pool filled with a viscous black red liquid. Most peculiarly, a woman was submerged within the pool. Her hands were bound tight libby chains affixed to thule, her entire form immersed into liquid. The sight was both enchanting and terrifying. The crimson liquid enveloped her body, leaving her pale, delicate tephes exposed. She peered dutter lid disheveled. Suchen's brow furrowed. Hadn't anticipated that the oncha promising Guinea a soft immortal sect would bear a deuced toka state. A sense of discomfortful within him. He could not discern whether it was a resonancy born from Shared Pliter sympathetici, tubble to bear witness to Thefalo Fay, once nobly figure. With determined strides, Heswe fly approach Hedtwoman, closing the distance sane mere moments. It is all right no I have come to rescue. Ash spoke, he retrieved a restorative elixir from his spatial ring, and gently placed it in her mouth. The woman lifted her gaze, Harry's meeting Suchen's, and a flicker of strange light then said within them. It was a mix of astonishment and bewilderment, and ineffably oddity. Noting her expression, Suchen miralismled. Don't it fear I will take you away. Thwoman seemed to obey nodas, still staring at them, the elixir consumed in her mouth. Her gaze was laden with complexity, and unspeakable intricacy. You. She peered as though she wished to articulate something, but after parting her lips, she swallowed her words. Suchen turned away, his expression readable, speaking in a monotone. The sovereign lord has commanded me to bring this woman toth palesa ultimately. The sovereign lord. Thwoman eyed the pole twitched at the corner soft her mouth, softly repeating his words. Shegazedjapathis back, squinting, here is reflecting an increasing lipular emotion. Tilting her head slightly, Shafuro Deatherbro, resembling a hunter scrutinizing Jitspuri. Yet, time passed, and she continued to observe a silhouette, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Was it curiosity or doubt? Her emotions were profoundly intricate. Meanwhile, the warden reacted swiftly, retrieving Geki from his storage pouch. Houndshacklet that gains. But then, as if struck by a thought, he cautioned. My lord, Thisky willen lie unlock the chain sit, cannot bury neither formation sepithoverin lord. Thus, it will require our intervention to dismantle the array. Suchen was taken aback upon hearing these. Huis Morelliololi Foundation establishment cultivator how could possibly breach the formation laid bethought Femalefiant? Now that the chains were undone, the strange crimson glow within the pulp persisted, and Suchen could feel the terrifying pressure expanding around them. Seeing Suchen remain motionless, the warden hastily implored, My lord, if I do not address this formation, the pressure will intensify, and we shall perishir. Aye. Su Chen was left speechless. He had not accounted for this scenario he could have foreseen Tumen would employs. Mibire? What was to be done? As she observed the deepening crimson glow on the escalating pressure, he felt utterly despondent. Yet, just as the situation were increasing dire, their luminescence began toning, and the dread full pressure gradually dissipated. The fiend's formation had seemingly vanished into thin air. Thuerden was astonished. He glanced between Tipple and Su Chen, finally clasping his hands in reverence. Your mastery is truly remarkable, my lord. Athas appeared my eyes to your prowess. Su Chen was utterly bewildered. He had no understanding of what had transpired. Yet, none of that mattered. How the formation had been dismantled was irrelevant. What mattered must was Swiftflyer moving Fuman from this dreadful place. He lifted Fong Nan from the pool and retrieved dapper Steen Ruby from his facial ring, draping it over her. Don't it fear I will take you away. After a moment's hesitation, the woman nodded. All right. With no further ado, Su Chen old Fong Nanu Toft te prison and back to the ultimate bliss. Chapter 3. Is she unkind to you? The Palace of Ecstasy. The woman had just bathed, donning a pristine robe. Her damp hair cascaded beside her cheeks, and combined with her naturally pallid complexion, she appeared even more frail. Exuding a fragmented beauty, she sat upon a chair, her gaze fixed upon a table laden with delectable dishes, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Did you prepare all this? Perhaps it had been a while since she had spoken. As her voice emerged somewhat hoarse, yet it was not unpleasing to the Ear. Su Chen, listening to her raspy tone, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was I who made it. Please indulge. Contrary to Su Chen's expectations of her being flustered, Fong Nan exhibited a remarkable calmness, her visage devoid of any emotional fluctuations. She nibbled delicately, savoring each bite, occasionally casting glances at Su Chen. Is it not to your liking? No, it is quite delicious. Fong Nan's manner of eating was exceedingly composed. Though her pace was not slow, within the span of a single incense stick, she had devoured everything in a whirlwind. At that moment, Su Chen activated his spatial ring, retrieving restorative pills and spiritual herbs. Fong Nan glanced at the array of vials on the table before looking back at him. All of these are for you. Take them promptly to recover your strength, and then we shall escape together. Escape? The woman squinted slightly, pressing her lips together, her faintly crimson eyes shimmering with an unusual light. However, Su Chen remained oblivious to her peculiar expression, continuing his search within the spatial ring for additional restorative items. Of course we need to escape. Do you wish to be trapped here for eternity? Yet, Fong Nan did not respond to his words, instead posing a question of her own. So, will you escape with me? Su Chen regarded her as though she were a fool, his face a mask of incredulity. Is that not a given? Why would I rescue you if I did not intend to flee together? Fong Nan fell silent, though her countenance seemed to darken. She silently uncorked the vials, pouring the pills into her mouth one by one. After a moment, as if struck by a thought, she tilted her head. Her brows furrowed. Are you not content with your current situation? Why seek to escape? Su Chen, exasperated, replied, Content. Far from it. You have no idea what I have endured over the past 6 months. You have an abundance of pills and treasures, and reside in such a splendid palace. Su Chen shook his head, letting out a long sigh. Having pills and a comfortable dwelling does not equate to a good life. I suffer daily. What do you mean by that? Su Chen initially intended to elaborate but found himself increasingly frustrated, simply shaking his head. Do not inquire further. What I desire is freedom, the ability to live in peace. I doubt you would comprehend. In any case, you must hasten to consume these pills, restore your strength, and then we shall escape together. Freedom, she murmured softly. After a pause, as if contemplating something, she asked, Why choose me? Su Chen's response was swift. I fear you may mock me, but I possess no allies within this demonic sect. You are my sole acquaintance. I will rescue you from the sect, and you will guide me through the perilous 10,000-mile beast-infested zone. Together we shall collaborate harmoniously. Is that so? Fong Nan nodded, though somewhat perplexed, and then questioned, Are you not afraid that once we leave the sect, I might abandon you? Su Chen was taken aback, his expression turning grim. Fearful, yet I have no alternative. This is the only path available to me. You could remain here and no longer. The moment I liberated you from that prison, my choice was sealed. It is not too late. You could proactively confess your transgressions. Su Qian fell silent, but after a brief moment, he fixed his gaze upon Fong Nan resolutely. No. Perhaps I might survive by admitting my mistakes, but you would only meet death upon your return, or remain submerged in that wretched pool, devoid of dignity. Upon hearing this, Fong Nan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Why are you so kind to me? Su Qian was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this kindness? Hardly. My actions stem from disdain for that female demon, who commits heinous acts without a shred of decency. Fong Nan did not respond, instead lowering her head and softly murmuring, heinous acts without decency. Indeed, consider how she has tormented you upon capturing you. It is utterly inhumane, deriving pleasure from tormenting a woman of your stature, even going so far as to set up formations. Su Qian observed Fong Nan's peculiar expression. Sensing her unease, do not fear. That female demon is currently in seclusion. We must seize this opportunity to flee from this place of turmoil and never return. Do you harbor such animosity toward her? The question was rather strange, and Fong Nan recognized the awkwardness of her inquiry, quickly rephrasing, I meant, is she truly so cruel to you? Su Qian hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Not particularly cruel, to be precise. She treats me quite well, just not as a person. Not as a person? Indeed, to this day, I have yet to see her true appearance. I have merely been treated as a toy. After uttering these words, Su Qian suddenly felt a sense of unease. Wait, how do you know about my relationship with her? He regarded the woman before him with suspicion. It was one thing for the disciples and elders within the sect to be aware. But how could someone in prison know? Fong Nan blinked, surveying the vast hall and then glancing at the high-grade pills on the table. Is it not obvious? Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly scratched his head. I suppose that makes sense. Connecting the dots of my circumstances might yield a reasonable conclusion. In any case, you must recover swiftly. I am entirely reliant on you to lead me out of here. Su Qian placed all his hopes on Fong Nan, with success promising liberation and failure sealing their doom. The duration of the female demon's seclusion remained uncertain. Should she emerge tomorrow, both would likely perish. Unable to provide an explanation, they were racing against time, awaiting Fong Nan's restoration of power. The woman nodded. I understand. A night passed in silence, and most of the vials on the table lay empty, all consumed by Fong Nan. She exhibited an astonishingly rapid consumption of pills, and her strength surged at an equally swift pace. Merely one night had passed, and Fong Nan's cultivation had already returned to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Her injuries had largely healed. Facing a transformation stage cultivator, she now possessed the capability to engage in battle. Within the 10,000-mile forbidden zone, the most formidable beasts were at most of the golden core realm. With Fong Nan's current strength, she should be able to traverse the forbidden zone with ease. Only 2 individuals had successfully escaped the demonic sect. Even if they managed to flee, it would be a hard-won victory. Early in the morning, Su Qian prepared breakfast and placed it on the table. It consisted of a slow-cooked porridge made from lean meat, accompanied by a few small pickled vegetables. However, Fong Nan, who had been meditating deep within the palace, had yet to emerge. As the sun climbed higher, she remained unresponsive, causing Su Qian to grow increasingly anxious. Today was the day they had agreed to escape together. They had promised to commence their journey after breakfast. Yet, she remained engrossed in her cultivation, and Su Qian felt it inappropriate to disturb her in such a state. Any external interruption could easily lead to a deviation in her cultivation. Should she sustain injuries or suffer a drop in her realm at this critical juncture, it would spell disaster. Su Qian found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to call out or remain silent. Just as he wrestled with his indecision, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the hall. A surge of joy welled within him. You're awake? However, before he could finish his sentence, his voice faltered abruptly. He beheld a figure before him, freezing him to the core. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, and fear washed over him like a tidal wave. The figure donned a mask and was clad in a long black and gold robe. Through the mask, he could glimpse the malevolent, crimson eyes that exuded an aura of dread. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen bowed his head. I have met the esteemed sect master. He felt utterly bewildered. Hadn't that woman claimed she would be in seclusion? How could she emerge after merely a week? What was happening now? Moreover, and most importantly, there exists another individual within this grand hall. One must remember that Fang Nan is deep within its recesses. At this very moment, Su Chen can distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his own heartbeat. He even feels as if his senses have been magnified infinitely. The sound of his heartbeat and the rhythm of his breath have become deafening. A dense sheen of sweat has formed on his forehead. With even his robe soaked through with cold perspiration, the masked woman squints her eyes slightly. It appears she is amused, her beautiful gaze tinged with a hint of intriguing depth. Are you unwell? Su Chen swiftly shakes his head. No, I merely feel elated at the thought of the esteemed leader's return. Are you truly happy? The tone of her voice is unassuming, yet it strikes Su Chen's heart like a hammer. He feels utterly disconcerted. Uncertain if he has succumbed to a hallucination or misheard her words, he realizes this is the first time he has encountered a woman's rhetorical question. Previously, he had only received emotionless, unilateral commands. None had ever conveyed such a sense of feeling as this inquiry does. Something is amiss. It is profoundly unsettling. At this moment, Su Chen's heart feels lodged in his throat, a growing sense of panic enveloping him. He even contemplates revealing everything but forcefully suppresses the thought. If he were to divulge Fang Nan's whereabouts now, it could spell doom for both of them. Even if he were to survive, the woman would face a most tragic fate. It is imperative that neither he nor she utter a word regarding this matter. Being discovered could merely be attributed to bad luck. However, voluntarily confessing would be tantamount to courting death. Su Chen endeavors to calm himself. Reporting back, I am indeed happy. The masked empress of the underworld remains silent. She strides slowly around the room, her hands clasped behind her, her gaze fixed upon the bowl of lean porridge and pickles on the table. Are there others in the Bliss Palace? This question nearly sends Su Chen's heart racing out of his chest. His palms are slick with sweat, and his breath falters. No, it is only I one must understand. The woman before him is a terrifying cultivator at the pinnacle of the combining stage. Should she disperse her divine sense to sweep the area, she would undoubtedly uncover the secrets of the Bliss Palace. It is possible she has already realized something, toying with him like a cat with a mouse. Her eyes remain glued to the dishes on the table, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she finally speaks. You have never prepared these for me. The statement is ambiguous, neither a complaint nor a reprimand. The tone is flat, leaving Su Chen utterly at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, Su Chen finds himself blinded, as if his vision has been directly sealed by her. This woman is indeed preparing to strike at him. Su Chen's heart is filled with both helplessness and despair. Just when he was on the verge of escape, with hope so tantalizingly close, she extinguishes it without mercy. Su Chen sits in his chair, awaiting his fate. He suddenly feels a pair of icy hands upon him. Delicate, elongated fingers glide across his chest before tightening around his neck. Su Chen cannot fathom what this woman intends to do. If she wishes to kill him, why the theatrics? Just then, he hears her voice. Do you believe I treat you poorly? Su Chen's heart trembles. Why is this question so peculiar? What is the current situation? Yet, he dares not be negligent and hastily replies, You treat me very well. Really? Indeed, very well. Su Chen intends to say more, but suddenly feels his mouth obstructed. His lower lip is bitten, blood erupting within his mouth. The metallic taste fills his senses. The pain strikes directly at his brain. And now? Do you still feel this way? Yes, yes. Su Chen yearns to curse vehemently, but ultimately restrains himself. This madwoman, who knows what she truly desires? She is insane. Before Su Chen can react, the female demon seizes him and tosses him onto the bed. All his senses are rendered mute. He can neither see, hear, nor smell. All that remains is an overwhelming ache throughout his body. Several hours pass, and when Su Chen awakens, it is already dusk. He feels as though he has been disassembled. Meanwhile, the swordsmanship prodigy, Fang Nan, stands quietly beside him, arms crossed, her expression serene. It is time to leave. Su Chen gazes at her in confusion, struggling to comprehend. Are we still alive? Yes. Chapter 5. One must not burn the meat to a crisp later. Su Chen learns from Fong Nan that she had sensed the terrifying pressure arriving in the morning. Thus, she had used a secret technique of the immortal sect to feign death, allowing her to evade the divine sense's detection and narrowly escape disaster. A wave of relief washes over Su Chen. Thankfully, he did not speak more than necessary. Fortunately, the female demon departed after their dual cultivation, without searching the hall. Had there been even the slightest slip, both of them would have perished here. However, at this moment, they need not fear any longer. Utilizing his identity, Su Chen leads Fong Nan out of the demon sect, traversing an unobstructed path. The ease of their escape exceeds his expectations. They have now reached the foot of the mountain, and entering the forest ahead leads into the vast territory of demonic beasts. Su Chen cannot help but glance at Fong Nan beside him. The next steps depend on you, yes. The woman's expression remains calm, exhibiting unwavering composure. This demeanor puzzles Su Chen. Aren't you happy? We have escaped that dreadful place. It is acceptable, as Su Chen suspects this woman might be emotionally stunted. Despite her striking beauty, she never smiles, maintaining an expression of perpetual indifference. She shows no particular desire for food, nor does she express fondness for any activity, as if devoid of all wants. Are you not afraid? This expanse is teeming with countless demonic beasts, posing great danger. Fong Nan remains silent. She merely casts a glance at Su Chen before turning away, as though she has not heard his words at all. What does that mean? Do not look down on me. I am the one who saved you. After a few frustrated exclamations, Su Chen falls silent, only to add after a moment of contemplation, Sister, I truly rely on you. Yes, the vast territory of demonic beasts it is a region that sends shivers down the spine. Yet, with Fong Nan, who stands at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, merely releasing her aura causes the surrounding demonic beasts to flee in droves. None daring to approach. Their pace remains swift. From evening until the early hours, they have traversed nearly half of the distance, approximately 1/5 of the journey completed. In a few days, they should be able to exit this area. The moon hangs high, its light sparse. The night tranquil. Su Chen scavenges for some branches, assembling a makeshift frame. He retrieves previously marinated beast meat from his spatial ring and begins to roast it over the fire. Will you eat? No, will you not feel hungry? Then I shall eat. Thus, Su Chen roasts another piece. Each time they take a break, Su Chen is responsible for preparing food while Fong Nan practices her sword techniques nearby. Her movements are intricate and agile, resembling a graceful butterfly, each action imbued with elegance and charm. The long sword in her hand dances, resonating with a melodious clang. With the grace of a startled swan and the fluidity of a swimming dragon, she exudes an air of confidence. Her hair, once neatly bound atop her head, cascades down, swaying gently in the breeze, adding to her allure. Time passes, and suddenly, Fong Nan furrows her brow. It is burnt. After uttering this, she notices Su Chen's lack of response and raises her hand to point at the fire. It is charred. Only then does Su Chen react. He begins to frantically adjust the meat on the frame. Burnt meat can still be tasty. Fong Nan glances at him, her tone flat. You could have cooked it properly before looking at me. I didn't look, I was practicing my sword. The movements remained as agile as ever, with the essence of swordsmanship exuding a boundless and magnificent aura. The sword strikes were sharp and relentless, one after another. Su Chen, while roasting meat, practiced the sword techniques. Although he possessed an extraordinary physique that was almost heavenly, it only served to enhance the capabilities of his dual cultivation partner, offering him little benefit. Nevertheless, aside from his innate physique, Su Chen's qualifications were quite respectable. In the realm of cultivation, aptitude is of paramount importance, which is categorized into two aspects, root bone and comprehension. The root bone determines the speed at which one absorbs spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, as well as the efficiency of refining celestial materials and earthly treasures. Those with superior root bones absorb spiritual energy more rapidly, leading to quicker advancements in their cultivation. The second aspect is comprehension. Some individuals are inherently dull and lack insight. spending years or even decades trying to grasp a technique without success. In contrast, others have a photographic memory, mastering techniques with a single glance and achieving understanding at an astonishing pace. Su Chen's aptitude was commendable. With excellent root bone, he had progressed from the body refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage in just half a year. Of course, this was largely due to the numerous high-grade spiritual herbs provided by that female demoness. Simultaneously, his comprehension was also quite high. Regrettably, the demonic sect was rife with forbidden secret arts, so Su Chen did not delve deeply into them. Now, observing Fong Nan's sword techniques, he considered it his first formal method of learning. Finding a branch from somewhere, he mimicked her movements with a semblance of seriousness. After finishing the roasted beast meat, he sought an open space to practice on his own. Fong Nan stood nearby, chewing her meat slowly while watching Su Chen's swordplay. "Your speed is too slow, and your strength is insufficient. Your body is too frail." "It's not that I want to be frail," he retorted. "Just practice more, and you'll improve." After casually practicing for a while, Su Chen discarded the branch, shaking his head in resignation. "Forget it." He collapsed onto the ground, placing his hands behind his head. "Not practicing anymore? With my physique, it's just not suited for cultivation. Even if I train hard, I can't surpass others, indeed. Besides, you have me as your support. Whether I practice or not doesn't matter much." Right? Fong Nan, it seemed, was indeed expressionless, resembling a muted gourd. Offering no reaction whatsoever, Su Chen found her lack of expression amusing, and a thought crossed his mind. "How about I become your disciple? I'll learn sword techniques from you. And in return, I'll cook for you." Sure. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by her bland response. "Huh? No. I mean, I want to become your disciple, which means I'll be your student from now on." "Okay." Her response was so lackluster that it made Su Chen question his own reasoning. Shouldn't becoming a disciple be a significant event? Why did she so nonchalantly agree? "I have only one rule as a master." "Oh? What is it?" "You must not burn the meat." Su Chen was taken aback. Yes. The master-disciple ceremony was astonishingly simple, or rather, there was essentially no ceremony at all. Just a few straightforward words established their relationship. Su Chen had unwittingly acquired a remarkable master, a once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship genius of the Immortal Alliance, rumored to be the reincarnation of a female emperor. It was the kind of talent that required no learning, as the techniques were already imprinted in her mind, truly impressive. This was a stroke of good fortune. Chapter 6. Why are you looking at me? Su Chen now felt somewhat dazed. Had he truly escaped from the demonic sect so effortlessly? It felt incredibly surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. After enduring 6 months of hardship and torment, everything had finally dissipated at this moment. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he supported his chin with his hand, a blade of grass in his mouth, allowing its bitter taste to unfold on his palate. Bored, he gazed at the figure not far away. Speaking of which, Su Chen had quite a bit of knowledge about Fong Nan. When he first traversed to the small sect, he often heard his fellow disciples discussing this revered elder of the Immortal Alliance. She was indeed a prominent figure among the younger generation of the southern wilderness. A once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship genius, with rumors claiming she was the reincarnation of a female emperor. She could comprehend techniques effortlessly from the memories of her inheritance, and her cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. With top-tier root bone and comprehension, Su Chen viewed her as a girl endowed with the fortune of a protagonist template. In contrast, she seemed more like the main character, so clinging to her for support was the right path. Once he secured that, he would have no worries for the latter half of his life. It was already late at night, and she continued to practice. "Aren't you tired?" After a whole day of walking. "You don't feel fatigued at all?" No, perhaps in an effort to assist Su Chen in his learning, Fong Nan's movements were deliberately slow, even very slow, with each strike executed with clarity and precision. As she wielded her sword, the light shimmered brilliantly, and a fierce sword intent radiated from her. The bright moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her fair visage and adding an air of coolness to her demeanor. "Aren't you the reincarnation of a female emperor? Why still engage in such rigorous training?" "Excellence is achieved through diligence." Su Chen clicked his tongue in admiration. Observing her level of dedication was something he felt he could never attain in his lifetime. The sheer tenacity she displayed was something he could not emulate. However, this was no longer of consequence. Now that he was her disciple, having latched onto this top-tier support, he could finally relax in the future. If anyone bullied him, it would simply be a slap in the face to this reincarnated female emperor. One should be mindful of their master. No, that analogy is somewhat inappropriate. In summary, he could now afford to lie back and take it easy. Following this reincarnated female emperor was undoubtedly the right choice. As the night deepened, Fong Nan practiced her sword for a while longer before joining Su Chan on the grass, both of them gazing up at the starry sky. The moonlight was pristine. Should we say something? The atmosphere feels a bit strange, somewhat awkward. It was Su Chun who broke the silence first. Your body is too frail. You need to strengthen your training and apply yourself more diligently. That's not what I meant. Once again, silence enveloped them. A few lines appeared on Su Chin's face as he pondered. After a while, he spoke again. Once we escape this 10,000-mile forbidden zone, where do you plan to go? Back to the sect. Right. You are indeed the Saintess Elder of the Immortal Alliance. You must return there. You can come with me. Su Chan was momentarily taken aback by her words, his face turning sour. Does that mean I have to undergo some evaluation? Like a test for discipleship? No need. Fong Nan shook her head calmly, her expression unchanging. Elders of the Immortal Alliance have the right to recruit direct disciples at their discretion. Ah, that's wonderful. It means I can enter the Immortal Alliance through the back door, saving me quite a bit of trouble. To be honest, clinging to her for support felt exceptionally good. That's great. So I can now consider myself a disciple of the Immortal Alliance? Yes, essentially, I am your direct disciple? Yes. Suddenly, Su Chun appeared to have realized something, turning to look at her. Do you have any other disciples apart from me? No, so I am your first disciple? Yes, Su Chun broke into a grin. In essence, he would be the senior brother under the Saintess Elder, and everyone who entered later would have to call him senior brother. However, he noticed that his master spoke very little, almost pitifully so. If one word sufficed, she would not utter two. If one sentence would do, she would not speak two sentences. Moreover, she truly seemed somewhat expressionless, rarely displaying any emotion, and he had never witnessed her smile. Su Chan sat up, propping his chin as he glanced at Fong Nan beside him. I say, Master, you should say something too. I've been the one talking all this time. Fong Nan pursed her lips, blinking her eyes. After hesitating for quite a while, she finally managed to squeeze out a few words. I'm hungry. Su Chan was taken aback, both amused and exasperated. He picked up some branches, placing them on the now extinguished fire pit, rekindling the flames. Then he retrieved some beast meat from his spatial ring and set it to roast over the fire. Although they had both endured a tiring day, neither felt particularly drowsy. The flickering flames provided warmth, and sitting around the fire, they felt cozy. The evening breeze lost some of its chill. The sky was adorned with a dazzling array of stars. Su Chan had been engrossed in roasting the meat when he suddenly noticed Fong Nan gazing intently at him. Her eyes were deep, with a hint of an eerie charm in the faintly reddish hue. The eyes of that female demoness had also been Su Chan's heart trembled slightly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him, along with a strange notion forming in his mind. She, however, upon closer inspection, he realized that Fong Nan's eyes were not as intense. They were merely a light in contrast. That female demoness' eyes were blood-red, exuding a more sinister and ferocious aura. Why are you looking at me? Su Chan felt her gaze was peculiar. It's nothing. Fong Nan, with an air of nonchalance, averted her gaze, closing her eyes for a moment of repose. Meanwhile, Su Chen's heart, which had been taut with anxiety, finally eased. Although her eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of the female demon, there existed subtle distinctions between them. Moreover, their identities were worlds apart. Su Chan couldn't help but chuckle to himself, reflecting on how he had been on edge for the past 6 months. Now that he had momentarily escaped, he found himself overly sensitive and suspicious. He shook his head, turning his attention to the meat he was grilling while casting glances at the distant, eyes-closed Fong Nan. It must be said that his rather fortunate master was exceedingly beautiful. Her raven hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, reminiscent of an exquisite figure from a painting. With starry eyes and sword-like brows, She exuded a remarkable vigor. Were she to don male attire, she would surpass Su Qian in handsomeness. Yet, even in her simple white robe, she possessed a unique charm. The black sash cinched at her waist accentuated her graceful figure, adding an alluring touch. Alas, this woman did not smile. Otherwise, her beauty would surely be enhanced. Su Qian's gaze traveled upward, eventually resting upon Fong Nan's face. Bathed in the cool moonlight, her cheeks resembled exquisite jade, epitomizing the phrase pure as ice and clean as jade. Just as Su Qian became increasingly entranced, Fong Nan, eyes still closed, suddenly furrowed her brow and opened her eyes to meet his gaze. She remarked, "The meat is burnt again." Chapter 7. Fong Nan's overbearing technique in the air, two figures streaked by, a man and a woman. The woman was stunningly beautiful, her flowing white robe billowing around her, and her long black hair danced in the wind. Following closely behind her, the man was also handsome, exuding an otherworldly aura. However, it was evident that he struggled to keep pace with her. Appearing quite strained, "Master, slow down. I can't keep up," Su Qian gasped, taking deep breaths. After flying for a considerable distance, he felt as though his internal spiritual energy had been nearly depleted, and his strength had been sapped. Fong Nan turned to look at him. "Let us take a break." The vast expanse of the Demon Beast Forbidden Zone consisted mostly of open plains, with only a small portion featuring rugged terrain. They had deliberately avoided the more perilous areas, which, while delaying their progress, ensured greater safety. 2 days passed swiftly, and they finally reached the heart of the Forbidden Zone, where all the formidable demon beasts resided. As soon as they crossed this area, they would be on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, where true safety awaited. The pair sought refuge in a concealed cave to rest. Su Qian retrieved a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. After half an hour, he felt his strength nearly restored, his internal energy brimming once more. Just then, he suddenly heard a tremor outside the cave. Sensing the ground quiver beneath him, a crimson-furred monkey approached. Its eyes filled with murderous intent. With each breath, the monkey's body swelled larger, its muscles bulging ominously, clearly perceiving the two within the cave as its next meal. A demon beast? Su Qian's eyes brightened. Over the past 2 days of training with Fong Nan, he had achieved minor progress in his swordsmanship, significantly enhancing his strength. The demon beast before him exhibited a spiritual energy fluctuation that was not overly potent, indicating it was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. It was the perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. "Shall I give it a try?" "Go ahead," Fong Nan replied, passing him the spirit sword. Grasping it firmly, Su Qian channeled his spiritual energy. The sword trembled, emitting a resonant hum. With all his internal energy directed into the blade, he thrust it deep into the beast's body. Blood splattered, and the cave became thick with the scent of iron. "Roar!" The crimson monkey bellowed, its voice brimming with fury. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Su Qian, brimming with lethal intent. As it charged forward with a powerful punch, Su Qian planted one foot firmly on the ground, deftly retreating 2 steps to evade the blow. Then, he swiftly sidestepped, swinging the spirit sword to inflict another wound. Each of his strikes was lethal. The monkey's breath weakened significantly, and its spiritual energy began to wane. Seizing the moment, Su Qian aimed for the beast's throat. However, at that instant, a shocking transformation occurred. Strange black patterns appeared on the red monkey's fur, and its eyes blazed with intensified malice. Most alarmingly, its cultivation began to ascend rapidly, mid-stage Foundation establishment, then late stage, and finally, Golden Core stage. Su Qian's expression changed as he hastily retreated. Though his movements were still too slow, the monkey's speed had increased alarmingly. Its fists had nearly doubled in size. Charged with terrifying force, Su Qian raised his arms to block, but the impact was overwhelming, shattering his defenses as if he had been struck by a truck. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite with a severed string. At that moment, a figure leapt forth, catching Su Qian midair. It was Fong Nan, standing behind him. "Are you all right?" Her voice lost its usual calmness. Tinged with urgency as Su Qian attempted to respond, he halted upon seeing her expression. Her eyes, resembling blood, were more intensely red than usual, reflecting a madness he had never witnessed before. He could even discern the panic and concern within her gaze. This familiar yet strange look stirred an odd feeling within him that I'm fine. Just as the two exchanged words, the monkey surged forward once more, roaring in fury, its violent energy swirling around them. Fu Qin's heart raced. This creature had evidently employed some secret technique to elevate its cultivation to the golden core stage. In a direct confrontation, demon beasts possessed superior physical strength and spiritual energy compared to human cultivators of the same level. In essence, at the same cultivation level, demon beasts were vastly more powerful than humans. Yet, Fong Nin remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to the impending threat, her gaze fixated solely on Su Chun, her emotions a complex tapestry of concern. Was it sympathy or something else? Su Chun couldn't articulate it, but at this moment, it was inconsequential. What mattered was how to defend against the beast's assault. The red monkey's powerful strike descended, yet Fong Nin finally took action, narrowing her eyes. A flicker of displeasure crossed her beautiful features. With a gentle lift of her hand, a crimson aura swirled around her fair arm, spiraling hypnotically. The scene was otherworldly and terrifying, exuding an enigmatic charm. "Enough!" she uttered softly, and the formidable golden core demon beast abruptly froze, rendered immobile. Gradually, its enormous muscles began to shrink, its cheeks hollowing out, as wisps of white light emanated from its body, converging in Fong Nan's palm. This light appeared warm and comforting, radiating an inviting aura. The monkey's form diminished gradually, while the white luminescence in Fong Nan's palm swelled, eventually coalescing into a soft orb of light. Within minutes, the once mighty monkey, now reduced to a desiccated husk, lay lifeless, its eye sockets hollow, its skin clinging to its bones, revealing their shape. Fu Qian was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of overbearing technique was this? It had extracted the very essence of life from the demon beast. Was this truly a technique of the celestial sect, or did it resemble the sinister arts of the demonic realm? While Su Chun stood there in a daze, he noticed Fong Nin extending the orb of white light toward him. As the luminous energy flowed into him, he felt a warm sensation coursing through his entire being, as if he were immersed in a soothing hot spring, enveloped in unparalleled comfort. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense his cultivation skyrocketing. Everything felt surreal. When Su Chun finally regained his senses, he discovered that he had broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Chapter 8. I'll help you keep warm. Though his cultivation had ascended, Su Chun felt no joy. Instead, he was engulfed by an eerie sensation. Was it truly so simple to achieve a breakthrough? The disparity between minor realms was significant. Transitioning from the early to mid-stage typically required years, if not decades, of arduous effort for those of lesser talent. Even for someone like Su Chun, with relatively good aptitude, it would take months of diligent practice to achieve such a feat. Yet now, in a mere fraction of time, he had successfully advanced. His internal energy was brimming, and his physical strength had escalated significantly. The absurdity of the situation left Su Chun increasingly bewildered. As he regained his composure, he caught Fong Nan's gaze fixed upon him. Their eyes locked, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "Huh? What?" Su Chun stammered, momentarily confused. "Oh, that punch? I've already recovered." Fong Nan raised her hand, gently massaging his arm, her touch tender and deliberate. After a brief hesitation, Su Chun ventured, "About that technique? There shouldn't be such an overbearing technique within the celestial sect, right?" "Indeed." Fong Nin nodded slightly, as if in agreement. However, this reaction only deepened Su Chun's confusion. How could she be so composed in her acknowledgement? Could it truly be as he suspected? Was this the forbidden technique of the demon sect? The questions swirling in Su Chun's mind multiplied. As the scenes from earlier resurfaced in his thoughts, it was the first time he had seen Fong Nin exhibit such an expression, flustered yet concerned. But what was even more peculiar were her blood-red eyes, which were extraordinarily bewitching. Could this woman possibly be related to that female demon leader of the demon sect? Perhaps they shared a sisterly bond. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Chun felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Was he not merely stepping out of the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair? He did his best to calm himself and inquired, Master, you and that female demon leader from the Wanma sect. You don't share any relation, do you? Like a sisterly connection? Or perhaps some blood ties? No, Fong Nin replied. Upon hearing this, Su Chun let out a long sigh of relief, the weight on his heart finally lifting. That's good, however. About this technique, Fong Nin blinked her beautiful eyes and said softly, I obtained it from an ancient relic previously. The female demon leader learned of it, which is why she captured me and forced me to hand it over. She hesitated for a moment before adding, not many people know about this, just that female demon leader and you. And then no one else. Su Chun suddenly understood, so that was the connection. No wonder the female demon leader wanted to capture this elder from the immortal sect and imprison her in the great prison. It was all for this technique. It also explained why Fong Nin had managed to endure for 6 months, still alive to this day. Su Chun couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Thank goodness you didn't disclose this technique. If you had, that demon leader might have killed you on the spot. Indeed, Fong Nan's beautiful eyes flickered with an unusual light. Yet she said nothing more, merely resting her hand gently on Su Chen's arm. At that moment, Su Chun seemed to realize something. Wait a minute, are you sharing your secret with me? Do you trust me that much? Aside from that female demon leader, he was the only one aware of this matter. He could only imagine how much she trusted him. The warm current flowed through Su Chen's heart, accompanied by a tinge of guilt. He truly had been overly suspicious and neurotic, still linking her to that female demon leader. This was utterly unwarranted. Fong Nin nodded. Yes, her calm demeanor touched Su Chen deeply, stirring a sense of compassion within him. You must have had a difficult time these past 6 months, being submerged in that pool every day. Just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable, Su Chen sighed. Before Fong Nin could respond, he continued, It's just that the female demon leader is envious of your talent. She is as petty as a needle, unable to bear seeing others excel, especially those prodigies like you who threaten to surpass her. Unbeknownst to Su Chun, Fong Nan's lips twitched slightly as he continued to ramble on, oblivious to her reaction. That demon leader is truly ruthless, using any means necessary to achieve her goals. The way she treated you is despicable, utterly contemptible. Ugh, what a vile tactic. Fong Nan's expression grew strange. She furrowed her brow. Pressing her lips together, it seemed she wanted to speak, but swallowed her words instead. Finally, she directly covered Su Chen's mouth. Rest well, don't say any more. Fong Nan's slender fingers brushed against his face, and Su Chun could feel the chill of her hand. Instinctively, he reached out, and both were momentarily taken aback. I just thought to warm your hand. It seems too cold. Yes. Are you feeling weak? When one is weak, their hands and feet tend to be cold. Are your feet also cold? Fong Nan did not reply, but instead shifted her position on the ground, turning to the side and moving her legs behind her, as if to distance herself from Su Chen's grasp. Oh, I meant no harm. Why, Su Chun had just broken through to a new realm, and his internal spiritual energy was still unstable and somewhat chaotic. He spent nearly half an hour adjusting his state while warming Fong Nan's hand. After about half an hour, his realm stabilized, yet Fong Nan's small hand remained icy in his large one. Su Chun found it puzzling. This shouldn't be the case. He possessed the nine-yang body, with vitality like a furnace. Logically, her hand should have warmed up by now. Yet, it remained cold. Fong Nan seemed to perceive Su Chen's confusion and replied, It's quite normal. It's due to my constitution. What kind of constitution? Fong Nan shook her head, offering no explanation. We should go. Su Chen quickly rose to follow her. After a moment's hesitation, he took her hand. Fong Nan looked back in surprise. You? I'll help warm you. Fong Nan hesitated, biting her lip in silence. Seeing her reaction, Su Chen added, Isn't it only natural for a disciple to help their master? Besides, you did teach me sword techniques. Yes, moreover, I'm merely warming your hand, without any ulterior motives. We both have clean consciences. Upon hearing this, Fong Nan lifted her gaze to meet his, glancing at him but not responding. Su Chun took her silence as consent. Thus, the two transitioned from following one another to holding hands as they walked forward together. Of course, this was merely for warmth, or so it seemed to Su Chun. Chapter 9. Not at all shy, Su Chun had come to a realization. Fong Nan was the reincarnation of a female emperor and an exceptionally rare swordsmanship talent within the immortal sect. In contrast, that female demon leader was the most formidable figure in the southern demon sect. It was as if one had received a protagonist template while the other had been granted that of an antagonist. A confrontation between these two was inevitable, meaning that the female demon leader was Fong Nan's sworn enemy. Su Chun had pieced it all together. Since he stood on Fong Nan's side, he must assist her in dealing with the demon leader. Therefore, these past few days, he had taken every opportunity to denounce the female demon leader, asserting that she must be exceedingly ugly, both in appearance and character, cruel and unscrupulous, unable to tolerate the excellence of others, especially those prodigies threatening to surpass her. Fong Nan had usually remained indifferent to his comments. But today, she seemed intrigued. Is she really that ugly? Well, she should be quite ugly, I suppose. Suppose? To be honest, I've never seen her face. Huh. Su Chun found it difficult to articulate, considering their relationship, having engaged in dual cultivation for over 6 months. Yet he had never glimpsed the woman's face beneath her mask. In any case, she must be quite ugly, as the saying goes. One's appearance reflects one's heart. Just look at her despicable tactics, trapping you in that prison and submerging you in that filthy pool. It's utterly vile indeed. The pair had successfully crossed the intermediate area and reached the outskirts of the 100,000-mile forbidden zone. Having arrived here, they were finally safe. In another half-day, they would be able to exit. Ahead lay the land of Shu, renowned for its culinary delights, and Su Chun could hardly wait to enjoy a proper meal. Speaking of which, the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance should be in Zhongzhou. Right? That's quite far away. Yes. The Immortal Alliance, fully known as the Immortal Sect Alliance, is a collective of the top-tier immortal sects in Zhongzhou, established to combat the demonic cultivators from the southern regions, western deserts, and eastern lands. Among them, the demonic cultivators from the south are the most terrifying, led by the Wanma sect, which boasts top-tier powerhouses like the Yuming Demon Emperor and over a dozen Yanluo Guardians. The demonic cultivators from the western deserts and eastern lands are slightly weaker, but their techniques are more frenzied, and their methods more ruthless. Most are rogue cultivators without a specific organization. The Immortal Alliance has branches in various regions. With elders dispatched from the headquarters, Fong Nan is the branch elder in Shu. Suddenly, Su Chun recalled a question and looked at Fong Nan with curiosity. Speaking of which, you've been captured by the Wanma sect for so long. Hasn't the Immortal Alliance sent anyone to rescue you? No, she replied, shaking her head. However, we have an agreement. As long as the Immortal Alliance provides 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones each month, I will be allowed to live. Su Chun gasped upon hearing this point. 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. That's equivalent to 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, or 1,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones. To put things into perspective, a small elder in a typical sect only earns a few low-grade spiritual stones as monthly salary. Only a truly powerful sect can afford mid-grade spiritual stones, and high-grade spiritual stones are exceedingly rare. 10,000 a month is simply exorbitant. One could say the Immortal Alliance is financially robust, able to sustain such a lavish demand from the demon leader. At that moment, another thought struck Su Chun, causing his expression to turn peculiar. That demon leader must despise me. I've taken away her cash cow. Fong Nan cast him a sidelong glance. Indeed. Then, surprisingly, she added, you mustn't get caught by her again. Otherwise, the repercussions would be severe. Su Chun, who was not particularly bold to begin with, felt more apprehensive after her warning. Don't scare me. He tightened his grip on her small hand. In any case, I'm sticking with you. If we get caught again, we'll face it together. We'll die together. Su Chun was speaking when he suddenly noticed Fong Nan squinting her eyes and pursing her lips, resembling a mischievous little fox. Such an expression was rare on her face, if Su Chun recalled correctly. This should be the first time he had witnessed it. Did you smile? No, you clearly just smiled. Indeed. When this woman smiled, she was remarkably enchanting. Su Chun tugged at her hand. Smile again. I didn't catch it clearly. No. After a considerable time had passed, dusk had settled, and the two finally emerged from the vast forbidden zone of demonic beasts. In the distance stood a city. The walls bore several large, ancient claw marks, remnants of some unknown beast. Upon entering the city, they would be in the land of Shu. There were members of the Celestial Alliance stationed here, making the area quite safe, with few altercations occurring. Although it was nearing night, the city remained lively. Both sides of the streets were lined with small vendors offering a variety of delicacies and clever trinkets, alongside cultivators selling elixirs and spiritual treasures. Su Chen observed his surroundings with great curiosity, for it was his first visit to such a place since his transmigration. After being assessed at that small sect, he had been sent directly to the 10,000 Demon sect, followed by a monotonous existence as a furnace. Now, he could finally experience the local customs and culture of this world. If I have the chance in the future, I'll save some money to open a small tavern or inn. I'll hire people to do the work while I enjoy a leisurely life, just waiting to eat and die. That would surely lead to losses. It's not important. That doesn't matter. Fong Nan cast a curious glance at him. Seemingly puzzled, Su Chen shook his head. I'm not opening a tavern for profit. I just want to have a guilt-free way to indulge in idleness. All right. Fong Nan couldn't comprehend Su Chen's peculiar thought process. She had no idea of the joy in slacking off. The branch of the Celestial Alliance in Shu was 700 miles away. A considerable distance. The two decided to rest here for the night, have something to eat, and regroup before heading back to the branch the following day. Ultimately, it was mainly Su Chen's decision. As for Fong Nan, she was indifferent. The time was still not too late. The setting sun painted the horizon in shades of red, the evening glow resembling flames, with wisps of lingering clouds drifting softly. Couples walked hand in hand down the street. Exuding sweetness, Su Chen, too, held Fong Nan's hand. Do you feel any better? After a few warm days, Fong Nan's hand was indeed not as cold. However, she seemed a bit shy now, reacting oddly and attempting to pull away from Su Chen's grasp several times. What's wrong? There are too many people. Su Chen was taken aback, his expression quite strange. Why did that sound so peculiar? What was the issue with people? It wasn't as if they were engaging in something scandalous. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Su Chen, and he looked at Fong Nan with an even more bewildered gaze. Wait, have you never held hands with someone of the opposite sex before? Are you shy now? Fong Nan blinked, turning her head away without responding. They continued to hold hands. Su Chen bought some snacks from the vendors lining the streets, including fried tofu and roasted beast meat, all of which were delightful. He even purchased a few colorful hairbands and handed them to Fong Nan. However, she remained unresponsive, appearing dazed as if lost in thought. A long time passed, and the vendors began to pack up their stalls. Su Chen found an inn that still had a room available. However, there was only one room left, so they would have to share it. The night was tranquil. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cool, thin veil over the room. Fong Nan lay on the bed, while Su Chen rested on the floor. It was only at this moment that she finally spoke up. I'm not shy. Chapter 10. Not yet that night. Su Chen found himself unable to sleep. Lying on the vast plains felt much the same as sleeping in an inn. After all, it was merely sleep. Yet, with another person lying beside him, the atmosphere shifted. Su Chen lay on the floor while Fong Nan occupied the bed in such a small room. Every sound was magnified. He could distinctly hear her breathing, remarkably clear. Are you asleep? Su Chen's voice shattered the tranquility, akin to a stone tossed into a still pond. No, I can't sleep. This woman remained as emotionally unaffected as ever. Should we chat about something? It feels a bit odd. The atmosphere seems off. I am not shy. Why are you still on about this? It's been ages since that happened. What kind of reflex arc do you have? Su Chen felt a surge of frustration. It seemed there was a generational gap between him and Fong Nan. Their thoughts were entirely misaligned, or perhaps this woman simply thought differently from him. Lying on the floor, Su Chen found himself growing increasingly bored, his hands propping up his head as he stared at the beams of the ceiling. Just as his boredom peaked, he suddenly heard Fong Nan say from the bed, "Come up and sleep?" Huh? The floor is cold. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then pushed himself up and awkwardly climbed onto the bed. Turning to lie down, they were now face to face, the distance between them so close that Su Chen could feel the warmth of her breath. After arriving at the inn, they had tidied up, taken baths, and changed into clean clothes. Now, Su Chen could smell the freshness of her hair and the subtle fragrance of his robe. Feeling a bit awkward, he thought it improper to keep staring at her. As if he were some sort of rogue. Ahem, are you still feeling cold? Would you like me to warm your hands? No, Fong Nin shook her head. However, before she could react, Su Chun had already taken her hand, clasping it in his palm. Why be polite with your own disciple? I'm just being helpful, a kind-hearted soul. Fong Nin pressed her lips together, silent, turning her head away from him. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to utter a sentence. I'm not shy, master. You've said that 3 times now. I'm not shy. That as the 4th time, Su Chun was perplexed as to why she was fixating on this matter. Having reiterated it several times, amused, he grinned. If you're not shy, why are your palms all sweaty? I'm not. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, he suddenly felt 3 delicate fingers graze his neck. He realized Fong Nin had withdrawn her hand from his grasp. The slender fingers hovered at his neck as she enunciated each word deliberately. I'm not. All right, you're not. Just calm down. I am calm. Then please lower your hand. Why was this woman so easily flustered? The two fell into silence once more, the room enveloped in a profound stillness, where even a falling pin would be heard. Yet, the atmosphere between them had grown increasingly peculiar. It wasn't exactly awkward, but rather imbued with an inexplicable hint of intimacy. Su Chun cautiously ventured, "Shall I warm your feet?" No sooner had the words left his lips than he felt an intense glare directed at him. The pressure mounting. Forget I said anything. Su Chun sensed that Fong Nin harbored some feelings for him, yet he was uncertain of the source of these feelings. Was it due to him rescuing her? Or perhaps from their mutual assistance? As he pondered, Fong Nin's cool voice interrupted his thoughts. Tomorrow we return to the sect. You will accompany me for the apprenticeship ceremony, after which I will begin teaching you sword techniques. Can I learn that secret technique? The execution of that technique requires the burning of one's life force. Given your fragile state, it would be unwise to practice it. Su Chun understood that the more powerful the technique, the more severe the backlash. However, he had not anticipated the cost of this particular art to be so steep. Sitting upright, he furrowed his brow. Are you aware of the cost, yet you still want to practice it? Are you trying to throw your life away? This technique might consume several years of lifespan with just one use. Who knew how many times she had employed it already? Fong Nin turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. Yuaning cultivators have a lifespan of 1,000 years. If not used frequently, it won't have much of an impact. It's fine. Su Chun was about to respond when he suddenly felt Fong Nin's fingers pressed against his lips. It's fine. This was clearly a signal for him to stop talking. Su Chun calmed himself. Upon reflection, it seemed he had overstepped. Between them, there was no deeper relationship. They were merely a master and disciple, which hardly qualified as intimate. Moreover, everyone had their own path of cultivation. His comments had likely crossed a line. Su Chun fell silent. The room remained quiet, with neither of them uttering a word. After a long while, Fong Nin broke the silence. Are you angry? What? Su Chun was taken aback. Are you angry? He asked. Not at all, Fong Nin replied, nodding slightly before turning her back. After a considerable amount of time had passed, she spoke softly. Once I break through the tribulation period, I shall no longer require it. For now, it is still necessary. Su Chun felt somewhat bewildered, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he was flabbergasted. To be frank, he was merely an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. Although his physique was somewhat extraordinary, his other talents and roots could hardly be deemed top-tier. In stark contrast, Fong Nin was a rare genius seldom seen in a millennium by the Immortal Alliance. Had he not encountered her in the depths of the prison, their paths would likely have never crossed. To put it bluntly, they were worlds apart. Now, with her offering such an elaborate explanation, Su Chun found himself at a loss for words. You really don't need to explain anything to me. I am no one to you, he stammered. Fong Nin shook her head, speaking to herself. Since my parents departed, very few have treated me with such kindness. Those around me are often driven by ulterior motives, seeking either gain or schemes, seldom showing genuine sincerity. I truly haven't done anything significant, Su Chun replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fong Nin gazed at him quietly. Her mind suddenly flooded with memories. The moment he rescued her from the Qinkuan pool, the way he draped the Taoist robe over her shoulders, and the sumptuous meals laid out before her during those days. The images flickered through her mind. With a gentle voice, she said, "Weren't you the one who vehemently criticized that female demon for my sake? When she approached, you didn't betray me." It had been a long time since anyone had treated her with such sincerity, considering her perspective and remaining steadfast in the face of danger. Su Chan was left momentarily stunned. Had Fong Nin not spoken, he would have never realized just how commendable his actions appeared to her. And his cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. He rubbed his nose and casually inquired, "Well, is it too much for me to help you warm your feet?" Fong Nin blinked in confusion. "You?" She opened her mouth as if to say something but then swallowed her words. After a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, as if calming her emotions, her expression complex as she gazed at Su Chan. "No, it's not appropriate." After a pause, she added quietly, "Not yet." Chapter 11. Future Dao partner at the foot of the mountain belonging to the Immortal Alliance S branch, the waiter announced, "Sir, your minced meat noodles are served." Su Chan picked up his chopsticks, disregarding the heat, and after blowing on it twice, he took a bite. This was to be his last meal before ascending the mountain. He had heard that the cultivators within the Immortal sect consumed spirit-repelling pills, making them peculiar beings who abstained from food. For someone like Su Chan, who relished good food and was somewhat lazy, the thought of being deprived of delicious meals was more painful than losing his life. Before heading up the mountain, he hurriedly found a restaurant at the foot of the hill to savor one last delightful meal. As he chewed, he asked Fong Nan, "Aren't you going to eat? Once we ascend, you might not have the chance again." She shook her head. Fong Nan sat quietly, her hands resting on her lap, exuding a gentle and demure charm that was somewhat endearing. "Is one bowl sufficient?" Su Chan pondered for a moment before summoning the waiter. "Please bring me an additional bowl of sauerkraut and shredded pork noodles." "No, make it 2 bowls." Fong Nan blinked in surprise, seemingly astonished by Su Chan's appetite. She rested her chin on her hands, tilting her head to observe him. "Take your time. There's no rush." Outside, heavy rain poured down, and within the restaurant, it was just the two of them. The sound of raindrops pattered rhythmically as they fell from the eaves onto the uneven ground outside, forming small puddles after only a brief downpour. The droplets landed with a crisp and pleasant sound, especially paired with a steaming bowl of minced meat noodles, creating a sense of leisurely enjoyment. Su Chan savored his meal with great satisfaction, almost reluctant to finish. Each bite diminished the amount left in the bowl. Neither of them had slept the previous night. To be precise, neither could find rest. Thus, Su Chan had taken the opportunity to inquire extensively about the Immortal Alliance, including the elders within the sect, Fong Nan's status in the branch, and the duties expected of the disciples under the elders. Now he had a clearer understanding. The branch of the Immortal Alliance in Shudi was formerly known as the Sifang sect, led by the peak stage transformation god cultivator, Qin Yu. The 3 elders under her were all at the nascent soul stage. After joining the Immortal Alliance, the sect also absorbed 2 elders dispatched from the central continent, thereby forming the current branch. Fong Nan was one of those elders sent from the central continent. The youngest elder in history and the youngest transformation god cultivator. Had Fong Nan not been captured, the branch would have boasted 3 transformation god cultivators and 3 nascent soul cultivators. Such strength would be considered formidable throughout Shudi. The southern wilderness, with its remote terrain and scarce resources, allowed only those demonic cultivators to elevate their levels through forbidden techniques without restrictions. Conversely, the immortal sects in this region suffered from thin spiritual energy and isolated geography. Resulting in overall low strength, it was rare for cultivators to reach the nascent soul stage, and those who did could serve as elders within the sect. As for transformation god cultivators, they were equivalent to the sect's leader or vice leader. In the entirety of Shudi, only Qin Yu stood as a peak stage transformation god cultivator. Thus, the Immortal Alliance S branch undoubtedly claimed the title of the foremost sect in Shudi. Due to this status, it was responsible for maintaining stability and peace in the region, as well as eradicating evil and upholding righteousness. This included, but was not limited to, nurturing the younger generation of disciples or assisting smaller sects in matters of justice. In simpler terms, the Immortal Alliance S branch served as the dominant force in Shudi, handling all significant affairs. Regarding the sect itself, according to Fong Nan, There were no delicacies to be found, only spirit-repelling pills. While the kitchen could prepare simple vegetarian noodles, their taste was far from satisfactory. Compared to the delectable dishes available in the mortal villages below, they were worlds apart. Su Chun could hardly fathom how these individuals managed to endure. Did they merely cultivate day in and day out, neglecting all other matters? He found it hard to imagine. Life is fleeting, and joy is limited. Good food and restful sleep are of utmost importance. Once he ascended the mountain, he would undoubtedly be compelled by his frugal master to engage in arduous cultivation, making restful sleep a challenge, let alone enjoying good food. Though be honest, Su Chun felt a tinge of reluctance to ascend the mountain. After less than a stick of incense had passed, he had consumed 3 bowls of noodles, feeling pleasantly full. We should be on our way, he said reluctantly with a long sigh, choosing between savoring delectable food and clinging to a powerful ally. He opted for the latter. Though the mountain lacked many resources, he resolved to rely on himself. If necessary, he could start from the ground up. As they stood to leave, Su Chun suddenly noticed a figure clad in green rushing in with great urgency. The person wore a green robe, exuding a strong scent of herbs that stung his nostrils. She plopped down into a chair, one leg propped up while the other swung freely, fanning herself with one hand. "Boss, bring me 3 bowls of sauerkraut noodles, 3 bowls of shredded pork noodles, and 3 bowls of minced meat noodles." Her voice rang clear and cheerful. Su Chun was astonished. How could someone eat more than he could? And a woman at that? Just as he turned to look, the woman in the green robe also glanced over, but did not linger on Su Chun's face. Instead, her gaze locked onto Fong Nan. "Hey!" she exclaimed, nearly leaping out of her seat. "Nangu, you've escaped." Su Chun was startled and turned to Fong Nan, who responded softly, her expression still quite indifferent to him. The woman in green circled around Fong Nan, looking her over with curiosity. "Nangu, you don't seem to have changed at all. You haven't grown taller and still look so petite." Su Chun could have sworn he saw Fong Nan's lips twitch slightly, a rare sight indeed. However, he was still trying to grasp the relationship between the two. "And who might this be?" he inquired. "This is Elder Chingmo, a fellow who came from the central continent with me, and she is also a renowned high-level alchemist." Fong Nan explained. Su Chun acknowledged, "By seniority. This person should be considered his master's uncle. At that moment, Chingmo was appraising Su Chun. She rubbed her chin and curiously asked, "Is this your little Dao partner? He looks rather young. Has this lad even reached 18 yet?" Su Chun was certain he had not misread the situation. Fong Nan's lips had indeed twitched again. He observed this very clearly. It was an involuntary reaction. Fong Nan turned her face slightly. "He is my disciple." Chingmo shook her head lightly, her tone casual. That a Dao partner and a disciple are not mutually exclusive. "Let me rephrase my question. Is he your future Dao partner?" Fong Nan pursed her lips, her gaze lowering slightly. "I don't know." This answer left Su Chun utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? There is something rather peculiar about this cheap master of mine. Chapter 12. "I want to give you, you don't know?" Upon hearing this response, Chingmo blinked, and a glint of cunning sparkled in her beautiful eyes. "Since he is not your Dao partner, would you kindly let him be mine?" Su Chun felt somewhat bewildered, instinctively turning to glance at Fong Nan. However, at that moment, her expression had already shifted into something rather unsettling. She slightly furrowed her brow, her voice icy. "He is my disciple." "So what? Just because he is your disciple does not preclude us from becoming Dao partners. It would only draw us closer together." Fong Nan's frown deepened. She stepped forward decisively, positioning herself in front of Su Chun. After a prolonged pause, she finally managed to squeeze out a single phrase. "I want to give him to you." It's her utterance. The others present were left stunned. Su Chun was taken aback, while Chingmo was already laughing so hard she nearly doubled over. Her delicate form quivering. "Stingy. All right, I was just teasing you. How could I possibly compete with you? Whether one competes or not, I still want to give him to you." "Nangu, your mind is as narrow as a needleless eye. You simply adore him, don't you?" "I do not." Observing Fong Nan's increasingly peculiar demeanor, Su Chun hurriedly interjected, "Master, please don't jest with us." Upon hearing this, Chingmo casually crossed her arms and said, "You can't pretend not to see that she likes you. You both are just playing dumb. I'm not suggesting you're a scoundrel, but you can't be coveting what's in the bowl while consuming what's in the pot. Can you? By the way, what's the status between you two now? Will I be able to hold a little baby next year? The atmosphere fell silent, a deathly stillness enveloping the scene. Su-chan could clearly sense a strange tension arise among them. A palpable awkwardness. Just as he hesitated on how to diffuse the situation, a sound rang out, clang. It turned out to be Fong Nin drawing her sword, her spiritual energy surging forth. Qingma raised her hands in surrender. I am sorry, I was wrong, Nangu. Her movements were remarkably practiced, evidently not her first time. I want to ask again. I truly want to ask again. Cold sweat trickled down Su-chan's back. Surely, it cannot be that on my first day in the sect, blood must be shed. He certainly did not wish for his first encounter with his master to end in tragedy. Master, let us not be angry. Anger harms the body, that I'm not angry. All right, you're not angry, so let us first lower the sword. Su-chan cautiously pressed her arm down, gradually retrieving the spiritual sword. Only then did he finally feel a sense of relief. Just as he noticed Qingma preparing to make another cheeky remark, Su-chan swiftly interrupted. The noodles are ready, master. Please enjoy your meal. 9 steaming bowls of noodles had already been set upon the table. The shopkeeper had also noticed the commotion and, filled with trepidation, dared not approach. Oh dear, why the rush? I merely wanted to suggest that you both wait a moment so we can ascend the mountain together. Fong Nin stood there, her expression unreadable. I genuinely want to ask again. Do you think I'm that shameless? Nangu, you should know me better. Hurry and eat. After tossing out those words, Fong Nin exited. Now only Su-chan and Qingma remained. Would you care for something to eat? No, I've already eaten. Oh, come now, why the formality? I truly have eaten. Qingma grinned. Nodding, she replied, Ah, that's wonderful. I was merely being polite. You needn't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, the corners of Su-chan's mouth twitched involuntarily. He suddenly began to understand Fong Nin's sentiments. This mischievous master truly has a knack for being insufferable. It's not merely her cheekiness. It seems she is inherently rather insipid. Just as Su-chan was musing this, he suddenly caught sight of Qingma lifting her head, remnants of food still clinging to her lips. She even hadn't finished chewing the noodles in her mouth. You little rascal, are you mocking me? Master, you jest. However, you'd best eat a bit more while you can. Once we ascend the mountain, there will be nothing left. Before Su-chan could respond, Qingma continued as if a floodgate had opened. Let me tell you, that wretched place truly has nothing good to eat. I suffer daily. Only when I descend the mountain each month to deliver spirit stones to the demon sect can I indulge in some decent food. Now that your master has escaped, I will no longer have this opportunity. How shall I endure these days? As she finished, she sighed deeply, then lifted her bowl, drinking down the remaining broth and scraps of meat in one go. Gulping it all down, she wiped her mouth and began on another bowl. Su-chan was genuinely astounded by her appetite. Feeling a sense of kinship, he sensed that he and this master were kindred spirits. Half an hour passed, and Qingma had devoured all 9 bowls of noodles. Her abdomen beneath the green robe was slightly rounded, acquiring a discernible curve. How delightful! She exhaled a long breath, reclining in her chair. Propped back slightly, her hand resting on her belly, she resembled a greasy middle-aged man. Despite her youthful appearance, she exuded the aura of a lecherous, slovenly uncle. Achieving this is no easy feat while Su-chan scrutinized her. Qingma also turned to look. Hey, what's wrong, master? Nangu is very innocent. She is merely a girl who hasn't matured yet. You mustn't bully her. Master's cultivation level far surpasses mine. Qingma shook her head, sitting cross-legged in her chair, her gaze lowered as she rubbed her belly. This has nothing to do with strength. Emotional wounds are far harder to heal than physical ones. And she is quite sensitive, attuned to the people and matters around her. In truth, she only appears strong. Deep down, she is quite fragile. Her fierce exterior is merely a facade, much like a hedgehog. Su-chan intended to inquire further for more understanding, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. What hedgehog? Both individuals fell silent, their hearts tightening. I was merely telling my disciple that there are hedgehogs and rabbits on the mountain. cute and delicious little creatures. Delicious? Indeed. I'll ask the shopkeeper for some seasonings shortly. We can barbecue or prepare them with pepper and salt on the mountain. Oh? Fong Nan displayed little interest in such matters. It's time to depart. The two behind hurriedly followed, not daring to utter a word. The path at the foot of the mountain was somewhat muddy after the rain, with droplets still clinging to the trees. The air in the mountains remained fresh, imbued with the fragrance of damp earth. Having often warmed Fong Nan's hands, Su Chan had developed some muscle memory. As he moved forward, he instinctively reached for her hand. Initially, Fong Nan felt indifferent, but after a while, she seemed to realize that Qingma was following behind. Thus, she withdrew her hand, softly murmuring, "There's someone here." This statement held a hint of ambiguity, at least from Su Chen's perspective. At that moment, Qingma stood frozen, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Her expression utterly captivating. What the hell? So now I'm an outsider, am I? You treat me as an outsider, don't you? Nangu, have you forgotten how I helped you with your injuries and provided you with medicine? I assisted you in alchemy. I helped you find the spirit herbs that counteract your constitution. How could you be so cruel? Just kill me with a sword already. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, ultimately grabbing hold of Su Chan and Fong Nan's hands, insisting that they must hold on. Qingma, in a fit of rage, was utterly beside herself. Chapter 13. She grew anxious. Mist swirled, enveloping a vast expanse of white radiance. The group had already reached the mountaintop. The spiritual energy here was even more abundant, and the gentle breeze brushed against their faces, the air slightly humid. Beyond this lake, they would arrive at the sect. Still more to go? Su Chan exclaimed in wonder. Truly, the Immortal Alliance is remarkable. Even a small branch in the Shu region is extraordinary. Qingma performed a hand gesture, chanting an incantation. A small boat appeared. The boat was entirely white, petite, and charming. The three of them fit perfectly aboard, without feeling cramped. The mist curled around the lake, rendering the scene akin to an ethereal realm. Fong Nan sat quietly. Resembling an ethereal being from a painting, her presence transcendent, so stunningly beautiful. She seemed like a fairy untouched by earthly matters. The gentle breeze stirred, causing the strands of her hair to dance lightly. Her pale red eyes sparkled like precious gems, her fair complexion accentuating her purity. Su Chan couldn't help but be mesmerized. Just then, he heard two coughs, ahem. There's another person here. It was Qingma, who was steering the boat. Her face was filled with melancholy, an unspoken sense of loneliness. It used to be just me and Nangu returning together. This time, we have an extra person, Su Chan. Upon hearing this, was not offended. He merely smiled, tightening his grip on Fong Nan's hand. This is so bad, I shouldn't have eaten those few bowls of noodles. I feel so full I could burst. Being able to eat is indeed a blessing. Qingma was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by Su Chen's remark, feeling as though she could spew forth a mouthful of blood. In terms of infuriating skills, this young man was certainly on par with her, perhaps even more infuriating. Qingma rolled her eyes. Hold on tight. There's a beast ahead. I need to accelerate. Before Su Chan could react, the white boat shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Su Chan swayed, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance that was both alluring and refreshing. When he regained his composure, he discovered that he was cradled in Fong Nan's arms, her arm wrapped around his waist, her hand resting on his back. Don't be afraid, in that instant, Su Chan felt an overwhelming sense of peculiarity, as if he had transformed into the cherished spouse of a domineering elder from the celestial sect. Yet, this sense of security was genuine. Especially upon hearing those two words from her, all his fears dissipated, leaving him truly unafraid. Remarkable. At that moment, Su Chan lifted his gaze to meet Fong Nan's eyes. The proximity between them was striking. He could distinctly hear her breath and observe her delicate skin. Instinctively, he reached out to poke her cheek, only to find his fingers sinking into it when he finally registered the sensation. They both paused in surprise. Fong Nan blinked in confusion. Behave yourself, duh. We're almost there. Stop fooling around. This woman's reactions were perpetually so nonchalant, Yet curiously enough, Su Chen found himself inclined to heed her words. They were nearing the sect. From a distance, he could see mountains floating in the air, connected by massive chains. The view became increasingly vivid as they approached. Rare herbs and enchanting waterfalls were abundant, and the spiritual energy here was notably richer. Do you see those 7 peaks in the distance? The central one is the Tian Shu main peak, where the sect leader's cave is located. The surrounding peaks are overseen by the elders. Your master's Yaoguang Peak is the most secluded one. I must say, it's rather foolish to choose such a desolate spot. There's nothing up there, and the spiritual energy is lacking, plus it's so remote. Yu Chen followed Qingma's voice, discerning the peaks one by one. His gaze finally landed on the small peak nestled in the corner, Yaoguang Peak. Suddenly, Su Chen broke into a grin, as if struck by a thought. If it were up to me, I would choose this one too. Qingma responded, clearly puzzled, as did Fong Nan, who turned to look at Su Chen. A small place is wonderful. No one comes to disturb me, allowing me to live a life of leisure. Qingma was taken aback. Glancing up, this peak was indeed remote, taking over half an hour to fly from the main peak. It was certainly inconvenient to relay messages, and the round-trip journey would be quite bothersome. Moreover, it seemed that the master preferred tranquility, which was likely why she chose this location. A bit of peace is indeed beneficial. You seem to know her quite well, truly a fitting pair. Before Su Chen could respond, Fong Nan frowned up. No, not yet. We'll see how it goes in the future. Clang. The spiritual sword was drawn, and spiritual energy surged. All right, I want to say more. Nan Gu, please retract this divine power. I'm afraid under Qingma's guidance, the white boat approached Yaoguang Peak. Drawing ever closer, Su Chen's view became clearer. Compared to the other peaks, Yaoguang Peak's location was indeed less than ideal, with spiritual energy not as abundant. However, the environment was quite pleasing. Exotic flowers and strange stones adorned the landscape, and waterfalls cascaded down from great heights into the lake below. It truly was a good place for cultivating oneself. Although the spiritual energy was somewhat thin, simply lying there and enjoying the scenery could still uplift one's spirit. By now, it was midday, and the white mist over the lake gradually dissipated. The brilliant sunlight poured down, sparkling on the water's surface. The lake shimmered with golden light, vibrant and resplendent. All right, you two can go up now. By the way, make sure to come visit me at the Chaodang when you have time. Qingma pointed to the mountain peak adjacent to Yaoguang Peak. This is Kaiyang Peak. My Chaodang is situated right above it. I spend most of my time there, so remember to come and find me, little junior disciple. Nan Gu. She intended to say a few more words before leaving, but upon seeing the spiritual sword in Fong Nan's hand, she swallowed her words. Well then, I'll take my leave. I won't intrude on your sweet couple's time. With that, Qingma dashed off. Fong Nan softly murmured, sweet couple. Su Chen, standing nearby, naturally heard her whispered words. Are you upset? You seem a bit unhappy. No, Su Chen couldn't shake the feeling that his master's face had turned slightly red. Then you're quite happy now? Could it be because your master referred to us as a sweet couple that you're happy? Clang! The spiritual sword was drawn, and spiritual energy surged once more. Su Chen promptly fell silent. This woman was truly impulsive. What was she so flustered about? Moreover, at this point, was she not just revealing her own feelings? They ascended the mountain. Su Chen looked up at the towering peak, which soared thousands of meters high, feeling a tingle of apprehension. How was he supposed to ascend this floating mountain? Just then, he felt a hand supporting his back while another arm lifted his legs. Was he being carried like a princess? What in the world was happening? Chapter 14. Sealing the mark at the summit, the air was cold and snow-covered. Unlike other peaks, Yaoguang Peak lacked lush vegetation and rare beasts. Instead, a simple courtyard stood squarely atop the peak, exuding a rustic charm. What a beautiful sight, Su Chen remarked, his eyes lighting up. As a being of the 9 suns, his constitution was fire-based, and he felt invigorated by the cold. Furthermore, the chill felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to grasp something. Is the environment here due to your constitution? The cold poison spreading? Then, is it very cold for you here? Does your body feel uncomfortable? Not really. The spiritual energy here mirrored the aura emanating from Fong Nan, clearly influenced by the spiritual power she radiated, which altered the environment. In no wonder other peaks were filled with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant flowers. While this one remained perpetually cloaked in snow, Su Qian took Fong Nan's hand gently, noticing how cold it was. Is there no way to remedy this? Perhaps a formation or some magical artifact? No. What if we switch to another peak, one with a more favorable environment? Fong Nan shook her head. It wouldn't help. It would still turn out like this. As they spoke, the two had already reached the summit. Su Qian stepped forward, suddenly realizing that he seemed capable of dispelling the icy spiritual energy. Oh! He raised his hand and waved, watching as the chilling energy dissipated around him. Indeed, it was effective. While Fong Nan's constitution had transformed this environment, it appeared he could revert it back. Although this process might take some time, it was feasible. It was merely a matter of time. The courtyard featured white walls and green tiles, with plum blossoms standing proudly. As he approached, he could detect their refreshing fragrance. Unlike the overpowering scent of peach blossoms, it was a subtle, ethereal aroma, proud and solitary, much like the owner of the courtyard. Has Master lived here alone all this time? That must have been quite lonely, isolated. The path of cultivation is inherently solitary. Su Qian smiled. No worries. I'll be here to keep you company. Master, you won't be alone anymore. Although there was a formation in the courtyard, Fong Nan had not returned for half a year, and a thick layer of snow had accumulated. When Su Qian stepped in, his legs sank into the snow, which he found quite amusing. He was oblivious to the fact that Fong Nan, standing behind him, felt her cheeks warm slightly, her lips pursed, softly murmuring, "No more solitude." A peculiar light flickered in her rosy eyes as she gazed quietly at Su Qian, seemingly smiling before quickly returning to her calm demeanor. "Stop playing. It's time to perform the disciple's bow." With a gentle wave of her hand, the snow in the courtyard melted, revealing the stones beneath. "We're here." Su Qian followed Fong Nan through the courtyard adorned with plum blossoms. Entering a spacious hall, shelves lined both sides, filled with scrolls inscribed with esoteric characters. Su Qian merely glanced at them before giving up. He couldn't comprehend the content. These must be ancient scrolls from a bygone era. Su Qian was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that performing the disciple's bow would be so intricate. He had assumed it would suffice to kneel and bow a few times, but it appeared that scrolls were also involved. As Su Qian was lost in thought, he noticed Fong Nan retrieving a bundle of ancient scrolls from the bookshelf, adorned with intricate patterns. Although Su Qian could not comprehend the text inscribed upon them, he could decipher the imagery. Were those two flowers? The scroll depicted twin blossoms, their tendrils delicately entwined, the leaves converging at the tips, a testament to the uniqueness of the flowers. It seemed Fong Nan paid no heed to his musings. She merely unfurled the scroll, gesturing with her hands while murmuring incantations. Yet, Su Qian found himself unable to grasp the meaning of her words, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Was this truly the rite of apprenticeship? Something felt amiss. After what felt like an eternity, Fong Nan pressed her thumb onto the scroll, then turned to Su Qian. "Press down," she instructed. Very well." Although puzzled, Su Qian understood that Fong Nan would not harm him. There was no reason for her to do so. Thus, he obediently complied, placing his hand upon the scroll. In that instant, he felt an imprint emerge within his consciousness, flower-like and enchanting. It has the apprenticeship ceremony concluded? He pondered. It seems something has manifested within my consciousness. What could it be? Master, it's nothing, came the reply, leaving Su Qian momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief. Was such a dismissive answer not overly perfunctory? Surely, she was concealing something from him. Just as he turned to confront her, he noticed a similar floral mark upon Fong Nan's forehead. "What is that on your forehead, Master?" he inquired. Fong Nan did not respond directly. Instead, she subtly raised her hand to touch the mark, which vanished as if it had never been there. She then spoke softly, "It's nothing. You must be mistaken." Was this woman capable of feigning innocence any further? If Su Qian had merely harbored suspicions before, he now felt certain that the bond they had just forged was anything but a master-disciple contract. Yet, He had not experienced any discomfort in his body or constraints in his consciousness. The scroll's contract seemed to bear no negative repercussions for him, though its true nature eluded his understanding. Fong Nan's behavior was indeed strange. Who could say what she had signed him up for? After contemplating for a while without yielding any clarity, Su Chun decided to put the matter aside. Rather than succumb to paranoia, he opted to embrace a more carefree existence, to simply relax and enjoy life as a blissful idle soul. Fong Nan busied herself organizing the scrolls on the shelf while Su Chun wandered around the courtyard. The chill in the air was palpable. Both the main house and the side rooms were frigid. With the bedding on the cots feeling icy to the touch, Su Chun clicked his tongue in dismay. Upon his return, he approached Fong Nan and remarked, "Master, won't you be awoken by the cold at night?" "This place is far too chilly, it's manageable," she replied. "This room feels akin to an ice cellar, and the bedding is even colder. How can you possibly sleep?" "It's nothing," Su Chun, growing increasingly anxious at her nonchalance, exclaimed, "How can that be? You ought to take better care of yourself." He grasped her hand, which was indeed icy, devoid of warmth. "This cannot continue. From now on, I shall warm your bed." As his words echoed through the hall, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Su Chun realized that his statement might have been inappropriate. Just as he was about to clarify, he noticed Fong Nan turning her face slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she nodded gently. Very well. Chapter 15. As long as one's conscience is clear, Su Chun vowed that his intentions were purely considerate, stemming from his ability to dispel cold toxins, nothing more. He certainly did not harbor any peculiar thoughts, which is why he had spoken so candidly. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he recognized the inappropriateness of his words. He had intended to elaborate further, but Fong Nan simply urged him to focus on practicing his swordsmanship before departing towards the main peak. Throughout the evening, Su Chun remained restless, perplexed by Fong Nan's intentions. Did she genuinely understand his lack of ulterior motives, merely agreeing out of concern for him? Or did she assume he had such intentions, reciprocating because she too felt the same? Which scenario was true? From noon until now, he had been unable to concentrate on his sword practice, preoccupied with these thoughts. As the night deepened, snowflakes danced through the air, and the biting wind greeted him. Su Chun made his way to the main house, climbed into bed, and pulled the covers over himself. This chill emanated from Fong Nan's constitution, resistant to external means of alleviation. Even the spiritual treasure formation struggled to counteract it, save for high-tier artifacts of the 6th or 7th rank, rare indeed in the entirety of southern Jiang, let alone in the Shu region. A pang of sympathy struck Su Chun. Had she endured such relentless cold for all these years? How could she withstand such torment? It was no wonder her demeanor resembled that of an ice mountain, her coolness bordering on emotional detachment. Lying beneath the covers, Su Chun rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the beams of the ceiling. A subtle fragrance enveloped him, enchanting and soothing, lifting his spirits. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He looked at the blanket draped over him, tugged it upward, and leaned in closer to inhale its scent. Could this be her natural fragrance? Su Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he might be acting somewhat unseemly. No, he was indeed being unseemly. He needed to take action. This could not continue. He rolled over, clutching the blanket tighter. After some time had passed, footsteps echoed from outside. Peering through the window, he saw Fong Nan returning, clad in a flowing white robe, her black hair elegantly tied atop her head. Upon entering the main room, her gaze met Su Chun's, only for her to quickly avert her eyes. She retrieved a bag from her robes and handed it to him. The bag was tightly sealed, yet even a slight opening released a delightful aroma. "Is that sweet potato?" Su Chun exclaimed in surprise. The sweet potato was still warm, steam rising from it. On her way back, she had stopped by the dining hall. Looking at the cool-faced Fong Nan, warmth spread through Su Chun's heart. "Thank you, master." Fong Nan had gone to the main peak not only to report back to the sect leader, but also to procure sword techniques and medicinal herbs for Su Chun. Although she possessed profound insights into swordsmanship, allowing Su Chun to practice her advanced techniques would be akin to forcing growth. As a novice, he needed to master the foundational sword strikes to establish his fundamentals before progressing to higher techniques. The herbs she brought back included a portion for suppressing hunger and another for recovery. The former would stave off hunger, while the latter would aid Su Qin's swift recovery post-training. She had traversed many locations that afternoon, seeking sword forms best suited to his current situation, even visiting Qing Mo's Peak to gather numerous restorative medicines. Having busied herself for quite some time, she recalled that Su Qian had yet to eat. So she made a detour to the dining hall, personally roasted a sweet potato, and concealed it in her robes for the journey back. Thus, by the time she reached Yaoguang Peak, night had already fallen. The night was tranquil, and the silvery moonlight filtered through the falling snow, casting an enchanting glow upon the ground. How was the bed warming going? Su Qian, still nibbling on the sweet potato, found himself momentarily speechless. He was unsure how to respond to such a question. It's going well, he stammered. So, would you like to join me? Very well. Fong Nan offered no further commentary, channeling her spiritual energy to store her sword in a spatial ring before removing her shoes and climbing onto the bed. Settling quietly beside Su Qian, it was warm. Yes, that's good, Su Qian replied, genuinely at a loss for words, even pausing his nibbling on the sweet potato. I suppose I'll take my leave then, he said, attempting to rise. The atmosphere in the room felt strange, and the tension was palpable. Yet, before he could fully sit up, a gentle voice floated from behind him. Did you not say you would not leave me alone again? Silence, an overwhelming stillness. The words were soft, merely a simple question, yet they carried a depth of emotion. Unease, a plea for companionship, perhaps even a hint of desperation. Su Qian felt that the current situation was decidedly inappropriate, quite uncomfortable. What seems to be the issue? Well, I have warmed the bed sufficiently. This bed is too small for both of us to lie together comfortably. Why not? Su Qian was struck speechless, turning to face her. He found Fong Nan gazing at him earnestly, her expression reminiscent of a stubborn child. Did you not say that it is only natural for a disciple to assist their master, and as long as one's conscience is clear? That is sufficient? Am I to understand you wish to retract that statement now? Is it regret for accompanying me up the mountain, or regret for acknowledging me as your master? Fong Nan spoke extensively today. The words she uttered this evening should be the most she has ever said since Su Qian met her. Su Qian set aside the sweet potato in his hand, climbed into bed, and gently grasped both of Fong Nan's hands, tenderly squeezing them. I shall not leave. I will stay here with you, going nowhere, just right here. Su Qian suddenly realized that his understanding of this seemingly simple master was still far too shallow. He initially thought she was submissive, but he had not anticipated such stubbornness and tenacity. If this trait were to manifest more prominently, it might verge on a touch of madness or a possessive obsession. His inexpensive master wouldn't truly transform into a Yandra, would she? Su Qian felt a pang of anxiety. Before long, Fong Nan had already drifted into slumber. Perhaps she was fatigued, or perhaps the warmth of the bedding had lulled her to sleep. She succumbed to sleep rapidly, curling up like a small kitten. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her hands rested in Su Qian's grasp. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon her face. Su Qian even sensed a hint of sanctity, evoking a feeling akin to something precious that should be admired from afar without daring to intrude. He was close enough to Fong Nan to hear her breathing, and he could clearly see her delicate eyelashes. Gazing at her visage in slumber, Su Qian felt a peculiar sensation. This inexpensive master was excessively beautiful. If she continued to be this enchanting, his heart might just flutter. Chapter 16. Little wife Fong Nan. In the early morning, the mist rose above the mountaintop, and the snow in the courtyard had completely melted, bringing with it a touch more warmth than usual. Su Qian awoke leisurely, stretching and yawning as he sat up, a bit dazed. He surveyed his surroundings. Oh right. They had arrived at the sect and ascended the mountain, residing in the residence once inhabited by his master. He had slept in a haze last night and now felt slightly dizzy. He recalled that he had seemingly slept beside her. Where was his master? With bleary eyes, Su Qian stood up, slipped on his shoes, and exited the room. He could hear the sound of swords clashing in the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Qian leaned against the doorframe, quietly observing Fong Nan practice her swordsmanship. The morning light cascaded down, golden and radiant, She wore a plain white robe, her long hair cascading down to her waist, tied loosely at the end with a slender ribbon. Her complexion was cool and pale, beads of fine sweat glistening on her forehead, clearly indicating she had been practicing for quite some time. One move after another, her spirit sword danced like a dragon, its intent soaring towards the heavens. Standing there, she resembled an unparalleled treasured sword. Her aura contained yet strikingly powerful. Her movements were exquisite and intricate. The white robe draped over her, cinched at the waist with a black sash, accentuating her graceful figure. Yu Chun leaned against the doorframe, watching intently, occasionally nodding in appreciation. Although he had witnessed these sword techniques countless times, they appeared exceptionally enchanting when executed by Fong Nan. It was not the swordplay itself that was captivating, but rather the individual wielding it. After nearly half an hour, Fong Nan finally ceased her practice. Yu Chun clapped in applause. Impressive, impressive, truly beautiful. Fong Nan raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, casting a fleeting glance at Su Chun. You must practice too, coughing, he replied. I suddenly feel a bit unwell. I shall return now. Master, continue your practice at your own pace. Practice swordsmanship? That was out of the question, as Yu Chun had already resolved to remain by his inexpensive master's side. To linger within the sect, living off its resources and waiting idly for death, a foundational cultivator would possess 100 years of cultivation, while a nascent soul cultivator could live up to 500 years. A transformation stage cultivator could reach a millennium. The higher one ascended, the longer they lived. Accumulating spiritual energy to seek breakthroughs would suffice. Wouldn't it be wise to cultivate diligently? Why engage in conflict? As long as he could endure and survive, he would outlast everyone else. Moreover, he had such a formidable ally. Even if he devoted himself to mastering sword techniques, could he surpass Fong Nan's skills? It was impossible. What was he even thinking? Rather than diligently cultivating, it would be far more appealing to lie back and do nothing. Come back, Fong Nan gently beckoned, and the already turned Su Chun flew back towards her. A grimace crossed Su Chun's face. Must I really practice? I will teach you. Will it be a hands-on lesson? Indeed. Su Chun's expression returned to normal, nodding in satisfaction. Very well then, one-on-one instruction is acceptable. Fong Nan retrieved a wooden sword from her storage bag. The sword appeared ordinary, lacking any distinguishing features. However, when Su Chun picked it up, his expression changed slightly as he inhaled sharply. What is this? Why is it so heavy? You are simply lacking strength, she replied. Su Chun wished to retort but found himself silenced, for she spoke the truth. It was indeed due to the inhumane treatment he had endured at the hands of that female demon over the past 6 months that had left him so weakened. Curse that wretched female demon! She had committed countless wrongs and behaved like a monster. Hold it steady, Fong Nan instructed, placing her hand on Su Chun's trembling arm. A fragrant aroma wafted towards him. Su Chun had initially felt discomfort in his arm, but now it seemed to ease considerably. Master, it smells delightful. Fong Nan ignored his comment, maintaining her calm demeanor. Grip the hilt firmly, steady the sword. Su Chun could feel Fong Nan's hand, cool yet gentle. Perhaps due to the protective spiritual energy surrounding her, her hand was well maintained, devoid of calluses from years of swordplay. As Su Chun pondered, he suddenly heard Fong Nan's voice. Concentrate. Where is your mind wandering? On. Su Chun glanced over, their eyes locking. Fong Nan's brows knitted slightly. Focus on your practice. Steady now. With that, she withdrew her hand. 100 swings. Isn't that too many for just starting out? This is your punishment. Su Chun's face contorted in despair. Merely maintaining his grip was already a struggle. If he truly swung 100 times, his arms might very well give out. Yet, seeing that Fong Nan had fallen silent, he had no choice but to summon his spiritual energy and begin the task. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. Su Chun's physique was simply too frail. Although he had consumed numerous rare herbs and high-grade elixirs over the past 6 months, most of the medicinal properties remained within his body. This physique could not withstand such immense energy, thus preventing complete refinement and absorption. Despite his current reserves of spiritual energy far exceeding those of cultivators at the same level, his physical strength was woefully inadequate. He barely reached the average standard. After merely 10 swings, his arms trembled uncontrollably. Shaking involuntarily, Yu Chun gritted his teeth, his complexion pale. Just as he felt he could no longer persevere, Fong Nin approached him. Her slender fingers gently gripped his arm. In an instant, Su Chun felt a rush of cool air flow into his body. He understood that Fong Nan was using her spiritual energy to adjust his body, realigning his disordered meridians. After a brief massage, the soreness considerably diminished. Continue practicing. Yu Chun refrained from uttering any further words. Since his master had expended such effort to assist him, it would be ungrateful to complain. A lazy fish may be lazy, but it should not disappoint others, right? Clenching his teeth, he resumed swinging the sword. This time, he could distinctly feel an increase in strength within his arms. The movements became less arduous. Su Chun persevered for quite a while, only faltering after the 30th swing. As before, Fong Nan came to his aid, adjusting his body and unblocking his meridians. The surge of strength escalated rapidly. It could be attributed to Fong Nan's constant supervision, or perhaps the genuine enhancement of his physical prowess. Su Chun completed the remaining 60 swings in one breath. His arms remained sore, yet this time, it was accompanied by exhilaration and the thrill of breakthrough. He collapsed onto the ground, and Fong Nan sat beside him, quietly massaging his shoulders. The courtyard was peaceful, with the distance between them feeling intimate. Yu Chun gazed at his inexpensive master, momentarily lost in thought. He broke into a grin. "Master, you seem like a virtuous little wife right now." Upon hearing this, Fong Nan immediately halted her movements. She pressed her lips together, turning her head away from him, her voice cool. "If you utter such nonsense again, I shall ignore you." After a brief pause, as if recalling something, she quickly added, "I am not Seichuan." Yu Chun chuckled. His inexpensive master was still quick to react. She had even learned to respond swiftly. Chapter 17. How did I become a master's servant? Su Chun felt as though he had inadvertently angered Fong Nan. Ever since she had massaged his shoulders that morning, she had not spoken to him. Instead, she tossed him a few books, instructing him to study diligently. Before soaring into the sky, leaving him uncertain of her whereabouts, Yu Chun sighed. Was it really such a big deal to call her a little wife? In the study, Su Chun sat upon a chair. Beside him lay a jade-green elixir. This was the pill of abstinence. Most cultivators within the sect consume this to substitute for regular meals. Although gourmet cuisine might satiate one's cravings, for those devoted to cultivation, consuming grains could lead to impurities accumulating within the body. A few indulgences might not pose a significant issue. Yet if one were to persist in such habits over the years, it would result in a considerable buildup of impurities. Unless one utilized high-grade elixirs for cleansing the marrow and purging the bones, the meridians within would become increasingly obstructed, eventually rendering cultivation impossible. This indeed underscores the importance of beginning one's cultivation early. Regardless of one's innate talent or potential, without laying a solid foundation in due time, any future attempts at cultivation would be in vain. Yu Chun gazed at the pill of abstinence and let out a sigh. This would be his lunch. The mere thought of having to consume this for years to come made him feel overwhelmed. With a resigned shake of his head, he picked up the pill and consumed it. To his surprise, the taste was pleasant, refreshing even as the elixir settled within him. A warm energy coursed through his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Before long, he felt satiated. Thus, he had completed his meal. Contemplating his next course of action, Su Chun noted the lingering soreness in his arms. Despite Fong Nan's assistance in recuperating his body, full recovery would still require some time. Practicing swordplay was out of the question. Perhaps he could turn to reading. He picked up the 2 books Fong Nan had tossed to him, Chronicles of the Four Directions and History of the Celestial Alliance. The first tome introduced the origins of the Celestial Alliance's branch sect, the Four Directions sect, briefly recounting its history and background. Legend has it that a millennium ago, a dragon wreaked havoc in this region until a celestial being intervened and vanquished the creature, subsequently using the Four Directions cauldron to subdue it. Thus, the sect was founded to impart teachings and resolve doubts. In the early years, the region of Shu was plagued by malevolent creatures, and the Four Directions sect engaged in fierce battles against these forces, suffering significant casualties among disciples and elders alike, resulting in a substantial depletion of vitality, was only in recent decades that the sect leader, Qin Yu, emerged and subsequently joined the Celestial Alliance. After perusing the text, Su Chun couldn't help but marvel at the history. The Four Directions sect, being the foremost sect in Shu, had solidified its position as the leader after joining the Celestial Alliance. However, with greater heights came greater responsibilities. All members of the sect, whether elders or disciples, were tasked with eradicating evil and upholding righteousness. Disciples were expected to undertake missions to eliminate malevolent forces, while elders would personally lead expeditions against more formidable foes. As he continued reading, Su Chen's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Wait a moment. Disciples were required to accept missions? Surely, this had little to do with him. Or so he hoped. A sense of foreboding began to stir within him. The idyllic, carefree life he had envisioned seemed to be slipping away. In a wonder Fong Nan had insisted he practice swordsmanship. It was likely he would soon be required to undertake missions himself. With a sigh, Su Chun flipped through the chronicles of the Four Directions several more times. Once he grasped the gist, he turned to the second book, History of the Celestial Alliance. The deeper he delved into it, the more perplexed he became. He only knew that the Celestial Alliance was a coalition of various major sects in Central Continent, but what he did not realize was that this was under the edict of the celestial beings from the higher realms. A millennium ago, a celestial being descended from the heavenly palace, imparting wisdom and enlightenment to the populace, thus establishing the Taoist scripture sect, the precursor to the Celestial Alliance. The leader of the Taoist scripture sect broke through to the ascendant realm 1,000 years ago, comprehending the profound truths inscribed on the ancient stele, and subsequently established the alliance to combat the otherworldly demons. After finishing the text, Su Chun fell into silence, his expression marked by intrigue. There was an abundance of concealed information within. No one knew what the sect leader had perceived upon the ancient stele, nor had anyone truly encountered those otherworldly demons. The malevolent beings recorded in the texts were either century-old spirit creatures or misguided cultivators. The demonic cultivators bore no distinction from the disciples of the celestial sect, save for the ruthless and frenzied nature of their practices. Those who committed heinous acts, such as burning cities and slaughtering innocents, were deemed as evil cultivators, each one a genuine menace, a lunatic in their own right. Spirit creatures, demonic beasts, and evil cultivators were all matters for the Celestial Alliance to address. Yet, the otherworldly demons mentioned by the Alliance leader remained unseen by anyone. How strange, Su Chun mused, scratching his chin. They claimed it was to counter the heavenly demons, yet none had ever laid eyes on them. What secrets could the Alliance leader have gleaned from the stele? Su Chun flipped through the two books several times, and before long, afternoon had faded into evening. Feeling a surge of boredom, he reclined in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, an unexpected image of Fong Nan surfacing in his mind. Oddly enough, he found himself missing her. He raised a hand to rub his shoulder, but no matter how he pressed, he could not replicate the soothing touch she had provided. A wave of frustration washed over him. How had he become so attached to his master? Could he truly not survive a day without her? Why was he so lacking in resolve? Fuming, he jumped from the chair and strode toward the main room. Climbing straight into bed, clutching the quilt tightly, he thought, if he could not embrace her, then embracing the blanket would suffice, right? When one had too much idle time, their thoughts tended to wander. Su Chun found himself lost in memories of his time in the Demon Palace. Interestingly, that madwoman had also possessed crimson eyes that were strikingly beautiful, yet deeper and more frenzied than Fong Nan's. She often donned a long black robe, obscured by a menacing mask. He had never seen her true form or what lay beneath her dark attire. It was amusing, in a way. The talents of the Celestial Alliance bore a resemblance to those of the supreme beings of the demonic sect, both with red eyes and domineering techniques. Had fate not intertwined their lives, he might have drawn even more parallels between them. Reclining quietly on the bed, Su Chen's thoughts swirled chaotically. After a time, he shook his head vigorously. Regardless, all that was in the past. There was little point in dwelling on it now. He resolved to focus on the present, diligently cultivate, and perhaps tease his master when the opportunity arose. Wasn't this leisurely existence sufficient? Overthinking would only lead to fatigue and an agitated mind. as evening approached. The sky was painted with hues of crimson at dusk. Two figures appeared in the distance, one clad in white, the other in azure, drawing closer. Fong Nan in the lead, followed closely by Elder Qing Mo from the grass hall. Chapter 18. The pure spirit root of all attributes. Qing Mo accompanied Fong Nan to Yaoguang Peak, alighting with a sense of wonder. Oh, why has it stopped snowing? It's not as cold as before. How did you manage that, Nan Ge? It wasn't me, Fong Nan replied, blinking innocently. With only 2 individuals on the mountain, it was either Fong Nan or her future companion. Could it be the influence of that young disciple? As they entered the courtyard, the accumulated snow had entirely melted. Qing Mo expressed her astonishment, glancing around in awe. Suddenly, she spotted Su Chen, who was lying on the bed, just as he was about to rise. Hee. Qing Mo's face bore an expression that seemed to say, I understand without you saying a word. Her smile was laced with intrigue. Tio Su Chen, it appeared both mischievous and slightly gossipy. Come out. Your master has gone to the main peak and brought back the stone tablet to test your spirit root. Fong Nan had first ventured to the main peak to retrieve the stone tablet, then returned to the grass hall, waiting for Qing Mo to finish her alchemical preparations. She had even requested several medicinal herbs to nourish the physical body and only returned after a long evening. Bringing Qing Mo along was intended to assess whether Su Chen possessed any aptitude for alchemy. The stone tablet stood squarely in the courtyard. Su Chen glanced at the tablet, then at Fong Nan standing beside it, and suddenly felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Master, why go through the trouble of bringing the stone tablet here? You could have simply let me go over there to take the test. It's too far, Fong Nan reminded him that he recalled that the ancient text, Chronicles of the Four Directions, had mentioned that there were protective formations between the peaks, allowing only the elders to pass freely. Given Su Chen's limited spiritual energy, he was unable to fly from one peak to another. Thus, Fong Nan had straightforwardly brought the stone tablet back, circumventing much unnecessary hassle. Now, place your hand upon it. When Su Chen first traversed into this realm, he underwent an assessment within a minor sect. Regrettably, at that time, he was utterly ignorant and bewildered, and was hastily seized to be presented to that female demon lord. He was only aware that his talents were passable, yet he had little understanding of the specifics of his aptitude or comprehension. Now, as he prepares for another evaluation, an inexplicable sense of anxiety envelopes him. Taking a deep breath, he exhales slowly. Su Chen strides forward, placing his hand upon the stone tablet, feeling its icy coolness. However, before long, a wave of intense heat radiates from within the monument. The surface of the stone tablet begins to emanate a kaleidoscope of colors, growing increasingly resplendent and blinding. Beside him, Qing Mo is left in a state of astonishment, while Fong Nan wears a look of surprise. Both are taken aback. Su Chen stands frozen, unsure of how to proceed, his hand still resting upon the tablet. Unless his master instructs him to withdraw, he is at a loss as to when he should cease. After what seems like the duration of an incense stick, the brilliance of the tablet gradually dissipates. Can I take it down now? Upon uttering this question, Su Chen realizes that both Qing Mo and Fong Nan are momentarily stunned. It is the first time he has witnessed such an expression from his master, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that his innate talents are so exceptional that they have rendered these two speechless? Just as he suspected, Qing Mo nearly leaps into the air, excitedly clapping him on the shoulder. Her face a mixture of shock and joy. You little rascal, you've got it. All attributes of spiritual roots. All pure colors. Su Chen is left utterly bewildered. He understands what spiritual roots are, as well as their classifications. Yet he cannot grasp the concept of all pure color spiritual roots. Qing Mo, still beaming with delight, quickly explains, it means you possess every type of attribute within you, and each one is a pure and pristine spiritual root, devoid of impurities. This makes activating attribute techniques extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, and most importantly, whether you are refining pills or crafting artifacts, there will be no restrictions, unlike myself, who is constrained by certain attributes of spiritual energy. You, my friend, have truly struck gold. At this moment, Su Chen begins to comprehend, yet he is not elated. The notion of possessing all pure color spiritual roots signifies that his talents in pill refining and artifact crafting are exceptionally high, which only serves to intensify the pressure on him. He merely wishes to live a peaceful life, content to be a lazy, carefree individual. Why must he be endowed with such remarkable talents? Is this not a waste of potential? It would be far better to bestow such gifts upon his master than to himself. At this moment, Su Chen's gaze inadvertently shifts towards Fong Nan, only to discover that she is also looking at him. Their eyes meet, and Fong Nan speaks in a calm tone. Starting tomorrow, you will follow Qing Imo to learn the art of herbs and also study pill refining. Upon hearing this, Su Chen feels a wave of dread wash over him. His head spinning. The situation he most wished to avoid has come to pass. He feels as if he is on the verge of tears. Is there no way to avoid this? Be obedient. His master's tone is reminiscent of soothing a child. Su Chen sighs and tentatively asks, "Is there any reward?" Qing Imo perks up at this question, turning her head curiously. Fong Nan purses her lips and softly replies, "No, nothing at all? Not even a small reward? Can't we negotiate?" Su Chen notices her hesitation and decides not to prolong the conversation. He directly states, "If I am to learn pill refining and herbal arts, I will likely end up with a sore back." Fong Nan bites her lip, turning her face away from him. Her voice is gentle. "I will give you a massage when you come back tonight." Su Chen's eyes light up. He had merely been testing the waters, not expecting his words to yield such success. Qing Imo, however, looks utterly dismayed. "Not you, Nan Gu. I haven't complained about you at all. Why don't you help me out too?" Clang. "Fine. I don't want it anymore. Quickly withdraw this divine ability. It's quite terrifying to bring it out." Qing Imo sighs dramatically, her expression one of deep melancholy. In this world, there is a certain type of person that one should never associate with. Those who forget their loyalties for the sake of beauty, ultimately leading to misplaced trust. Clang. "Nan Gu, what are you doing? I didn't say anything about you. I was merely scolding those who forget their loyalties for beauty." Fong Nan's expression remains calm, her voice icy. "Come to Yaoguang Peak tomorrow and teach him pill refining." Qing Imo catches the hint of dismissal in her words and pouts. TSK. Once you have a partner, you forget about your sister. Nan Gu, you may lose a good sister like me. Sensing Fong Nan's piercing gaze, Qing Imo flees as Yu Chen finds the scene both amusing and bewildering. The atmosphere settles into silence, leaving only Su Chen and Fong Nan. "Your comprehension and talents are commendable, surpassing the majority, and your spiritual roots are quite good." Su Chen nods. That is reassuring. Yet, he quickly recalls another point and curiously inquires, "How do I compare to you, master?" "Not as good as me." Chapter 19. She is unbelievably beautiful. It turns out, one should never compete with the child of fortune. Otherwise, one will only end up feeling despondent. However, Su Chen is not surprised. Fong Nan's exceptional prowess has been evident for quite some time. Is master also a full spiritual root? Yes. Then is master proficient in both pill refining and artifact crafting? No. Fong Nan shakes her head. Too eclectic. I have no desire to learn. Su Chen's expression is a portrait of confusion. You know it's too eclectic and yet choose not to learn, only to place that burden upon me. How could one be such a poor master? Sensing his bewildered gaze, Fong Nan clarifies, "You learning is sufficient for me." What kind of twisted logic is this? Yet, it somehow feels rather comforting. Very well, since I have nothing else to do, I will take some nourishing herbs. You go boil some water and sprinkle these into it. Let it steep well. All right. Yu Chen accepts the small, exquisite herbal vial from Fong Nan, adorned with delicate cloud patterns. This must be quite valuable, right? It was formulated by your Qing Imo master. When she arrives tomorrow, remember to express your gratitude. Understood. Yu Chen suddenly experiences an odd sensation, as if the two of them have known each other for ages. Their interactions flow seamlessly, akin to an old married couple. After the water is boiled, he uncorks the vial and pours the powder into the water, releasing a rich herbal aroma. The water in the wooden tub is soon tinted a soft green, appearing both enchanting and translucent. Just as Su Chen is about to disrobe, he suddenly realizes Fong Nan is still standing beside him, leading to an awkward moment. Clearing his throat, the latter swiftly turns away. Her voice calm. "Hurry up, If the water cools, it will be less effective for absorbing the medicine. Don't waste this tonic. After saying this, she hesitates for a moment before adding, you need not be so reserved. We are now master and disciple. Such trivial matters are nothing to be concerned about. Su Chun reflects on this and realizes that his hesitance is indeed a bit excessive. He loosens the belt at his waist, draping his robe over the edge of the tub, and leisurely steps into the water. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that Fong Nan stands quietly behind him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an enigmatic light. Lost in thought, with Su Chun now submerged in the tub, she approaches, gently placing her hand on his back. Su Chun's body immediately tenses. Master? He feels her small hand, pleasantly cool against his skin, as her slender fingers make contact with his back, sending an unusual sensation coursing through him. Do not move. Okay. What are you doing? Su Chun suddenly feels a wave of anxiety. He is unsure of Fong Nan's intentions and at a loss for words. He tenses up, sitting straight, hands resting on his knees. I am helping to regulate your body. You are too weak. As Fong Nan's voice falls, Su Chun senses a cool stream of energy entering his body, nourishing his meridians and flowing through his limbs. With the assistance of this refreshing energy, he can absorb the medicinal properties from the tub more efficiently. Before long, a faint crimson wave of spiritual energy envelopes him, continuously pouring into his being, revitalizing his physical form. The fatigue that had weighed him down begins to dissipate, akin to soaking in a hot spring. At this moment, Su Chun feels a delightful novelty, warmth from the outside, coolness from within. The water in the tub is pleasantly warm, yet the spiritual energy guided into his body by Fong Nan feels refreshingly cool and less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He completely absorbs the medicinal properties of the tonic, along with the residual energy lingering within him. His cultivation has significantly progressed. At this juncture, the water in the tub has nearly cooled. Su Chun breaks free from his meditative state, opening his eyes to reveal a glimmer of vitality. His entire demeanor is invigorated, radiating energy. Yet, Fong Nan's hand remains resting on his back, quietly lingering there. Master, I have finished absorbing the medicine. At this moment, Fong Nan finally withdrew her hand. It is getting late. Let us change into our night clothes, she suggested, retrieving a set of garments from her spatial ring before turning her back. She only glanced back when Su Chun had hastily donned his attire. Does it fit well? It does fit. But how does Master know my measurements? Su Chun inquired, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. I took note of them after my spirit sense swept through. Yesterday, I had the disciples from the servant hall prepare a few sets, which I collected today, Fong Nan replied, her tone as cool as ever, gently adjusting the robe that Su Chun had yet to fasten properly. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Have you warmed the bed today? It is warm, but after being out for so long, I imagine the mattress has grown cold, he replied. Then let us share it. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback by her words, staring in astonishment at Fong Nan, who remained unperturbed as if merely stating a trivial matter. As long as we are at peace with ourselves, that is sufficient. With a peculiar expression, Su Chun grasped Fong Nan's hand, and the two made their way to the main room, where they settled upon the bed. The courtyard had long lost its snow. Even with the window open, it was not overly chilly. The evening breeze wafted in gently, brushing against their faces in a most pleasant manner. The night sky was sparsely clouded, with the bright moon hanging high above, surrounded by twinkling stars. Yet at this moment, Su Chun had no mind for the scenery. Lying on the bed, he found himself breathing unevenly, his heart racing with tension. Just moments ago, this woman had changed into her nightclothes before him, and he even caught a glimpse of the color of her undergarments. How could she be so audacious? Despite his frequent mantra of being at peace with himself, how could he maintain such a state with a beauty like her lying beside him? Although they had shared the same bed the previous night, they had both been clad in robes, with even their waist sashes intact. Now, however, they were both in night attire, a situation he had never encountered with the enchanting yet formidable woman beside him. If Su Chun truly felt at peace with himself now, that would be the real issue. The night was serene, and the room enveloped in tranquility, every sound magnified in the stillness. Su Chun could distinctly hear his own breath. He attempted to calm himself, but it was futile. His heartbeat felt as if it would burst forth from his throat. His body was tense, and he found himself unsure where to place his hands. Before long, half of his body grew numb. It was as if the entire world had fallen silent, leaving only the sound of his heartbeat. Just then, he felt a warm breath near his ear, accompanied by a gentle, cool voice. "Are you uncomfortable?" "Not at all," Su Chun replied with a smile, wishing only to shift his position, his body feeling on the verge of stiffness. Yet, as he turned, he found himself gazing into a pair of eyes as clear and bright as rubies. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her purity illuminated by the moonlight, as if she were a celestial being. "How lovely," Su Chun blurted out without thinking, the words escaping him as a heartfelt exclamation. This woman was truly stunning. How could such beauty exist in the world? Fong Nan appeared unfazed by his comment, continuing to gaze at him with eyes that sparkled with clarity and sincerity, devoid of any impurities, though she possessed a cool demeanor. Her gaze held a warmth that made Su Chun shy away from meeting her eyes. He turned his head aside, focusing on the wall, even reciting a calming mantra to still his racing heart. However, just as he found a semblance of calm, a cool breeze brushed against his cheek, accompanied by a fragrant scent. "Why do you not respond?" she inquired softly. "Are you uncomfortable?" Just this single question stirred Su Chun's heart anew, aggravating his already tumultuous emotions. "I'm merely having a bit of trouble sleeping," he confessed, still unable to meet her gaze, not out of fear, but simply from a sense of shyness. The feeling was peculiar. Just a glance at her sent his heart racing, leaving him restless and unable to settle. "Why do you avoid looking at me?" Su Chun struggled to find words, unable to admit his embarrassment. The phrase "at peace with oneself" had been his own, yet now he felt a pang of guilt. To speak the truth would be too humiliating, yet remaining silent was not an option. He felt overwhelmed, unsure of how to respond. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Nan bore a fleeting smile, her eyes narrowing slightly, her lips pressed together. Compared to her usual icy demeanor, she now seemed more gentle and animated. "If there is anything amiss, do let me know," she offered. "Perhaps I am just fatigued from practicing swordsmanship today. My arms are quite sore, leaving me with little energy. That's all right. I can assist you," she added lightly, then raised her hand to massage his arm, her delicate fingers kneading his muscles. The moment her fingers made contact, the tension within Su Chun intensified. Having shared a bed for days, he was already familiar with the scent of her presence. Now, with her hand resting on his shoulder, the fragrance was even more pronounced. The healing effects of the elixir he had consumed had fully restored his arm. Yet all he could feel was the gentle touch of Fong Nan's fingers, as if they were plucking the strings of his heart, stirring emotions within him. "Is it feeling any better?" "Yes," he replied, his voice low and heavied. To speak plainly, since his arrival in this world, he had never felt such discomfort. Now, he found himself struggling to suppress all the fantasies swirling in his mind. Suddenly, an image of the female demon's mask flashed through his mind. He thought how she would never behave like this with him. She had sealed his vision upon their first encounter, getting straight to the point without any unnecessary words. A strange expression crossed Su Chun's face as he contemplated whether Fong Nan was genuinely concerned for his well-being, or if this was a subtle invitation. Yet, considering her usual cool demeanor, it seemed unlikely she would act so provocatively. Perhaps she truly was worried for him, he mused, shaking his head slightly before softly speaking. "Master, I'm feeling much better now. You needn't assist me any further." "That's good to hear," she replied, promptly withdrawing her hand, allowing Su Chun's restless heart to finally settle. Time passed, and he turned to find Fong Nan had closed her eyes. Her skin was fair, and her lashes fluttered gently, lying there like a small, well-behaved kitten. Su Chun felt an urge to stroke her hair, raising his hand only to hesitate before letting it fall. He wondered if she had fallen asleep. If his reckless movement were to wake her, it would surely lead to complications, and he would struggle to explain himself. How could he possibly explain that he was unable to control himself and wished to touch her? Or that he was a beastly man, lacking in decorum? Su Chun reclined upon the bed, and after a considerable passage of time, he finally felt his eyelids grow increasingly heavy, succumbing to a deep slumber. The cool moonlight cascaded down, and the night deepened. It was now well into the latter half of the night, and Su Chen was soundly asleep. However, at that moment, Fong Nan, who lay beside him, opened her eyes. She gazed at the face so near to her, pursing her lips, a beautiful smile gracing her features. If Su Chen were awake at this moment, he would surely be entranced. It was not merely his infatuation with beauty. Fong Nan's smile was so breathtaking and enchanting that even the fairies depicted in art could scarcely compare. At that moment, she held Su Chen's hand, gently kneading and pressing it before finally lifting it to rest upon her head. Like a docile little kitten nuzzling affectionately, she merely allowed him to brush her hair before placing his hand back down. Coward. Fong Nan's beautiful eyes curved like crescent moons. She lay on her side, propping her head up with her arm, quietly observing him. Suddenly, the image of his astonished face and the two words he had blurted out flashed through her mind. So beautiful. Fong Nan smiled with delight. What an ambitious person. Perhaps out of instinct, she did not notice her hand had rested upon his cheek, her slender fingers gliding across Su Chen's face, gently resting on his collarbone. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Fong Nan's eyes, her light red irises deepening momentarily. However, this intensity soon faded, becoming clear and serene once more. She let out a long breath, her expression returning to its usual coolness. Although the Qian Yuan treasure pool had eliminated the cold poison from her body, it was at the end of the month when the poison surged most fiercely, necessitating the use of spiritual power to suppress it. As the month end approached, she needed to enter seclusion to expel the poison. With some time still remaining before the month's end, she must arrange for Su Chen to leave beforehand, ensuring he would not remain on Yaguang Peak. A thought flickered through Fong Nan's mind, and she began to formulate a plan. Once everything was in place, she gently raised her hand and pinched Su Chen's face. The emotions in her gaze were somewhat complex, a mixture of attachment, grievance, and even a hint of shyness. After an indeterminate period, Fong Nan cautiously shifted her position, seemingly fearful of waking him. She placed her hand upon his chest and nestled closer. Feeling the familiar warmth and inhaling the scent of his nightclothes brought her a sense of peace. In that moment, she resembled a wounded little beast, curled up and licking her wounds, or a girl who had found a safe harbor. Fong Nan lay quietly in his embrace, a smile gracing her lips. Yet after a while, she seemed to sense something amiss. Thus, she took Su Chen's hand and placed it around her waist. There, that would suffice. Finally, Fong Nan succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 21. And then you took action against me? When Su Chen awoke, he found himself holding Fong Nan. To be precise, she had curled up within his embrace. He was uncertain of what had transpired in his dreams. Had he forcibly pulled her closer? Or had she nestled against him? Yet, such details seemed trivial. What mattered was that Fong Nan had yet to awaken. Su Chen's hand rested upon her waist, easily allowing him to hold her tightly. He couldn't help but note how slender her waist was. At that moment, he could distinctly smell the fresh scent of her hair. He leaned in closer, perhaps sensing that his actions were somewhat intrusive. He quietly inquired, "Master, are you awake?" Fong Nan remained still in his embrace, seemingly in a deep slumber, offering no response. Thus, Su Chen's actions grew bolder. He leaned in even closer, now able to detect not only the fragrance of her hair, but also the delicate aroma of her nightclothes. He could clearly see her fair, elegant neck and her serene profile as she slept. Her skin was smooth and pale, illuminated by the morning light, resembling flawless jade. She epitomized purity and grace. Fong Nan's long eyelashes and high nose added to her ethereal beauty. Despite being asleep, she radiated an air of cool detachment. A sudden thought crossed Su Chen's mind. Was this a temptation of the forbidden? As he gazed at her flawless cheek, he found himself enchanted. Drawn closer, the proximity felt intoxicating, and his heart raced, breaths growing heavier. Should he kiss her? Or would that be taking advantage of her vulnerability? How would he explain such an act afterward? Yet, if he refrained, would he not be missing an opportunity? Propping his head with his hand, Su Chen lay on his side, quietly observing the sleeping Fong Nan. Surely, if someone were in his position, It would be unnatural to resist such an urge to kiss. A normal, vigorous young man in such proximity, who could endure it? It was not that his disciple was disobedient. Rather, it was Fong Nan's allure that was too compelling. With a determined resolve, Su Qian gritted his teeth and slowly lowered his head. Feeling as though he was on the verge of kissing her, suddenly, Fong Nan stirred. She murmured softly, perhaps feeling uncomfortable, turning to adjust her position. In a serendipitous moment, her flawless profile brushed against Su Qian's. Slap it? Su Qian froze in place, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief, the previous scene replaying in his mind. Had she done that intentionally? Was she still asleep? Or had she woken? Master, Su Qian tentatively called out. But Fong Nan remained unresponsive, lying there quietly. Master? This time, his voice was louder. Fong Nan frowned slightly. Like a languorous kitten, she nuzzled against his arm, then lifted her hand to wrap around Su Qian's waist, instinctively drawing even closer. This? Su Qian found himself paralyzed with uncertainty, half of his body growing increasingly numb. He quietly felt the slender arm around his waist, his heart racing uncontrollably. Fong Nan's hand rested on his waist, while the other grazed his chest. Unlike her usual cool demeanor, she now seemed somewhat clingy. This stark contrast only intensified Su Qian's feelings of bewilderment, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Time passed. And at last, Su Qian cautiously lay down, attempting to relieve the numbness of his half-occupied body. Fong Nan's little head rested against his chest, as if she were seeking comfort in him. Su Qian recited a calming incantation. But his heart continued to race, breaths becoming increasingly labored. An uncontrollable reaction. Images of Fong Nan's cool expression flashed through his mind, as if he were entranced, though they had shared the same bed before. Such intimate contact was entirely new. Su Qian was at a loss as to where to place his hands. He had intended to do something, yet the image of Fong Nan's pure face loomed in his mind, akin to a white lotus untouched by mud, something to be admired from afar, not sullied by impure thoughts. With those unwanted thoughts dissipating, he simply wished to hold her quietly. His heartbeat gradually slowed. Lowering his gaze, he beheld Fong Nan's breathtakingly beautiful visage, feeling utterly captivated. Truly beautiful. This sentiment was not mere flattery, but a genuine expression of his heartfelt admiration. She was indeed stunning, so much so that he felt reluctant to disturb her. As if any action would be a desecration, Su Qian raised his hand, gently tucking a few strands of her hair behind her ear. After a moment of hesitation, he softly pressed a kiss to Fong Nan's forehead. Noticing she did not awaken, he let out a sigh of relief. He had only stayed in the residence for 2 days, yet the chill within had completely dissipated. Even the coldness of Yaoguang Peak had lessened considerably. As the early morning light streamed in, it cast a warm hue across the room, creating a golden, picturesque scene. Su Qian, wary of disturbing her peaceful dreams, shifted to block the sunlight with his back. However, to his surprise, Fong Nan clutched his nightclothes. She furrowed her brows and let out a soft sound, imbued with a hint of petulance. Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Did she not want him to move? Yet he needed to shield her from the light. Otherwise, how could she sleep with the sun in her eyes? As he attempted to shift up, he noticed that Fong Nan had tightened her grip on his nightclothes, refusing to let go. Don't go. The words were barely audible, almost indistinguishable if one did not listen closely. Su Qian paused, an inexplicable pang of tenderness welling within him. I won't go. I will always stay by your side. He placed his hand gently on her back, drawing her closer, embracing her a little tighter. Perhaps this movement stirred her from her slumber. At that moment, the once sleeping Fong Nan slowly opened her eyes, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings before realizing she was held in his arms. She blinked, confusion filling her beautiful eyes. Why are you holding me? Ah, master, you're awake? I only embraced you because I heard you say don't go. Did I say such a thing? Su Qian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, a dull ache throbbing in his head. Surely, he couldn't confess that Fong Nan had spoken in a dream. Once a person awakens, how could they possibly recall what they uttered in slumber? It was merely an impression of her appearing sorrowful in her dreams, prompting him to wish to do something for her. Is there anything? Indeed, indeed. It seemed you were in dire need of an embrace. And I couldn't help but, and then you took action against me? Su Chen felt an oddity in Fong Nan's words, yet upon meeting her clear, luminous gaze, any peculiarities in his heart dissipated. His master could not harbor such frivolous thoughts. She was pure and untainted, devoid of any wicked notions. She simply spoke her mind. However, her words did sound somewhat strange, making her seem like a hypocrite taking advantage of another's vulnerability. Chapter 22. What ill intentions could the master possibly have? What ill intentions could the master possibly have? It was merely an excuse to embrace her, punishing himself by swinging the sword an additional 1,000 times. In the courtyard, Su Chen was drenched in sweat. Drops cascaded down his arms as he gasped for breath. Despite a slight enhancement in his physique due to restorative medicine, the task of swinging the sword 2,000 times remained overwhelmingly daunting. Master, I can't go on. Almost an entire morning had passed, yet he had only managed to complete 1,600 swings. 400 remained. Fong Nan stood beside him, her expression inscrutable, leaving one unable to discern her thoughts. Can't I just refrain from hugging you in the future? Spare me. I truly can't endure any longer. Not an option. Su Chen's face was a picture of astonishment. Not an option to refrain from hugging? His expression was somewhat comical, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Then after I finish all my practice, can I have a moment to embrace you? That shouldn't be too much to ask. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's already exhausted body found a renewed source of strength. Gritting his teeth, he managed to complete over 200 additional swings. More than half had now been accomplished. Yet the remaining 200 proved even more arduous. His arms felt as though they were laden with lead, and no matter how he tried, he could barely lift them, straining with all his might, only able to raise them marginally. Each attempt grew more laborious. Each swing more painful, as if his arms were about to break. Su Chen's face turned crimson, truly in a pitiful state. He gritted his teeth through another 50 swings, leaving just over 100. Yet he was utterly exhausted. After several futile attempts, he found himself unable to lift them at all. The pain radiating from his arms intensified, and should he push further, he risked injuring himself. Suddenly, a cool, clear voice broke through. You can leave the remaining 100 swings for now. Just remember to make up for them later. So one can do it this way. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback before sighing in resignation. At this moment, he could barely lift his arms, let alone embrace her. Just then, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance as a graceful figure approached. It was Fong Nan, positioning herself before him. Her arms encircled his waist, her body pressed gently against him, and they embraced. Su Chen was startled, hastily exclaiming, "Wait, I've just practiced swordplay. I'm drenched in sweat. Master, allow me to change first." But before he could finish, Fong Nan interrupted, "No talking." The moment he ceased speaking, he felt her hold tighten even more. The sound of his heartbeat was deafening, rendering him incapable of rational thought. Though he wished to respond in kind, he found his arms rendered completely immobile, leaving him standing there, passively accepting her embrace. The chaotic, restless sensation from the previous night surged anew. Perhaps due to his physique, Su Chen felt a warmth enveloping him. A torrent of blood surging within. "Why is your heart racing so?" Fong Nan inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Su Chen gazed at her innocent, unblemished visage, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. The instigator was now questioning him. "Why is it racing so fast? Isn't it because of you?" Yet, such words remained unspoken. "I merely finished practicing, so I'm a bit fatigued, I see," she replied, tilting her head down and continuing to hold him tightly. Su Chen failed to notice the subtle smirk that crept upon her lips, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. Like a mischievous little fox engaging in mischief, the tighter she held him, the quicker his heart raced, rhythmically pounding. This continued for quite some time. Fong Nan eventually lifted her head, her pure, flawless face seemingly oblivious to the situation. "What's wrong? Are you not better yet?" I suppose so. I practiced quite a bit today, which is why I'm so tired, but it's nothing serious." "Oh, that's good." Whether it was merely Su Chen's illusion, he couldn't shake the feeling that his cool master was now toying with him. Yet he had no proof. What ill intentions could the master possibly harbor? It was simply a matter of making him restless, as if 1,000 insects were gnawing at his heart. Though Su Chen was unable to move, he could distinctly feel Fong Nan's delicate arms around his waist and her small face pressed against his chest. To those aware of their master-disciple relationship, it was clear. To outsiders, they might easily be mistaken for a pair of celestial lovers. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Just then, a graceful figure appeared on the horizon, approaching swiftly, clad in a green robe. She landed nearby, suspended in the air, her mouth agape and eyes wide. A look of astonishment and disbelief etched across her face. Qing Yimo was utterly stunned. In broad daylight, beneath the clear sky. What were these two doing? They seemed entirely unconcerned about their surroundings. A spark of intrigue flickered in Qing Mo's eyes as she observed the pair, wondering what else they might do next and how far their interaction could progress. But before long, Fong Nan noticed her as well. You instruct him. I shall return to my training. She casually tossed this remark over her shoulder before turning back towards the house. Su Chen, left wanting more, finally felt his restless heart settle. You two seem to be progressing quite rapidly. Where are you now in your relationship? Qing Yimo inquired, a mischievous glint in her eye as she leaned in closer, her curiosity ablaze, all the while casting furtive glances to ensure Fong Nan had indeed departed. Master Uncle, what are you talking about? I don't comprehend, Su Chen replied, feigning ignorance. Oh, come on, don't play coy with me. I can keep a secret. Honestly, I truly don't understand. Qing Yimo crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes skeptically at him before pouting in annoyance. Fine, if you want to share, then so be it. She scrutinized Su Chen, noting that despite only 2 days having passed, his physique had shown considerable improvement. His muscles appeared more robust, and his complexion was notably healthier. Seemed his cultivation level had also risen significantly. Truly gifted. Master Uncle, I shall take a bath and change my clothes before returning. Having just completed his sword practice, Su Chen was drenched in sweat. While he bore no unpleasant odor, the dampness of his robes clung uncomfortably to his skin. Very well, go ahead. Qing Yimo wandered around, observing her surroundings. The once snow-covered Yaoguang Peak was now drastically transformed. Although a few scattered snowflakes remained, they were sparse. The temperature at the peak had risen significantly. What was once a winter landscape now felt akin to early spring. A gentle breeze brushed against her, cool and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. She gazed at the bare branches in the courtyard and the flowers that had long since withered. A thought crossing her mind. She resolved to bring some seeds when she returned tomorrow, intending to breathe life into the desolate abode. It had been her habit to visit Yaoguang Peak frequently when Fong Nan was still in the sect. Concerned that she might feel lonely now, witnessing her take on a disciple and the two of them so close, Qing Yimo finally felt at ease. She placed her hands on her hips, pouting slightly. Forget the past. Humph. Chapter 23. The Mark of Companionship. Since you are just beginning to delve into herbal studies, establishing a solid foundation is of utmost importance. Qing Yimo retrieved a large stack of books from her spatial ring and placed them before Su Chen. These are your reading materials. You must familiarize yourself with them, memorize them thoroughly, and imprint them in your mind. Su Chen gazed at the towering pile of books on the table, his expression one of dismay. To read all of these? Are you trying to take my life? Qing Yimo stood with her hands on her hips. Don't look at me. It won't do you any good. The fundamentals are the most crucial. Without a solid groundwork, you can forget about advancing to alchemy and pharmacology. Understood. Su Chen nodded. The image of Fong Nan's serene countenance flashed through his mind, igniting a spark of motivation within him. The last book detailed information on herbs, documenting most of the spiritual plants and flowers in the cultivation realm. Various extraordinary flora were catalogued within. Beside it lay a recording stone, containing images of the various plants. Although the process of acquiring knowledge was daunting, it proved to be quite engaging. An entire afternoon passed. Su Chen perused the catalog of rare flowers and herbs. Having reviewed them all now, he simply needed to reinforce and deepen his memory through repetition. However, He had yet to encounter the flower he had seen in his mind's eye, the one represented by the mark on his master's forehead. Master Uncle, I once encountered a flower, but I cannot identify it, nor can I find it in this collection. That's not possible. Describe it? The flowers, resembling scattered silk, bare petals that part at the base and unite at the tips. Adorned with a delicate hue of our Edidas Su Chun described them. Ching Mo's expression grew increasingly peculiar. She gazed at Su Chun with a complex look. Where did you see such flowers? I encountered them on the mountain. Before I arrived at the sect, near my home. Ching Mo squinted suspiciously at him. On the mountain? Are you certain? Yes, I am certain, Su Chun affirmed with a resolute nod, his curiosity intensifying. Master Uncle, what exactly are these flowers? This flower? Ching Mo hesitated, pondering for a moment before finally speaking. If your description is accurate, it should be a He Huan flower, symbolizing eternal love and harmony between couples. Ah, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. His mind blank, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Ching Mo naturally noticed his odd reaction and leaned in closer. Are you sure you saw them on the mountain near your home? This flower is also known as the bitter love flower or the night-blooming flower. It is said to bloom by day and close at night, yet it is a rarity, only visible for a fleeting moment during its bloom. I have seen it. Ching Mo crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. Most people only see the He Huan flower when they form a bond of partnership. Her voice was barely above a whisper. But Su Chun felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his heart. The bond of partnership struck him that when he first arrived at the sect and ascended Yaoguang Peak. His master had taken him to perform the initiation rites, during which they had formed that strange mark. Both their foreheads bore a wondrous floral imprint. In retrospect, this was no mere initiation mark. It was evidently a mark of partnership. Confusion swirled within Su Chun, as he remained utterly unaware of the implications or why Fongnan had chosen to bind him with such a mark. Before he could gather his thoughts, Ching Mo leaned in again. I say, you haven't already formed a bond with Nan Gu, have you? No, Su Chun replied instinctively, as if his innermost secret had been laid bare. Ching Mo was utterly flabbergasted. Wait, did you actually form one? No, really, he retorted. How can you react this way if there isn't one? You must be lying to me. Su Chun opened his mouth to argue, but found his words utterly ineffective. See? It's obvious you've formed a bond. You two have moved too quickly. Su Chun sat in his chair, at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit that he had entered into this bond in a state of utter confusion. Not only would Ching Mo not believe him, but he himself found it hard to accept it was utterly absurd. Ching Mo suddenly furrowed her brow, as if struck by a thought. I say, you don't have another sweetheart tucked away, do you? You can't have your cake and eat it too. I don't. Then why do you look so dazed? Shouldn't this be a joyous occasion? Because Su Chun hesitated, ultimately deciding to lay bare the situation. Ching Mo's mouth fell open wider with each revelation, her beauty illuminated by an odd glimmer. How thrilling! Nan Gu truly knows how to have fun. Apologies for my outburst. It's just that you two are quite the pair. I can't even think of such elaborate schemes to be why now. Evening had set in. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson, while wisps of clouds drifted lazily above. Both of them instinctively lowered their voices. So, what are your thoughts? I don't know. What is there to ponder? They've already formed a bond. Ching Mo watched Su Chun's silence with mounting frustration, slamming her palm on the table. What are you hesitating for? Just go for it. Seal the deal tonight. Su Chun was taken aback, looking at her as though she were mad. What followed was even more shocking. If I had the means, I would have already claimed Nan Gu for myself, and you wouldn't even be in the picture. Ching Mo sighed, appearing quite dejected. Su Chun felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Did this woman truly understand the implications of her words? Why was she so indiscreet? Just then, Ching Mo rummaged in her pocket and produced a delicate porcelain vial. She glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was watching, before cautiously handing it to Su Chun. Cough. You know what this is, right? Su Chun's lips twitched uncontrollably. What the heck is this? Ching Mo patted his shoulder, her expression as if imparting some profound wisdom. To my shame, This potion was originally intended for me. But it's of no use to me now. So it's yours." Yu Chan regarded the vial, and then turned his gaze to Qing Yimou, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. What on earth was happening? Rest assured, this concoction is colorless and tasteless, with no side effects. Just dissolve it in water for consumption. All right, he quickly interrupted her, not wishing to hear more. Although nothing had transpired yet, with such a dubious notion planted in his mind, his heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 24. A shared glance, Su Qian sat quietly, contemplating the porcelain vial in his hand. His heart raced faster, as if it might leap from his throat. A wicked thought took root in his mind, firmly embedding itself in his heart. Meanwhile, Qing Yimou, reveling in the drama, continued to urge him on. "You two are already bonded. What is there to be conflicted about? Well, if you're truly hesitant, I could take care of it for you. I'll help you out." "Absolutely not." Su Chun clutched the vial tightly, resolute. Qing Yimou laughed at his reaction. "Look at you, so stingy. Even if I wanted to help, I would be powerless to do so." Her words held a certain truth. Despite her bold proclamations, she remained a woman. Thank heavens for that. If Qing Yimou were a man with such a demeanor, who knows how many innocent girls would be in peril by now? As Su Chan mused silently, Qing Yimou patted his shoulder. "I've given you the potion. Whether you use it is entirely up to you. This is a matter between the two of you." After a brief pause, she added, "But if you do use this and end up with Nangu, you must take responsibility. Should you don your robes and deny her? Don't blame me for turning my back on you. I have countless poisons at my disposal." Qing Yimou waved her small fist menacingly. Yu Chun nodded, responding earnestly and solemnly. He understood. Not so much as a comprehension of her threat, but rather an acknowledgement of the responsibilities he would bear should he choose to use the potion. Before he knew it, Qing Yimou had departed. Alone, Su Chan sat in the study, staring at the porcelain vial. His head spun, his heart was restless, and an inner fire ignited within him. A myriad of questions plagued his mind. Why had Master Fong Nin chosen to bind him with a mark of partnership? Did she harbor feelings for him? But what could have sparked such affection? Love and hatred do not arise without cause. Yet, Su Chun could not fathom the reasons. Was it because he had rescued her? Or perhaps due to his ability to alleviate her cold affliction? Aside from these, did he have feelings for her? Fong Nan's visage floated back into his mind, eternally serene, pure, and ethereal. Merely envisioning her made him long to hold her close and cherish her. Su Chun had come to a realization. He indeed harbored feelings for her. Desiring her body was nothing less than affection, was it not? Having formed a bond of partnership, it was only natural for such relations to follow. Therefore, using this potion should not be excessive, should it? Surely, it would be fine. He was now thoroughly conflicted. Tio use it or not? It felt akin to the dilemma he faced last night, contemplating whether to kiss or not. If he did use it, how would he explain the aftermath? Would she truly be able to forgive him? Yet, if he refrained, it felt like letting a morsel of meat slip away just as it reached his lips. The thought was maddening. Yu Qian recited the clear heart incantation several times, yet the fire within him only intensified. It was futile, in his mind. It felt as though two little beings were battling for dominance. One insisted that using it was base and shameful, certain to disappoint Master Fong. The other argued that they had already formed a bond, making such actions perfectly natural. After all, it merely expedited the process. Nothing more, nothing less. Yu Qian felt a splitting headache, his inner turmoil only deepening. Why now? Night had fully descended. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold, silvery light that enveloped the room in a chill. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the study. Fong Nin pushed the door open and stepped inside. Still reading? Ah, yes, I thought I'd deepen my memory and hasten my learning. Tired? Not particularly. I'm just reading and exercising my mind. Practicing the sword is far more exhausting. Fong Nin brewed a pot of tea and poured it into 2 cups. One was handed to Su Chun, while the other was placed on the desk. You focus on your reading, and I shall search for some scrolls to keep you company here. After leaving this remark, Fong Nin turned and began rummaging through the bookshelf, turning her back to Su Chun and the 2 cups of tea she had poured. Su Chun, having already suppressed many of his inappropriate thoughts, felt them suddenly surge once more. He even began to suspect that Fong Nan had intentionally left him this opportunity. What a coincidence that she arrived at such a precise moment and then turned her back. Was she truly hinting at something? Or was it merely a figment of his imagination, just a coincidence? Su Chan took several deep breaths, unaware that he was nearly crumpling the scroll he held in his hands. Such inner turmoil was genuinely torturous. He gazed at the porcelain cup, his eyes shimmering with flickers of light and shadow. He then raised his gaze to Fong Nan, who was still sorting through the bookshelf, uncertain of when she might turn back around. Lost in thought, he suddenly realized that the contents of the cup had already been fully poured out. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Chen's body froze in place. Completely stunned, the study was eerily quiet, every sound seemingly amplified 1,000-fold. He was even afraid that Fong Nan might hear his heart racing. He hurriedly sat down, attempting to regulate his breathing as best as he could. After a long while, he finally managed to calm himself. He took a gentle sip of tea, his peripheral vision fixated on Fong Nan's cup. Just as described by Qing Yimo, this substance was colorless and tasteless, dissolving effortlessly in water. Indeed, nothing had changed. Even he could not discern any difference. At tea that moment, he suddenly heard her cool voice. "You must be quite tired after a long day, aren't you?" Startled by the unexpected sound, Su Chen's concentration shattered. "Well, it hasn't been too strenuous. Later, I shall give you a massage, as I promised you before." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. His heart stirred. Instinctively, he glanced at the cup of tea. An inexplicable wave of guilt surged within him, engulfing his heart like a tidal wave. His master was so considerate of him, yet he had been contemplating ways to manipulate her. Reflecting on his actions, he felt he had fallen woefully short. Such underhanded tactics would surely break her heart. Su Chen picked up Fong Nan's cup, intending to pour out its contents. Just then, Fong Nan turned around, and their eyes met. The study fell into an utter silence. "What are you doing?" "I am drinking tea." "Ahaha, drinking tea." Cold sweat dripped down Su Chen's forehead. His mind blanked, leaving him utterly speechless. "But that is my cup." "Ah, I must have taken the wrong one." "Here, you can have it." As Fong Nan reached for the cup, preparing to drink, Su Chen's panic escalated. He could almost envision the disappointment and sorrow on her face once this was all over. She would surely be heartbroken by her disciple's actions. The cup was now at her lips. His heart raced uncontrollably. Unable to endure any longer, he snatched the cup from her, gulping down its contents in one swift motion. He drank until it was completely empty, even tilting his head back to ensure not a drop remained. Yu Chen failed to notice the astonishment on Fong Nan's face. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, a hint of a smile gracing her features, but it vanished just as quickly. Her expression returned to its usual cool demeanor, her voice calm. "You didn't choke, did you?" As she spoke, she gently patted Su Chen's back with a tenderness that was almost soothing. "No," Su Chen replied, his expression peculiar as he wiped his mouth, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. "Why did you suddenly take my cup of tea? But is there something in the water?" At her words, Su Chen's heart raced. He did his utmost to appear nonchalant, forcing a smile. "How could that be? Then why did you take my tea?" "Because." Su Chen's mind felt like it was on fire, his scalp tingling, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of his thoughts. Finally, he managed to fabricate a reason. "Because I thought your tea would taste better, and I wanted to compare." "Really?" "Of course. This tea is indeed delightful. Ahaha. It's truly intoxicating." Fong Nan regarded him with a curious gaze, but did not press him further, continuing to gently pat his back. "If you ever want something, just ask me directly. As my disciple, I can provide you with anything you desire." Su Chen's heart fluttered at her words. Did she mean this literally, or was there an underlying implication? He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether it was his own misunderstanding or if his master was genuinely hinting at something. Had she discovered his intentions? That she would provide anything he desired. But Su Chen had no time for further musings. The most pressing matter was to dispose of the substance he had just consumed. The initial effects were minimal, but as time passed, they would only intensify. That would be disastrous. "Master, Today, I wish to practice in the side room for a while, to contemplate the sword techniques. Very well. As Su Chan stood to leave, he was pulled back by Fong Nan. Her voice was cool. I will first help you channel your energy and adjust your body before you go to practice. Ah, Su Chin's scalp prickled. Under normal circumstances, he would welcome such an offer, but today was different. What is it? Nothing. Su Chan gritted his teeth, reluctantly agreeing. Then, please proceed. Fong Nan's hand lightly rested on Su Chin's back, her spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. The energy was cool and refreshing, bringing a sense of clarity and comfort. The soreness from his sword practice dissipated, and the pain in his muscles eased. Under normal circumstances, this would be a pleasurable experience. Yet today, it felt like torment as the energy surged through him, exacerbating the effects of the substance he had consumed. He felt as though he were ablaze. What is it? Are you unwell? Fong Nan raised her hand to touch his forehead, her fingers delicate and cool, an exquisite sensation. This, undoubtedly, was akin to pouring oil onto the flames. No, I'm fine. But Fong Nan moved closer, one hand brushing aside his hair, the other pressing against his forehead. What is it? In a certain sense, he was indeed unwell, yet there was no remedy. Before Su Chan could respond, Fong Nan lifted him effortlessly, carrying him directly to the main room. You are weak. These past few days, you must have caught a chill from warming my bed. I have read various texts from your master uncle and know how to remedy this ailment. Just lie back and relax. As she spoke, she changed Su Chan into night clothes, gently uttering her words. By the time she finished, she had already laid him down on the bed. Ancient texts state that ice compresses are most effective for warmth-related illnesses. My constitution is cold, which will serve you well. Before he could react, Fong Nan loosened her waist sash, gently removing her white robe. She then slipped off her shoes and climbed into the bed beside him. At that moment, Su Chan was utterly bewildered, feeling as though his head might explode. Was this the end? Would something catastrophic ensue? His worst fears were materializing before his eyes. He quickly spoke up. Master, please, just leave me here. There are remedies in my hometown. All I need is to sweat it out. I can handle it myself if left alone. He might still find a way to manage the situation. But with Fong Nan beside him, there was truly no way out. He could only endure in silence. Fong Nan blinked, her eyes sparkling with amusement, but the mirth quickly faded at that moment. She lay down beside Su Chan, gazing up at him, her voice gentle. Why are you being so polite? After speaking, she reached out to embrace him lightly. Su Chan's face turned ashen. This was utterly dire. How could she be so obstinate? There would be no relief at all. Su Chan was in agony, torn between his desires. He could no longer endure. If he continued, he would surely find himself in dire straits. If he bottled it up, he might ruin the rest of his life. He had only 3 options. The first was to confess everything, but that was the least desirable. The second was to concoct a reason to send Fong Nan away, leaving him alone. That seemed equally difficult to achieve. The third was, after much hesitation, Su Chan finally spoke up. Master, actually, this is a form of yang poison due to my constitution. Ordinary remedies are ineffective, and there is only one way to resolve it. Fong Nan looked at him with a puzzled expression. What method? It is. Su Chan lowered his voice, steeling himself to fabricate a tale. The more Fong Nan listened, her expression grew increasingly peculiar, yet by the end, she nodded, her face remaining calm. I see. In that case, I understand now. You can rest assured, for this is for the sake of detoxification. As long as we both act with clear conscience, it shall be well. Chapter 26. The Red Mark. The following afternoon, just past noon, Qingma hurried to Yaguang Peak, arriving even earlier than the day before. She was eager to see how Su Chan was faring, curious to know if he had indeed succeeded. However, the situation did not unfold as she had anticipated. The two of them did not appear particularly intimate, seemingly unchanged from yesterday. This was puzzling. Could it be that this young man was truly ineffectual? Just as Qingma was musing over this, she suddenly noticed a faint redness on Fong Nan's wrist. Hey, Nan Gu, what happened to your wrist? As soon as the words left her lips, Su Chen's expression turned peculiar, and he coughed several times, as if he had choked. Meanwhile, Fong Nan remained composed, It's nothing, just a minor issue. Qingma crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes in contemplation before her pupils dilated in shock. Although she did not fully comprehend, she was greatly astonished. Stealthily, she gave Su Chen a thumbs up. It was indeed these two. They truly knew how to play the game. She could never have come up with such clever schemes on her own. You teach him, I'll go practice, Fong Nan declared before retreating to the main room. Now, only Qingma and Su Chen remained. Once Fong Nan had walked away, Qingma quickly sidled up to Su Chen. Her curiosity ablazed. So, what did you two do yesterday? You must tell me all about it. We didn't do anything, Su Chen replied weakly, his face contorted in embarrassment, filled with a sense of awkwardness. He was reluctant to revisit the events of the previous night. It had been an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Su Chen seriously suspected that Fong Nan had already noticed his series of actions. And in the end, she had merely provided him with an opportunity to save face. Yet he could not fathom why his master would indulge him so. Could it be that she truly regarded him as her partner? Su Chen had spent the entire night pondering this question, unable to find a satisfactory answer. He had thought about inquiring regarding the mark of their partnership, but ultimately refrained if he did not ask. They could maintain their current relationship. However, if he pierced through this veil, they might not even be able to uphold their master-student bond, resulting in even greater awkwardness between them. It would be best to wait for a while, allowing their feelings to develop before broaching the subject. Seeing Su Chen's evasive response, Qingma furrowed her brow and placed her hands on her hips. You ungrateful brat. I gave you that thing, and now that you've accomplished something, you won't even share it with me? I didn't do anything. Humph. You two have treated me like an outsider, enjoying the feast while refusing to share even a sip of soup with me. Fortunately, Qingma did not press further. Otherwise, Su Chen would truly not know how to respond. The next few hours passed much like the previous day, with the two of them continuing to familiarize themselves with medicinal herbs. Having already seen them once, Su Chen could recognize most of them today. He planned to consolidate his knowledge in the evening, reinforcing his memory until he could identify them all soon. Night fell once again. You must understand the effects and properties of all spiritual flowers and herbs, and remember the environments in which they grow. Furthermore, you must commit this particular herb to memory, Qingma said, turning to the final page of the ancient tome and pointing at a spiritual treasure. This herb is called Qinyuan Qiyin grass. If you ever come across it, make sure to procure it. This herb can improve your master's constitution, alleviating her suffering from the cold poison. Upon hearing this, Su Chen became serious, etching the appearance of the herb into his mind. He had also contemplated Fong Nan's constitution in detail. Despite being by her side and mitigating some of the cold poison's effects, such as providing a warm environment and caring for her hands, these were merely superficial remedies. To truly resolve the cold poison, they had to address its root cause, her constitution, the extremely lean body. Your master possesses a supreme cultivation physique, but it comes with significant drawbacks. She endures the torment of cold poison day and night. At the end of the month, when the cold poison is at its peak, she may lose her sanity, falling into a frenzied state. Su Chen's heart ached with each word, his complexion darkening. With the end of the month fast approaching, he could feel Fong Nan's hands growing increasingly cold. If the cold poison reached its zenith, what kind of pain would she endure? Suddenly, he understood why Fong Nan had chosen Yaoguang Peak. It was secluded. Aside from Qingma, hardly anyone visited. So even if the cold poison erupted and she fell into madness, no one else would be harmed. Only she would suffer. Is there truly no other method to alleviate the cold poison? Is there anything I can do right now? What you can do, Qingma sighed, speaking softly, is to leave Yaoguang Peak at the end of the month, to prevent your master from harming you and to spare her the guilt and regret afterward. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face grew even more troubled, his head bowed in contemplation. Qingma silently observed him. In truth, aside from the Qiyin grass, the only other method had already been practiced by Qingma the previous day. She had given Su Chen that item, partly to advance their relationship and partly to test her hypothesis. Qingma had previously speculated that finding a practitioner with a supreme yang body to assist Fong Nan in dual cultivation could alleviate her cold poison. However, today, it seemed that Nan Ji's internal cold poison had not diminished. It remained as it had always been. Thus, this singular method proved ineffective as well. After giving a few more simple instructions, Qingma departed. Leaving Su Chen alone in the study, he gazed at the herbs documented in the ancient tome, repeating Qingma's earlier words in his mind. The cold poison would be most severe at the end of the month, and his master would suffer increasingly each day. Su Chen's focus waned, and he could no longer concentrate on his studies. His thoughts were consumed by this matter. When it came time for bed, he continued to ponder. The two of them lay in bed, with Fong Nin gently massaging his arm, sometimes kneading and sometimes pressing, a promise she had made to him previously. "Why do you look so worried?" "It's nothing," Su Chen replied. Fong Nin glanced at him quietly but did not press further. Instead, she spoke softly. "In a few days, there will be a trial in the sect." Before she could finish, Su Chen interrupted. "I am not going." This woman simply wanted to send him away, so she could endure the agony of the cold poison alone. Fong Nin shook her head. "All inner disciples of the sect must participate. And since you are my direct disciple, you naturally have to go." Su Chen remained silent, stubbornly gazing at her. Fong Nin continued, "I will accompany you in the coming days. We will go together and return together. Is that not acceptable? Together?" Su Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Su Chen had not forgotten Qingma's words. He understood that during the peak of the cold poison, Fong Nin might lose her sanity and fall into madness. Neglecting her own safety, leaving her would be the wisest course of action. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so. He had promised her that he would never let her feel alone again. If he were to flee in such a moment of fear, he would be unworthy of the red mark on her wrist. Moreover, he possessed the 9-yang body, even if he could not resolve the cold poison. Simply staying by her side could suppress the toxins and alleviate her suffering, providing at least some measure of aid. Chapter 27. His mind days passed swiftly, and tomorrow marked the day of the trial. During these days, Su Chen practiced swordsmanship in the mornings and studied medicinal herbs with Qingma in the afternoons. He had become adept at identifying all spiritual herbs and had begun learning about their interactions and combinations. Once he had memorized all the reactions, he would attempt to concoct herbal remedies and potions. He was making his way into the study of herbalism. In addition, Su Chen's foundational skills in swordsmanship had become exceptionally solid. Daily practice and Fong Nin's nurturing had greatly enhanced his physical capabilities. His physical strength had far surpassed that of other cultivators at the same stage, and the spiritual energy within him had accumulated to a formidable level. As dusk fell, Su Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, spiritual energy swirling around him. He closed his eyes tightly, his aura growing increasingly formidable. The spiritual energy surged and vibrated, creating a roaring gale. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spiritual energy in the courtyard coalesced into a vortex, operating in a small cycle around him, while the larger cycle flowed from the outside to the inside. Standing nearby were two women. One bore a cool demeanor, while the other gaped in astonishment. "Wow, Nangu, your disciple is truly incredible. His speed of absorbing spiritual energy is downright terrifying. He has only been on the mountain for a month, and he is already on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage." At that moment, Su Chen was indeed striving to break through to the Golden Core realm. His physical strength had improved significantly, and the spiritual energy he had accumulated had long surpassed the threshold for the Golden Core stage. Delaying his breakthrough until now was merely to ensure a more stable transition. Fong Nin could naturally perceive Su Chen's condition, so she did not worry excessively, remaining calm and composed as she stood by. Well, hard work yields rewards. Su Chen is still striving to break through his current realm, needing to gather all his spiritual energy to shatter the constraints of his boundaries. This process cannot be concluded in a short while. Even if he successfully breaks through, forging the Golden Core will require additional time. Qing Mo, feeling somewhat bored, turned to glance at Fong Nin, unable to resist the urge to tease him, and cheerfully inquired, "Nangu, how far have you two progressed? Will I be able to hold a little baby next year?" Perhaps considering that Su Chen was still in the midst of his breakthrough and should not be disturbed, Fong Nin merely cast her a sidelong glance without drawing his sword this time. "I don't know. It's not something you can simply wish for. Do you want one?" Fong Nin opened his mouth but found himself unable to respond. "Nangu, don't you like children? Having one to play with would be so much fun." If it's fun, you go have one, Qing Imo replied with a grin, spreading her hands and shrugging her shoulders. I want to, but I can't find the right one. How about you let your disciple come to me? No way, he's my disciple. Given the nature of our relationship, isn't it reasonable for me to borrow him for a few days? I'll return him afterward. Fong Nan pursed his lips, surprisingly silent. After a long pause, he finally turned his gaze toward her. His expression remained calm, and his voice, as usual, was cool and distant. However, the next words he uttered carried an undeniable conviction. He is mine. This declaration left Qing Imo momentarily stunned. It was her first time witnessing Fong Nan in such a light. Despite the brevity of his statement, she could sense an overwhelming possessiveness emanating from him. Ordinarily, no matter the situation, Nangu always maintained an air of indifference, as if devoid of desires. Yet now, she was witnessing a fervent and resolute assertion of ownership. Qing Imo suddenly realized that Nangu was not a celestial being above it all. He too had his own cherished things. He simply had not encountered them until now. As the two conversed, not far away, Su Chun was making progress. The vortex of spiritual energy surrounding him expanded, and boundless energy continuously surged into his body. His aura grew increasingly magnificent. Qing Imo was astonished. The speed at which he forges the golden core is astonishing. Where did this prodigy come from? In truth, Su Chun had previously been under the tutelage of the female demoness, consuming an abundance of rare materials. The potent medicinal effects had lingered in his body, as his physical strength increased. These effects transformed into nourishment for his flesh. The shell for the golden core was already forged. He simply needed to fill it to complete the core. Everything was falling into place effortlessly. Thus, his pace in attaining the golden core was naturally swift, far surpassing that of others. Before the incense could burn down, Su Chun had successfully entered the golden core stage, becoming a golden core cultivator. He calmed himself, stabilizing his newly attained realm, and his previously overwhelming aura now became steady and restrained. Qing Imo was somewhat taken aback, for among the disciples in the entire branch, there were only a few who had reached the golden core stage. One was the sect leader Qin Yu's disciple, Qin Mu Shui, and the other was the grandson of the Grand Elder Bai Li, Bai Ziyang. Only these two had achieved the golden core realm. Most other direct disciples were still in the foundation establishment stage, and some latecomers might still be merely at the qi refining stage. By the way, are you planning to let him participate in the trials? Yes, if he participates now, he should be able to return by the end of the month, right? It's fine. Qing Imo found Fong Nan's response curious. He seemed to have been prepared for this all along. Though she did not inquire further, she took out a bag wrapped in cowhide paper from her pocket and handed it to him. Sprinkle this powder in the pool. Soaking in it can alleviate the cold poison and provide suppressive effects. Thank you, Dado. With our relationship, there's no need for thanks. If you truly want to, just give me a kiss first. Fong Nan blinked, standing still without moving. After a moment, he returned the cowhide paper to her, as if to say, I don't want this anymore. Kiss me? Don't even think about it. The latter sighed in exasperation. How can I take back what I've given you? I won't kiss you, you stingy Nangu. Forgetting friendship for the sake of beauty, thank you. Qing Imo felt disheartened by the lack of a kiss, and after a while, she departed from Yaoguang Peak. Fong Nan quietly kept vigil by Su Chen's side. After more than half an hour, he finally emerged from his meditative state. Su Chun exhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with vitality, feeling refreshed. Now that the golden core was formed, he had officially become a golden core cultivator. The spiritual energy accumulated within him had increased by more than fivefold, and his physical strength had risen several levels. Moreover, during the breakthrough, his comprehension of the sword path had also advanced. It could be said that his overall strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Fong Nan standing beside him, and warmth spread through his heart. Master, go take a bath. The water is readied. As he spoke, Fong Nan handed him a clean sleeping robe. All right. It was already evening. The stars were sparse tonight, with only a bright moon hanging high in the sky, exuding a cold and solitary brilliance. As the end of the month approached, Fong Nan's body grew increasingly cold. Even lying beside her, Su Chun could feel the intense chill radiating from her. Fong Nan lay with her back to him, curled up, surrounded by a faint layer of icy air. After a moment's hesitation, Su Chen lifted a hand to rest on her waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Ah! Fong Ning gasped softly. Let go of me. No, be good. Don't do this. No, the more Fong Ning protested, the tighter Su Chen held her. Her entire body felt like an ice block, the cold penetrating to the bone. Despite the intimacy of the gesture, there was no hint of romantic tension in the AI art. It was cold, unbearably cold. Su Chen, with a fiery constitution, attempted to transfer his warmth to Fong Nan, but it could only provide temporary relief, not eliminate the cold poison. Is it like this at the end of every month? Yes. Then if you're soaked in that pool, wouldn't you suffer from the cold poison every month for the past 6 months? The demon sect's prison was inherently een, and that pool was chilling beyond measure. Its coldness seeping into the bones. Being submerged in that pool for half a year must have been excruciating. Su Chen's heart ached for his cool master even more. Fong Nan, taken aback by his words, soon smiled softly that it's all in the past. That female demoness methods are truly despicable. She knew you would suffer from the cold poison, so she locked you in that place just to torment you. Perhaps Su Chen, observing her calm demeanor, felt inexplicably angry. A sudden fire ignited in his heart, and annoyance crept into his voice. Why don't you take care of yourself at all? What she did was harm you. And yet you remain so indifferent. Su Chen tightened his embrace, drawing Fong Nan even closer. As they drew nearer, he felt the piercing cold even more acutely. Fong Nan did not refute him. After a long pause, she slowly spoke. There was no way. I couldn't overpower her. What good would it do to be angry? This time, it was Su Chen's turn to fall silent. A sense of helplessness spread through him. Indeed, that female demoness was the foremost figure in the southern border, a terrifying peak cultivator of the composite body stage. Even if he knew she was deliberately tormenting him, what could Fong Nan do? The night was tranquil, the moonlight casting a hazy glow. Su Chen gazed at Fong Nan's profile in his arms and gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, whispering, "From now on, I will cultivate diligently." It was unclear whether he was speaking to himself or to Fong Nan. A strange glimmer flickered in Fong Nan's beautiful eyes. Why say that? Do you have a goal? Are you feigning ignorance? Is it because you spoke ill of that demoness, fearing you might be taken back? Su Chen felt a surge of irritation. This woman, fully aware of his meaning, pretended not to understand. She was doing it on purpose. I don't know. A playful smile graced Fong Nan's delicate features as her slender hand rested atop his larger one. Are you trying to protect me? Yes, Su Chen replied softly, but his voice lacked conviction, sounding feeble. He was merely a fledgling golden core cultivator. Meanwhile, Fong Nan had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and it wouldn't be long before she broke through to the god transformation stage. The disparity in their strengths was vast. Her talent and comprehension far surpassed his. Furthermore, she was the reincarnation of an empress, possessing inherited techniques and insights into cultivation. For her, breaking through realms was as effortless as breathing. Su Chen suddenly felt disheartened. Tio put it bluntly, his thoughts were nothing more than self-deception, a daydream. He had been fortunate enough to keep her safe. What right did he have to entertain such lofty aspirations? After a long while, Su Chen sighed. It seemed that Fong Nan sensed his sigh. Why the sigh? Oh, it's nothing. That a profound silence enveloped the two individuals, the stillness of the room magnifying every subtle sound. Fong Nan lay quietly in his embrace, and after a while, she extricated herself from his hold, turning to gaze into his eyes, her brow furrowed. I do not appreciate this behavior of yours, she remarked. In that moment of mutual gaze, Su Chen found himself momentarily breathless, his mind consumed by Fong Nan's words. He was at a loss for what to say, his thoughts a blank canvas, his heart racing erratically. Just then, Fong Nan placed her hands upon his cheeks, her voice retaining its frosty demeanor. Having made a firm resolution, why do you still belittle yourself? Why contemplate surrendering before even making an effort? Fong Nan looked deep into his eyes, her tone softening. If one day I am captured and imprisoned in that great dungeon, will you? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen interrupted. I will come to rescue you. His voice, though not loud, resonated with unwavering conviction. The two exchanged glances, the rhythm of their breaths echoing in the air. Fong Nin turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Really? Just moments ago, you were contemplating giving up? How is it that you are so resolute now? Indeed, Su Chen replied, that female tyrant is the strongest in the southern wilderness. If you rescue me, she may very well harbor hatred towards you. That is of no consequence. Su Chen thought he glimpsed a strange flower-like mark shimmering on Fong Nan's fair forehead. Bathed in the hazy moonlight, she appeared enchanting, her beauty beyond compare. He enveloped her in his arms. His voice resolute, if it comes to it, we shall face death together. I vowed not to let you face solitude. Even if we must tread the path to the underworld, I shall accompany you. Fong Nin smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, radiating a gentle mirth akin to a proud plum blossom blooming in winter. She caressed Su Chen's cheek lightly, her breath fragrant like orchids. How unbecoming for a disciple to speak such words to their master. It is rather sentimental. Su Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist, mumbling, but I am not merely a disciple. Fong Nin feigned ignorance, casually inquiring, if not a disciple, then what else could you be? Su Chen fell silent, his gaze locked on her. Feign all you wish, you are well aware of everything. You are merely pretending not to understand. Who was it that took the initiative to bind the partner's mark? What else could it signify? Fong Nan blinked innocently, tilting her head in a way that seemed harmless. How would I know? She spoke and, without waiting for Su Chen's response, turned away. I am tired. You should retire early as well. With that, she cast aside her words lightly and fell silent. Su Chen found himself in a quandary, tightening his hold around her waist, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her nightgown, and attuning to the sound of her breathing. Very well, if she chooses not to speak, I shall await the moment she wishes to break this veil of silence. Yet, Su Chen sensed a lingering unfamiliarity with her. She seemed to possess a depth beyond her icy exterior. Perhaps even a hint of cunning. As dawn broke, Su Chen rose early. Today marked the day of the sex trial. Last night was his first experience of sleeping beside Fong Nan, and he had found no rest. The sun ascended in the east, casting its gentle rays upon the earth. Standing in the courtyard with a wooden sword in hand, he recalled how he had previously struggled to wield it but now found himself capable of effortless control. His movements flowed seamlessly, a testament to his recent breakthroughs in both cultivation and swordsmanship. Should he unleash his full power in the trial, he felt confident in his ability to contend with mid-stage Golden Core practitioners. Yet, his concerns were solely for Fong Nan. Though she had promised to go together and return together, he feared she might wish to bear the burden alone. After practicing his swordplay for a while, he noticed Fong Nin leaning against the doorframe, quietly observing him. Despite her usual cool demeanor, her beautiful eyes seemed to carry an intriguing depth. Awake so early to practice? You are quite diligent, he remarked, finally grasping the underlying meaning of her gaze from the previous night. This woman was toying with him, indeed a scheming woman. After a bit more training, he soaked in a medicinal tub to absorb the healing properties. When it was time to dress, Fong Nin offered him a robe, but he declined. I do not want this color. Why not? She inquired, puzzled. The robe was one she had specially ordered from the service hall. Its design quite elegant and the color a deep, muted black. I want a robe of the same color as yours. Fong Nin chuckled. You sound like a child. That's so wrong. Seeing the longing in his eyes, she relented with a sigh. Very well. Yet, she still handed him the black robe, adding nonchalantly, you wear this, and I shall change into the same color. Su Chen was taken aback. Before he could respond, Fong Nan had already retreated to change her robe. He was left with a peculiar expression on his face. So, she had already planned for matching outfits? As they both donned their new robes, they stood together like ethereal beings, a sight that would draw admiration from anyone who beheld them. They truly matched, for Su Chen had now reached the Golden Core stage, his inner energy vibrant and no longer as insubstantial as before. The two ascended towards the main peak, Su Chen's hand resting naturally on her waist, pulling her gently into his embrace as he held her delicate hand. Fong Nan did not resist. However, after a while, Su Chen could not help but voice his concern. Is it inappropriate to hold you like this? There are many people atop the mountain. They might gossip. Fong Nin cast him a sidelong glance, her voice as cool as ever. You understand this yet still hold me? Su Chun scratched his nose. Feeling somewhat sheepish, the remote location of Xiaoguang Peak meant few practitioners ventured there, making their intimacy less conspicuous. However, as they approached the main peak, the number of practitioners increased, and he felt a tinge of awkwardness. Then shall I not hold you? He asked, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Fong Nin remained unfazed. You are merely warming me. There are no ulterior motives in your heart. Our relationship is pure and innocent. Let them say what they will. Her words left Su Chen feeling bashful, for despite the truth in her sentiment, he could not deny his own desires. While his intentions were to help her combat the cold poison, they were also fueled by a longing to hold her close. Yet, he could not voice such thoughts without feeling crass. Suddenly, he cast a suspicious glance at Fong Nan. Surely, she must be aware of his true feelings. Feigning ignorance all the while. After a moment's hesitation, he finally released her waist. Fong Nin appeared taken aback, turning to him with curiosity. What is the matter? Have I struck a nerve? Su Chun shook his head. His decision to let go was not born of guilt. She had likely already deduced his thoughts, yet they both understood this unspoken connection. Furthermore, having already bound the partner's mark, was it not natural to embrace? I simply do not wish for them to speak ill of you. Fong Nan's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. And what harm would a few words do? I shan't lose a piece of myself. If you wish to embrace me, then do so. After saying this, she extended her hand towards him. Nearby, several disciples from other peaks gazed in astonishment at the scene. Though they did not recognize Fong Nan, they could sense the formidable aura surrounding her, signifying her status as an elder. Beside her stood a man of considerable strength, presumably merely a disciple. The dynamic of elder and disciple was indeed striking. Su Chun felt the weight of their gazes and furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. He did not take her hand. Shaking his head, "It is merely my selfishness. I cannot bear to hear them speak poorly of you. Their stares ignite a fire within me, revealing my own shortcomings." Fong Nan, upon hearing his words, felt a flicker of light dance in her beautiful eyes as she gently waved her hand. A delicate halo of pale white light enveloped the two, isolating them from all external sounds and sights. While they could still see outside, those beyond could not perceive their presence within. A smile adorned Fong Nan's features, her voice soft and melodious. Are you satisfied now? Su Chun was taken aback, as if all his little secrets had been laid bare before her, leaving him inexplicably bashful. He rubbed his nose and nodded, "I'm satisfied." "Then are you willing to hold me now?" Despite the chilling coldness in Fong Nan's tone, it undeniably stirred a yearning within Su Chen's heart. This woman was certainly doing it on purpose. She deliberately uttered such suggestive words, gritting his teeth. He replied emphatically, "If it's a hug you want, then so be it." Chapter 30. He is my Tao partner on the main peak. Hundreds of inner disciples stood in the Enlightenment Square. A sea of black-clad figures on the high platform. The Grand Elder presided over the affairs of the trial, and the disciples listened intently. However, Su Chun, also on the platform, paid little heed, merely absorbing the gist of it rather than immersing himself in the delight of holding Fong Nan. The rules of the trial were straightforward. One must search for spiritual herbs and flowers within the secret realm or materials from demonic beasts. Ultimately, they would be scored based on the rarity of the materials collected, with rankings assigned accordingly. The first place would receive a 5-turn Qian Yuan pill, while the second would be awarded a 4th-tier fire attribute spirit sword. Subsequent ranks would also yield rewards, allowing the selection of 3rd-tier pills or spirit artifacts. The quantity determined by 1's ranking. Su Chun found the trial rather intriguing. Were he not present, there would only be 2 disciples at the golden core stage in the sect. The identity of the top 2 was obvious. This trial had likely been organized for the sake of those 2 rewards. The 1st and 2nd places were already predetermined, and his presence was merely a variable, a potential threat to them both. This prompted the 2 on the platform, unable to see through the white light, to glance curiously in his direction. Amused, Su Chun had no intention of competing. He participated in the trial solely at the behest of his master. As for the rewards, he had high-tier pills given by that female demon in his spatial ring, rendering the meager offerings of this minor sect beneath his notice. Once he had gathered sufficient resources and exited the secret realm, he would leave without hesitation. His thoughts were simple. If fortune favored him, he would swiftly acquire the resources and exit immediately. If luck was not on his side and he could not find anything, he would simply seize what others had. Regardless, he intended to enter and exit on the same day. Hu Qin's hand rested on Fong Nan's slender waist, gently drawing her closer. "Master, why not share some hints with me? It is quite troublesome to search everywhere. Would it be all right for you to whisper a little secret?" Fong Nan shot him a glance of disdain. "No, just tell me a bit. I haven't cultivated any techniques. Merely possessing a reservoir of spiritual power. Aren't you worried I might get hurt?" Fong Nan seemed to hesitate for a moment before tugging at his ear and rising on her toes. Whispering softly in his ear, "After entering the secret realm, head east for 1,000 miles. There lies a concealed stone cave, marked by a stele and a withered tree. Pay close attention, and you shall find it. Do not forget, it is to the east." Her voice was gentle, like the fragrance of orchids, and the warm breath tickled Su Qin's ear. Stunned, he looked at her, his face betraying a mix of astonishment and surprise. Truthfully, he had only intended to tease her, but he never anticipated that Fong Nan would genuinely offer him such a shortcut. Yet in the next moment, Su Qin suddenly realized the truth. This trial was likely just the elders' clever ruse to reward their own disciples. The rewards for the first and second places were already set, and the remaining elders had probably informed their disciples of special locations, perhaps hidden treasures or pills. Thus, even if he did not inquire, Fong Nan might soon volunteer the information. As Su Chen pondered, Fong Nan suddenly gazed at him, her voice softening. "Be cautious. Do not overexert yourself, I assure you. Once I acquire that item, I will return to accompany you." Though it was midday, Fong Nan's body felt increasingly frigid, like a shard of ice that refused to melt, impervious to any warmth. Hu Qian stood behind her, his large hand clasping her smaller one, his arm encircling her waist and resting on her abdomen. Initially, Fong Nan resisted slightly, but after a token struggle, she ceased to move. The surrounding white light completely enveloped them, allowing them to see outside while remaining unseen from without. On the high platform, elders and direct disciples observed curiously. Although they found it strange, Fong Nan's aloof and independent nature was not new. Her temperament was inherently cold and proud, rarely appearing in such settings. Her presence alone honored the sect leader. Yet when the white light dissipated, those present were left in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. The disciple behind her was holding her close in an intimate embrace, their actions revealing an undeniable closeness. What was referred to as a master-disciple relationship appeared far more akin to that of Dao partners. At this moment, the trial was about to commence. The Grand Elder held a magical artifact, which began to spin slowly, revealing a massive stone door in the Enlightenment Square. As the door opened, a brilliant white light burst forth, and the disciples began to enter in succession. The direct disciples on the platform followed suit. Descending one by one, Hu Qian held her tightly, reluctant to release her. The thrill of the trial paled in comparison to the joy of being close to his master. If circumstances allowed, he wished to hold her indefinitely. Until last night, they had merely held hands and shared gentle embraces. However, since then, Fong Nan seemed to indulge his desires for closeness. The sensation was utterly delightful. Yet despite the myriad of emotions tugging at him, Su Chen ultimately had to relinquish his hold. "Am I going now?" Fong Nan nodded gently, raising her hand to smooth out his robe, her voice soft. "The sooner you go, the sooner you return. I will be here waiting for you." "All right." Only then did Su Chen depart, soaring down from the platform and casting one last glance at Fong Nan before stepping through the stone door. Before long, all the disciples in the Enlightenment Square had entered the stone door. The secret realm was open for a total of 5 days. Only those who had collected sufficient resource points and passed through the stone door's trials could emerge. Failure to do so would leave them trapped within the secret realm. Fong Nan quietly watched Su Chen's departing figure, her expression calm, betraying nothing of her thoughts. Meanwhile, the elders on the platform wore peculiar expressions, their curiosity ignited. "Elder Fong, may I inquire as to the identity of that disciple who stood beside you just now?" Qin Yu, the sect leader, was the first to voice the question that lingered in everyone's minds but remained unspoken. Fong Nan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light as she gently pressed her lips together. Hesitating not for a moment, "He is my Dao partner." Those simple words sent a tremor through everyone present. They had anticipated Fong Nan might elaborate or deflect, yet she affirmed it so plainly. Truly, she was worthy of the rumors surrounding her. An incarnation of the female emperor, a prodigious talent, undeniably unconventional in her ways. After her declaration, Fong Nan turned to leave. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Elder Fong, are you not waiting for your Dao partner to emerge?" Fong Nan shook her head. "He shall not return for a while." With that, she departed the main peak, heading towards Yaoguang Peak. Chapter 31. Master S reward upon entering the secret realm. Su Chun immediately sensed the stark difference from the outside world. The spiritual energy was abundant here, and the air carried a subtle fragrance. Exotic flowers and plants flourished everywhere, and small demonic beasts flitted through the foliage. Unperturbed by the presence of cultivators, peering curiously at the unexpected guests, gathering in small groups. This secret realm opened once every 3 years, lasting only 5 days, during which disciples were to collect resources. These resources included various spiritual herbs and materials from demonic beasts, with more collected translating to a higher score. Yet, Su Chun could only think of exiting quickly. Once he had oriented himself towards the east, he summoned his spiritual power and took flight, heading towards the location Fong Nan had indicated. He was curious about what treasures his master might have left in that cave. Now a golden core cultivator. Most of the demonic beasts he encountered were at the Qi refining stage, with a few at the foundation establishment stage. Merely sensing the pressure of his spiritual energy, they scattered in fear. Lacking the courage to obstruct him, this suddenly reminded him of the time he and Fong Nan had fled through the vast expanse of the demonic beast forbidden zone. ID felt as if it had all occurred just yesterday. Who would have thought that so much time had passed, and the nature of their relationship had evolved? As he journeyed, Su Chun reflected on the nature of his bond with Fong Nan. What exactly was their relationship, master and disciple? How could one describe a relationship where they held hands and embraced daily? Dao companions, though the two have already forged a bond marked by the imprint of companionship. It is evident from Fong Nan's reaction that she is currently reluctant to acknowledge I. Su Chun's expression was peculiar, and an unusual sensation stirred within him, akin to thousands of insects gnawing at his heart, a torment he found quite unbearable. Suddenly, the sensation of holding Fong Nan enveloped his mind, leading Su Chun into a flurry of emotions. He quickened his pace, unleashing all his spiritual energy. At this moment, his sole desire was to procure that item swiftly and then depart from this secret realm. Indifferent to any trials or tribulations, let them entertain themselves. These matters held no significance for him. 1,000 miles, while seemingly distant for an ordinary person, could take a day or two even upon a fine steed. However, Su Chun was now at the golden core stage. Without concern for the depletion of his spiritual energy, he surged forth at full speed, covering the distance in less than half an hour. Slowing his pace, he recalled that Fong Nan had mentioned being 1,000 miles away, albeit without specifying the exact distance. Thus, he expanded his consciousness, probing meticulously. He remembered a few key details. A concealed stone cave, marked by a stele and an adjacent withered tree. Su Chun unfurled his consciousness entirely, squinting to scrutinize the area. Before long, he made a discovery. A secluded valley, its entrance narrow, yet opening up after 100 steps. The valley appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet Su Chun noticed a hidden stele beside a decayed tree. Approaching for a closer inspection, he searched diligently but found nothing. Bewildered, he pondered how his master could possibly feed him false information. There must be some crucial detail he had yet to uncover. No longer would he search blindly. He closed his eyes and enveloped the entire valley with his consciousness. To his surprise, he detected faint fluctuations of spiritual energy beside the stele, imperceptible to the untrained eye. Following the energy trail, he pushed aside the dense thicket, his fingers grazing the cold stone wall. Was this a talisman? Su Chun carefully peeled away the ancient, delicate talisman. In the next moment, a tremendous transformation swept through the valley. The stele radiated brilliance, and the withered tree blossomed anew, sprouting tender green buds. Just as Su Chen marveled at this spectacle, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of life energy emanating from within the cave. This pure essence of vitality had solidified into strands of crimson threads. Su Chen's heart raced with astonishment. What lay within that cave? The closer he approached, the more he could feel the vastness and purity of the life energy. The cave brimmed with extraordinary phenomena, the rich essence enveloping him entirely, continually nourishing his body. At that moment, Su Chen finally discerned the object resting within the cave. A bone, a uniquely shaped and enigmatic bone radiating an unparalleled essence of vitality. Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically. During his confinement in the Bliss Palace by the female demon, he had perused numerous texts out of boredom and had fortuitously encountered this very object in ancient tomes. This item was known as the Phoenix Bone, a spiritual bone nurtured by the blood of a divine phoenix, taking a millennium to manifest such a piece. Carrying this item would fortify one's body and amplify one's vitality, enhancing spiritual energy and vigor, with prolonged use yielding effects akin to the purging of marrow and the strengthening of bones, equivalent to perpetually consuming miraculous elixirs. Such a bone represented the accumulated wealth of a sect for a century or even a millennium. Yet, the Phoenix clan had vanished from the annals of history eons ago. This artifact had only appeared in ancient texts. Su Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. Should news of the Phoenix Bones emerge and spread, it would surely incite a storm of bloodshed and chaos throughout the realm of cultivation. Sweat beaded upon his forehead as he grappled with the realization that the item Fong Nin had prepared for him was indeed this. Was this truly the reward from his master? Such a grand gesture seemed extravagant indeed, a treasure of immense worth. It was undeniable that this sacred artifact aligned perfectly with Su Chen's current predicament. Having endured torment for 6 months under the female demon's captivity in the Bliss Palace, though his constitution had somewhat recovered, he remained weak, his foundation damaged. With the Phoenix Bone's enhancement, he could receive continual replenishment of vitality. Bolstering his physical strength in that instant, Su Chen felt as though the Phoenix Bone was resonating with him. Tentatively, he extended his hand, and to his astonishment, the bone wobbled and floated towards him, gradually vanishing into his brow. In an instant, Su Chen felt an overwhelming force converge within his body. The warm flow coursed through his limbs, expanding his meridians and fortifying his sinews. Simultaneously, the vitality within him grew increasingly vibrant. Gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness, lying in the cave as the rich essence of vitality flowed into him, nurturing his form. Time passed swiftly. Several days and nights slipped away. The entirety of the valley's essence was absorbed by Su Chen, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights, propelling him into the later stages of the Golden Core realm. His skin became as fair as that of a newborn, and his muscles defined with clarity. Additionally, a faint red mark appeared upon his forehead, accompanied by an ethereal flower imprint. As Su Chen slowly awakened, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, his aura more restrained and stable. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in alarm. What a predicament! He had lost consciousness while absorbing the Phoenix Bone, consuming an excessive amount of time. He had no idea what day it was now. Was it the 2nd, 3rd, or even the 5th day? Upon exiting the cave, he discovered that the path he had taken had vanished. Su Chen's countenance turned ashen, realizing he was trapped within this valley. Chapter 32. Yearning for intimacy with Fong Nin. The valley lay serene, surrounded by towering mountains. Despite his extensive search, Su Chen could not find a way out. A headache began to form. Surely this was all part of Fong Nin's scheme. Whatever he could conceive, she could surely anticipate. Was it truly impossible to escape? Would he have to wait for the secret realm to conclude before he could leave? Su Chen was oblivious to how many days had passed since the secret realm's opening, unaware of how much longer he must wait. Most importantly, he had no desire to wait. He longed to return to Yaoguang Peak and be by Fong Nin's side. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Su Chen, lacking any knowledge of formations, could not discern the mysteries of the valley. However, within his spatial ring lay the life-preserving jade talisman gifted by the female demon. If fully activated, it could unleash the full power of a core formation stage cultivator. Initially, he had contemplated discarding it as a means of severing ties with his past, but ultimately deemed it too valuable to part with and decided to keep it as a trump card. Now, he found himself compelled to use it. Regrettably, the talisman could only be activated once, requiring time to recharge thereafter. In essence, it was a one-time use. Once employed, there would be no subsequent opportunity. Without hesitation, Su Chun retrieved the talisman from his spatial ring, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The talisman radiated increasingly brilliant light, a tempestuous wave of energy surging forth. He directed this force towards the path he had traversed. Before long, fissures began to appear in the stable space. Gradually crumbling as the talisman's energy was consumed, the route he had entered through slowly materialized. Su Chen's expression brightened. Indeed, it worked. Seizing the opportunity while the talisman's energy remained, he hastily departed the valley, racing towards the secret realm's exit. Empowered by the talisman, his speed became terrifying, transforming him into a mere flicker of light, vanishing into the horizon. In the vast wilderness, several figures fled in disarray, their appearances disheveled and covered in dirt. Has this beast gone mad? It's been chasing us for over 10,000 miles, one exclaimed, exasperated. Who told you to recklessly attack it? Bai Ziyang? You're out of your mind. The two were followed by a few disciples, their hearts heavy with bitterness. They had initially believed that following these two would grant them favorable opportunities, if not feasting on meat and soup, at least sharing in the spoils. Yet, who could have anticipated that these two direct disciples would lead them into such wild chaos? Their senior sister, Qin Muxue, had attempted to steal a Yuan Ing beast's egg and had been left half dead in the process. Fortunately, the beast had remained preoccupied with its egg, allowing the group to escape. Otherwise, they might have perished. Just as they had managed to flee, their second senior brother, Bai Ziyang, stumbled into a cave of a late-stage golden core beast and, in his arrogance, dared to strike it. Thus, they found themselves in their current predicament, pursued relentlessly for 3 days and nights by the murderous beast. From the moment they entered the secret realm until now, they had accomplished little more than fleeing. The inner disciples felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Their lips pursed in regret. Had they foreseen this outcome, they would have been better off acting independently. Following these two direct disciples had truly brought them misfortune. They should have dragged that fellow along as well. If the three of them banded together, they might have stood a chance against the beast pursuing them. Bai Ziyang harbored regrets. At that moment on the high platform, he and Qin Muxue had intended to win over that esteemed disciple of Master Feng Nan. Yet, they were continually hindered by Bai Guang, leaving them no opportunity to speak. Once they entered the secret realm, they observed him hastily heading towards the east, likely following some instructions left by his master. Unfortunately, they were unable to form a team. Qin Muxue shook her head, stating that the strength of a late golden core stage beast was already comparable to that of a Yuanying stage cultivator. Even if that disciple was at the golden core stage, he would probably only be at the initial phase, rendering their combined efforts futile. Just as the two were conversing, the pursuing beasts drew closer, their bloodthirsty aura howling around them. The expressions of the group changed dramatically. They were still several hundred miles from the exit of the secret realm, and reaching it would take at least the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yet, the beasts were almost upon them, and collectively, they were no match for the creature. What should they do? Bai Ziyang and Qin Muxue exchanged glances, as the senior sister and brother of their sect. They could not allow their junior disciples to be harmed. You all continue to run ahead, do not look back. I will hold them off, Bai Ziyang declared, drawing his sword and charging forward. However, before even 3 breaths had passed, he was sent flying back like a rag doll, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. He was propelled back faster than the speed at which his junior disciples could escape. The scene was somewhat comical, leaving Bai Ziyang feeling quite embarrassed. Cough, this beast is rather formidable. It seems I am unable to stop it. Isn't that obvious? Qin Muxue shot him a look as if he were a fool. Feeling a headache coming on, both she and Bai Ziyang were merely at the mid-golden core stage. Although she had advanced earlier and her internal spiritual power was more robust, it was still exceedingly difficult to block a late golden core stage beast. If she charged in like he did, she would likely be sent flying as well. Perhaps I should return now and strike a few blows. If that fails, I could summon my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Qin Mushue's face darkened with several lines of annoyance. She suddenly felt curious about what expression the Grand Elder would wear upon hearing such words from his grandson. Boom! A violent surge of spiritual power rushed towards them, compelling Qin Mushue to urgently activate her protective talisman for defense. The jade pendant at her waist trembled. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth, and her breath weakened. She barely managed to fend off the attack with her protective artifact. Yet her internal spiritual power was nearly exhausted. This is disastrous. They were still a short distance from the exit, at least 300 to 400 miles away. Yet, under the current circumstances, it was clear they could not make it. Qin Mushue sighed inwardly. Could it be that they were truly destined to perish here? She hadn't even experienced a romantic relationship yet. Regret washed over her for not having been bolder with Master Fong Nan. Had she known she would die here, she would have simply gone for a direct kiss on the high platform. A clear image of a cold figure flashed through Qin Mushue's mind, and she let out a long sigh. If she could survive and escape, she would surely rush to Yaoguang Peak to pursue Master Fong Nan fervently. Bai Ziang, utterly lacking in composure, was nearly on his knees. Grandfather, spare us. I haven't even finished pickling the sauerkraut I promised to Master Qingma. I still have to learn how to cook. Just as the disciples were becoming increasingly distraught, a radiant light streaked across the sky. The figure was handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth, possessing an otherworldly charm. He too had witnessed the scene before him. After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made a move, raising his hand and making a gentle slice. Buzz! An overwhelming pressure descended, and a torrent of majestic energy crashed down from the heavens. A brilliant light enveloped the area the next instant. The previously roaring late golden core stage beast was slain on the spot. Under the onslaught of this energy, even its remains were obliterated, as if it had never existed. An eerie silence fell over the scene, the stench of blood thick in the air. The man then inquired, "What day is it since the secret realm was opened?" Chapter 33. A second kiss. At this moment, the atmosphere was strikingly quiet. The group stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. A formidable late golden core stage beast had perished just like that. Qin Mushue looked up to see the man's visage, her lips twitching in shock. This individual was none other than Master Fong's disciple. She distinctly remembered that when he entered the secret realm, his spiritual fluctuations indicated he was merely at the golden core stage, and his aura was unstable, suggesting he was likely at the initial phase. Yet now, he appeared to have undergone a transformation. His aura was more contained and stable, and his spiritual energy radiated with overwhelming might. Amid golden core stage cultivator, she could not discern his current level of cultivation. However, that was not the main concern. The crux lay in the fact that he had effortlessly dispatched the late golden core stage beast with a single move. What realm was he at? Could it be the Yuanying stage? A storm of emotions surged within Su Mushue, her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. In just a few days, he had ascended from the early golden core stage to the Yuanying stage? What kind of absurdity was this? Bai Ziang, quick to react, responded to Su Qin's inquiry. Junior brother, today marks the 4th day since the secret realm opened. We have 1 day left before it closes. Su Chen wasted no time, receiving the information and promptly departing towards the exit. The atmosphere remained peculiarly surreal, the crowd gazing at his retreating figure in utter bewilderment. They were still reeling from the recent spectacle of the beast's demise. With just one strike, the brilliant light fell, bearing unparalleled pressure, and then the beast had simply died, leaving not a trace behind, as if it had never existed. Terrifying, truly terrifying. After an indeterminate amount of time, the disciples gradually emerged from their shock, each expression more vivid than the last. Bai Ziang appeared unfazed, grinning widely. "I told you, if we brought him into our team, the 3 of us would definitely prevail." Qin Mushue's brow furrowed. "He is a formidable rival. Are you feeling threatened by his presence?" Bai Ziang seemed confused. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Qin Mushue shook her head, her expression grave. "He is my romantic rival." "Oh, is that so? Wait, but you two aren't of the same gender. How can he be your..." Bai Xiang was utterly perplexed. Qin Muxue had no intention of elaborating. She wore a troubled expression. She never anticipated that Master Feng's disciple would possess such terrifying strength. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed unsurprising. Master Feng was a rare genius, and naturally, her disciple would also be extraordinary, not someone to be taken lightly. Qin Muxue felt immense pressure. Even on the high platform, she had sensed an unusual connection between the two. If she did not take the initiative, it seemed Master Feng would be consumed by his disciple before long. This was unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. A glimmer of determination shone in her eyes as she resolved within herself. Once she exited, she would head to Yaoguang Peak. She must take the initiative. It was time to express her feelings and embark on a passionate pursuit. Meanwhile, Su Qin remained oblivious to the fact that he had been designated a rival in love. He hastened his journey, reaching the exit in just 10 breaths. As the Phoenix Bone was also a resource point, he passed the Stone Gates test without issue. Exiting the secret realm, he made his way towards Yaoguang Peak. Without the enhancement of his spiritual energy, he would not have been able to return to the main peak. Su Qin assumed this was part of Feng Nan's expectations. However, Feng Nan was unaware that he possessed a jade pendant. Though it could only be used once, this single use would deplete the jade pendant's spiritual energy entirely. Now, with a small reserve of energy remaining, it was sufficient to carry him back to the main peak. With the jade pendant's assistance, Su Qin's speed increased considerably. He was unconcerned about energy depletion. His mind was solely fixated on that ethereal figure. 4 full days had elapsed, and he wondered how Feng Nan was faring. The day after tomorrow marked the end of the month, a time when the cold was at its peak. Coinciding with Feng Nan's most trying moments, Su Qin's brow furrowed in worry. Concern led to turmoil. The more he worried, the more unsettled he felt, as though something were constricting his heart. The journey from the main peak to Yaoguang Peak felt interminable. At last, he approached his destination. Raising his gaze, his pupils constricted as he beheld the entire mountain enveloped in frigid air. The higher he ascended, the colder it became. Icy winds howled around the peak. Snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the world in white. A thick layer of snow had settled over the courtyard. Su Qin exhausted the last remnants of spiritual energy within the jade pendant, finally landing atop the peak. Yet, even with his 9-yang physique and the protection of the Phoenix Bone, he could not suppress a shiver. It was cold, exceedingly cold. Yaoguang Peak had transformed into a realm of ice and snow, akin to the depths of winter, chilling to the bone. Snow fell endlessly, white being the only color in sight. Su Qin hurried into the courtyard, crossing through the yard and entering the main room. However, before he could push the door open, he noticed someone stepping out from within. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her vitality and spirit waning. Yet, her clear, cold eyes sparkled with brilliance, locking onto Su Qin as a cascade of emotions flickered within her gaze. It was Feng Nan. You have returned. Initially, Su Qin was harboring a surge of pent-up frustration. Yet upon witnessing her demeanor, all emotions dissipated like smoke, leaving only a profound sense of heartache. He stepped forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, indifferent to the biting cold surrounding them. His arms encircled her slender waist, holding her firmly within his grasp. Outside, the wind howled and snow whirled, while inside the room, the two remained tightly entwined. Feng Nan's arms hung loosely at her sides. After a moment's hesitation, she reciprocated Su Qin's embrace. After a prolonged silence, she whispered, I can't catch my breath, I don't care. Are you angry? Su Qin remained silent, merely tightening his hold on her, allowing the frigid air to course through their bodies. Feng Nan permitted him to hold her for a while before speaking again. Let me rest for a moment, I won't. Just let me catch my breath. After a moment's deliberation, Su Qin loosened his grip slightly, though his arms still rested upon her form. Feng Nan exhaled deeply, yet the breath that escaped her lips was still icy, causing the temperature within the room to plummet further, with frost already forming on the window panes. Su Qin felt an even deeper pang of sympathy. We promised to go together and return together, yet you left me trapped in that secret valley. Before Su Qin could finish his thought, Feng Nan wrapped her arms around his neck, rising on her tiptoes to plant a gentle peck on his cheek. In that instant, Su Chun felt as though the entire world had fallen into silence. He became somewhat dazed, unsure if he was dreaming. His cheeks felt cool and damp. Instinctively, he raised a hand to wipe his face, completely forgetting the words he had intended to say. His mind was a blank slate. At that moment, Fong Nin softly spoke again. "Are you not angry anymore?" She gazed up at him. Upon seeing the innocence in her eyes, Su Chin found himself unable to utter a single denial. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his heart raced. Turning his face away, seemingly nonchalant, he replied, "Then kiss me again, and I won't be angry." Chapter 34. Shall we soak together? Upon hearing this, Fong Nin chuckled softly. "Where did you learn such frivolous words?" Su Chun was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Fong Nan did not kiss him again but simply leaned against his chest, quietly listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. She could feel the warmth of his embrace, not only warming her body but also her heart. Yet, Su Chun was unwilling to let the matter rest. The kiss had come too swiftly, leaving him unprepared and unable to fully grasp the sensation. How could he allow her to brush him off so easily? "Kiss me again." Fong Nin tilted her head to look at him, her eyes narrowing slightly, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Exuding an alluring charm that "I am your master. You are my disciple." How can a master kiss their disciple? "You just kissed me." Fong Nan's eyes sparkled with mischief, a hint of a smile gracing her features. "I don't recall such an event." "You?" Su Chun was left speechless, his expression one of utter disbelief. How could this woman be so mischievous? She had indeed kissed him, yet now she feigned ignorance, maintaining her composure as she spoke falsehoods. "Are you truly not going to kiss me? Our relationship is purely that of a master and disciple. Why would I kiss you? Purely." A glint of determination sparked in Su Chen's eyes. With a sudden surge of strength, he pulled her into his embrace. "Ah!" Fong Nin exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such a bold action from Su Chun. When they turned to face each other again, he had already lifted her chin and lowered his head. Fong Nan's pupils widened, her body tensing as if she were nervous. This time, Su Chin truly kissed her, and it was no mere peck. It was a genuine kiss. At first, she offered a token resistance, her hands lightly clutching his robe, but soon she surrendered to the kiss. Time seemed to lose meaning, and when Su Chun finally released her lips, he spoke fiercely. "Now, is our relationship still so pure?" His demeanor resembled that of a brazen rogue. He cradled Fong Nan's face in his hands, poised to kiss her again at any moment. However, she did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she asked softly, "Were you so domineering when you kissed that female demon?" Su Chun was momentarily taken aback by her question, his hands dropping as his earlier bravado faltered. An awkward silence ensued. I have never kissed her." "Really? I have never initiated a kiss, but she has kissed me." Fong Nin fell silent, leaving Su Chun at a loss for words, sensing an inexplicable tension in the air. "Then how do you think I compare to her?" Before she could finish, Su Chun hurriedly interjected, his tone resolute, "You are better. You are superior to anyone else. No one can compare to you. You are the best." Fong Nin pressed her lips together, as if suppressing a smile. "How many girls have you said such things to? You seem quite practiced at it." "None. I have only said it to you. It is true now, and it will be true in the future." Fong Nin shook her head, speaking softly. "Who can say for certain what the future holds?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment, as if coming to a decision. His gaze grew resolute, and he declared loudly, "I, Su Chun, vow that now and forever, I shall only speak such words to Fong Nin, if there is even a hint of falsehood. May I be struck by 99 bolts of divine lightning, my soul obliterated, and my life extinguished." Before he could finish, Fong Nin sealed his lips with her own. Their mouths met, and Fong Nan's arms wrapped around Su Chen's neck, her hand pressing firmly against the nape of his neck, silencing him completely. Though the cold air swirled around them, neither of them felt the chill at that moment. When their lips finally parted, Su Chen lingered, reluctant to let go. "Shall we not kiss again? How long do you wish to keep kissing? Are we to remain entwined like this?" "Why not?" Fong Nin chuckled at his words, shaking her head. "In the future, Do not speak of life and death. I do not wish to hear it. Suchan took note of her request, but soon a thought crossed his mind, and he tentatively asked, "Then, if I say it once in the future, will you silence me with a kiss?" Fong Nin gazed at him in silence, her eyes sparkling with a light that made Suchan feel a tad flustered. "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. I will not bring it up again. By the way, may I kiss you once more?" Fong Nan, who had been resting in his embrace, now tilted her head back to look at him. A hint of exasperation in her voice, "I am your master." However, as soon as the words left her lips, Suchan burst into laughter. "How can a master kiss their own disciple? You are the one who is forcing me." "I am not. It was you who initiated it just now." Fong Nin opened her mouth to retort, but words failed her, leaving her to glare at him in silence. The intensity of her gaze made Suchan uneasy. All right, I won't say anything more. But when will I be able to kiss you again?" Fong Nin shook her head. "I am your master. But you are not solely my master. What else could I be?" Suchan activated his phoenix bone, and red markings appeared upon his forehead, alongside a mystical floral emblem. "Take a look for yourself." Fong Nin lifted her hand, her slender fingers brushing against his forehead, gently caressing the floral mark. "This floral emblem is truly beautiful." Several lines of exasperation appeared on Suchan's face. She was putting on an act when the bond of their partnership was formed. She had also borne this floral mark on her forehead. It was just that he could not discern how she had concealed it from him. "Doesn't the master find this floral emblem quite familiar?" "Familiar?" Fong Nan tilted her head, seemingly feigning ignorance. Suchan intended to press further, but soon abandoned the idea. It was futile to force her to acknowledge something she was unwilling to do. An air of silence enveloped them. The room steeped in tranquility. After a considerable time, Fong Nan looked up at him again, though this time her gaze held something more. "Do you wish for me to recognize this floral emblem?" "What? Do you want me to identify this floral mark?" Suchan searched her eyes, hesitating before shaking his head. "I wish for you to recognize it, but I do not want to pressure you. I will follow your lead." Upon hearing this, Fong Nin looked at him in surprise, then smiled radiantly. "I do find it somewhat familiar, but I cannot recall what it is. Perhaps I will remember in the future." At that moment, the room was thick with frost. As midnight approached, the cold poison intensified, and the end of the month was imminent. The two had remained in their embrace for quite some time. Yet even Suchan's nine-sun body could not fully suppress the cold poison, managing only to alleviate its slightly as he pondered his next move. Fong Nin retrieved a pouch of spiritual medicine from her spatial ring. "This is what your master uncle prepared for me. Soaking it in the medicinal solution will help alleviate the cold poison." Suchan was momentarily taken aback, his pupils contracting as his heart raced. "Shall we do so together?" Chapter 35. Fong Nan's breakthrough amidst misty waters. In order to sufficiently dissolve the medicinal concoction, the wooden tub had been deliberately enlarged. Now, with two individuals submerged within, it did not feel particularly cramped. The vapor rose gently as Fong Nin reclined in Suchan's embrace. Suchan let out a sigh of disappointment. Indeed, they were soaking together. Yet Fong Nin stubbornly refused to remove her robe. Thus, the two had no choice but to bathe while clothed. Nevertheless, the medicinal liquid soaked into her garment, clinging closely to her skin and revealing a flawless silhouette. Initially, Fong Nin felt no discomfort, but after a while, she began to sense something amiss. Turning around, her gaze met Suchan's, and she quickly asserted, "I see nothing, I notice nothing, so do not overthink." Fong Nin replied softly. Now, with them facing each other, the situation felt rather confined. Noticing his unwavering gaze, she submerged her entire body beneath the water. "Do not look at me," she insisted. "We are sitting face to face. If I do not look at you, whom should I gaze upon? Moreover, this is beyond my control. Then why not step outside?" Suchan suggested. "No. I shall remain here with you. My constitution can assist in suppressing the cold poison. Working synergistically with the elixir, it must be said that the efficacy of the elixir was remarkable. Previously, the main chamber had been enveloped in frost, the temperature within exceedingly low. Yet now, as Fong Nin soaked in the medicinal liquid, the room gradually warmed, and the frost melted away completely. Though Qing Mo, Her master was somewhat unreliable. The remedy she prepared was undeniably dependable. Were it not for the warm water, Su Chen's large hand clasping Fong Nan's delicate one would have left her fingers feeling considerably colder than before. The elixir proved to be quite effective. However, as the two conversed, the liquid in the tub suddenly transformed. It seemed to respond to the influences of their respective spiritual energies, altering its hue. One side turned red, while the other shifted to blue. The two colors gradually blended, creating a dazzling spectacle of vibrant hues. At that moment, both individuals felt a warm energy coursing through their limbs. Su Chen, astonished, realized that his spiritual energy was emerging from his dantian, merging with Fong Nan's energy as it flowed through the elixir, becoming one. Ultimately, it returned to his dantian, circulating through the small and large circulatory systems in an endless cycle. The liquid appeared to be half spring water, half cold pool, enveloped in mist and shimmering radiance. Fong Nan too sensed the change in the elixir, her expression becoming increasingly peculiar. With lips pressed together, her countenance reflected complexity. Observing her demeanor, Su Chen hastily inquired, "What is it? Is there something wrong with the elixir?" Fong Nan replied softly once more, yet she refrained from elaborating. The situation grew increasingly strange. Su Chen could distinctly feel his spiritual energy intertwining and complementing Fong Nan's. The two were growing more attuned to one another, their consciousnesses gradually merging. What could this possibly signify? Was this a normal effect of the elixir? Why was it also effective for me? Do not ask. Fong Nan turned her face away, her expression growing even more enigmatic. Meanwhile, Su Chen's own expression shifted to one of intrigue. He felt increasingly dazed, gradually immersing himself in a wholly new state. It resembled the sensation of dual cultivation with that formidable woman. Aside from the absence of physical contact, their spiritual energies and consciousnesses were entwined. As the waters swirled and the mist rose, Su Chen and Fong Nan's hands remained tightly clasped. In that moment, both closed their eyes, quietly absorbing the cycle of spiritual energy. Their cultivation levels gradually ascended. Su Chen notably felt that the energy Fong Nan contributed made his internal spiritual force more expansive and vigorous, nourishing his physical body. Meanwhile, Fong Nan experienced a significant alleviation of her cold poison, akin to soaking in a warm spring, bringing her immense comfort. Even the shackles of her realm began to loosen. Within the tub, vibrant colors danced. Su Chen's side of the elixir was yang, while Fong Nan's was yin, perfectly harmonizing in this moment of duality. Their spiritual energies flowed together, traversing the small and large circulatory systems in a complementary manner. As if they were a pair destined to be together, they perfectly absorbed the elixir into their bodies. Beyond the enhancement of their cultivation, both Su Chen and Fong Nan felt an increasing intimacy towards one another. Even struggling to restrain the urge to draw closer, Su Chen gripped her hand tightly, pulling her into a firm embrace. The once stable field of spiritual energy shifted as the spring water and cold pool intermingled, causing the flow of their energies to accelerate. The closer they drew, the faster the melding of energies became. The waters swirling and the mist rising, a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Fong Nan could only sigh helplessly. She understood that Su Chen was now under the influence of the elixir. If she were alone in the tub, the yin elixir would not alter. If he were alone, the yang elixir would not bring about any change. However, when both were submerged together, the harmony of yin and yang led to uncontrollable circumstances. The elixir would forcibly compel them to cultivate together, drawing on the yin to supplement the yang as their energies flowed. To put it simply, it was a simplified form of dual cultivation. Their energies intertwined, coursing through the large circulatory system. She truly did not anticipate that Qing Yimo would resort to such a method. If an individual with an unstable mind were influenced by this elixir, they might lose their wits like Su Chen. While she had a means to extricate herself, she feared for his safety. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to remain still. Very well. Let it be, she thought, allowing him to draw closer. The energies continued to circulate, traversing the small and large circulatory systems in a repetitive cycle. Their cultivation steadily progressed. Hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Chen had successfully reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Fong Nan's internal spiritual energy had also become abundant, the constraints of her realm diminishing further. That moment, a resplendent blue beam of light shot skyward. It was a fully materialized aura of spiritual energy. A tremendous pressure descended, the overwhelming force of spiritual energy resonating throughout. The ice and snow atop Yaoguang Peak melted away, and the surrounding celestial peaks trembled. All the elders felt the terrifying surge of spiritual energy, and they became aware of a significant revelation. Fong Nan had successfully entered the transformation stage. Chapter 36. Is this a declaration of affection? The phenomena at Yaoguang Peak were extraordinary. Purple mist arose from the horizon, vast and boundless. Mist swirled, and auspicious clouds billowed. At this moment, all the disciples gazed in awe towards the direction of Yaoguang Peak. Their hearts filled with astonishment. They could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of spiritual energy and the immense pressure it exuded. Terrifying. It could only be described as terrifying. Simultaneously, the elders from other peaks also sensed the fluctuations, each more dumbfounded than the last. They understood that Fong Nan's restoration to the transformation stage was merely a matter of time. Whether sooner or later, she would eventually break through. However, they had not anticipated such rapid progress. Since her return to the sect, it had only been a month, yet within these mere days, she had directly surged into the transformation stage. It was important to note that while the Four Directions sect was the foremost celestial sect of the southern wilderness, it housed only 2 practitioners at the transformation stage. One was the sect leader, Qingyu, at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, and the other was the Grass Hall Master, Qingyamo, at the mid-transformation stage. Now that Fong Nan had attained the transformation stage, the overall strength of the Four Directions sect would significantly increase. The elders exchanged mental communications, extending their congratulations, only to find their thoughts intercepted by the protective array surrounding Yaoguang Peak. Not only could they not communicate mentally, but even their consciousness could not penetrate the barrier, rendering them unable to discern the situation within the peak. Soon, the extraordinary phenomena at Yaoguang Peak subsided, and the oppressive aura gradually dissipated, returning everything to tranquility. Elder Fong, known for his cool demeanor, likely wished to maintain a low profile, avoiding unnecessary attention. The many elders within the sect felt even greater admiration. Feeling dwarfed by her achievements, if these old fellows were to break through to the transformation stage, their noses would likely rise to the heavens. After a moment of reflection, including the sect leader Qingyu, everyone withdrew their consciousness, choosing not to intrude further. However, one individual stood out from the rest. The Grass Hall Master, Qingyamo. Upon realizing that her consciousness could not penetrate, she directly soared towards Yaoguang Peak. She was eager to uncover what secrets Fong Nan was concealing, cloaked in mystery and unwilling to reveal herself. At this very moment, within the main residence of Yaoguang Peak, Su Qian gazed at Fong Nan with a complex expression. Transformation stage, he was the closest person to Fong Nan, and thus could most acutely perceive the immense pressure emanating from her. Despite Fong Nan harboring no ill will towards him, the dense spiritual energy made it difficult for him to breathe. Only now did he find some relief. Was this the power of a transformation stage cultivator? A sudden sense of helplessness washed over him. He was merely at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Even after breaking through, he would only reach the nascent soul stage. How could he protect her? The disparity in strength between the two individuals was undeniably vast. As Su Qian recalled the words he had previously spoken, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. With his head bowed and fists clenched, his mind was a tumult of thoughts. Just as he pondered, he suddenly felt a slender finger lifting his chin. Fong Nan gazed intently at him. Though not indulge in wild thoughts, Su Qian felt as though she could read his mind, as if she were the very worm in his belly, always guessing his thoughts. He stubbornly retorted, "I am not." The words escaped him feebly, his voice barely audible, and he felt the heat rise to his cheeks. Fong Nan's hands rested gently on his cheeks, cool to the touch. Providing a physical reprieve, she softly uttered, "You li." Su Qian lowered his gaze, his voice heavy with gloom. I was not indulging in any wild thoughts. I merely reflected on the things I said before. How arrogant I was, to speak of diligent training and seeking your aid. It was all so mismatched with my actual capabilities. Fong Nin listened silently to his confession, her fingers lightly stroking Su Chen's face, occasionally poking him. Embarrassed and a bit annoyed, he turned his head away, not wanting her to continue her playful gestures. Yet, Fong Nin cupped his face, her eyes sparkling with an ethereal light as she studied him. "Do you regret saying those things?" Su Chen hesitated before nodding. "Yes," he replied, but soon shook his head in contradiction. His expression was complex, lost in thought, until he finally sighed deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I was only thinking of coasting through life, living off others, and in a moment of impulsivity, I uttered those words. But the disparity in our talents and comprehension is immense. I shall likely never catch up to you. Isn't that quite humiliating? The grandiose claims I made, now rendered unattainable, fill me with regret." Su Chen felt like a twisted person. He had resolved to rely on others, yet when she cared for him, he found it difficult to accept such one-sided generosity. Moreover, he had become increasingly peculiar. The sight of her stirred a desire to treat her well, while her absence lingered in his thoughts, almost like an obsession. After a prolonged silence following his admission, Fong Nin remained quiet, her demeanor unreadable. When Su Chen finally glanced up, he was taken aback. Fong Nin had a playful smile, her lips gently pursed, her eyes alight with mirth. "What are you laughing at?" Su Chen's heart raced with anxiety. He felt as though his very soul hung in the balance. Was she mocking him for his boastfulness, or for his uncertainty in self-identity? "Fool," she said, the word floating lightly from her lips, devoid of malice, sounding more like playful teasing. This was the first time Su Chen had seen this side of Fong Nin, her usual cool demeanor now infused with a charming playfulness. Then she continued, "Is there a master who needs protection from their disciple? If that were the case, wouldn't I, as the master, be utterly humiliated?" But Su Chen attempted to interject, only to have her silence him with a gentle hand over his mouth. "To enhance one's cultivation requires perseverance. I was not born with the prowess of the transformation stage. We must take our time." She hesitated for a moment before adding, "Moreover, matters between two individuals naturally require mutual effort. Why burden yourself so heavily? I wish to care for you as well." Upon hearing this, Su Chen gazed at her intently, his voice hoarse. "Is this a confession?" Fong Nin blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. "What? You clearly stated that in a relationship, both parties must contribute equally. Yes, a master-disciple relationship. You surely did not mean that. You just said you also wish to care for me, right?" Su Chen grasped her petite hand, feeling a flutter in his heart as his pulse quickened. Just as he was about to probe further, the sound of footsteps approached from outside, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy drawing nearer. It was Qing Mo, his senior. She soon reached the doorway, lightly tapping before entering without waiting for a response. Upon witnessing the scene inside, her mouth fell agape, and she hurriedly waved her hands. "You two carry on, pay no attention to me. I am but a ghost here." Qing Mo produced a small stool from somewhere and sat down obediently, eager to watch the unfolding drama. Chapter 37. The method to eliminate cold poison. The spiritual herbs scattered in the wooden tub were provided by Qing Mo, who claimed they could suppress the cold poison. However, she neglected to mention that should Fong Nin and Su Chen soak together, the herbs would undergo other transformations. At this moment, Fong Nin rose from the tub, her expression calm as she approached Qing Mo, initially seated on her stool. Qing Mo became flustered under Fong Nin's piercing gaze. I didn't know he would come back. Besides, I am merely trying to assist you both." As Fong Nin drew closer, her face remained impassive. Qing Mo hastily retrieved a small porcelain vial from her robe, presenting it with both hands. All right. I felt your breakthrough and came to deliver the spiritual herbs. You looked as if you were about to devour me. You won't find a better sister than me." Fong Nin accepted the vial and uncorked it, releasing a rich medicinal fragrance that filled the room. The pill within was golden, adorned with 4 bizarre crimson patterns. This pill was known as the Hunyuan Golden Pill, effective in consolidating one's foundation and nourishing their essence, making it ideal for those who had just broken through. The sooner it was consumed, the better, as it would stabilize one's realm and replenish their vitality. Newly advanced cultivators often find their internal spiritual energy unstable, and it could take weeks or even months to solidify their newfound level on their own. However, with the pill, one could fortify their foundation within merely an hour. The presence of the 4 peculiar red patterns indicated it was a 4-turn Hunyuan golden pill, an exceptionally rare concoction, requiring a practitioner to be at the transformation stage and a 4th-grade alchemist to produce it. If such a pill were to be sold in the market, it would fetch no less than several thousand mid-grade spirit stones. "Thank you," Fong Nan said, showing no further politeness as she poured the pill into her mouth and swallowed it whole. The spiritual energy surged, evaporating the medicinal liquid within her robe. She sat cross-legged upon the bed, closed her eyes, and began the process of refining and absorbing the pill. Yu Chun sensed that Fong Nan was avoiding him. Reluctant to address the previous question, but he had no proof. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed Qing Yimo giving him a knowing look, her expression somewhat mischievous. The two refrained from disturbing Fong Nan's absorption process and exited the main room. Stepping into the courtyard, Qing Yimo poked Su Chen playfully. "How does it feel?" "What?" Su Chen looked at her in confusion, but quickly caught on. "You mean the spiritual herbs?" "Oh, just knowing is enough. No need to spell it out." "How embarrassing!" Su Chen's face darkened, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Who should truly feel embarrassed here? Yet, that sensation lingered in his mind, causing him to frown, his countenance strange. What exactly was that? "I only felt our spiritual energies intertwine, and my cultivation has significantly improved." Qing Yimo nodded. This phenomenon creates a shared cultivation environment, allowing your energies to flow and merge. If you two are in perfect harmony, both can experience an enhancement. After finishing her explanation, Qing Yimo suddenly frowned, crossing her arms and resting her chin on them, eyeing Su Chen with suspicion. "Wait, if your energies are so compatible, wouldn't the enhancement from dual cultivation be even greater? Did you two not do anything last time? What exactly is going on between you two?" Su Chen felt increasingly embarrassed. He found himself at a loss in the presence of this woman. Qing Yimo appeared to remember something, her expression becoming increasingly peculiar, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Nan Ge's red mark, cough, cough, cough. What are you coughing for? You look guilty." Qing Yimo shot him an incredulous glare, then sighed deeply. She felt powerless, frustrated by her thoughts, wondering how she could allow this little rascal to benefit. "So, what is the current state between you two? How far have things progressed?" Qing Mo's expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on him. "Enough of the antics. Speak honestly. Have you two?" "No," Su Chen interjected, glancing at Fong Nan, who remained quietly absorbed in the pill, allowing him to relax. "Why do you keep asking me this?" Qing Yimo had shed her previous playfulness, her demeanor now earnest. "Your constitution is young," complimenting her Yin. This time, it was merely a simple merging of energies, yet it has already completely suppressed the cold poison. If you were to dual cultivate, it might even entirely eliminate the cold poison, liberating her from its torment. Yu Chun was taken aback by her words. "Oh, such a possibility existed. Is there a guarantee?" "I do not know." Qing Ma, with her arms crossed, spoke leisurely. "Last time I was waiting for your situation, and when I saw that Brother Nan's cold poison showed no reaction, I thought I had misjudged. However, this time, the feedback from the fusion of spiritual energies is quite promising, completely suppressing the cold poison from the end of the month. It should be effective." Su Chen now understood. He furrowed his brows, lost in thought, with a somewhat peculiar expression. "I'll look for another opportunity." "All right, do you still want?" Before Qing Ma could finish her sentence, Su Chen directly declined. "No." What on earth is this woman thinking? Su Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, Qing Ma chose not to pursue that topic further. "I see that your cultivation has also improved significantly. Are you on the verge of breaking through to the Yuaning stage?" Yes. During their earlier training, the two had harmonized their spiritual energies, absorbing all the medicinal essence from the spiritual herbs. Fong Nan's spiritual energy was purer and more robust, and as it flowed, it even nourished and refined Su Chen's physical body, widening his meridians, causing his fascia to swell and invigorating his blood and qi, coupled with the continuous effect of the phoenix bone, which replenished his blood and qi every moment. Various factors combined placed Su Chen just a step away from the Yuaning stage. Qing Ma advised him, The transition from Golden Core to Yuan Ying is a qualitative change that requires the establishment of the Purple Mansion within the Danyuan. This process is crucial. It must not be taken lightly, as it determines the heights you may reach in the future. As she spoke, she placed her hand on Su Qin's shoulder, extending her consciousness to examine his Danyuan. Suddenly, Qingma frowned. Huh? Her voice was filled with confusion, and her face displayed surprise and astonishment. Why is there a small sword in your Danyuan, and why does it exude such a fierce sword intent? Su Qin was momentarily taken aback. Before also extending his consciousness for a closer inspection, to his astonishment, he found a petite, purple, nimble sword floating in the otherwise empty space of his Danyuan. Though the sword was small, the sword intent it carried was formidable. How did this object come to be here? What exactly is it? Su Qin felt bewildered. Chapter 38. Not innocent anymore, furrowing his brows and hugging his shoulders, Su Qin pondered for quite some time before finally recalling. It seemed that when he activated that jade pendant, he sensed a thread of energy merging into his Danyuan. However, at that moment, he was preoccupied with returning and focused entirely on Feng Nan. Thus, he had not thought much of it. Subsequently, all his energy was devoted to channeling the jade pendant's spiritual power, causing him to forget about this matter entirely. Therefore, the small sword in his Danyuan must have been brought by the jade pendant. This item was obtained in the secret realm. Master Uncle, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Qingma did not provide a direct answer, instead continuing to extend her consciousness to sense his Danyuan. After a considerable time, she finally spoke. It is a good thing, but if not handled properly, it could turn into a bad thing. What do you mean? The object within your Danyuan is, in fact, a sword intent. If you can absorb it, it will greatly enhance your comprehension of sword techniques, almost as if aided by divine intervention. Su Qin quickly grasped the implications. Upon hearing this, he deduced much of the situation. But absorbing it is quite difficult, isn't it? Indeed, this sword intent is exceedingly sharp. Recklessly attempting to absorb it would only harm your soul's essence. However, there is a way to resolve this, albeit it is quite challenging. The 7-star grass can assist in refining the sword intent. 7-star grass. Su Qin's expression turned strange. He had already achieved a certain proficiency in herbal medicine, recognizing all sorts of rare herbs and knowing their effects and properties. Now, upon hearing Qingma mention it, the characteristics of 7-star grass flooded into his mind. This spiritual herb is incredibly rare, belonging to the Yin category, and only appears on the day of the 7 stars aligning. Its medicinal effect is highly unique. Consuming this herb within 1 hour significantly accelerates one's comprehension of sword arts, alleviating the impact of sword intent. However, its conditions for appearance are exceedingly harsh, and so are the conditions for consumption. It must be consumed immediately after being picked. If more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn passes, its efficacy is completely lost, rendering it ineffective. This spiritual herb is extraordinarily precious. Primarily existing only in ancient texts, due to its somewhat niche efficacy, it has become an obscure spiritual herb. Su Qin felt overwhelmed. This method is far too difficult. What if I simply do not absorb the sword intent and instead directly establish the Purple Mansion? No. Qingma shook her head without a second thought, her face revealing a serious and weighty expression. This sword intent is suspended within your Danyuan. If you wish to establish the Purple Mansion and break through to the Yuan Ying stage, you must first resolve this matter. It is an issue you cannot evade. Upon hearing this, Su Qin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The 7-star grass only appears in the extreme Yin lands on the day of the 7 stars aligning, and each condition is incredibly stringent. Moreover, once it exceeds the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, it loses all efficacy, making it impossible to preserve. Thus, not a single one can be found in the market. Purchasing it is out of the question. Seeing Su Qin's distressed expression, Qingma patted his shoulder. Oh, you are my disciple after all. How could I not assist you? Thank you, Master Uncle. Su Qin felt helpless, though not wear such a troubled expression. Go and spend time with your master. I will think of a solution. After a brief exchange of instructions, Qingma hurriedly departed. She returned to the herbal hall, poring over ancient texts in search of information regarding the 7-star grass. As night fell, at Yaoguang Peak, in the main chamber, Fong Nan was still absorbing the medicinal pills. Su Qian sat cross-legged beside her, resting his chin on his hands, idly watching. He could sense that the fluctuations of spiritual energy around Fong Nan had stabilized, indicating she was nearing completion. Slowly, he leaned in closer, examining the exquisite beauty before him. Fong Nan's long, dark hair, originally tied atop her head, cascaded down, framing her fair face. One particular strand of hair dangled tantalizingly in front of her nose. Moving gently with her breath, exuding an inexplicable charm, Su Qian's gaze intensified as he became increasingly absorbed, completely oblivious to the fact that Fong Nan had already emerged from her meditative state. He held his breath, fixated, with all his attention focused on that single strand of hair as it swayed in rhythm with Fong Nan's breathing. Suddenly, the hair stilled, coming to rest at the tip of her nose. Su Qian blinked in confusion. Huh? He looked up to find Fong Nan gazing at him with great interest, her eyes sparkling like brilliant rubies. You're awake. Su Qian, unashamed, felt a surge of happiness. Fong Nan lightly acknowledged him, casually gathering her hair into a ponytail, yet she left the very strand Su Qian had been staring at untouched. Where's your master uncle? She left. What did you two talk about? Su Qian hesitated for a moment before recounting Qingma's words verbatim. Although he did not wish to worry her, the matter was not something he could conceal, so he decided to inform her directly. However, after hearing this, Fong Nan's expression remained calm. Listen to your master uncle. Do not attempt to break through to the Yuaning stage just yet. Focus on solidifying your current realm. All right. Before entering the secret realm, Su Qian had merely been at the initial stage of the Golden Core, having only recently stepped into that phase. Now, with the Phoenix Bone and their joint cultivation, he had swiftly reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, effectively covering in mere days what would take others 10 or even 20 years. This rate of breakthrough was indeed astonishing. Yet, there were bound to be negative repercussions. While joint cultivation had significantly nourished Su Qian's body, he still faced the issue of overindulgence. Currently, his meridians housed a vast amount of chaotic and superficial spiritual energy, which he could no longer manipulate as deftly as before. He needed to gradually sort through this energy, adjusting it step by step, as the night deepened. The two changed into their night clothes and lay facing each other on the bed. Yet an inexplicable awkwardness lingered in the air. Images of their earlier encounter filled Su Qian's mind, along with the sensations of their spiritual energies intertwining. He felt his heart racing, blood surging within him. Just then, a cool voice broke through his thoughts. What are you thinking about again? Su Qian hesitated for a moment before tentatively inquiring, Master, may I ask if we can still use those spiritual herbs for assistance in our cultivation in the future? As soon as he posed the question, the world seemed to fall silent, and he could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt an overwhelming sense of tension as he awaited Fong Nan's response. Yet, in the end, she simply shook her head. Su Qian was greatly disappointed. Why not? This method of cultivation is beneficial for both of us. It's efficient without any side effects. TOB together like that. What difference does it make? You and I share a pure and innocent master-disciple relationship. We have nothing to feel guilty about. Fong Nan fell silent. She bit her lip, a smile breaking across her face as she gently shook her head. Her voice tinged with amusement. It's not innocent anymore. Chapter 39. A smile just for me. Su Qian felt a sense of frustration wash over him. He had a vague impression that he had inadvertently brought misfortune upon himself. The previous arguments he had relied upon were no longer effective. Was he not innocent? This was something he had personally orchestrated today. Nevertheless, Su Qian resolved to maintain a facade of bravado, mustering the courage to assert, "It matters not whether I am innocent or not. As long as both of us have a clear conscience, that is sufficient, is it not?" Clear conscience, Fong Nan softly repeated, her gaze fixed upon Su Qian. A smile dancing at the corners of her lips as she inquired, "Can you truly achieve a clear conscience?" This question left Su Qian momentarily speechless. Deep down, he knew he could not. Yet, if he wished to continue cultivating their powers together, he had to stubbornly claim he could. "I can." Su Qian nearly bit his tongue as he forced the words out, his voice barely escaping through clenched teeth. Their eyes locked in an intense gaze. Fong Nan observed him quietly, her lips moving without sound. Su Qian was perplexed. He could see her lips form what seemed to be 3 words. I cannot. He couldn't be sure if he had interpreted it correctly. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Given Fong Nan's nature, she would never utter such words. Suddenly, Su Qian sat upright. What did you just say? Please repeat that. I did not hear you. Fong Nan looked at him with feigned innocence. I did not speak. No, you definitely said something. I saw your lips move, so you must have said something. Moving my lips does not necessarily imply I am speaking. Then what could it mean? Surely, it isn't a prelude to a kiss. Wait, is that what you meant? Fong Nan turned her back to him, her voice icy. I am tired. Without hesitation, Su Qian wrapped his arms around her, resting his hands on her slender waist, embracing her tightly. You always do this. Whenever you provoke me, you run away. You clearly spoke just now. I saw those 3 words. I fell asleep. Su Qian was taken aback by her words, his expression turning bizarre. Who falls asleep and continues talking? Stop pretending to be asleep. Su Qian continued to speak, but Fong Nan ignored him entirely, appearing to be genuinely asleep. It is said that those who feign sleep cannot be awakened. But Su Qian remained skeptical. The silvery moonlight cascaded through the window, casting a cool glow over the room. Fong Nan's fair skin, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a flawless piece of jade. Su Qian pinched her cheek, her face yielding to his fingers. He occasionally poked and prodded, wondering if his master was truly asleep. Splendid. If you are asleep, that is quite convenient. Suddenly, as he pressed 2 fingers down, Fong Nan's lips parted. Before she could react, he leaned in and kissed her. Fong Nan's eyes flew open, filled with astonishment, no longer pretending to be asleep. Su Qian, satisfied, pulled back slightly, a grin on his face. Wasn't my master asleep? How did you wake up so quickly? Fong Nan pursed her lips, remaining silent. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a myriad of thoughts, their depths revealing an array of emotions. You have turned mischievous? I have not. You clearly have. She opened her mouth as if to speak again, but the words caught in her throat, and she turned away. The room fell into an uneasy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Observing her demeanor, Su Qian felt a flutter of anxiety in his chest. He moved closer, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Are you angry? No, then turn around and look at me. Do not. Su Qian resigned himself to simply holding her. The room was hushed, every sound magnified, allowing them to hear one another's breaths clearly. Suddenly, Fong Nan broke the silence with a single remark. Do not touch my stomach. Oh, remove your hand. That is not possible. He had merely squeezed her stomach when he did not know where to place his hands while holding her. There was no way he would let go now, especially not at such a critical moment. You do not focus on your cultivation, always thinking about these frivolities. How will you protect me in the future? I do not think about these things every day. Besides, I am your master. It is disrespectful to be so frivolous with me. I am merely trying to help you dispel the cold poison, Su Qian exclaimed with righteous indignation. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly fell silent. Wait a moment, he thought. Why master feels warm today. Unlike before when she was like ice. And it is still the end of the month, and the past few days, Fong Nan's body felt as cold as a block of ice, even after holding her all night. She remained unthawed. Today, however, she felt soft and warm in his embrace. Master, have you completely dispelled the cold poison within you? Do you still feel unwell? I have cleared most of it. I no longer feel discomfort. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's heart soared with joy. He had always felt a deep sense of sorrow whenever he witnessed Fong Nan's suffering from the cold poison. Now that she was finally free from its torment, he felt genuine happiness for her. This is wonderful news. Truly wonderful, Mim. Fong Nan replied softly, turning to face him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a peculiar light, a mix of brightness and shadow. With the poison mostly cleared, you need not trouble yourself any longer. I can manage on my own. What? That is good news indeed, Su Qian said, but after speaking, he suddenly realized something was amiss. What do you mean by you need not trouble yourself any longer? He strained to suppress the excitement and joy on his face, returning to a placid demeanor as he tentatively asked, Wait, what do you mean by in the future? Before Su Chan could finish his sentence, Fong Nan interrupted, with the cold poison gone, there is no longer a need for you to warm my hands or my body. I can handle it myself. A bitter smile crept onto Su Chen's lips, and a strange sensation welled up within him, leaving his expression exceedingly complex. While he genuinely wanted Fong Nan to be free from the cold poison, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. As Su Chan pondered this, he suddenly noticed Fong Nan regarding him with keen interest. You smiled just now? I did not. You clearly did. Fong Nan's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes gleaming with mirth, resembling a crescent moon. Her laughter was unrestrained and enchanting. You previously insisted this was good news. Now that the poison is gone, why does your expression appear sorrowful? Fong Nan was already a breathtaking beauty, but her smile made her even more radiant. Su Chen stared at her for a while before finally coming to a realization of greater significance. Hesitating and conflicted, he finally spoke up. Master, may I ask you for one thing? Go ahead. Could you reserve your smiles exclusively for me? Chapter 40. My one and only companion. A sudden thought crossed Su Chen's mind. Fong Nan was the reincarnation of a female emperor. Had she not experienced such things in her previous life? Did she not have her own companion, holding hands and embracing others? Did she not smile at others? In that instant, a tremor shook Su Chen's heart. He lowered his gaze, falling silent, the light in his eyes dimming. The night was tranquil. Fong Nan quickly noticed the change in Su Chen. He no longer looked at her, his head bowed as if lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, Su Chen still did not utter a word. Fong Nan reached out and pinched his cheek. What has made you unhappy again? I am not. Fong Nan's slender fingers delicately traced Su Chen's cheek as she tilted her head to gaze at him. If you do not tell me what troubles you, how can I know? Please, share with me. Her voice was cool yet gentle. After much hesitation, Su Chen finally spoke. Master, you are the reincarnation of a female emperor. Correct? Surely, in your previous life, you had a companion as well? Fong Nan appeared momentarily taken aback before a peculiar expression crossed her face, her eyes sparkling with suppressed laughter. Have you been jealous all along? I am not. I am merely curious about what your companion was like in your previous life. Fong Nan blinked, her eyes shimmering, as if a mischievous thought had crossed her mind. She cleared her throat and spoke in a nonchalant tone. My companion in my previous life was a diligent cultivator. Although his talent and understanding were not on par with mine, he worked hard, determined to protect me. As Su Chen listened, a wave of discomfort washed over him, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Despite having initially asked the question, hearing her speak of him felt like a knife stabbing at his heart. He forced a smile. He sounds like a wonderful person. Indeed, he was. He rescued me from imprisonment, helping me escape from the clutches of a demon lord. We fled for 10,000 miles, using the sky as our blanket and the earth as our bed, eventually returning to the sect together. Before Fong Nan could finish her story, Su Chen's expression became increasingly peculiar. He stared at her, astonished. Why does this story sound so familiar? And the previous tale seems oddly reminiscent as well. Wait, Master, are you certain the person you are describing is your companion from your previous life? Indeed, he is. Please, continue, she urged. What else has he done? I mean, what has he done for you? Fong Nan gazed at him silently, her eyes unwavering. He warmed my hands, he warmed my body, he dashed out of the secret realm to return for me. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen interrupted directly, Master, do not play with me any longer. These things were clearly all done by me. Fong Nan tilted her head and regarded him. Yes, I know you did them. The room fell into a profound silence, so still that one could almost hear a pin drop. It was as if both could hear the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Then you? Su Chen stared blankly at her, momentarily bewildered by her meaning. Just as he was about to lower his gaze, her hands cupped his face. I in my past life, my partner was someone who never belittled themselves, a diligent, brave, strong, and earnest individual. Su Chen fell silent. After a long while, he sighed deeply. I am too entangled in my thoughts, too twisted, often indulging in futile imaginings. I shall not inquire further. Yet Fong Nan shook her head, her gaze still fixed upon him. Regardless of past or present, I have but one partner, and I wish to be close only to this one. Ah, Su Chun was taken aback by her words. Only one. Does it mean she has had no other partner but me? Only wish to be close to one. Does that imply she has been intimate with me? The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, his heart ablaze like a fire, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at him. He abruptly sat up, taking several deep breaths. Then, with a focused gaze, he turned to Fong Nandot. So, does that mean the first time holding hands, the first embrace, and the first kiss were all with me? Upon asking, his heart raced faster, as if it would leap from his throat. Fong Nan did not respond immediately. Instead, she slowly turned away from him. With a soft exhale, she uttered, I do not know. Su Chun, already ablaze with emotion, felt the fire intensify with her words. He lunged at her like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, his eyes slightly reddening. You, tell me. At first, his voice was strong, but it dwindled as he spoke, losing confidence, even avoiding Fong Nan's gaze. I cannot bear this. How can your heart be so cruel? Fong Nan glanced at him, breaking free from his grasp, turning her back once more, though not cause a ruckus. I am weary. Upon hearing this, Su Chun lay back down obediently, letting out a resigned sigh. His feelings were complex. The partner master spoke of must refer to him, for the description and implication were unmistakable. It felt as if there existed a thin veil between them, one he had attempted to tear down several times, only to be muddled through her cryptic words. After a while of restless contemplation, Su Chun lay down beside Fong Nan. Just as he raised his hand to rest on her waist, he heard her say, Do not touch my stomach. I did not. Before he could finish, a thought struck him, and his expression turned peculiar. Master, could it be that this is your weakness? Like a vital point in your spiritual energy? I am angry. All right, I shall not pry. May I at least rest my hand there? Behave yourself and do not move recklessly. After a moment, Su Chun opened his mouth to speak, only to swallow the words back down, hesitating for a while. He finally mustered the courage to ask, Master, am I the first to touch your stomach? Ah? Fong Nan was visibly taken aback, and after a long silence, she let out a deep sigh. I asked you to follow Qing Yimo for the study of herbal medicine and alchemy, not to learn her frivolous tricks. Why do you imitate her bad habits? Su Chun felt a flush of embarrassment, guilt swelling within him, and he could not muster a single retort. He even felt a twinge of remorse towards his senior apprentice sister. Qing Mo. Do not learn such things from her in the future. Instead, adopt the good habits from your master. Do you remember? I remember. Good, now sleep. You have just absorbed the phoenix bone and need proper rest to recuperate. It was already the latter half of the night. The moonlight was dim and chilly, with a few clouds drifting lazily outside the window. Su Chun's hand rested on Fong Nan's abdomen, her flat belly devoid of any excess flesh, and his movements were respectful. He gazed at his master, pondering for an indeterminate time, before steeling himself to ask, So, am I truly the first? Fong Nan sighed in resignation and replied softly, You are. Now sleep. Chapter 41. Is Master jealous? Time passed swiftly in the mountains, days fleeting by. During these days, Qing Yimo had not come by, presumably searching for news about the 7-star grass. Su Chun practiced swordplay in the morning and studied ancient texts in the afternoon, solidifying his knowledge of herbalism. One evening, Su Chun sat on the flower bed in the courtyard, resting his chin on his hands, admiring the sunset, or more accurately, he was admiring Fong Nan under the sunset. As dusk fell, the sky was adorned with sprawling fiery clouds. The last rays of the sun cast a warm glow over the courtyard, accentuating Fong Nan's beauty. She wore a simple white robe, a black belt cinched at her waist, her hair neatly tied atop her head. With an air of coolness, she stood there like a beautiful ice mountain, making one hesitant to approach. Yet Su Chun felt no such trepidation. As he watched his master's swordplay, he occasionally applauded and expressed admiration, proving to be quite the supportive audience. Once Fong Nan finished her set of moves, he approached her directly. Are you done practicing? He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Fong Nan frowned slightly. You are sweating. Do you wish to take a bath? I've prepared the water. You must be tired. Can I join you? Fong Nan lifted her gaze to meet his. her expression still impassive, and she said nothing. You are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Is that unacceptable? If you continue with such frivolous talk, do not expect to come to my quarters tonight. Then I shall refrain from speaking. Days passed, and their relationship grew closer. They could now embrace each other while sleeping each night and even steal a few hugs during the day when she was unaware. Unfortunately, progress in other aspects remained stagnant. They still could not kiss, did not acknowledge their partnership, nor could they merge their spiritual energies. On the cultivation front, Su Chen's abilities had notably improved. The spiritual energy within him was now more abundant, and his vitality was stronger than before, enhancing his overall prowess. However, he still needed to suppress his realm. Only by absorbing the sword intent within the Danyuan could he attempt to open the Purple Mansion and break through to the nascent soul stage. Fong Nan had already returned indoors. She was taking a bath, and naturally, Su Chun could not enter. He sat outside, idly watching the sunset. Since a few days prior, when the cold poison within his master had been resolved, the icy mists atop Yaoguang Peak had vanished, and the climate had returned to normal. Previously, the peak was shrouded in heavy snow, and the courtyard was a boundless expanse of white. The world above and below was monotonously white. But now, with the weather restored, bolder little creatures dared to approach. Additionally, with the flowers grown by Qing Yamo in the courtyard, Yaoguang Peak no longer felt as desolate. While it could not be considered lively, it certainly felt warmer. At this moment, Su Chun noticed a dark, in the sky, gradually growing larger. A figure was approaching from afar. Was someone coming to Yaoguang Peak? Su Chun observed with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a somewhat familiar girl in a vibrant green robe, exuding a lively demeanor. He felt he had seen her somewhere, but could not recall where. It was indeed strange that someone would venture to such a remote place as Yaoguang Peak. Where there was nothing, if someone was flying over, they must be heading for Yaoguang Peak. He was unsure of the girl's intentions. Just as he was pondering, she had landed atop the peak. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Su Chen opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately deciding to remain silent. After all, she could not possibly be looking for him. She was likely here to speak with his master. Master is bathing. Please wait a moment, he explained casually, propping his chin back up to watch the sunset. As Su Chen gazed at the sunset, the girl squinted her eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Eventually, she clenched her fists. I truly do not understand why Master Fong Nan would take a liking to you. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with jealousy. Su Chen felt a surge of anger at her words, but soon found himself laughing. Embarrassed, he rubbed his chin. How do you even know that? The girl glared at him, her fists tightening further. Is it just because you have a higher cultivation, a better appearance, and greater strength? If I strip all that away, what do you have left? Su Chen cast a fleeting glance at her, speaking languidly. I am still a man. You. The words seemed to infuriate her further, darkening her expression. Su Chen paid her no heed. He could discern that this girl harbored feelings for his master as well. Despite her being a woman, she was nonetheless his rival in love, and thus, he could not afford to show her any kindness. The sun had nearly sunk beneath the horizon, leaving the sky adorned with a few wisps of crimson-tinged clouds. Mist swirled, and the light of dusk shimmered ethereally. Night was fast approaching. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed the girl scrutinizing him. Frowning, he inquired, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "I simply wish to understand what Master Fong sees in you. I intend to catch up," she retorted, her tone laced with irritation. Rising to her feet, her countenance turned serious. "I am truly grateful for your rescue. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation." As she spoke, she produced a small porcelain vial from her bosom. The moment the vial emerged, a rich aroma of medicine enveloped the surroundings. This was no less than a third-grade elixir, possibly even a fourth-grade one. Su Chen was taken aback. On one hand, he was astonished by the girl's generosity. On the other, he was puzzled about when he had rescued her. "When did I save you?" he asked. "You?" Her anger flared at his words, her fists clenched tighter as she took several deep breaths. "During our time in the secret realm, you saved me and Bai Xiang by slaying that beast Dato." Su Chen finally recalled the incident. He had seen them being pursued quite pitifully, and having ample spiritual energy left in his jade pendant. He had intervened briefly. He expected her gratitude to be so lavish. This indeed was a profitable exchange. However, just then, he heard her voice again. Now that I have repaid my debt of gratitude, we are even. From now on, I will not hold back. Hold back from what? I will never relinquish Master Fong to you. I shall pursue her with all my might, then good luck to you. Qin Muxue ground her teeth, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury, fixating on Su Chen. I will give it my all. I will strive to be the best I can. But no sooner had she spoken than a cold voice interrupted from behind. What are you two doing? Perhaps it was Su Chen's imagination, but he felt that Fong Nan's words today were imbued with an even greater chill, as if she were a piece of ancient ice, exuding an aura that pierced to the bone. Was there a hint of hostility or jealousy? Chapter 42. Fong Nan, the delicate bird. The atmosphere atop Yaoguang Peak was somewhat peculiar. Just moments ago, Qin Muxue had been sharp-tongued. Yet upon encountering Fong Nan, she stood frozen, mouth agape, blushing crimson, utterly speechless. She stood beside Su Chen, her demeanor excessively stiff, much like a child caught in wrongdoing. Su Chen understood her nervousness, but Fong Nan remained oblivious. At that moment, an icy wind howled through the courtyard. Fong Nan furrowed her brows. What were you two discussing just now? Her words were devoid of emotion, yet they struck a note of anxiety in the listener's heart. Noticing that Qin Muxue remained mute, Su Chen hurriedly interjected, Earlier, in the secret realm, I saved her, which is why she has come to express her gratitude with this pill, gratitude. Fong Nan's gaze fell upon the small porcelain vial in Su Chen's hand, her eyes gleaming with interest. Did she come all this way just to present such a trinket? Qin Muxue sensed Fong Nan's scrutiny and grew even more anxious, unsure of where to place her hands. Gripping her robes tightly, her heart drenched in sweat. This was her first time so close to Master Fong. Her heart raced. Master, this is for you, she stammered, retrieving a crimson spiritual fruit from her storage bag and presenting it with both hands. The aroma of medicine filled the AI. Su Chen glanced at the fruit, noting its unique patterns, imbued with immense vitality. He was taken aback. This fruit, known as the primordial blood fruit, was a fourth-tier spiritual fruit, ideal for newly advanced cultivators to replenish their vitality and enhance their physical strength. Moreover, its effects were mild, posing no side effects, an exceedingly rare high-tier vitality-enhancing spiritual fruit. That moment, Qin Muxue explained. Under my master's instructions, I am to present this to Master Fong, to congratulate her on breaking through to the transformation stage. Fong Nan cast a fleeting glance at Qin Muxue and, without pretense, accepted the spiritual fruit. If there is anything else, you may as well say it now. Qin Muxue, initially stunned, felt a surge of admiration. Although she had yet to voice her concerns, Master Fong had already anticipated her thoughts, proving her insight. Indeed, there is one more matter. Within the span of an incense stick, Qin Muxue briefly outlined the situation, explaining that the demonic cultivators at the foot of the mountain had become increasingly rampant, prompting the sect to dispatch disciples for training, necessitating elder supervision. She inquired if Fong Nan would accompany them. The atmosphere turned silent as Qin Muxue awaited Master Fong's response. Unexpectedly, Fong Nan turned her gaze towards Su Chen, who had been observing quietly. Do you wish to join? What? If you wish to go, then I shall accompany you. If you do not, then I shall abstain as well. Her words were spoken plainly, yet they struck Qin Muxue's heart like a hammer. She felt as if her heart were shattering, her form stumbling. She could hardly comprehend how this young man had managed to captivate Master Fong so thoroughly, evoking such envy within her. Su Chen, on the other hand, sensed Qin Muxue's envious gaze, yet he appeared somewhat awkward, even embarrassed. Could it be that Master would suspect Qin Muxue of pursuing him? Would she consider this woman a rival? Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. In a wonder, Fong Nan had been acting strangely. It seemed as though she was asserting her claim. As Su Chen reflected, he suddenly felt delicate fingers grasping his chin. I am asking you a question, Fong Nan breathed, her voice as cool as the breeze. The distance between them had narrowed significantly. Su Chen could even feel the warmth of her breath against his ear. This scene had not escaped Qin Mushue's notice. She gasped, her eyes reddening. If only Master Fong were holding my chin instead. However, such thoughts were mere fantasies, and she could only watch the two of them in their intimate exchange. Unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, Su Chun hastily responded, I will go. Let us go together. Very well, as you say. Fong Nin now appeared obedient, resting one hand on Su Chin's chest while the other encircled his waist. Resembling a delicate bird nestled against him. This was a side of Fong Nin that he had never witnessed before. Had it not been for Qin Mushue's presence today, Su Chun would never have encountered such a scene. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her tightly. Meanwhile, not far away, Qin Mushue felt her heart shatter completely, her pupils constricting. How had she never seen this adorable side of Master Fong? Even the formidable Fong Nin could lean into someone else's embrace, resembling a dutiful and gentle wife. This moment struck Qin Mushue hard, destabilizing her resolve. She swayed slightly, stumbling backward several steps in that instant. The image of Master Fong in her heart crumbled entirely. Qin Mushue felt overwhelmed. She had already given the elixir and the spiritual fruit, and now she knew that Master Fong was descending the mountain with them. No longer lingering, she performed a bow and declared, I take my leave. As she departed, tears streamed down her face, glistening like pearls. At this moment, Fong Nan, who had been resting in Su Chin's embrace, finally lifted her gaze, watching Qin Mushue as she walked away, her figure fading into the distance until the fluctuations of spiritual energy vanished entirely. Only then did Fong Nan turn to Su Chun, gazing silently at him without uttering a word. What's wrong? Su Chun felt inexplicably anxious, managing a nervous chuckle. Despite having done nothing wrong, her gaze made him feel as though he had committed a transgression. That person likes you. It has nothing to do with me. Why do you look at me like that? She sought me out to declare her intent to pursue you. What jealousy do you harbor? Oh, Fong Nin nodded, seemingly understanding, and her icy demeanor softened considerably. She remained quietly nestled in his embrace. Why now? The sun had fully set, and the crimson clouds had drifted away into obscurity. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of stars, the cool moonlight cascading down. The evening breeze brushed against their cheeks, bringing a sense of tranquility and contentment. Su Chun savored the exquisite stillness, holding her close. Yet, after an indeterminate span of time, Fong Nin suddenly began to struggle, breaking free from his embrace. What is wrong? Only then did Fong Nan's expression appear peculiar, her brows furrowed tightly, and the light in her eyes flickered uncertainly. She pressed her lips together, seemingly hesitant, and after a moment of inner turmoil, she finally spoke. Yet, with her head slightly tilted and her long hair cascading down, it was difficult to discern the expression on her face. I am not jealous. Chapter 43. After all, I am not jealous. Su Chun never anticipated that after holding back for so long, Fong Nan would only manage to utter such a remark. He found himself at a loss for words. Caught between laughter and tears, Master, your reflexes are truly sluggish. What are reflexes? Oh, it's nothing. I was merely complimenting your quick reactions. Even if Fong Nin didn't fully understand, she could sense the teasing tone in his words. She let out a soft huff, her demeanor cool, with a hint of frost gracing her delicate features. She muttered softly once more, I am not jealous. Fong Nan's cultivation and strength surpassed Su Chin's. Yet there was one aspect where she fell short, her height. Currently, as Fong Nin lay in Su Chin's embrace, her petite head barely reached his chin. With her profile resting against his chest, she could clearly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. After a moment, seemingly recalling something, Fong Nin suddenly lifted her head to gaze at him. Your heartbeat isn't as rapid as it used to be, that I cannot control. Su Chun held Fong Nan, his expression peculiar, a smile lingering on his lips that was both enigmatic and thought-provoking. Who would have thought that his master would exhibit such a demeanor? What kind? The demeanor of a dependent little bird. As he spoke, Fong Nan was still nestled in his arms, gazing up at him, perfectly embodying the description. Fong Nan did not refute it. After all, I am not jealous. How come you still remember that? I am not jealous. Then why are you still entangled in this? Fong Nan furrowed her brows as she looked at him. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Su Qin's waist tightly, her lovely face pressed firmly against his chest. A tranquil fragrance enveloped them. Su Chen felt his heartbeat quicken. His face flushed. What are you doing all of a sudden? He felt as though he could hear the pounding of his own heart. In that moment, Fong Nan, who had been leaning against Su Qin's chest, finally sat up. Isn't this about controlling the heartbeat? After a prolonged pause, she was still preoccupied with the earlier conversation. Su Qin chuckled softly. When you suddenly embraced me like that, of course, I would feel nervous, and my heartbeat would quicken. Is it just nervousness? Well, not entirely, but the accelerated heartbeat is certainly due to you. That is beyond my control. Fong Nan nodded, seemingly understanding, and after pondering for a moment, she looked up at him again. What can I do now to make your heart race even faster? Apart from hugging, of course. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback by her words. His expression shifting to one of peculiarity. Was Master hinting at something? Or, he rubbed his nose, his gaze evasive, his countenance growing even more unusual. If I say something, can you then act on it? Yes, Su Qin's pupils trembled. He stared at Fong Nan in astonishment, momentarily unable to process her response. Did she genuinely just agree so readily? Was she truly giving him an opportunity? Then Su Qin's gaze roamed over Fong Nan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Fong Nan frowned slightly. If you continue to speak so frivolously, then you might as well not sleep in the main room anymore. It was indeed different from what he had imagined. He suppressed the absurd thoughts swirling in his mind. It was still too early to contemplate such matters. Everything should proceed slowly, step by step. However, given the current situation, how should he navigate this? Now, Fong Nan stood quietly in place. Resembling a flawless, pristine porcelain doll, exquisite beyond compare, Su Chen gazed at her for a long while, but ultimately refrained from uttering anything that might provoke her distaste. Earlier, I mentioned I couldn't control my heartbeat. And now I wish to retract that statement. Why? Because simply gazing at you makes my heart race, which could indeed be considered as being controllable. Su Chen's large hand clasped Fong Nan's small one, gently placing it against his chest. They could both feel the pulsation of their hearts, sensing the rhythm quickening. Their eyes locked onto one another. Su Chen beheld her flawless, enchanting face, instinctively leaning in closer. To his surprise, Fong Nan did not shy away, quietly gazing at him, attuned to the rhythm of their heartbeats. The distance between them diminished further. Su Chen could now catch the delicate fragrance of her hair and the fresh scent of her robe. Warmed by the sun, slowly, he leaned in, gradually lowering himself, while Fong Nan shut her eyes. Just as their lips were about to meet, a voice rang out from the horizon, bright and resonant. Ha ha ha, the head of the herbal hall has arrived. The speaker was Qing Yimo, who was brimming with joy. Having previously requested the Grand Elder to utilize divination to trace the whereabouts of the 7 Stargrass, she had just received the results. Qing Yimo hastened to Yaoguang Peak, her spiritual energy surging as she flew over, and from afar, she shouted out her arrival. Today, she was here to claim credit, considering herself a significant contributor to this endeavor. An indispensable one. Without her, Su Qin's small sword of essence would have been utterly insurmountable. However, upon reaching the scene, she was taken aback by the sight before her. There were the two of them, tightly embraced, on the verge of sharing a kiss. Yet, in the next moment, they both jumped in surprise at her exclamation, especially Su Chen, who wore a face full of helplessness. Meanwhile, Fong Nan maintained her composure. Stepping aside to adjust her robe as if nothing had occurred, her expression devoid of any embarrassment. She even greeted Qing Yimo warmly. You've come, I have come. It must be said that Qing Yimo felt quite awkward. Exceedingly so. She sensed that she had perhaps committed a blunder. Theo cut to the chase. There is news regarding the whereabouts of the 7 Stargrass, so I thought I would come and inform you. Thank you for your efforts. Not at all. It was the Grand Elder who deduced it through the formation. The timing is in 7 days, and the location is in the distant Yuxia Great Forest, 8,000 miles away. After delivering the information, Qing Yimo turned on her heel and left without a backward glance. She arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing into the horizon as if she had never existed. At that moment, neither of the two spoke, and the atmosphere in the courtyard felt somewhat peculiar. Yuchen grasped Fong Nan's hand, pulling her into his embrace. "Shall we continue, Mim?" Fong Nan responded softly, closing her eyes. Her eyelashes fluttering delicately. It was now evening. The sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and the cool moonlight poured down. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, and with the charming figure in his arms, Su Chun could not resist any longer. In the next moment, their lips met. Chapter 44. If you give too much, you will not cherish it. That night, Su Chun lay with his hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. Despite the late hour, he felt no weariness. Lowering his gaze to Fong Nan, he was surprised to find her looking back at him, their eyes locking in silence. "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" "Not much. What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Su Chun sensed a hint of evasiveness in Fong Nan's words. He reached out to pinch her cheek, playfully. Fong Nan struggled a bit, but eventually allowed him to continue. "What about you? Why aren't you asleep at this hour?" Su Chun gazed at her exquisite, beautiful face, and his heart began to race again. "I want to kiss you again." Fong Nan blinked, shaking her head. "No. Why not?" It felt as though he was on the verge of savoring a delicious morsel, only to be denied the taste. The torment was unbearable. Having shared a mere kiss moments ago, she now refused to let him kiss her again, leaving him craving the sensation he had yet to fully experience. This left Su Chun in a restless state, unable to find solace in sleep, his heart in turmoil. Hearing her response only deepened his frustration. "Just one more kiss. No, having kissed once, why can't we kiss again? It's simply not allowed." With a long, drawn-out sigh, Su Chun displayed a sorrowful expression, his gaze cast downwards. Fong Nan, noticing his demeanor, couldn't help but smile, her slender fingers soothing the creases in his furrowed brow. Frowning, "Doesn't suit you? Try to be happier. I can't seem to find JOS." Su Chun lowered his head, exuding a sense of melancholy. His voice heavy. "Why not? We've kissed many times before. Did I do something to upset you?" Fong Nan placed her small hand atop Su Chun's larger one, shaking her head gently. "Giving too much makes you take it for granted." "Who said that? Every moment I cherish, whether it be the first time or the 1,000th, it remains equally precious. Who desires to kiss you 1,000 times? That is precisely my point. Regardless of how many times it is, each instance holds the same value for me." Fong Nan's beautiful eyes sparkled with even more mirth. Yet, she shook her head. "You speak so sweetly now, but after kissing me so many times, you would likely grow weary of it." "I vow this." Before Su Chun could utter a word, Fong Nan silenced him with a gentle touch of her finger upon his lips. The glimmer in her eyes danced with light. She bit her lip softly, gazing at him in silence. "Do you truly wish for this?" "I do." "Then, just one kiss." Fong Nan closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, beads of fine sweat forming on her fair forehead. It was evident that she too felt a hint of nervousness. In that moment, Su Chun could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He leaned in slowly, his movements even more deliberate than before, cradling her delicate face in his hands. Finally, their lips met. This time, it was not as tense as before, nor was his mind blank. Su Chun resolved to engrave this moment in his memory, to hold it deep within his heart. Suddenly, Fong Nan's eyes flew open, her pupils dilating. Her enchanting gaze was filled with astonishment, her cheeks flushed, and her fair neck blushing a deep hui in a swift motion. She pushed Su Chun away. You kissed me, but why?" She struggled to articulate her thoughts. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, at that moment, Su Chun also felt a twinge of awkwardness. I'm sorry. Shall we continue?" "No." Fong Nan, her face aflame, turned away from him, ignoring his attempts to engage. After a long silence, she finally whispered, "Let us save it for next time." "Next time? When might that be?" "During our training. Can I have a moment to kiss you?" Upon hearing this, Fong Nan burst into laughter. With a teasing tone, she replied, "Are you aiming to kiss me or devour me? A moment is hardly sufficient, is it? How could I ever tire of it?" Su Chun shook his head, proclaiming with righteous fervor, even if it were for an hour. 10 hours or 100 hours, I could kiss you for a lifetime without growing weary. You speak such nonsense. If you don't believe me, then let us put it to the test, from now until we draw our last breath. The absurdity of it all increased. The night deepened, and it was already past midnight. Yu Qin's hand rested on Fong Nan's slender waist, gently holding her in his embrace. Ever since their last cultivation session, the cold poison in Fong Nan's body had diminished significantly. Although she still felt chilly, it was no longer as frigid as before. With Su Qian, a wielder of the Nine-Yang body, by her side, the symptoms of the cold poison had alleviated considerably. At this moment, both of Fong Nan's delicate hands were clasped in Su Qian's. He caressed and kneaded them as if they were treasures to be cherished. Suddenly, Su Qian seemed to recall something. Master, is your hand still cold? With you warming it, it's no longer cold. Why do you ask? Su Qian's expression turned peculiar, his gaze drifting. Before we ascended the mountain, didn't you say that once we reached the peak, you would have me warm your feet? When did I ever say that? It was when we were at the inn. You said it with your own lips. I did not. Fong Nan had a vivid recollection of the event, her memory crystal clear. Do not try to deceive me. I distinctly remember saying. Not why Edith. Yu Qian grinned widely, cradling her face. What was impossible then is surely possible now. Right? Fong Nan paused for a moment, then quickly realized he was trying to twist her words. How could you be so mischievous? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her face away from him. She subtly retreated, tucking her feet beneath the blanket and away. Why not? We are not strangers anymore. We are quite familiar now, so why not? It's inappropriate. Inappropriate? Come now, I am willing to help you warm your feet. I take pleasure in being of assistance. Upon seeing him sit up, Fong Nan followed suit, and the two exchanged gazes. The atmosphere in the room felt rather peculiar, and means no. If you continue like this, I shall be angry. Su Qian had never encountered such a side of Fong Nan. She appeared anxious and flustered. Master, think carefully before you speak. Su Qian swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue, deciding it best not to provoke her further. If it's not acceptable now, when will it be? I don't know. Fong Nan shook her head vigorously, like a rattling drum, sitting at the edge of the bed. She appeared somewhat adorable in that moment. They faced each other in silence. After a long pause, it was Fong Nan who finally broke the silence. Since it's not acceptable now, I'm not used to this. Please don't pressure me any further. Very well, very well. If I refrain from mentioning it in the future, then you must do the same. Otherwise, I shall not allow you to kiss me. Fine. I won't bring it up again. Is that satisfactory? After much coaxing, Fong Nan finally lay down, though she still clutched the blanket tightly, denying him proximity. It was not until the early hours of the morning that she finally drifted off to sleep. Chapter 45. Another assist from the master uncle the following day, as dawn broke. At the peak of the Four Directions Gate, over 100 cultivators gathered at the Enlightenment Square, all clad in the attire of inner disciples. After years of diligent training, this was their first descent from the mountain, and excitement filled the air. They had arrived before the sun had risen, eagerly huddling together, animatedly discussing their upcoming trials. This training session would last for a month. Led by two elder cultivators in the nascent soul stage, with Elder Fong of the transformation stage accompanying them. After a while, as the time passed like the burning of incense, everyone had assembled. The Grand Elder presided over the training ceremony, and the disciples had already formed their teams. As the Grand Elder concluded his speech, the disciples quickly gathered in groups, setting off down the mountain. At that moment, at the foot of the mountain, 3 individuals sat in a noodle shop. 2 of them were engrossed in their meal, while the third sat quietly beside them, exuding a certain beauty. Master, are you really not going to eat? It seems like the noodles here have gotten tastier. Why not have a bowl? Yes, Nangu, you should eat as well. I can't be the only one gaining weight. The two speaking were Su Qian and Qing Yamo, while Fong Nan sat beside them. It was still early in the morning when Qing Yamo had hurried to Shaoguang Peak, dragging Su Qian and Fong Nan down the mountain. According to her, she was so famished that she felt faint, and if she didn't eat soon, she would go mad. Thus, she had skipped the training ceremony and headed straight for the noodle shop, where they were now devouring their meals. Su Qian was on his 3rd bowl, while Qing Yamo was on her 10th. Fong Nan observed the two, gently pressing her lips together. Please eat more slowly. Danti choked. Oh. Ching Mo replied absently, not even lifting her head. She then gulped down several mouthfuls, finishing the noodles in her bowl. Finally, she exhaled contentedly and grinned. Nan Gu, you're so good to me. If only you could gain weight alongside me. Yu Chun had also finished his meal. He believed he had eaten quite ungracefully, yet he hadn't team-matched Ching Mo's speed. It seemed she swallowed her food whole. Who eats this quickly? Su Chun suspected she was not human. Master Uncle, are you participating? Before Su Chun could finish his sentence, Ching Mo shook her head, not even bothering to wipe her mouth as she replied. I have no intention of participating. It's arduous and tiresome, plus I have to protect those little brats. Then why are you coming down the mountain? Is that not obvious? I'm coming down to eat. I won't be able to send resources to your master anymore. Opportunities to come down are dwindling, so I must savor every moment I can. Ching Mo clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes sparkling with determination, making it seem as if she were about to embark on a significant mission. Fuchin couldn't help but smile wryly. Master Uncle truly lived up to her name. Her response was quintessentially Ching Mo. With nonchalance, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve and stood up. The 7-star grass is about to emerge. You must hurry to Yunxia Forest and consume it immediately upon picking it. There is also a sacred tree nearby, known as the He Huan tree. Many pairs of cultivators will be there. You should also take a look. I've heard it's quite lively. After delivering her words, Ching Mo seemed to recall something and pulled out several bottles and jars from her sleeve, placing them all on the table. Oh, by the way, do you need anything? Just ask. I believe I have it all. So you need not be overcharged at that place. Initially, Su Chun and Fong Nen listened intently, jotting down her advice. However, as she spoke, they began to feel increasingly bewildered, their expressions growing more peculiar, especially when she produced a collection of bottles and jars. Su Chun was left utterly baffled, unable to comprehend why Master Uncle had amassed so many items that she herself had no use for, let alone why she would display them in front of Fong Nan. Was this truly assistance, or merely a way to create trouble for herself? It was utterly confounding. This sort of thing must be done discreetly. Yu Chun felt a surge of anxiety as he pondered this, and suddenly noticed Fong Nan's expression. Her cheeks flushed with a visible intensity, and her ears were a vivid crimson. Ching Mo, too, sensed that something was amiss. She abruptly tossed out a remark, well then, I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves, you two. With that, she stood up and hurried away, not casting a glance back. At that moment, the atmosphere was exceedingly peculiar. Su Chun, maintaining his composure, reached for those bottles and jars, contemplating placing them into his spatial ring. However, he was interrupted by a cool voice. What do you intend to do with that? Nothing in particular. I was merely curious and eager to study them, he stammered. Who do you wish to study with? Ahem, just by myself. It would be a pity to discard them. They are worth quite a few spirit stones. Fong Nan gazed at him silently, her eyes remarkably clear, causing Su Chun to feel a twinge of embarrassment. All right, I won't take them. Is that satisfactory? I simply thought it a shame. Fong Nan bit her red lip, glancing at the assortment of bottles and jars, then at Su Chun, before finally uttering softly, take them. Without waiting for Su Chun's reaction, she rose and exited the noodle shop. At this point, Su Chun was utterly bewildered. What did this mean? What was happening? He had genuinely thought those items were a waste to leave behind. They were concocted from superior spirit herbs and elixirs, undoubtedly worth a substantial amount of spirit stones. With these items, he could easily visit a trading house and exchange them for a wealth of resources. Yet now, his master had instructed him to take them. Su Chun's mind was in a whirl, his heart racing, feeling as if it were on fire and pricked by needles, enduring great torment. He wanted to rush out immediately, seize her shoulders, and demand to know what she meant. Yet he feared provoking her anger, although it seemed his master had yet to become upset. Su Chun took several deep breaths, even silently reciting the cleansing heart incantation numerous times. He stowed the bottles and jars into his spatial ring, tidied his robes, and finally stepped outside. Master, where are we headed now? To Yunxia Forest. Su Chun was taken aback by this response. Is it permissible to go directly? Aren't we meant to follow for training? It's fine. Fong Nan produced an antique jade pendant from her bosom, adorned with the sect's insignia. With an elder leading the way, there are no issues. If they encounter an insurmountable problem, they will activate the communication jade, and I will rush over. Su Chen understood. If the disciples encountered danger they could not handle, they would call upon the elder in charge. Only if the elder could not resolve the issue would they summon Fong Nan. Moreover, this was inherently a training exercise. Encountering danger was unavoidable, and the disciples would not lightly activate the call for support. The elders, too, would act similarly. If several elders were required to intervene, it would be rather embarrassing. Thus, Fong Nan would merely accompany them in name. It was unlikely she would need to intervene. Chapter 46. Fong Nan's multitude of strategies in the tranquil mountain forest. A sudden wave of energy surged skyward, raising clouds of dust and sending stones whirling. Boom, boom, boom. A vast torrent of sword energy surged for hundreds of zhong, startling the birds and beasts in the trees on either side. Upon examining the tail end of the sword energy, one could see a silver-furred demon wolf sprawled there, its aura exceedingly feeble. Despite the bloodstains on its body, its resplendent silver fur remained undiminished. This was a demon wolf at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. Compared to human cultivators of the same stage, demon beasts accumulated spirit power more robustly, and their physical strength was far more fearsome. A demon wolf at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment was equivalent to a human in the Golden Core stage. Yet, even so, it could not withstand Su Chen's strike. The sword he wielded embodied a terrifying sword intent, striking with unparalleled sharpness. Su Chen had mastered the basics of swordsmanship and was beginning to comprehend the essence of sword intent. With the addition of his Golden Core pinnacle spirit power, it was not an exaggeration to say that he could easily slay not only this small Foundation establishment demon wolf, but even a Golden Core demon beast. Su Chen approached the demon wolf and thrust his sword downwards, causing the creature to breathe its last. He had not delivered a swift kill out of mercy. Rather, he feared damaging its precious hide. This was a valuable commodity. If sold at the Merchant Guild, it could fetch at least several dozen mid-grade spirit stones or hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. Su Chen had not only studied herbalism in the sect. He had perused various texts, he could recognize many demon beasts and was aware of their characteristics, weaknesses, and the materials they possessed. For instance, the silver wolf's hide was its most valuable asset. Unfortunately, it had not yet reached the Golden Core stage. Otherwise, its demon core would have fetched a handsome price as well. With swift precision, Su Chen expertly processed the wolf's pelt, taking advantage of the fact that it had just died to preserve its quality. He placed the hide into his spatial ring. Subsequently, he channeled his spirit power, causing the sword to tremble slightly as the bloodstains fell away. His methods were clean and efficient, compared to the challenges faced in the sect's secret realm. Descending the mountain for training was relatively simpler. The surrounding demon beasts were not particularly formidable, at least. That was Su Chen's impression. Many of the creatures encountered along the way were merely body refinement or chi cultivation stage beasts. Foundation establishment beasts were a rarity. Moreover, slaying creatures that were too weak was futile, as their materials had yet to mature and would not yield significant value. Thus, this was his first engagement in battle. Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to recall something, and an unusual expression crossed his face. He turned to Fong Nan, who was not far off. Master? Are we currently in training? Yes. Fong Nan felt something was off upon hearing this. Only to have Su Chen continue, then, the agreement we made. Can it be fulfilled now? You promised me, I promised you? Fong Nan blinked in confusion, having forgotten her prior statement. Or perhaps this fellow was trying to extract information from her? Just last night, we discussed it that I asked when the next opportunity would be, and you said during the training, Fong Nan murmured softly. Suddenly, she realized the implications, feeling both amused and exasperated. You were just battling a demon beast. How did you suddenly arrive at this point? We agreed on a stick of incense. As Su Chen spoke, he stepped closer, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Fong Nan retreated several steps, her voice rising considerably. I don't want a stick of incense. It's exhausting. Then how about half a stick of incense? No way, half a stick of incense won't do either. At this moment, Su Chen had reached her front. gently cupping her face in his hands. Just as he leaned down to kiss her, he felt a sudden chill and realized it was her hand blocking him. "What are you doing?" "I am not doing anything." Su Chen's expression darkened with several lines of annoyance. "Why are you blocking me? Didn't we agree on this just yesterday?" Fong Nan turned her face away, shaking her head repeatedly. "No, then when can I kiss you?" She hesitated before replying. "We must at least reach Yunxia Forest first. The matter at hand is urgent, and we can discuss these things later." Yuchan sensed that his master was stalling for time. But he had no evidence to support this. He squinted at her, his hand still pressing against her delicate face. "Really? This is truly a promise. It must not change. Once we arrive, I will kiss you." "Oh," Fong Nan mumbled in response, unsure if this counted as an affirmation. "Then let us hurry and set off." Yunxia Forest lay over 8,000 li from the Four Directions sect. At their pace, it would take only a few hours. Yu Qian hurried forward with all his might. Along the way, they encountered several unwary demon beasts, which he swiftly dispatched, collecting their materials to store in his spatial ring. Intending to sell them at the merchant guild in the next city for spirit stones. To be honest, he was low on spirit stones, and Fong Nan had few to spare as well. Both of them were quite impoverished. Therefore, accumulating spirit stones was of utmost importance. Without them, resources could not be purchased. Yu Qian planned to buy some seeds upon his return. There was ample vacant land behind the residence at Yaoguang Peak that had yet to be cultivated. Rather than leaving it fallow, it would be wise to plant something. Who knows, it might yield fruit. He could stock up on ingredients as well. Although he had been somewhat clumsy in his previous life and could not cook anything remarkable, he could always manage a hot pot. As long as he could concoct a sauce that tasted somewhat similar, it would suffice. What he lacked now were spirit stones. The two traveled at full speed and finally arrived just before noon. In the distance, the first sight that caught their eyes was a small city, followed by the vast forest behind it. Two figures soared through the air, one in front of the other. The leading figure halted. Su Chan turned to look. "Master, we have arrived." Fong Nan seemed not to comprehend his words. "Then, shall we enter the city?" Chapter 47. You are my Yuxia city. This place originally served as a resting spot for cultivators before entering the Yuxia forest, gradually evolving into a barter market. Over time, the market expanded in scale, and various aspects developed, culminating in the present-day Yuxia city. Speaking of Yuxia city, one cannot overlook the towering ancient tree within it. This tree blooms once every 7 years, its blossoms breathtakingly beautiful and astonishingly captivating. But only for that fleeting moment. It is rumored that those who witness this moment with their companions can be together for eternity, sharing a bond unbroken and nurturing each other in love and harmony. It is precisely this rumor that has drawn an increasing number of cultivators to Yuxia city. With only 5 days remaining until the sacred tree blooms again, the streets of Yuxia city have become bustling with people, most of whom are couples walking hand in hand. Among them, 2 figures walk side by side, Su Qian and Fong Nan, who have just arrived in Yuxia city. At this moment, Su Qian tightly grasps Fong Nan's delicate hand, refusing to let go. So many people, yet what does it matter? Are they not all holding hands as well? What is there to feel shy about? Fong Nan shakes her head. "But I am your master, and you are my disciple. We are not a couple." Su Qian opens his mouth to respond, but the words linger on his lips as he firmly squeezes her hand. Resolutely, he declares, "No matter what you say, I will not release your hand." Now, his master feigns ignorance. Ever since they arrived in Yuxia city, she seems to have forgotten their previous matters. He wonders how long she can maintain this pretense. Fong Nan strolls through the city, curiously observing the various stalls around them, filled with novelty. It's quite lively here. Yes, Uncle Qingma did mention that we are nearing the time of the sacred tree's bloom. Did he not? I suppose the people here share a similar ambiguous relationship as ours. Fong Nan blinks, tilting her head to regard him, her expression still calm and her demeanor cool, perhaps, although the Hahuan tree has yet to bloom. The number of people in the city is certainly increasing. It is quite bustling. The streets are lined with an array of trinkets and delectable treats unique to the mortal realm. The atmosphere is indeed delightful. Couples walk hand in hand, their faces radiating happiness. Yu Qian gives Fong Nan's hand a gentle tug. Smile a little, Fong then lightly presses her lips together, her expression shifting slightly, which can be considered a smile. You should smile too, dummy? I think not. My partner does not allow me to kiss her, so how could I possibly smile? After saying this, Su Chun moves forward, only to be halted by Fong Nan's grip. She lowers her head slightly, her voice soft and tender. I will give it to you later. If one does not listen closely, they might miss her words entirely. Typically, Fong Nan carries herself with an air of detachment, akin to an iceberg. Now, however, her bashfulness adds a touch of charm and contrast. Later, in the evening, she nods. There are too many people now. I dislike it. Let us wait until it's less crowded in the evening. Too many people? Shall we head to the inn now? Fong Nan gazes at him expectantly, then glances at the spatial ring on his hand. Initially, Su Chun does not grasp the meaning behind her look, but it soon dawns upon him. He removes the ring and hands it to her. I simply cannot bear to throw away those jars and bottles. Do not overthink it if you are worried. I can give you the ring directly, and you can keep those jars and bottles. Fong Nan pushes the ring back, shaking her head. I do not want it. Fine, fine. Since you insist on waiting until the evening, let us wander about here for now. All right. The two walk, observing their surroundings, discovering many delightful trinkets along the way. They acquire various items, such as 2 jade pendants that fit together or elegantly designed incense pouches. While these items lack spiritual energy, they still attract many buyers. Su Chen toys with the jade pendant in his hand, nodding in approval. This design is quite thoughtful. Though split into 2, they fit seamlessly together. Yet Fong Nan frowns beside him. Noticing her expression, Su Chen inquires, what is wrong? I do not wish for this jade pendant to be separated. It should remain whole, yet it has been divided into 2 pieces. But it is designed this way, Su Chen replies. Fong Nan shakes her head, turning to him, her eyes shimmering with light, both bright and dim. You promised me before that we would not be separated. How did it suddenly come to this? Su Chen wonders, perplexed by how his master connects these unrelated matters. Yet, he notices her reaction is somewhat off. We will not be apart. This jade pendant will not be separated. And neither will we will always be together. As he speaks, he attempts to rejoin the 2 halves of the pendant. However, just as he does so, Fong Nan snatches it away. This is mine. Su Chen cannot help but chuckle at her words. How did it become yours? Did I not just piece it together? Besides, where is my half? Fong Nan clutches the jade in her palm, holding it tightly. She gazes up at him, her cool eyes now burning with intensity. The jade is mine, and so are you. Her voice, though not loud, is clear enough for Su Chen to hear, stirring something within his heart. It is hard to fathom that his typically aloof master could utter such flirtatious words. Su Chen feels somewhat out of place. I am not an object. How can you claim me as yours? That is rather possessive. Fong Nan gazes at him with serene composure, exhaling softly, you are mine. Chapter 48. Fong Nan and the Female Demon Lord. Su Chen senses something peculiar about Fong Nan. It is not that his master has undergone a significant transformation. Rather, it is her demeanor when speaking of the jade pendant that seems to have shifted. Moreover, the look in her eyes inexplicably reminds him of someone he has encountered before. As he watches the cool figure ahead of him, an unsettling feeling stirs within him. Master? He tentatively calls out. Fong Nan remains unresponsive. The wave of anxiety washes over Su Chen, as he recalls the resemblance between his master's gaze and that of the female demon lord from the Wanma sect. Master? He calls again, tugging gently at her hand. Yet Fong Nan stands there, seemingly in a daze. Despair floods Su Chen's heart. He is uncertain of the current situation, but an instinctive sense of danger arises within him. He holds his breath and tugs at her again. This time, Fong Nan turns back, pointing to a nearby stall with a small voice. I want to eat that. Following her gaze, Su Chen sees a stall selling fried tofu, with flames beneath and a stone slab above, where a shiny, golden square of tofu sizzles. He notices the longing in Fong Nan's eyes, sparkling like a child who has never tasted anything delicious. Su Chen exhales deeply, amused. So, his master was simply mesmerized by the tofu. He realizes he has been overly sensitive. He must refrain from drawing connections between unrelated matters in the future. lest he inadvertently hurt her feelings. Then let us buy some. There are fewer people now, so we won't have to wait in line. Let's get 2 portions. They make their way to the stall, with Su Chun in the lead and Fong Nan trailing behind. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that Fong Nan is tightly clutching the jade pendant, her gem-like eyes shimmering with an intense possessiveness. Yet this fiery glow flickers for only a moment before she conceals it. The tofu is fried to a golden crisp on both sides, and it would be even better with some dipping sauce. Un gently holds Fong Nan's hand, his larger hand enveloping her smaller one completely. When we return to the mountain, I will buy some beans and experiment with making tofu. Good. When the opportunity arises, I will learn culinary skills from the tavern and cook for you. Good. Hearing her softly affirm his words, Su Chin squeezes her hand again, smiling as he turns to look at her. Has my master gone silly? Why do you only respond with one word? Appearing so dazed, Fong Nan still pursed her lips. The tofu was quickly fried to perfection, wrapped in oiled paper, accompanied by a wooden skewer. In total, there were 2 bags. One cannot help but remark that this delicacy is indeed somewhat pricey, costing 2 low-grade spirit stones for the pair. As the sun descended beyond the mountains, it painted the clouds in hues of crimson, casting a fiery brilliance across the horizon. The name of the city, Yunxiacheng, is derived from the very essence of clouds and rosy twilight. Here, mist swirls around, but it is only at sunset that the fog dissipates. It is precisely at this moment that one can behold the most exquisite evening glow, evoking a sense of enlightenment, as if the clouds parted to reveal the light. In this very instant, couples throughout the city embraced one another, gazing at the splendid sunset. Even his hand rested gently upon Fong Nan's slender waist, drawing her tenderly into his embrace. The evening glow was truly captivating. Instead of affirming, the master merely replied with a non-committal sound. All right. Fong Nan leaned against him, her delicate face pressed against Su Chin's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. She tilted her head to gaze up at him. She could distinctly sense the quickening of Su Chen's pulse and the surging of his vitality. Su Chen was perplexed by Fong Nan's intentions. Yet, the fragrance of her hair and the warmth of sunlight lingering on her robes caused his heartbeat to accelerate involuntarily. What's wrong? Against the backdrop of the sunset, Fong Nan's already stunning visage appeared even more extraordinary. She was breathtaking, a beauty that could leave one spellbound. Her lips parted slightly, and though Su Chen could not discern her words, he could decipher the shape of her mouth. You are mine? Su Chen gazed at her in bewilderment, captivated by her gem-like, faintly red eyes and her enchanting features. The image of that masked female fiend flashed through his mind once more. Yet, he quickly shook his head. He was bewitched, forever reminded of that madwoman. His own master was aloof and proud, akin to a white plum blossom in winter. That female fiend was ruthless, merciless, and exceedingly cruel. Why would he conflate the two? Su Chen felt the surge of vitality within him, his heart racing faster, a crimson mark appearing on his forehead. This mark was extraordinarily peculiar. While most couples were lost in the beauty of the sunset, a few scattered gray-robed cultivators took note of the mark on Su Chen's forehead. Surprise and deep astonishment flickered in their eyes, but primarily, there was joy. Two among them continued to observe Su Chen, while the others discreetly departed, heading for the outskirts of the city. Throughout the encounter, there was not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy, nor did their auras change in the slightest. The 2 remaining individuals soon concealed themselves, vanishing into the shadows. At this moment, Su Chen had extricated himself from his chaotic thoughts. He now understood clearly. His master had no connection to that female fiend. Even if, hypothetically, there existed a relationship between them, if his master were indeed that female fiend, it would not matter. If someone treats you well, it is inconsequential if they are unkind to thousands or even millions. You cannot fault them for their actions. Even if she were truly a fiend, it was of no consequence. When Su Chen grasped this notion, it felt as though a heavy stone had fallen from his heart. He gently tugged at Fong Nan's hand, smiling at her. We shall always, always be together. I shall never leave you. Chapter 49. Then I shan't let you kiss me. Fong Nan heard Su Chen's words. She gazed at him silently, their eyes locked, neither willing to avert their gaze. Countless couples within the city were entranced by the evening glow. Yet only Fong Nan and Su Chun held each other's gaze. They beheld one another, seeing their own reflections within each other's eyes. Is it true? Fong Nan's voice remained cool and distant, as if uttered by an otherworldly fairy. Indeed, more genuine than gold and silver. If it is not true, may I be struck by lightning this very moment. Su Chun chuckled heartily. Yet, Fong Nan frowned. She raised her hand to grasp Su Chun's face. I dislike it when you say such things. I didn't like it before, I don't like it now, and I never shall. Her gaze held a newfound fervor, a sentiment previously absent. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. In jest, he said, then give me a kiss, and I promise not to say it again. As he spoke, he turned his face to the side. But before he could react, he felt a cool, damp sensation on his left cheek. It was Fong Nan, who without a second thought, pressed her lips against him. The imprint lingered for an extended moment. Eventually, when those around them began to take notice of the scene, Fong Nan finally released him. Su Chun, now somewhat dazed, absently touched his cheek, staring at her in confusion. Isn't he the master averse to public displays? Fong Nan shook her head. I simply dislike you saying such things. I do not want to hear you say that. Su Chun felt as though he could propose even more audacious requests for her to fulfill. He even sensed that no matter what he asked now, she would comply. Yet, the words remained unspoken. He gazed into her eyes, feeling that any request he made would be sinful. Such demands, such coercion, would undoubtedly tarnish the sincerity of their bond. I shall not speak of it again, Fong Nan nodded, taking his hand and placing her small one within his larger grasp. Later, I will let you kiss me. I shall not go back on my word, but there are too many people around now. She hesitated for a moment, lowering her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. For the duration of an incense stick. What? It's nothing. If you don't understand, then forget it. Su Chun's pupils dilated, his expression shifting dramatically as he stared at her in astonishment. Wait, are you saying I can kiss you for the duration of an incense stick? Is that true? His words, fueled by excitement, escaped in a shout, drawing the attention of those nearby. Fong Nan's cheeks reddened at an observable rate. Her fair ears flushed crimson. She clenched her small fists, biting her lip. You did that on purpose. I did not. Then I won't let you kiss me. I truly did not. Fong Nan lifted her leg and began to walk away, with Su Chun hurriedly following in her wake. At that moment, the gray-robed figures in the shadows fixated on the direction in which the two departed, their forms once again vanishing. 500 miles outside the city lies the border between Yunxia City and Yunxia Forest. Here, bizarre rocks stand tall, and the terrain is rugged and intricate, concealing many hidden caves. Rumors abound that ruthless fiends lurk within these caverns, serving as their lairs and even as meeting places for various fiend organizations. At this very moment, within a cave, 5 figures stood in a row. What formations? If I say so, let us destroy them all. The more chaotic it becomes, the more souls we can absorb, and the quicker our strength will rise. The bald man grinned widely. However, the black-clad figure beside him wore a look of derision. And then what? Will we be besieged by the Immortal Alliance, or will the 10,000 Fiends sect come to eradicate us? The bald man's eyes widened at the remark, his expression darkening as he glared at the speaker. Murong Tian, what do you mean by that? Are you looking for a fight? Wang Lei, do you think I fear you? As the two appeared ready to quarrel, the other figures in the cave remained silent, arms crossed, waiting to see the spectacle unfold. At that moment, a woman adorned with a blood-marked mask coldly interjected. What are you arguing about? As her voice fell, an oppressive aura descended upon them. This was no ordinary power. It belonged to a formidable cultivator in the fusion stage. The pressure caused the several transformation stage fiends to pale. The woman's voice was ice-cold. Follow the plan I assigned earlier. You each take your positions at the array's focal points. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. Simply kill anyone you encounter from the Immortal Sect. The others, feeling the weight of her presence, nodded dutifully, then dispersed. The two who had clashed moments ago dared not speak further, merely exchanging glances before hastily departing. The masked woman, however, remained in the cave, her eyes filled with madness. Lord Yinluo seemingly recalling something, her gaze became unfocused before hardening with resolve. Once I accomplish this task, I shall earn the Lord's favor, and then a glimmer of delight crossed her eyes with renewed determination. She rose and exited. Meanwhile, the bald man had not ventured far. After leaving, Wang Lei meandered about, ultimately returning to a hidden cave. With a sullen expression, he entered to find several gray-robed figures half-kneeling within. Each displayed a demeanor of utmost respect and deference. In unison, they greeted him. "We pay our respects to the Lord." Wang Lei, brimming with suppressed anger, was now quite impatient. "Speak if you have something to say. Otherwise, leave." A few figures clad in gray robes exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "Reporting to you, my lord, we have not encountered those disciples of the celestial sect within the city today." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Lei kicked him in frustration, his face contorted with anger. "What do you mean you didn't find anything?" the gray-robed man hurriedly added. "But we have discovered traces of the phoenix bone." As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of recording stone from his bosom. Channeling his spiritual energy, an image materialized. Wang Lei looked on in astonishment. The phoenix bone was well known throughout the Daqian dynasty. Yet no one had ever seen it. Rumors suggested that cultivators harboring the phoenix bone would bear a distinctive red mark on their foreheads. Wang Lei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the scene depicted on the recording stone. Indeed, he spotted the red mark on the man's forehead, precisely as described in ancient texts, two identical marks, without any discrepancies. It is truly the phoenix bone. Wang Lei exclaimed with delight, slapping his thigh. This item was priceless and could easily fetch over 10 million high-grade spirit stones if sold casually. Even selling himself wouldn't yield such a fortune. Wang Lei understood he was unworthy of such a supreme treasure. However, he was certainly deserving of 10 million spirit stones. "Where is this person?" Upon hearing this, the gray-robed man relaxed, entering the room to assure him, "Rest assured, my lord. I have dispatched my brethren to act, and they will bring him back to you tonight." "Very well." A smile graced Wang Lei's face. Being at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, he feared that if he were to take action himself, he might inadvertently harm the possessor of the Phoenix Valley. It was best to let his subordinates handle it, which would be less troublesome and more secure. Then let us await the return of this individual tonight. Chapter 50. A moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. The night was tranquil, and the silvery moonlight poured through the window, casting a chilling ambience over the room. As the festival approached, countless couples awaited the blooming of the sacred tree, eager to witness this momentous occasion. They congregated in Yunxia City, where accommodations within the city were scarce. Yu Qian and Fong Nen spent a considerable sum to secure a room. After much effort, they finally found a place to rest. As they entered the room, Fong Nen led the way, with Su Chun following closely behind. Once inside, Su Chun locked the door. The night was already exceptionally quiet, amplifying every sound, making even the locking of the door seem somewhat jarring. Fong Nen placed her hands behind her back, tilting her head slightly, gazing at him with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. She remained silent, simply observing him, which made Su Chun feel a tad embarrassed. "I fear that some ill-intentioned individuals might enter. Are the bad guys already inside the room?" "Oh, master, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend." Fong Nen stepped closer, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Before long, she stood right before him, looking up into Su Chin's eyes. "Cannot comprehend?" She echoed Su Chin's previous words, but her tone carried an alluring cadence. That moment, the room was solely theirs. Su Chun could hear her breathing clearly, even feel the warmth of her exhalation. "Is this the beginning?" Fong Nen gently pressed her lips together, a smile gracing her face, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Why ask me what to do? I cannot stop you. You may do as you wish. Do as you wished." Su Chin's heart raced. He gazed at Fong Nen, whose smile was radiant, feeling as though a fire was igniting within him. "Master, I sense that you are somewhat different from before." "What is it? You seem even more beautiful." "Is that so?" Fong Nan's arms encircled Su Chin's waist, resembling a small cat as she nuzzled against his chest, her demeanor languid. She appeared as if she were intoxicated. Yet, after a brief moment, Her voice grew softer until she gradually succumbed to sleep. Su Chen stared in bewilderment, his expression a mixture of confusion and shock. Should he kiss her or not? He wrestled with this dilemma before gently laying Fong Nan down on the bed. Sitting beside her, he found himself both amused and exasperated. Who falls asleep when the moment to kiss arrives? What kind of person is this? Su Chen leaned against the bed's edge, watching her, not knowing when his eyes had filled with smiles. In truth, he did not require much. Simply gazing at her in tranquility was already a great joy. He tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and gently pinched her cheek, observing her serene slumber, wondering what beautiful dreams she might be having. Speaking of which, the security in Yunxia City was quite poor. He could still hear the distant sounds of skirmishes, and even with the window open, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Su Chen frowned. Is it not possible to celebrate the festival peacefully? Why must there be fighting and killing? He initially considered opening the window for fresh air, but the scent of blood only intensified, compelling him to close it once more. At that moment, he caught sight of a flash of red light outside the city, a dazzling brilliance that exuded an air of extreme bloodlust. The aura was chilling. Su Chen even sensed a familiar essence within that red light, and the image of that female demon flickered through his mind once more, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Could it be that the female demon is in Yunxia Forest? Is it possible that the fighting in the city was instigated by her? As he pondered, Fong Nan, lying on the bed, stirred. She opened her eyes, weariness evident in her gaze. She beckoned to Su Chen. Come. Su Chen distinctly felt that his master was different tonight, more radiant and fervent than before. This transformation began with that jade pendant, continued with the promise he made, and now culminated in this moment. Su Chen sensed something peculiar about her. Nonetheless, he walked over. Yet, just as he approached, a chill swept over his neck. Fong Nan had directly kissed him. Their lips met, and Su Chen felt a cool, moist sensation. Fong Nan's hands gripped the back of his head. It was hard to believe that beneath her cool exterior lay such fervor. Su Chen felt as if he had been ignited by fire. At this moment, the blossoms on their foreheads manifested, pure and extraordinary. The Hahuan flower mark appeared, a dual manifestation. This was the first time that both of their foreheads bore the flower mark simultaneously. The sensation was indescribably wondrous, as if their hearts and souls were intertwined. Fong Nan, true to her promise to Su Chen, kissed him for the duration of an incense stick. Only after that did their lips part. Meanwhile, Fong Nan's arms remained wrapped around Su Chen's neck as she pulled him closer, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "Take me." Chapter 51. Wedding ceremony figures danced in the dim light as the night deepened. Before long, it was the latter half of the night. Beneath the hazy moonlight, the room seemed even colder. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance carried by the mountain breeze, mingling with the scents of peach and apricot blossoms. It was an ethereal aroma, invigorating to the senses. Su Chen gently held Fong Nan, observing the red mark upon her fair skin, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Master, Before he could finish, Fong Nan turned to him. "Shoo!" She made a gesture for silence. "Do not speak." Just lie quietly in my embrace, her demeanor languid, resembling a small creature curling up comfortably. She displayed less of her usual aloofness, instead exuding warmth, occasionally nuzzling against Su Chen's chin. In that moment, she appeared to be anything but a venerable elder of the celestial sect, nor a once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship genius of the Celestial Alliance. At that instant, a faint blue aura enveloped them. A swirling flow of spiritual energy in that extraordinary state, their energies intertwined, both experiencing significant enhancements in their cultivation. Their vitality surged, nourishing each other's bodies, refining their muscles and condensing their meridians. Both experienced a substantial increase in strength. Fong Nan's cultivation level even directly advanced to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Unbeknownst to her, she had set up a formation at some point, and the intent of her breakthrough had not been conveyed externally. Now, Fong Nan's spiritual energy was somewhat unstable, her vitality surging. Logically, she should stabilize her mind and meditate to consolidate her realm. Yet, she simply lay quietly in Su Chen's embrace, occasionally rubbing her chin against him like a clingy kitten. Su Chun had sensed her breakthrough during their shared cultivation earlier. Now, witnessing her current state, he felt a mixture of amusement and concern. "Are you all right?" Fong Nin mumbled lazily in response, her voice still languid. "Is there anywhere you feel discomfort?" No, just as Su Chun was about to inquire further, Fong Nin covered his mouth with her hand, frowning slightly as she gazed at him. "Do not ruin the atmosphere. Please, just remain silent." MMM. Upon seeing Su Chen nod, Fong Nin finally loosened her grip and reclined back. Su Chen embraced her gently, caressing her hair and tucking the strands by her face behind her ear. He then playfully pinched her earlobe and poked her cheek, delighting in the moment. Initially, Fong Nan showed little reaction, but it seemed his antics began to irritate her. Furrowing her brow, she freed herself from his hold. Lifting her delicate face to gaze at him, even going so far as to glare, the once pleasant atmosphere dissipated. As Fong Nan began to speak, Su Chun lowered his head, their eyes meeting. Feeling his gaze upon her, Fong Nan swallowed the words that had been on the tip of her tongue. "What's wrong?" Su Chun hesitated, stammering for quite some time before finally taking her small hand that had been pinching his cheek into his own. A sense of guilt washed over him. Guilt? It was such an important matter, yet I allowed it to be taken so casually. Fong Nan blinked, finally grasping the meaning behind his words, and felt a blush creeping in. "You overthinking again. I just feel it should be taken more seriously," she replied, holding his face, their eyes locked. "You don't fancy me?" "Of course not." "Then you don't fancy my body?" "Definitely not." Su Chen vehemently denied, a strange feeling stirring within him in his mind. The progression should have been hand-holding, followed by an embrace, and finally a kiss. It was a process that required time, a lengthy journey of intimacy between them. Now it felt as if many steps had been skipped, arriving directly at the heart of the matter. Su Chun hesitated, sensing something was amiss. "What's missing?" Fong Nan blinked thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. Contemplating for a moment, then she quietly asked, "How about we hold a wedding ceremony?" Su Chun was momentarily taken aback by her suggestion, staring at her in astonishment. Fong Nan, however, smiled nonchalantly. "You saw the floral mark on my forehead. The bond of companionship has already been formed. If you desire some ceremonial significance, all that's left is the mundane wedding ceremony." Only then did Su Chun grasp her words, feeling a surge of emotion. "What does our master think?" "I will follow your lead. As long as you are happy, I am happy." Just as they were about to rise, Fong Nan seemed to recall something and instructed Su Chun to close his eyes. She then carefully stowed away the quilt marked with plum blossoms into her spatial ring. Once everything was in order, she allowed him to open his eyes. Speaking of which, I'm not familiar with how mortals conduct their wedding ceremonies. It seems there are several steps involved. Oh, I know this. First, you bow to heaven and earth, then to your ancestors, followed by a bow to the parents, and finally, the couple bows to each other. Fong Nan was first taken aback by his knowledge, then looked at him with curiosity, asking, "How do you know all this?" Her gaze held a hint of suspicion, followed by a light laugh. "You didn't go and woo some woman in the mortal realm? Did you? Have you taken vows with someone else?" Su Chen hurriedly explained, "Of course not." He was both amused and astonished by his master's imaginative leaps. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I often read miscellaneous books and ancient texts during my leisure time, and I came across this process." "Really?" Fong Nan bit her lip, scrutinizing him. "Of course, it's true. Would I lie and hurt my master's feelings? How could I bring myself to do that?" Upon hearing this, Fong Nan's cheeks flushed visibly, and her ears turned a deep shade of red. "You don't say such embarrassing things. What's so embarrassing about it? These are my sincere thoughts. Do you not believe me?" "I believe you. Just stop talking." Her mind echoed his words, leaving her feeling dizzy, as if surrounded by sweetness. Unconsciously, her lips curled into a silly smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Seeing her like this, Su Chun couldn't help but laugh as well. Like two fools lost in their own world. "Master, shall we hold the ceremony now?" Fong Nan nodded, but then appeared to reconsider, shaking her head. "Forget it. I'm a bit tired tonight. Let us postpone it for a few days." "A few days? Yes, I'll invite an elder to witness our vows then." "Invite an elder?" Su Chun was momentarily dumbfounded, his heart racing with confusion and apprehension. Why had an elder suddenly emerged in their plans? Fongnan chuckled, pinching his cheek. My elder will soon be your elder too. There's no need to be so frightened. It will be fine. Chapter 52. Call me husband, master. Who is this elder? How should I address them? Shouldn't we prepare some gifts? No, I should prepare some gifts? Suchin rambled on, his thoughts spilling out chaotically as he grew increasingly anxious, his expression serious and solemn. Fongnan watched him with a smile, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She said nothing, merely observing him for a long while, until Su Chen noticed her gaze that he paused. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Master, why are you looking at me? This isn't just my affair. What should I really prepare? Fongnan shook her head with a smile. Just prepare yourself. All you need to do is come with me when the time comes. Just like that? Yes, that's all that's required. You don't need to prepare anything else. Having you by my side is enough. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cool ambience in the room. Yet, in their shared gaze, there was only warmth and fervor. They gazed at each other quietly, a sweet sentiment brewing within their hearts. After what felt like an eternity, Fongnan seemed to remember something and retrieved a red spiritual fruit from her spatial ring. Handing it to Su Chen. Eat this. Su Chen recognized it as the spiritual fruit gifted by Qin Muxue, a token of congratulations from the sect master, Qin Yu. This fruit was of high quality, perfect for cultivators who had just broken through their realms, capable of replenishing vitality, strengthening foundations, and even washing marrow and cleansing bones. If sold in the market, it would fetch a handsome price, easily several thousand mid-grade spirit stones. Given Fongnan's recent breakthrough to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, consuming this fruit was ideal for her to consolidate her foundation. Yet, she chose to give it to Su Chen. No refusals. Before Su Chen could protest, she pressed the fruit into his mouth, forcing him to swallow. Su Chen had no choice but to comply. The moment the fruit touched his tongue, it transformed into a cool stream that vanished within him. This coolness gradually warmed into a nourishing energy that flowed through his limbs, revitalizing his body while also replenishing his meridians. In less than a stick of incense, Su Chen's physical strength had more than doubled. The vast energy concentrated within this fruit was truly astonishing. Leaving him in a WE.it took a full 4 hours for Su Chen to digest just a tenth of the fruit's potency. Even this modest amount left his body aching, his meridians resonating with surging spiritual energy. Su Chen was utterly astonished. Just this fraction was capable of yielding such immense vitality. What kind of enhancement would he experience if he absorbed the entirety of the fruit's power? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a gentle voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Art I in your current state? You cannot absorb all the potency of the fruit. I will seal away the remaining 90%. You can gradually absorb it over the next few days. That explained why he couldn't assimilate the second layer of energy and why he hadn't been overwhelmed by the torrent of power. Warmth flooded Su Chen's heart. He indeed needed to focus on refining and absorbing this spiritual fruit. Yet he felt reluctant to take his eyes off Fongnan. It felt as if he were trapped in a dream. Fearing that if he closed his eyes, he would awaken to find his master gone, Su Chen was unwilling to shut his eyes or meditate. He simply wished to bask in this tender moment. Wishing to freeze time at this very instant, this moment, Fongnan lay in his embrace, her hand resting on his chest. She gazed up at him, her voice soft and gentle. Don't look at me. Focus on refining the fruit. Su Chen shook his head. But if you don't refine it now, it will be wasted. I'm right here beside you. I won't go anywhere. After a moment, Su Chen spoke, then, Master, if you call me husband, I will begin to refine the fruit. Fongnan stared at him, her expression frozen in shock, her previously regained color now flushed crimson. She bit her rosy lip. Her neck suffused with a deep blush. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Chen. Did he truly understand what he was saying? How could he say such embarrassing words without a hint of shame? Fongnan felt her heart race, even daring not to meet his gaze. You just refine it. I wish to first hear you address me as husband, master. My mind is clouded, and after a moment's hesitation, as I attempt to utter those two words, I find them seemingly enchanted. They rest on the tip of my tongue, yet no matter how hard I try, they refuse to escape my lips. My face flushes crimson. Su Chun, having never witnessed his master in such a state, gazes at me with keen interest, his heart racing in tandem with mine. Noting my prolonged silence, he gently offers, "Then when I refine the 7-star grass and enter the nascent soul stage, will you call me husband?" I am momentarily taken aback, warmth blooming in my chest, accompanied by a twinge of guilt. Despite being his Tao companion, I cannot bring myself to utter the term husband. My shyness stands in stark contrast to the hopeful glimmer in his eyes. I nod earnestly, responding with a firm yes. This signifies my agreement to the matter. I resolve to practice diligently over the next few days, striving to overcome my bashfulness in addressing him. I repeat the title silently in my mind, again and again, yet the more I practice, the more shy I become, the more reluctant I am to look at Su Chun. This leads to an odd atmosphere between us over the subsequent days, as we both find it increasingly difficult to meet each other's gaze. Days slip by swiftly, and the city grows ever more vibrant in anticipation of the sacred trees blossoming. During this time, Su Chun has devoted all his energy to absorbing the spirit fruit. He has nearly finished consuming it, yet his meridians have begun to swell painfully, burdened by an overwhelming accumulation of spiritual energy. It is essential that he locates the 7-star grass to resolve the lingering sword essence within his Dan Yuan before he can strive for the nascent soul stage. It is noteworthy that while I have been practicing my address, my cultivation has also seen significant advancement. I have now reached the peak of the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, with only one step remaining to the late stage. Tomorrow marks the day of the sacred trees blooming. Coinciding with the emergence of the 7-star grass, Su Chun appears unperturbed, but my heart races with apprehension, my demeanor growing increasingly reserved. I recall my promise to him. When Su Chun refines the 7-star grass and enters the nascent soul stage, I will call him husband. In the dead of night, we arrive at Yunxia Forest, both of us focused on adjusting our states. The 7-star grass is set to appear tomorrow, a conclusion derived from the Grand Elder's calculations through the formation, leaving no room for error. It is late, past the midnight hour, and only half an hour remains. The night is still, enveloped in silence. After adjusting my state, Su Chun emerges from his meditation, while I rest with my eyes closed. We are both tense, the atmosphere between us charged with a peculiar energy. The night sky is densely clouded, obscuring the myriad stars and the crescent moon. A gentle breeze caresses our cheeks, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass from the forest. Refreshing and invigorating. The wind picks up, rustling our clothes and causing the leaves to rustle softly. Soon, the heavy clouds part, and the radiant moonlight pours down, illuminating the night as the clouds disperse and the stars twinkle above. In the forest, every flower and blade of grass reflects the celestial glow. Deep into the night, I sit quietly beneath a tree, the moonlight filtering through the branches, casting a delicate glow upon my fair visage. My cheeks resemble soft jade, flushed with a hint of pink beneath my milk-like skin, while willow-like brows appear as though drawn with ink, and my lips, under the moon's glow, seem even redder, imbued with a touch of the moonlight's chill. Su Chun stands nearby, captivated by my presence, momentarily lost in thought. His gaze burns with intensity as he inches closer to observe me more closely. Just as he studies me intently, I open my eyes and meet his stare. His eyes reflect a soft crimson in the depths, and I quickly lower my gaze, my cheeks aflame with embarrassment. "Why are you staring at me?" "I am admiring my beloved wife." "Who is your beloved wife?" "You speak nonsense." I am easily flustered. Even a few casual words send my face into a crimson blush, as if blood might spill forth. Su Chun leans in closer, but he refrains from touching me. Earlier, I had informed him that tonight marks our wedding ceremony, with relatives expected to arrive. He fears making a poor impression in front of them. Now, he simply wishes to be near me, to observe me closely, to inhale my scent. Seeing his demeanor, I cannot help but laugh, my smile radiant like a bloom. "You need not be so anxious. My relatives will not arrive for a while. There is no need to be so tense." Su Chun touches his nose, admitting, "To be honest, I am quite nervous." Now sitting beside me, inhaling my delicate fragrance, he feels a measure of reassurance. "Master, do I truly not need to bring anything?" Isn't that somewhat impolite? I respond, no need. Then what should I say when I meet my relatives? I have never experienced anything like this. The more I hear him speak, the more I am tempted to laugh, my eyes curving like crescent moons. Just follow my lead, ah. Su-chan leans forward, closing the distance between us. Just then, I gently pinch his face and plant a soft kiss on his lips. My voice is tender and cool, as long as you are by my side. That is enough. You need not say anything or do anything. Yu-chan gazes at me, clasping my small hand resting on his face. The night is serene, and the darkness envelopes us in a gentle embrace. This evening, I feel as if I am more beautiful than ever, though I am always lovely, akin to a celestial being. Tonight, however, I possess a unique charm, an added layer of softness. Time slips by unmeasured until suddenly, a faint surge of spiritual energy ripples through the AI art. It is subtle, almost imperceptible, yet I catch its glimmer in my eyes. I tilt my head to look at Su-chan and whisper. The 7-star grass has appeared. Yes, he replies softly. We both feel an inexplicable tension, the atmosphere between us growing even more peculiar. Shall we go? Yes. Without further ado, I grasp my sword and rise, heading toward the direction of the energy surge. With Su-chan trailing closely behind, we move swiftly, our spiritual energy flaring, and as we draw nearer, the rich aura becomes palpable. Just as we approach our destination, a flash of white light darts before us. As if something is lunging at you, and the next moment, that entity is cleaved in two by my sword. Su-chan comes to his senses, looking up to discern the creature's form. A small, emerald-green serpent adorned with mystical purple patterns, an extraordinary sight, exuding a formidable power that reveals it to be a nascent, soul-level beast. In terms of strength, it rivals a human cultivator at the transformation god stage. At this moment, we can see the small spirit grass not far away. This serpent serves as the guardian spirit beast of the grass. After dealing with the materials from the beast, Su-chan strides confidently toward the spirit grass. This particular grass blooms once every 77 years, accumulating the essence of spiritual energy. Consuming it will greatly enhance one's comprehension of swordsmanship for the next hour, as if aided by divine intervention. Su-chan hesitates not a moment longer, gently plucking the 7-star grass and swallowing it whole. There is no time to waste. The moment the grass is harvested, it begins to lose its potency. He has sealed his mouth and focused on refining the grass. Yet, shortly after, he feels a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he might succumb to slumber. What is happening to me? His internal energy spirals chaotically, his vision blurring, disorienting him with illusions. His eyelids grow heavy, and a profound weariness overtakes him, stirring a sense of panic within. In his haze, he catches sight of me beside him, and his heart settles. Master, I murmur softly, gently caressing his forehead. Sleep now. I am here. Before long, the effects of the 7-star grass take hold, and Su-chan drifts into a deep slumber, resting against me. At that moment, from the depths of the tranquil forest, a bewitchingly enchanting woman emerges. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she is taken aback, her gaze landing upon me. Xiao Nan, is this the Dao companion you fancy? Shall I assist him in refining that sword intent? Yes, Fong Nan gently acknowledged with a soft sound. Her fingers grazed Su-chan's cheek, her eyes reflecting joy, anxiety, and a hint of shyness. The woman wasted no time and directly initiated the secret technique. In an instant, the residual blood and energy within Su-chan's body erupted in full bloom. The medicinal power of the 7-stars grass he had just consumed also unfurled. Various energies nourished Su-chan's physical form, steadily enhancing his cultivation. Chapter 54. A perfect match in the tranquil forest. 3 figures were present. Su-chan lay upon Fong Nan's lap, now deeply asleep, completely unaware. The woman who had just emerged from the woods assisted Su-chan in absorbing the essence of the spiritual herb. A faint crimson aura enveloped him, accompanied by blue wisps of light. Fong Nan gazed at Su-chan, her slender fingers tracing his cheek with gentle caresses. The indifferent Empress Wu Xian observed this scene, chuckling softly, her surprise evident. She had received a message from the young master a few days prior, having traversed the forbidden zones of the demon sect to arrive here. She had not anticipated that it was to aid this young disciple in absorbing the 7 stars grass. This revelation took her by surprise. What astonished her even more was that her usually aloof young master seemed to have developed feelings for this disciple. At that moment, Fong Nan appeared to recall something, and after a brief internal struggle, she hesitantly inquired, "Mother, does he already have a betrothal? Has he wed another woman?" Empress Wu Xian was momentarily taken aback by this question, then burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. The expression on her face was intriguing. She had not expected her young master to display such girlish concern. It was utterly endearing. "Mother, please do not jest with me," Fong Nan murmured softly, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. She instantly regretted posing the question, guilt washing over her the moment it left her lips, by asking, was she not casting doubt upon him? Yet human emotions are inherently complex. She could not help but seek clarification. She genuinely feared that he might have some romantic entanglement in the mundane world, some unbroken bond with another. Observing Fong Nan's demeanor, Empress Wu Xian decided to drop the pretense and spoke directly. "Rest assured, young master, this disciple is merely an ordinary student from a subsidiary sect. He has never had a marriage contract with anyone, nor has he wed any woman. His background is entirely clean. He is simply a gift presented to you by the head of that subsidiary sect." Upon hearing the initial words, Fong Nan's anxious heart finally settled, and she exhaled a long sigh. However, upon hearing the latter part, she frowned slightly. Before Empress Wu Xian could finish her sentence, Fong Nan interrupted, "He is not a gift. He is no mere object. He is a living person, my soulmate." Empress Wu Xian was taken aback by this revelation. Since the passing of the previous sect leader, it was the first time she had witnessed such emotional turbulence from the young master, especially such a vehement reaction. It seemed that the young master had genuinely fallen for him. Stealing a glance, Empress Wu Xian noticed Fong Nan intently focused on the young disciple. Her crimson eyes shimmered with an unusual light, twinkling with a blend of brightness and shadow. She playfully pinched his face, occasionally poking and pressing, thoroughly enjoying herself. Her lips curled, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped with delight as if recalling something. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. "Humph, who is your wife?" Fong Nan gazed at Su Chun, who lay on her arm. Noticing a few strands of hair resting upon his fair face, particularly the one at the tip of his nose, which gently swayed with his breath, she stared intently, unabashedly fixated on him, her gaze as though attempting to claim him entirely. Unlike her usual cool demeanor, her eyes now burned with intensity, devoid of innocence. Slowly, she leaned down, her hands brushing aside the hair from his forehead, their foreheads touching. Fong Nan's long hair cascaded down. She placed a gentle kiss upon his lips. A secretive kiss, yet, as soon as she pulled away, she suddenly remembered that Empress Wu Xian was still nearby. When she looked up, she was met with a pair of wide eyes, and her face instantly turned crimson. Empress Wu Xian quickly interjected, "Young master, rest assured, I saw nothing earlier. Please, continue." Her words, rather than alleviating Fong Nan's embarrassment, only intensified the redness of her cheeks and her previous focus on Su Chun. She had completely forgotten about the presence of another person. Fong Nan felt her head spinning. It was the moment she heard Empress Wu Xian declare that he had no soulmate in the mundane world, which filled her with joy, causing her to momentarily forget the current circumstances. She shook her head, chiding herself. How could she behave in such an uncharacteristic manner? It was utterly irrational. Taking several deep breaths, she regained her composure, her expression returning to a semblance of normalcy. Empress Wu Xian observed her with a bemused expression. Her curiosity piqued about the nature of the relationship developing between the two. It was now apparent to her. She could not help but exclaim, "It is truly remarkable. This disciple was once your furnace, and now he has become your soulmate. You two are indeed a match made in heaven. It seems the heavens themselves desire for you to be together." Fong Nan typically disliked flattery, finding it distasteful. However, upon hearing Empress Wu Xian's previous compliments followed by this remark, she felt a sweetness bloom within her heart, akin to savoring honey. "Mother, do you believe that I am well matched with him?" Naturally, This young disciple possesses the Nine Yang physique, which harmonizes perfectly with your own unique constitution. Empress Wu Xian replied. As if recalling something, she quickly added, if you two cultivate together, it won't be long before you can reach the combined body stage. Combined body stage? Fang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Yet, her cheeks reddened at a visible pace, her ears flushing with warmth. The composure she had regained quickly gave way to shyness, a sense of timidity enveloping her. Her small hands clutched tightly at her robe, her palms slick with sweat, the fabric crumpled. Daily cultivation together for a year? No, he would see me. Absolutely not. It cannot happen, she muttered under her breath, her thoughts spiraling into the absurd. Her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, exuding an irresistible allure. Empress Wu Xian smiled gently. Who could have imagined that the once cold and ruthless young master, the merciless demon emperor, could exhibit such a tender side? If the 18 kings of hell were to witness this side of their demon emperor, they might very well experience a complete mental breakdown. Empress Wu Xian had not anticipated that her mere words would occupy the young master's thoughts so persistently. The young master had changed. This was a good thing. A smile flickered in Empress Wu Xian's eyes, her heart filled with contentment. The young master no longer bore the solitude and loneliness of before. No longer shouldering the weight of the world alone, in contrast to her previous state, she now resembled a girl in love. At this moment, she had fully assisted Su Chun in refining the 7 stars grass and the residual blood and energy within him. Yet, this was not the end. Empress Wu Xian had sensed the lingering sword intent within Su Chen's Dan Yuan from the onset. The magic she wielded was exceptionally unique, categorized as a supportive technique. Now, she was prepared to aid Su Chun in absorbing this spiritual sword intent. Chapter 55. Adversaries. Empress Wu Xian formed hand seals, chanting incantations, as glimmers of light spread from her fingertips. The soft blue light extended to Su Chun, assisting him in regulating his chaotic spiritual energy. After the passage of a fragrant stick esterition, Su Chun's condition stabilized. While lost in slumber, he furrowed his brow, as if ensnared in a dream. Unbeknownst to Su Chun, he had begun to comprehend the sword intent, a result of Empress Wu Xian's secret technique, the art of Ling Dream. This technique allowed one to manipulate their spiritual energy, transforming points into lines, lines into surfaces, ultimately crafting a dreamlike space. In this realm, the consciousness of other cultivators could manifest, enabling her to subtly influence them or enhance their cultivation efficiency. In this instance, it was clearly the latter. With the aid of this technique, Su Chun absorbed the entirety of the 7 stars grass's medicinal power, gradually grasping the formidable sword intent, slowly digesting and assimilating it. How is he? Fang Nan, who had been watching anxiously from the side, stepped forward to inquire with concern. Careful attention breeds distraction. She found herself unable to look away from Su Chun. Empress Wu Xian waved her hand reassuringly. Young master, please do not worry. In just over half an hour, this disciple will have completed the absorption. Good. Upon hearing this, Fang Nan's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally relaxed, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Empress Wu Xian glanced at Su Chun, then at Fang Nan. Young master, did you plan to gift him this sword intent from the beginning? Indeed. The essence of this sword intent is, in truth, a concept that Fang Nan had previously comprehended. It has been sealed within that jade pendant. She had originally intended to allow Su Chun to activate the pendant once his strength had advanced further. However, unforeseen changes in their relationship and various incidents intervened, rendering her unable to voice her thoughts. Subsequently, as she suffered from the cold poison, he directly activated the pendant, absorbing the sword energy. This disrupted Fang Nan's prior plans. Had it not been for the presence of Lady Wuxin, relying solely on Su Chen's innate ability to absorb, it would have made it exceedingly difficult to refine that sword intent. Yet, with the support of this secret method, if she were to first refine all the 7-star grasses and then absorb the sword intent, it would become a much simpler task. At this moment, everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while Fang Nan gently wiped it away with a handkerchief she always carried. her movements tender and cautious, fearful of disturbing him. This sight brought a smile to Lady Wuxin's face. She had not anticipated that her young master would exhibit such care for another, nor that he possessed such a gentle side. Indeed, the young master harbored affection for this little disciple. Fong Nan's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart inexplicably racing, even her ears turning red. Oh dear, please refrain from such comments. It is truly embarrassing to hear, and I find it difficult to bear. Very well, Lady Wuxin acquiesced, not wishing to elaborate further, though the intrigue on her face remained evident. The forest was remarkably tranquil, now well into the latter half of the night. The moonlight illuminating the surroundings with a silvery glow. The cool shadows cascaded over the flowers and grasses, and the entire forest was lush with life. Lady Wuxin had long since set up an array, deterring any spiritual beasts from approaching. She could detect any fluctuations in spiritual energy at any moment. Thus there was no need for concern that the scene here might be observed from outside. Such a thing was utterly impossible. The sounds and sights within were entirely isolated by her, rendering them invisible and inaudible from the outside, and anyone who ventured near would become disoriented. Only by dispelling the array could one escape. There is no need for you to worry about him, for when the time comes, this little disciple will naturally awaken. Imichum, Fong Nan responded softly. Her slender fingers, as white as goat's milk, evoked a sense of fragrant delicacy. They gently traced Su Chen's cheek before sliding down his face, finally giving it a light pinch. As Fong Nan recalled something. A smile emerged in her eyes, followed by a sigh. My adversary, constantly berating me. I suppose she is somewhat vexed. What had that female demon done? Was Fong Nan unaware? Her current form was merely a doppelganger created from the main body's breakthrough into the integration stage. To put it plainly, she was composed of a single strand of divine consciousness, at present. She was merely entrusting that consciousness to this doppelganger. The two were, in essence, one and the same. How could she not know what she had done? This insufferable individual incessantly chastised her, attributing baseless accusations. A surge of annoyance welled up within Fong Nan. With her mouth agape, she bit down gently on Su Chen's shoulder, leaving a faint tooth mark. This action was completely devoid of any decorum, causing Lady Wuxin, who stood nearby, to twitch her lips in disbelief. Could such a display truly be executed by the young master? Had she not witnessed it herself? She would never have believed it, even if it cost her life. Of course, she also noticed the tenderness in Fong Nan's gaze, leading her to conclude that the young master had indeed developed feelings. Meanwhile, Fong Nan continued to treat Su Chen as a mere outlet for her frustrations, lightly striking him. After all, he was her companion. She could neither hit nor scold him, for doing so would only cause her heartache. Yet, hearing him speak ill of that demoness day after day left her feeling uncomfortable. Although she understood that Su Chen's words were directed at that female demon, who seemed to have no connection to her, it still felt peculiar. After a long while, Fong Nan ceased her antics, quietly watching him lie upon her lap, her eyes filled with affection and a tender glimmer. Lady Wuxin remained by her side. After a moment of silence, Su Chen began to stir awake. Just then, Fong Nan seemed to recall something and spoke softly. Previously, I mentioned reducing disputes in our respective realms, but upon arriving at Yunxia City recently, I discovered that there are still unruly demon cultivators here. Upon hearing this, Lady Wuxin became serious, quickly turning her head to look. This territory belongs to the third Yama, Murong Fu. Young master, has something occurred here? Without further ado, Fong Nan produced a stone from her robe. This object was a recording stone capable of capturing events for a brief period. With spiritual energy infused, the stone activated, and images began to manifest in the air. Lady Wuxin's expression grew increasingly grave as she observed the scene, which depicted the young master in battle. Though it was merely a one-sided slaughter, it nonetheless sullied her hands and burdened her with these trivial matters. Most of the demon cultivators have been dealt with by me. However, the leader possesses slightly greater cultivation than I, allowing him to escape. Please handle this matter. Understood, Lady Wuxin replied, nodding earnestly. There should be no further disturbances for now, allowing me to concentrate on my cultivation. Once my doppelganger also breaks through to the integration stage, It will be time for me to confront the tribulation phase, and at that point, I will no longer need to be so cautious. Chapter 56. We have long since lost our innocence. There is one more matter, Fong Nin stated, her ruby-like eyes flashing with a hint of coldness as her voice remained calm. Those affiliated sects that need to be disbanded should be disbanded, and those that require handling should be dealt with. They must not provoke trouble under the name of the 10,000 Demon Sect. As it vexes me, Lady Wuxin nodded in response, understanding the implications. It seemed that those beneath her were acting unruly, engaging in misconduct and causing disturbances. The young master had intended for the 10,000 Demon Sect to recuperate and accumulate strength. So how could he tolerate their rebellious behavior? As the two conversed, Su Chun, still lying on Fong Nan's lap, slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though he had just awoken from an extraordinarily vivid dream. In that dream, he absorbed the 7-star grass and refined the sword intent of the Danyuan. Then, he had awakened. He gazed around in confusion, spotting Fong Nan beside him, but also noticing a woman standing not far away. Instantly, Su Chun felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, his expression becoming peculiar. He quickly lowered his voice and asked Fong Nan, "Master, how should I address this elder?" However, Fong Nan ignored him, as if she had not heard a word. This only made Su Chun more anxious. "Do not jest, master." Fong Nan, suppressing a smile, replied merrily, "Simply call her mother along with me. As if recalling something, she added, "If we do not count you, she is my only family in this world." Su Chun frowned slightly. "That must count for me. I am also your family." Hearing this, Fong Nan's eyes glimmered with a flicker of unusual emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We haven't even married yet," she murmured softly. Su Chun seized her hand and leaned closer, fiercely whispering, "We have long since lost our innocence. Regardless of whether we marry or not, you are mine." Fong Nan's pupils widened in shock. What are you saying? Who is yours?" She hurriedly covered Su Chun's mouth, fearful that he might utter further bold declarations. Realizing his words were inappropriate with the elder present, Su Chun merely squeezed Fong Nan's hand gently. The woman standing a short distance away had remained silent, allowing the young couple their moment of interaction. Lady Wuxin felt a sense of contentment. The young master had endured for so long and was finally able to taste some sweetness. The phrase "after hardship comes happiness" truly encapsulated the moment. Moreover, there was another point. When the previous sect master was still alive, he had urged the young sect master to consider marriage. After the old sect master's passing, that matter was left to rest. Lady Wuxin had indeed worried about the young master's affections, even suspecting that the object of his affection might be a woman. Thankfully, her concerns had proven unfounded. As she pondered, the two approached her. "Please, mother, bear witness to our union." "Witness? What kind of witness?" Lady Wuxin was taken aback. Before she could fully process the situation, she saw Fong Nan pull Su Chun down to kneel. Her pupils constricted in shock. Despite her formidable power and esteemed status, she was merely a subordinate. Having previously achieved some military merit alongside the old sect master, she had fortuitously reached the refining void stage and became the young master's teacher in his youth. How could she withstand such a gesture from him? As the thought barely formed, Fong Nan looked up, prompting Lady Wuxin to hurriedly swallow the words that had been on her lips. She adjusted her address. "Xiao Nan, what are you two?" Fong Nan mimicked Su Chun's earlier words, responding in kind. "This is the customary ritual of marriage in the mortal realm. Since you are my only family, it is only natural to pay my respects to you." The Lady of No Heart, having been summoned, stood in a state of confusion. She had never heard the young master mention the matter of a wedding ceremony before. She was merely aware that her secret arts were required to assist others in their cultivation. Little did she anticipate such an event. Standing there, she felt utterly at a loss for words. At that moment, she heard Fong Nan speak again. "Mother, please do not refuse any longer. You are my only elder now. Please acquiesce." The Lady of No Heart, feeling the weight of the young master's gaze, found herself unable to utter a word of rejection. "Very well." The words escaped her lips with great reluctance. It was not due to her lofty status, but rather her inability to bear the consequences. The young masteress kneeling would surely cost her several hundred years of life. They performed the ritual of bowing to heaven and earth, then to their ancestors, followed by a bow to the elders. And finally, the couple's mutual bow. The two stood without a red veil or the traditional garments, and there were no feasts or onlookers surrounding them. Yet, they felt an overwhelming noise. The sound of their racing hearts drowned out all rational thought. Their cheeks flushed ever so slightly, and their hands were uncertain of where to rest. They proceeded through the motions, albeit with Fong Nan unaware of the intricate details, while Su Chun was acutely aware. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to the ancestors, and finally to her. Now, only the couple's bow remained. Facing each other, their gazes met, both shyly avoiding direct eye contact. They lowered their heads slowly, only for their foreheads to collide. Fong Nan exclaimed softly, rubbing her head. "You bumped into me. My apologies. Let us try again. We shall bow as a couple once more." They stepped back, creating distance to avoid another collision. However, Fong Nan felt a peculiar sensation at the sight of him standing so far away. "Never mind, let us be closer. Come here. So, Su Chun stepped forward again. They lowered their heads once more, this time with perfect control over the distance. Finally, they completed the couple's bow. Having performed the ceremony, she could now absorb the 7-star grass and fully refine her sword intent. "Does this mean?" Su Chun turned to Fong Nan, his eyes sparkling with a mix of light and shadow. "Has Master forgotten that there is still something left to do?" "What is it?" Fong Nan turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. The silvery moonlight filtered through the branches, casting a fragmented glow upon her face, making her already fair complexion resemble that of exquisite jade. Yet, the jade now bore a faint blush. Fong Nan's ears turned crimson. Her body stiffened, and her expression became peculiar. She certainly recalled her earlier promise to Su Chun. Not only did she remember, but she had also practiced diligently, rehearsing every moment in the past few days. She had prepared extensively. Yet, when the moment arrived for her to utter those words, her heart raced. The mere thought of saying those 2 words felt unbearably shameful. With her hands clasped behind her back, she stood upon a small stone that she had found. Su Chun found her demeanor both amusing and exasperating. "You clearly promised me before, and besides, haven't we just conducted the wedding ceremony?" "I don't know." Su Chun, now resolute, cupped Fong Nan's chin with one hand while gripping her shoulder with the other. "Call me husband." Chapter 57. "I like him." Fong Nan's face flushed slightly, her gaze lowered, her voice barely a whisper. The lady of no heart stood nearby, observing with keen interest, her eyes narrowed, showing no intention of leaving. She had never witnessed her young master in such an embarrassed state, and she could not bear to miss such a spectacle. Should she let this opportunity slip by, it might never present itself again. Fong Nan stammered for quite some time, struggling to voice the title. Though it seemed merely 2 words, they felt impossible to articulate. The mere thought of the lady of no heart watching from afar made her cheeks burn. If it were just she and Su Chun standing there, it might have been easier. However, with her mother present, it was truly difficult to speak. After much internal conflict, Fong Nan finally managed to utter 2 words. "No." Su Chun, upon hearing this, grew anxious. He grasped her shoulders, gazing into her eyes, inching closer. "Master, you clearly promised me before. How can you go back on your word now?" His words only deepened the redness of Fong Nan's face. Her ears ablaze. You mustn't say such embarrassing things. I never agreed to such a request. It was in the inn. And that night, before Su Chun could finish, Fong Nan hurriedly covered his mouth, shooting him a glare with her beautiful eyes. If she did not intervene, who knew what else Su Chun might say? Filled with both shame and anger, she bit her lip, her cheeks almost bleeding from the intensity of her blush. "You first reach the nascent soul stage, and then we can discuss these matters. But you cannot go back on your word this time." "Fine, I will not go back on my word. I keep my promises. You must hurry and break through." Seeing Su Chun finally close his eyes and enter a meditative state, Fong Nan felt her anxious heart finally relax. She exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, the lady of no heart could no longer contain her laughter at the scene unfolding before her. Shaking with mirth, thoroughly entertained. After centuries within the demon sect, she had never encountered such an endearing display from the young master. In the past, if someone had disturbed her peace, they would have faced dire consequences. Upon reflection, this little disciple certainly had a bold spirit and remarkable luck. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since perished. One could only conclude that the young master truly cared for him. Deeply enamored, which explained her indulgence, at that moment, Fong Nan's demeanor returned to normal. She gently raised her hand, and they stepped outside the formation, cutting off the sounds of their conversation. "Mother, please do not tease me. I am merely happy for the young master. He will finally have someone to rely on." Fong Nan shook her head. "Rely on? Not quite that. I am becoming his Dao partner simply because I cherish him. It is my affection for him. I do not need him to do anything for me." The lady of no heart was rendered speechless. Such words could only be spoken by the young master. Were it any ordinary woman seeking a partner, she would be concerned with social status and connections, striving for a suitable match. But their demon sect young master was no ordinary woman. She chose her partner based solely on her genuine feelings and devotion. As for strength, talent, and background, those were of no consequence, for she possessed them all. Fong Nan was already that high branch. Thus, anyone she favored would be the finest among the myriad of realms. Her affection for Su Chen elevated him to the status of the son of a sacred land, far surpassing any esteemed elder. However, the lady of no heart held back certain thoughts. While her young master had no expectations of receiving anything in return, the nature of emotions was inherently reciprocal. If she were to give selflessly without accepting anything from him, it could lead to complications. The lady of no heart pondered this, but chose not to voice such concerns. She would observe what kind of person this little disciple truly was. If he held feelings for the young master, he would undoubtedly strive to improve and excel. If not, he might grow complacent, taking her kindness as a license for arrogance and even courting danger. The lady of no heart had already made her decision. If the young master's partner was the former, she would treat him with utmost respect and serve him dutifully. If he turned out to be the latter, breaking the young master's heart, she would not hesitate to add another puppet to her collection or even include a soul general in her myriad of souls. "Mother, what do you think of him?" Fong Nan inquired. "The young master and the young lord are a match made in heaven, a pair of celestial partners to be envied." Hearing this, Fong Nan's expression brightened, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "Mother is merely flattering me, trying to lift my spirits." The lady of no heart could clearly sense her young master's newfound verbosity and her markedly improved mood. The words spoken today nearly equaled all she had uttered in the previous years combined. This was indeed a positive development. The path of cultivation is fraught with setbacks, compounded by countless inner demons disturbing one's practice. The recent passing of the former sect leader had become a lingering shadow for the young master, compelling her to press forward while also shrouding her in gloom, rendering her moody and unpredictable. Now, however, she appeared considerably more optimistic, far more cheerful than before, and her speech had increased as well. The lady of no heart saw in her young master a glimpse of the innocent, lively child she once was, naive and full of vitality, but a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Fong Nan quickly noticed her change. "Mother, if you have something to say, please do. There is no need for formality between us." After a moment of silence, the lady of no heart finally spoke. "I just noticed that the young lord possesses a phoenix bone, and it reminded me of the Nan Yuan's secret realm." In the depths of the South Abyss secret realm, Fong Nan softly murmured. A peculiar light flickered in her crimson eyes. This secret realm did not lie within the territory of the 10,000 demon sect, but rather in the central continent where the celestial sect resided. Ancient texts within the 10,000 demons recorded that a millennia-old phoenix bone was concealed within the South Abyss secret realm. This realm opens once every 1,000 years. Observing the time, it would soon be 1 year until its next opening. If another phoenix bone could be obtained for Su Chen to absorb, there would even be a chance to refine phoenix blood. Furthermore, there was the possibility of comprehending the secret arts of the phoenix lineage and acquiring the divine phoenix's legacy. Regarding the original phoenix bone within the sect, Fong Nan had already resolved to present it to Su Chen. For his physique was the nine-yang body, perfectly attuned to the phoenix bone, almost as if it were crafted specifically for him. The phoenix blood and legacy were exceptionally suitable for his constitution. If another piece could be acquired, The potential for enhancement would be immeasurable. After pondering for a moment, Fong Nin nodded, "I understand." Lady Wuxin did not elaborate further. She merely offered a reminder, leaving the final decision on this matter to the young master. After exchanging a few more words, Lady Wuxin departed from the Yunxia forest, leaving a vial of elixir for Fong Nan, a spirit pill to help stabilize the realm of a Yuan Ying stage cultivator. Chapter 58. Do not flee, my wife. When Su Chen awoke, it was already afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a golden glow upon the leaves, bathing the entire Yunxia forest in a warm radiance. Among the flowers and grass, a few small beasts occasionally scurried by, daringly peeking at the two figures not far away. A man and a woman sat beneath a tree. The man squinted, appearing to be in a state between sleep and wakefulness, while the woman beside him observed him with keen interest, her eyes filled with mirth. Although both were awake, he pretended to be in meditation. Yu Chan remained silent. Noticing this, Fong Nin reached out and pinched his face gently with her delicate fingers. "Must I call you by those two words for you to wake?" "Oh," Su Chen mumbled in a casual tone, which served as a response to her. "But what if I don't wish to say them?" Su Chen's lips twitched slightly, yet he kept his eyes closed, remaining still as if in deep meditation. Fong Nan's fair fingers softly caressed his face, occasionally poking at him. After a while, she finally provoked a reaction from Su Chen. His eyes widened, and he grasped both of Fong Nan's hands. What kind of master would speak in such a deceitful manner? "I have already entered the Yuaning stage, yet you refuse to call me." Fong Nan's eyes sparkled with amusement, but she remained silent, watching him quietly. She shook her head lightly. Though no sound escaped her lips, her movements formed the shape of words. "Just not?" Su Chen clearly discerned those two words. He felt both exasperated and amused. Not wishing to waste further words, he seized Fong Nan's face, his fingers sinking into her cheeks. The soft flesh of her cheeks yielded to his grip, her red lips pouting. At that moment, Fong Nan anticipated Su Chen's next move. She struggled to escape, but it was too late. With one hand gripping her face, he pressed the other against her neck. The next instant, their lips met. Fong Nan's pupils constricted, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, her cheeks flushing crimson. With all her strength, she pushed Su Chen away. "What manner of behavior is this? Kissing at every whim. Where did you learn such a bad habit?" "I won't allow it," Su Chen, holding her face in both hands, declared fiercely. "If you do not call me husband, I shall continue to kiss you. I always keep my promises." Fong Nan hesitated, stammering. Strangely, even with Lady Wuxin absent, she felt a surge of anxiety. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not bring herself to utter those two words. "If I don't call out, will that suffice?" "Certainly." Fong Nan's expression brightened at this response. But before she could fully process it, a shadow darted toward her. Her small fists pounded against Su Chen's body, neither painful nor irritating. However, her fair neck flushed even deeper. Just moments ago, she had wondered why he suddenly agreed. Now she realized the reason. This kiss lasted longer than the previous ones. Fong Nan dared not push him away too forcefully, fearing it might hurt him, which would only cause her own heartache. After a considerable time, they finally parted. "Please grant me some time. I assure you I will fulfill my promise." "Very well. Now, could you let go of me so I may compose myself?" With an eager heart, Su Chen complied. However, the moment he released her, Fong Nan shot away like a dart. She lightly touched the ground with one foot and soared into the air like a celestial being. Su Chen, witnessing this spectacle, grew frantic. You are being unfair. It was you who started this." After lightly tossing that remark, Fong Nan soared toward Yunxia City. Su Chen hastily summoned his spiritual energy to follow. Yet, Fong Nan, now at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, completely overwhelmed him in terms of both spiritual energy and speed. She flew ahead while Su Chen trailed behind. Fortunately, she did not unleash her full speed. Otherwise, he would have seen nothing but a fleeting shadow, unable to keep up. The distance between them remained neither too close nor too far. After chasing for a considerable time without catching up, Su Chen, with a resolute heart, called out loudly, "My wife. Slow down, my wife. I cannot keep up." Fong Nan's pupils quivered at the sound of his voice, her pearly teeth biting her crimson lip, her small fists clenched tightly. It was not that she was angry. Rather, the term he used was far too embarrassing. As they approached Yunxia City, numerous couples were seen outside, some walking together, while others admired the scenery beneath the trees. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, they turned in unison, directing their gazes toward Fong Nan. Feeling several pairs of eyes upon her, she instinctively wished to accelerate. Yet, just as she did, she heard Su Chen's voice behind her. "Do not flee, my wife. Our child is yearning for you." "How cruel of you!" Fong Nan's pupils contracted, and she could no longer hold back. She turned and dashed towards Su Chen. Upon reaching him, without uttering a word, she wrapped her arms around his waist and unleashed all her spiritual power, lifting him directly into the air and soaring into Yunxia City. Within mere moments, they had entered the city. Fong Nan's voice was laced with both shyness and indignation. "Who is your wife? Where did this child come from? You're spouting nonsense." She pointed an accusatory finger at Su Chen, her speech faltering. However, before she could finish, she felt her hand grasped firmly by Su Chen. Looking up, their eyes met, and Su Chen grinned broadly, gazing at her with delight. "If my master claims someone as my wife, then so be it. How would I know? In any case, I am not your wife." Su Chen held her hand tightly, refusing to let go, while his other hand grasped her chin. "Does the master truly not know?" "I do not know. I have no idea." Initially, Fong Nan had spoken defiantly, but her voice dwindled as she spoke. "What do you intend to do?" "I want to kiss you. Do not kiss me, or I shall be angry," she struggled, attempting to pull away. "Let me go first, and then I shall call you." Upon hearing this, Su Chen chuckled heartily, his eyes narrowing. "Does my master take me for a fool? After the first time, how could there be a second? You must either obediently call me husband or allow me to kiss you 100 times. Fong Nan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, staring at him wide-eyed. 100 times, she exclaimed, unable to contain her disbelief. "Are you mad? If you really kiss me 100 times, my lips will surely swell." As Su Chen drew nearer, Fong Nan grew anxious. "Do not kiss me any further. If you do, you will not treasure it anymore. You do not." Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears in the blink of an eye. He was upon her, ready to kiss her once more. Fong Nan felt her heart racing, her cheeks ablaze. Finally, unable to withstand the moment any longer, she spoke up, though her voice was barely a whisper. Delicate as a breath of wind. "Husband, best. Happy Qixi Festival. This deity shall also venture out to play." Chapter 59. Is it not natural for a husband to kiss his wife? Freshly steamed buns, warm and fluffy. Fried tofu, roasted tofu, fragrant and crispy, utterly delectable. The streets are alive with the lively sounds of vendors calling out their wares. Shops line both sides in a haphazard yet charming arrangement, with vibrant stalls set up outside, offering either delectable treats or intriguing trinkets. Today marks the auspicious day of the sacred trees blossoming, and the city of Yunxia is abuzz with excitement as pedestrians jostle for space. Couples stroll hand in hand, some shy and reserved, while others exude calm composure. Yet each face radiates with the warmth of happiness. As evening approaches, the sun dips low on the horizon, casting a breathtaking display of fiery clouds across the sky. The golden rays of the setting sun bathe the rooftops in a shimmering glow. Su Chen and Fong Nan walk hand in hand along the street, although they have held hands countless times before. In this vibrant atmosphere, both feel an unusual flutter in their hearts. By nature, Fong Nan is not one to engage in such intimate gestures in public. She finds this display of affection slightly uncomfortable. This is already exceedingly close for her. Yet, after a brief, symbolic struggle, she relinquishes to his grasp. Moreover, witnessing other couples holding hands around them gradually eases Fong Nan into the ambience. With her head bowed, she seems lost in thought. After a spell of walking, Su Chen's voice breaks the air, asking if she has a craving for anything to eat. "No," she replies. "Then I'll buy something," he declares. "All right," she nods, but then adds, seemingly struck by a thought, "I'll eat what you be." Su Chen is momentarily taken aback by her words but then chuckles, his expression turning quirky. Then I'll feed you. Okay, she responds, contemplating the notion of being fed mouth to mouth. She quickly shakes her head bobbing like a rattle. In a way. What is wrong with that? I am your husband, and you are my wife. It is only natural I am not your wife, Fong Nan retorts. Su Chin's laughter only intensifies at her protest. Then who was it that called me husband so loudly when we entered the city? I remember it quite clearly. Don't say that. Fong Nan turns her face away. Her ears tinged with crimson. I didn't say it. It wasn't me. Yet, regardless of her attempts to clarify, her rebuttal seems feeble. The idea of being fed mouth to mouth is utterly unbearable to her. Suddenly, Fong Nan grows serious, turning to him with a firm gaze. You can't keep kissing me. Why not? He inquires playfully. Because if you kiss me too much, it won't feel special anymore. Nonsense, that won't happen. Su Chen steps closer, prompting Fong Nan to quickly raise her hand to cover her mouth. No, just holding hands is already pushing my limits. The mere thought of kissing or hugging in public is mortifying. She retreats several steps before finally halting. Have you been spending too much time with Qing Yimo, picking up those frivolous habits from her? Su Chen is both amused and bewildered by the unexpected accusation. However, he does not pursue the matter further. Since it is something Fong Nan is reluctant about, he naturally does not wish to force her. Instead, he gently takes her hand once more. Perhaps due to her recent breakthroughs or their shared training experiences, Fong Nan's hand feels warmer now, no longer as cold as before. Her palm is slightly damp and warm, a few beads of sweat glistening. Is my wife feeling nervous? He asks teasingly. Fong Nan quickly shakes her head. No. She feels Su Chin's fingers drawing circles in her palm, occasionally pressing or squeezing, which feels oddly exhilarating. Although his touch rests in her palm, her heart seems to respond in kind, an unfamiliar sensation stirring within. Who is your wife? Don't say such things, she murmurs softly. Su Chin squints at her, mimicking her earlier voice and shy demeanor. Husband. The moment the word leaves his lips, Fong Nan's pupils widen, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson at an alarming rate. Her fair neck aglow with embarrassment, as if she might bleed from the heat. Why, you can't say that. Her small fists clench tightly, the bones cracking under the pressure, her spiritual energy manifesting visibly around her. A blue aura swirling about her form, quivering with intensity. The ground beneath her begins to sink, fissures forming outward, a testament to her formidable presence in the realm of mid-transcendence. At that moment, the surroundings fall into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes in the vicinity turn to the pair, the atmosphere thick with tension. Su Chen is taken aback by Fong Nan's unexpected reaction, staring at her in disbelief. After a brief pause, he grabs her hand and takes off running. Let us go. We can't stay here. It's becoming increasingly awkward, and the stares of the onlookers are unbearable. Fong Nan obediently follows behind him, and the two dash from the southern part of the city to the north. Finally, they arrive at a quieter spot. After running for so long, they pause to catch their breath. Su Chen turns to Fong Nan. Teacher, it seems we've become quite the spectacle. Fong Nan, her face still flushed, grips her robe tightly. You can't blame me, she mumbles softly. Then, her voice grows louder. It was your fault for mimicking me. That's why I lost control of my spiritual energy. She nods as if affirming her own statement. Yes, that's exactly it. After her little pep talk, Su Chen cannot help but laugh. Now we won't get to taste the fried tofu. You can feed yourself here. The southern part of the city is known for its food stalls, while the northern side offers various trinkets. The jade pendant hanging from Fong Nan's waist, for instance, was purchased from one of the stalls in the north. As today is the Qixi festival, the city is bustling with couples, both in the south and the north. The two wander about, gathering small tokens of affection, be it heart-shaped locks or fragrant sachets. Their spirit stones dwindle rather quickly as they shop. After a while, they realize there is still some time before the sacred tree blooms. At this point, Su Chen notices a particularly lively shop where many couples are lined up outside. Curiously, it does not have any stalls set up outside, and only pairs of customers are allowed in, one couple exiting before the next can enter. The shop appears small but has an air of mystery about it. Teacher, shall we go and have a look? Sure. Fong Nan, lacking a strong sense of direction while shopping, simply follows wherever Su Chun leads her. They join the queue outside the shop. The establishment is enigmatic, devoid of any signage, leaving them in the dark about what is sold inside. Fong Nan tiptoes to peer inside, her eyes blinking in bewilderment. After observing for a while, she remains puzzled about the shop's offerings. Her curiosity intensifies. Although she could easily disperse her spiritual sense to investigate the interior, that would be far too mundane. She squints, studying the couples emerging from the shop, noting their reactions. However, she finds that while they possess nothing tangible, their faces are adorned with peculiar smiles, enigmatic and somewhat suggestive. Her mind is filled with questions. What could this shop possibly sell? It seems every couple exiting wears a satisfied expression. Fong Nan cannot fathom it, not even as the young master of the demon sect. Beside her, Su Chun shares her confusion, equally perplexed by the situation. The line is not particularly long, and since they arrived early, there are not many couples ahead of them. After what feels like the duration of a single incense stick, they find themselves at the front. A middle-aged woman stands at the entrance, wearing a gentle smile as she leads Su Chun and Fong Nan inside. They enter a dimly lit passageway that is not very long. Just a few steps before they reach a brightly lit area. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafts through the air. You two must be a couple, right? She inquires. Su Chun hesitates, glancing at Fong Nan for confirmation. She blushes slightly, pursing her lips before softly replying, yes. This troublesome man was clearly waiting for her response. If she had remained silent, he would have kept his mouth shut, not uttering a word. Is this your first time visiting my little shop? Yes, Su Chun nods, while Fong Nan scans the interior with curiosity. The middle-aged woman smiles. Feel free to browse. I won't intrude. If you see something you like, just leave it here, and you can settle the payment when you exit. As these words were spoken, the trio had already traversed the passageway, while the woman remained rooted in place, no longer advancing. Su Chun was utterly bewildered, having no grasp of the current situation. However, upon turning to look, the truth dawned upon him, and he finally understood the peculiar expressions on the faces of those fellow cultivators. Su Chun's countenance was exceedingly strange, and no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom that such items were sold in this world. It was utterly absurd, beyond comprehension. Indeed, where there is demand, there is a market. It felt as if it defied the heavens. Suddenly, Su Chun's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he was not alone. A companion stood beside him. He glanced at Fong Nan, only to find her fixated on the garments. Her interest piqued as she examined them from left to right, her crimson eyes filled with confusion. She had been gazing for quite a while yet remained unable to comprehend what these items truly were. She could not even begin to guess. Fong Nan was perplexed. The previous cultivators had entered this establishment expressly to purchase such items. But surely, this scant fabric could not even serve as a proper rag. Could it? It was all rather strange. While undeniably beautiful, adorned with intricate patterns and designs, it lacked practicality. Upon tugging at it, she discovered the quality of the fabric was quite poor, tearing easily. This only deepened her bewilderment. How could those individuals find joy in acquiring such inferior material? It was utterly nonsensical. Could it be they possessed spiritual stones with no place to spend them, coming here to be foolishly generous? Fong Nan found herself amused by the thought. This store might deceive others, but she had no intention of purchasing such items herself. Let us depart, she declared, tugging at Su Chun to leave, yet he remained motionless. His expression still peculiar. Master, do you know what these are? I do, replied Fong Nan, her expression as calm as still water. Su Chun was momentarily stunned by her words, but upon seeing her demeanor, he concluded she was indeed unaware. His expression grew even more unusual. Isn't this merely a rag? Adorned with patterns, yet quite impractical for you. Su Chun remained silent. Fong Nan's confusion deepened. Could it be that she had misjudged? Yet with such scant fabric. If it were not a rag, what else could it possibly be? Su Chun cast a sidelong glance at her, then averted his gaze, nonchalantly rubbing his nose. It's likely intimate apparel. Upon hearing this, Fong Nan burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes curving like crescent moons, shaking her head in immediate denial. Impossible. With so little fabric, how could it be intimate apparel? What difference would it make whether one wore it or not? However, as soon as she uttered these words, she found herself momentarily stunned, standing there with vacant eyes. Intimate apparel, Fong Nan murmured softly. With this revelation, she lowered her gaze once more to the pile of garments. The more she looked, the stranger her expression became, and her cheeks flushed deeper. "Ah!" she exclaimed, feeling as if her perceptions had been shattered. What on earth were these? Just moments ago appearing utterly normal, these rags now seemed impossible to behold. Fong Nan felt her heart racing as she stared at the intimate apparel before her. An image of herself wearing them suddenly flashed through her mind. Her pupils constricted in an instant, in the next moment. As if struck by a thought, she whirled to face Su Chen. You mustn't think about it." "I'm not thinking," he replied. "I haven't even mentioned what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking about anything." Nearby, the female shopkeeper observed their reaction with a bemused smile, shaking her head before turning to leave. Standing at the entrance, she refrained from interrupting. This couple clearly appeared to be newly acquainted, still unfamiliar with one another. Hence their reactions were understandably more pronounced. It was quite amusing. While she found it entertaining, both Su Chen and Fong Nan were blushing furiously. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Su Chen's peripheral vision fell upon the pile of intimate apparel, only to be obstructed by Fong Nan looking. "I wasn't looking." "Clearly, you were." "I truly wasn't looking." Fong Nan's face was as flushed as a ripe peach, her pearly teeth biting into her red lip. How could such lewd garments exist? Lewd, she muttered under her breath. Fong Nan attempted to shield Su Chen from viewing the garments, yet her gaze could not resist drifting towards them. At that moment, she noticed Su Chen glancing over, seemingly about to speak. Fong Nan's heart raced, and she hurriedly covered his mouth, resembling a little lioness. "Don't even think about it. I would never wear such things." Chapter 61. I would never be embarrassed at this moment. The atmosphere in the shop was exceedingly peculiar. Neither spoke, their expressions immensely strange, while Su Chen's gaze flickered evasively. Observing his demeanor, Fong Nan raised her voice slightly. "You, don't even think about it. I will absolutely not wear those things. Absolutely not." "I haven't said anything." "Then why do you keep staring at those items? Don't entertain any strange thoughts." "Strange thoughts?" Su Chen's expression grew increasingly intriguing, while Fong Nan's red lips turned pale from biting them. She lowered her head slightly, her long hair cascading down, only her fair profile visible, concealing her facial expression. Her voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, "I want to wear them." Su Chen, observing her, felt an unusual sensation. Her current demeanor appeared soft and vulnerable, almost inviting torment. He suddenly found himself wanting to tease her. Su Chen raised his hand to pinch Fong Nan's cheek, grinning broadly. "Master always tells me not to think, yet your face is this red." Fong Nan stammered. Previously, she exuded an aura of icy aloofness. Standing there like an unapproachable iceberg, strangers daring not to draw near. She approached every task with unwavering confidence, as if nothing was beyond her grasp. Yet now, she exuded a newfound, endearing contrast. Fong Nan struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately resorting to a show of defiance. "It's hot. My face just gets red. So what?" She adopted a somewhat indignant stance. Su Chen chuckled upon hearing this. Master not feeling shy." "Of course not." Fong Nan's voice was considerably louder, her tone resolute. "Then let us buy a few pieces, shall we? After all, you seem unopposed to it. We could keep them for fun." Upon hearing this, Fong Nan's pupils contracted, the light in her eyes visibly dimming. Her gaze became vacant as she repetitively echoed Su Chen's words in her mind. For fun, for fun, for fun. The act of wearing was one thing, but the notion of playing with them was another matter entirely. Moreover, if she truly donned such intimate apparel, it was uncertain who would be playing with whom. No. Fong Nan firmly rejected the idea, stepping back slightly, her expression odd. "We should leave quickly. The sacred tree is about to bloom. We mustn't waste time." Just as she turned to leave, she found her wrist caught in Su Chen's grasp. "Master, are you in such a hurry to leave because you're feeling shy?" "I'm not." Fong Nan's words were still resolute, yet she kept her gaze lowered, avoiding the sight of the garments. Su Chin's smile deepened. I initially thought that if you were too shy, we would leave. But hearing your words gives me hope. Let us continue browsing and perhaps purchase a few items. Fong Nan gazed at him in bewilderment, biting her lip, a hint of grievance appearing in her beautiful eyes. She seemed poised to speak, yet the words got stuck in her throat. Finally, she merely huffed softly, her face contorted in a way that suggested she was on the brink of tears. What's wrong? Master, are you having second thoughts now? Feeling shy? I'm not. No. It was unclear whether Fong Nan was addressing Su Chun or reassuring herself. She clenched her small fists, as if bolstering her own resolve. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head. However, the moment her gaze landed on the garments, her pupils quivered violently. She could no longer bear to look, initially, when she had no inkling of what these items were. She had thought of them as rags or large handkerchiefs, but now that she recognized their true nature, the imagery in her mind had transformed entirely. The scenes that played out were of her wearing these intimate garments. Fong Nan's expression grew increasingly pained. Torn and hesitant about whether to speak, she felt Su Chin's gaze, laced with a hint of provocation, and her resolve to not back down solidified. Gritting her teeth, she replied defiantly, if we're buying, we're buying. Whoever is shy is a little dog. Very well. Su Chin's expression remained unchanged, as he casually took Fong Nan's hand and walked toward the clothing rack. Scanning the surroundings, however, Fong Nan felt an overwhelming stiffness in her body, unsure of where to place her hands. The two of them browsed various items, accumulating quite a selection in their hands. Although they were meant to be choosing together, it was evident that Su Chun was the sole decision-maker, while Fong Nan hardly glanced at any of the options. In fact, she found it difficult to look directly. Even when she did, it was merely through the cracks of her fingers, shielding her eyes. How many pieces are you planning to pick? After a prolonged selection process, Su Chin showed no signs of stopping, which made Fong Nan increasingly anxious. Don't think about those peculiar things. I would never wear such items. Su Chin maintained his calm demeanor and turned to look at her, intrigued. Master, this is the third time you've mentioned this. Could it possibly be a hint? Hint? Fong Nan echoed softly, but quickly shook her head, vehemently denying it. No. It was simply that the sight of these garments made her imagine herself wearing them, and she feared Su Chin might share those thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she added, I'm not shy. The words escaped her lips in a whisper so faint that they were nearly inaudible. She pressed her hands against her face, trying to cool her flushed cheeks, desperate to diminish the redness. Sensing Su Chin's gaze upon her, she averted her eyes and muttered, It's just 2ho. Su Chin found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Regardless of the heat, could it truly make a mid-stage transformation practitioner blush so? What a joke. Nonetheless, he decided it was a clever tactic. He continued to select a few pieces of lingerie, finding their designs quite appealing. After a thorough selection, he had amassed quite a collection. Meanwhile, Fong Nan stood beside him, covering her face and lost in her thoughts. At that moment, Su Chin leaned in and spoke up, Master, may I try this size? Try? Fong Nan repeated his words, appearing somewhat bewildered, her expression blank. But when she saw Su Chin's actions, her pupils dilated, and she instinctively took a step back. What are you doing? Trying on a size should not involve hands-on measures. Su Chin held the lingerie up, comparing it against Fong Nan's figure. No, this is a bit too large for you, Master. It likely won't fit. After he spoke, he attempted to toss the lingerie aside, only to be stopped by Fong Nan. Her expression was impassive, her eyes gleaming with cold light, her voice icy. What do you mean I can't fit into it? Regarding the matter of whether or not she could fit, there was really no need for dispute. It was evident at a glance. Yet at that moment, Fong Nan was particularly stubborn. She straightened her back, sitting upright, her gaze fixed intently on Su Chin. Look, she began, but as she glanced down, she noticed the lingerie hanging loosely. In that instant, Su Chin could clearly perceive the glimmer fading from her beautiful eyes. She appeared as if petrified, slumping in place like a deflated balloon, her cheeks reddening at a visible pace. Her small fists tightened, the knuckles turning pale. What are you thinking? The moment Su Chin heard this question, An inexplicable chill coursed through him. He quickly replied, I'm contemplating how poorly made this lingerie is. The sizing is utterly unreasonable. Fong Nin bit her lip, her mouth paling slightly as she turned her face away, her expression one of deep embarrassment. Are you thinking that my figure is too slender? That I can't fill out this lingerie? Absolutely not. Su Chen answered without a moment's hesitation. He could not afford to hesitate at such a moment. Moreover, he had noticed Fong Nan's changing mindset. Should he continue to jest? He might very well provoke his aloof master. It was evident she cared deeply about this issue. At that moment, Fong Nin lowered her head, her expression incredibly complex. This isn't something I can choose. I too wish I could fit into it, but she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, her frustration growing palpable. I simply can't fit into it. So what? A cold sweat broke on Su Chen's brow. Should he say anything that upset her now, it would be nearly impossible to placate her, at least not in the immediate future. He chose to avoid that risk altogether. Master, in truth, the smaller the garment, the more exquisite it is. A smaller size indicates a practitioner's superior talent and comprehension. Upon hearing this, Fong Nin nodded, albeit with some confusion, and then inquired, Then is your senior brother Qingmo not very talented? Su Chen had never anticipated such a question from her. He nearly choked on his words. Senior brother Qingmo? He forced a laugh, continuing along with her train of thought. You are right, master. It's no wonder that when I taught her swordplay at the sect, she simply couldn't grasp it. It must be as you said. Fong Nin nodded again, as if she had gained newfound understanding. Not long after, she turned to Su Chen. Then what do you like? Me? Su Chen grinned widely, pulling Fong Nin into his embrace, his arms encircling her slender waist. I like my wife. This time, Fong Nin surprisingly did not refute or resist. Instead, she gazed up at him. Really? Her voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of a delectable dessert. Although Fong Nin was already tall among girls, she still fell slightly short compared to Su Chen. Standing beside him, she had to look up to meet his gaze. Fong Nin cupped his face in her hands, pulling him down to her level. Is it really true? Do you genuinely like me like this? This time, Su Chen found himself half squatting, looking up, while Fong Nin looked down at him, her red eyes sparkling. Although Fong Nin appeared quite adorable, there was now an intangible aura of authority about her, reminiscent of an empress. Rather than answering directly, Su Chen playfully deflected, I like my wife. Whatever she is like, I like. After he spoke, he smiled warmly at Fong Nin, gazing at her with genuine interest, his voice laced with mirth. Master, am I not your wife? Fong Nin was about to respond, but upon meeting his fervent gaze, she forgot the words she intended to say. Unable to muster any rejection, she simply nodded, her voice softening further. Yes. The response was so faint it was almost imperceptible. Resembling the sound of a mosquito buzzing, Yu Qian had intended to seize the moment to press further, but seeing Fong Nan's face flush with embarrassment, he decided against teasing her further, adopting a more serious demeanor. There is no need for my wife to worry about such things. I will love her no matter how she appears. Fong Nin stared at him for a long while before pouting. Who is your wife? I am not. Master, have you started this again? Now, her demeanor was light and carefree, a stark contrast to the shy and reserved individual from earlier. Fong Nin felt her cheeks warm under his gaze. Yet she maintained her defiance. I am not. All right, Su Chen nodded, continuing to support her stance. I merely wish to prepare a few pieces of lingerie for my wife. I would appreciate your assistance in selecting them. Your wife does not want them. How do you know? I believe she desires them. She wishes to wear them. Fong Nin pressed her lips together, adjusting her breathing, her complexion still tinged with blush, her fair neck radiant with crimson. She does not want them. No. She does. Yu Chen's voice remained calm and impassive. Fong Nin, however, felt increasingly flustered. The thought of being compelled to wear such items was simply unthinkable. If she did, she would lose all dignity. What would become of her master's authority? Wouldn't her image as a master be completely shattered? After considerable reflection, Fong Nin exhaled a long breath. Your wife truly does not want these, but she told me she desires them. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor steady. Fong Nin looked at him, astonished. How can you be like this, spouting lies without a hint of embarrassment? I am not lying. Fong Nan's face reddened even more. Her voice filled with indignation. When did I ever say I wanted these things? I certainly do not. Su Chen chuckled. Those words were spoken by my wife. What does it have to do with you? Master? Fong Nan, was hesitant to speak. If compelled to utter words of affection, it would feel akin to demanding her very life. Presently, her cheeks flushed. She could barely utter a single word. Su Chen, observing her state, felt a mix of amusement and tenderness, promptly enveloping her in his arms. All right, I shall heed your wishes, my dear. If you do not fancy it, we shall not purchase it. Fong Nan nodded, softly responding with an affirmative. Yet, just as they turned to depart, she grasped Su Chen's arm once more, her voice trembling slightly. If you truly desire it, then, perhaps buy a few pieces, but you must not force me to wear them. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Excellent, my dear wife. Chapter 63. What a beautiful countenance you possess today marks the blossoming of the sacred tree. Coinciding with the annual Qixi festival, legends say that witnessing the sacred tree bloom grants couples eternal happiness together. The city of Yunxia is bustling with excitement. A long street stretches from the south to the north of the city, adorned with vibrant decorations with colorful ribbons strung between the houses. Exotic flowers dangle from above, accompanied by numerous charming lanterns. The streets are awash with floral lights, vibrant and radiant, illuminating the night as if it were day. Many artisans from the mundane world showcase their crafts, skills not reliant on spiritual power, but honed through years of diligent practice. Performers of tricks and acrobats attract crowds of delighted onlookers, reveling in the lively atmosphere. The streets teem with people, couples sporting joyful smiles as they gaze at the delectable treats and intriguing wares lining both sides of the thoroughfare. Among the crowd, two figures stand out, hand in hand. One woman appears ethereal, as though she has stepped from a painting, untouched by the mundane world, her eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson. Her beauty is such that it evokes a sense of inferiority in those who gaze upon her, prompting whispers to soften in fear of disturbing her grace. She is breathtakingly exquisite. Beside her stands a gentleman, though lacking her celestial aura, possesses an otherworldly charm and handsome features. This is none other than Su Chen and Fong Nan, who have traversed from one end of the city to the other. Su Chen furrows his brow. What is there to gawk at? 1, 2, 3. Are they not tiresome? Fong Nan chuckles at his words. Are you permitted to look? While others are not. Of course, he retorts. How can this be so domineering? I wish to be this way. They can gaze all they want, but they must not look upon you. Only I may, Su Chen declares fiercely, tightening his grip on Fong Nan's delicate hand. Yet, he cannot ignore the lingering gazes of those around them. Most of the onlookers are women, their eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration as they steal glances at Fong Nan. Overwhelmed, Su Chen hastens his pace, steering Fong Nan away from the bustling street and into a narrow alley, far removed from the vibrant festivities. This secluded passage is devoid of shops, seldom traversed by passers-by. As they venture deeper into the dimly lit alley, not a single lantern illuminates their path, leaving them in utter darkness. Why have you brought me here? Fong Nan inquires, a hint of confusion in her tone. They have distanced themselves from the throngs of revelers, leaving only the two of them in this quiet space. Suddenly, Fong Nan finds her wrist captured in his grip, her back pressed against the cold wall. Surrounded by darkness, the outside glow fails to penetrate their surroundings. An unusual atmosphere envelopes them. Let go of me, she murmurs, feeling an unfamiliar tension, turning her head to avoid his gaze. No, the alley is narrow. The distance between them negligible. Fong Nan can feel the heat of Su Chen's breath, akin to a blazing flame igniting her heart. Her ears burn with embarrassment and agitation. She yearns to push him away yet finds herself reluctant to do so. With a resigned sigh, she softly implores, "Stop it, I am not jesting. There are people outside. They cannot see us here in the dim alley, only faint flickers of light dance about, swirling in the dust." Fong Nan wishes to speak further, but in the next moment, she feels his fervent breath drawing near. The world spins, disorienting her, and her mind goes blank. Before she can react, she finds herself swept up in Su Chen's passionate kiss. Yet, she cannot resist. After all, he is the one who has brought this upon her, and thus she must indulge him. After what feels like an eternity, Fong Nin finally gasps for air. Her voice remains cool, tinged with a hint of helplessness and a touch of pouting, as if playfully complaining, "If they see me frowning, why must this punishment befall me? Who instructed you to be so beguiling?" Fong Nin chuckles softly, interpreting his words as a roundabout compliment to himself. "When you kissed me for the first time, it was not so casual. You cherished it, I did not." Su Chen protests loudly. "The first time, your heart raced. And you dared not meet my gaze. Now, you seem indifferent. I care." After proclaiming this, Su Chen holds his ground for a moment, but as Fong Nan's eyes drift away, attempting to avoid his gaze, she stubbornly mutters, "Who asked you to be so charming? Should another woman surpass my beauty, would that not mean—" Before Fong Nin can finish, Su Chen interrupts, "No. Even if she is stunning, like a celestial being, it matters not. My wife is the most beautiful in all realms." In truth, Fong Nin cares little for such flattery. Had it come from an ordinary man, she would have dismissed it with a blade or simply taken his soul. Yet, hearing it from Su Chen transforms its essence, reaching deep into her heart. A hint of crimson flares in Fong Nan's eyes. She gazes at him, her lips curving into a subtle smile, her brows alight with mirth. "Pray tell, who is this she?" Su Chen, momentarily taken aback, stammers, This? I just made it up. I do not believe you." After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen declares with conviction, "My wife is the most beautiful in the world. Kind-hearted, gentle, possessing a good temperament. Everything about her is perfect. And no one can compare to my wife." Fong Nan feels slightly dazed by his words, still processing them. Su Chen's loud declarations have drawn the attention of the crowd outside the alley. Fong Nan swiftly covers his mouth. "Stop talking. If you continue, who knows what more ridiculous things you might say." The volume of his voice has certainly piqued the curiosity of those outside. Fong Nan's ears flush with embarrassment. She cannot help but admire Su Chen's ability to utter such sentimental words with a straight face. Yet, in the next moment, she furrows her brow. "Be honest with me. How many girls have you said such things to? Why are you so adept? Am I merely one of many to hear these words? How many girls have you known before me?" Su Chen feels a wave of panic wash over him. He had only improvised in the moment. He had no real experience to draw from. His only prior experience was passive, a painful history, a tale of humiliation. With a deep sigh, Su Chen exclaims, "By heaven, I have only ever spoken these words to you." Chapter 64. The sugar hawthorn was snatched away. Su Chen perceives a change in his master, although her demeanor remains as frosty as before. With an air that warns others to keep their distance, there is now a newfound warmth within her. The somewhat possessive and jealous words she just uttered were something he never believed his previous master would say. Fong Nan has transformed, or perhaps she has simply revealed more facets of her character, no longer appearing so one-dimensional. She no longer resembles an aloof celestial being, but rather a naive girl, her coldness softened by a touch of adorableness and charm. However, this jealousy is not a particularly favorable trait, especially since it stems from her own baseless insecurities. At this moment, they stroll through the streets. Fong Nan holds a skewer of candied hawthorn, glistening with a thin layer of sugary glaze. She takes a small bite, savoring the sweetness as the candy melts in her mouth. "How is it?" "Humph," Fong Nin replies, ignoring him, yet her peripheral gaze lingers on him. "Do not think that by bribing me with this sugar hawthorn, you can silence me." Su Chen's laughter was quite amusing. She was unaware of the source of her jealousy, who or what had provoked such feelings. Shaking her head, she reflected that apart from you, the only other person of the opposite sex she had interacted with was that formidable woman, yet she had never sought to placate her. These words were conjured spontaneously, solely intended to bring you joy. Never before uttered to another. Fong Nan's eyes sparkled with a flickering light, mysterious and elusive, revealing her unspoken thoughts. Her small mouth continued to chew on the candied hawthorn, the sugary coating having melted away. leaving only the slightly sour fruit. Fong Nan's heart felt tumultuous. Had it been earlier, she certainly would not have experienced such anxiety. However, once a child has tasted sweetness, they yearn to avoid sourness. She wished to hold him tightly, to keep him securely by her side, with no room for error or threats. There were 7 candied hawthorns on the stick, and Fong Nan nibbled at them like a little hamster. Before long, only one remained. She wiped her mouth and looked up at Su Chen, her eyes glimmering with an unknown desire. Were those words you just spoke true? You weren't deceiving me, were you? You truly have only shared these sentiments with me? I assure you, he replied. Then you have never spoken such words to anyone else? You have never had another close companion? That is certainly the case, Su Chen responded, bemused and at a loss for words. Very well, Fong Nan nodded. Should Su Chen indeed have another close companion, she wouldn't mind enlisting the 18th palace of the sect to find some tasks for him. Seeing her smile return, Su Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. Are you satisfied now, master? Humph, are you no longer angry? Fong Nan pretended not to hear him, continuing to enjoy her candied hawthorn. With only one left, she cautiously bit into it, leaving half still on the stick. Just as she brought it to her mouth, Su Chen seized her hand and devoured the other half. Hey, Su Chen, observing Fong Nan holding the candied hawthorn, could not help but smile broadly. Is my master finally willing to acknowledge me? Fong Nan's cheeks were still puffed out, the half-eaten treat lingering in her mouth. I have already bitten into that, she murmured softly. Having only one left, she wished to savor it slowly, but unexpectedly, the mischievous fellow had snatched the other half away. As she pondered this, she realized Su Chen had already swallowed the treat and was now approaching her. Fong Nan instinctively felt something was amiss and took a step back, only to have her wrist grasped by him. What are you doing? Her words were muffled, the half-eaten candied hawthorn still in her mouth. She gazed at him with wide eyes, her crimson pupils shimmering. Su Chen grinned, stating, I haven't had enough. Then why don't you go buy more? No need, he replied, wiping his mouth as he drew closer. Speaking softly, there is still some left. Still? Where? Fong Nan was momentarily confused by his meaning, but in the next instant, her pupils dilated. Her red eyes widened in shock, forgetting to push him away, standing there in a daze. She hadn't even noticed when Su Chen had left. The candied hawthorn was taken. She muttered quietly, her expression indescribable, yet her ears burned with embarrassment. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze, only to see Su Chen, and quickly lowered her head again, her already flushed face becoming even more peculiar. Clenching her small fists in frustration, she indignantly exclaimed, That was my candied hawthorn. Su Chen tightened his grip on her wrist. Leaning in closer, his voice fierce, You belong to me. Fong Nan bit her lower lip, the sweet taste of the hawthorn still lingering in her mouth. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, it seemed even sweeter than before. Her face flushed, and she inadvertently recalled the earlier scene, her mind becoming muddled. She forgot what she had intended to say, her thoughts blank, responding dazedly, Oh, seeing her in such a state. Su Chen couldn't resist reaching out to touch her face, giving it a gentle pinch. The night had already fallen, and the entire Yunxia city was aglow with lights. Countless stars twinkled in the sky, and a bright moon hung high, casting a serene and cool light. The night was tranquil, yet Yunxia city remained lively. At this moment, the sacred tree was about to bloom. Countless couples surged toward the city center, some even using their spiritual energy to FL Su Chen and Fong Nan held hands, pausing in midair to gaze at the towering tree before them. It's about to bloom, Fong Nan replied. I heard that couples who witness the moment it flowers can remain together forever, never depart. Su Chen looked at Fong Nan, who obediently followed beside him, unable to resist teasing her. What's wrong with my master? Have you become foolish from too much joy? Fong Nan softly replied, still keeping her head bowed, obediently trailing behind him like a little shadow. Before long, she sensed something was off and, blushing, retorted, I'm not foolish. You re the one who is foolish? Ha! The sacred tree stood at the center of the city, and to see it clearly, they needed to find a good spot early on. Countless couples hurried toward it, eagerly straining to catch a glimpse of the impending bloom, while only one remained with her head down. Fong Nin quietly followed Su Chun, her pale fingers gently stroking the piece of jade pendant at her waist. This pendant was originally 2 pieces, meant for 2 people to share, merging into a single entity when brought together. However, Fong Nan disliked this notion, believing it to be inauspicious, and thus had taken Su Chun's piece for herself. Su Chun was hers, so naturally, this jade belonged to her as well. The faint blush in Fong Nan's eyes deepened, reflecting only Su Chun's image and no one else. Chapter 65. Master has gone wild. Yunxia City. It was now deep into the night, and under the tranquil darkness, countless couples gazed at the colossal tree in the city center. The sacred tree was in bloom. Its bare branches shimmered with points of light, resembling spirited little creatures frolicking in the air, encircling the tree. The twinkling lights formed a picturesque scene against the starry sky, reminiscent of a serene dream. The lights multiplied, becoming more vibrant and dazzling, eventually clinging to the withered branches, slowly giving rise to a bud, each one poised to blossom. With 5 colors and 10 hues, illuminated by the cool moonlight, the scene was rendered even more enchanting. The buds on the branches gradually unfurled. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance, refreshing and invigorating, lifting the spirits of all who inhaled it as the buds fully blossomed. The spectacle was magnificent and radiant, truly beautiful. The blooming of the sacred tree was brief. It is said that couples who witness its flowering can enjoy a long and sweet union, never to part. In that moment, all couples were transfixed by the sight of the sacred tree. Su Chun was no exception. He hovered in the air, quietly gazing at the distant tree, silently praying within himself, yet he failed to notice Fong Nan's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Her faintly red eyes reflected a singular figure, and in them, there was only him, Su Chan. Observing him, Fong Nan's lips curled into a smile, her focus sharpening. She gazed unabashedly at him, as if wishing to engrave his image upon her heart. Her gaze was no longer the usual cool demeanor. It was fervent, brimming with unspoken passion. The time for the sacred tree to bloom was fleeting, lasting only 10 breaths. Countless couples either held their breath in earnest admiration or frantically attempted to capture the moment with recording stones. Su Chun had intended to document the scene as well, but alas, he had not prepared a recording stone. What a pity! What a pity! Fong Nin inquired. If only we could record this moment like they do. It would be lovely to revisit it whenever we wish, he mused, his voice tinged with regret as he sighed. Fong Nin smiled at his words. Precious things are valuable precisely because they are rare. Recording them may seem like preserving beauty, but in reality, it loses its original significance. Significance? Su Chen echoed thoughtfully, pondering her words, which seemed somewhat obscure. What significance? Fong Nan's smile faded as she gazed at him intently, her eyes reflecting only him. The blooming of the sacred tree itself is not what matters. What truly counts is being able to witness it alongside the one you cherish, without you by my side. No matter how precious the scene, it would feel dull and unremarkable. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback by her words, feeling a hesitant reluctance to meet her gaze, as if the intensity of her look ignited a warmth within his heart. He softly murmured, "Master," but to his surprise, Fong Nin stepped forward, delicately rising onto her toes to lean close to his ear. Her voice was barely audible, as if a tiny creature had flitted into his heart. Nestling there without intention to depart, with a breath as fragrant as orchids, she whispered a few words, and the term wife settled into his heart, resonating in his mind like a colossal hammer striking him. Su Qian stood frozen, a myriad of emotions flashing across his eyes, surprise, astonishment, and perhaps a touch of excitement. When had his master become so flirtatious? He hesitated, wishing to speak, yet the word wife lingered on his lips. Refusing to escape in ordinary circumstances, he would have simply said it, but in this peculiar atmosphere, the more he pondered, the more perplexed he felt, as if she had him utterly subdued. He experienced a dizzying sensation, as though his mind was awash in confusion. The myriad blossoms of the towering tree had begun to wither, the once vibrant branches reverting to their barren state, while the onlooking cultivators gradually dispersed, leaving only a few pairs of couples behind, including Su Qian and Fong Nan. Time passed, yet the echo of her words continued to reverberate in Su Qian's mind. This time, Fong Nan had reclaimed a moment, leaving him at a disadvantage. His ears felt warm, his heartbeat quickened, and his senses seemed heightened. Instinctively, he looked up to meet Fong Nan's gaze, only to find her observing him as well. Her eyes sparkled with the cunning of a sly fox, her red irises glinting with mischief. With her hands clasped behind her, she tilted her head slightly, her expression laden with an inscrutable allure. "Master, are you toying with me?" Fong Nan could no longer contain her laughter. Having stifled it for so long, today, she had finally turned the tables on the little rascal who often teased her. With her lips pursed in delight, her beautiful eyes curved like crescent moons, she playfully chided, "Why is it only permissible for you to bully me? Am I not allowed to have my say?" Su Qian found himself at a loss for words. Rapidly, he contemplated, his mind racing with thoughts. Soon arriving at a notion, he tucked away his earlier embarrassment and regained his composure. His master had mentioned the significance of the scenery being best appreciated with a beloved companion by one's side. But before he could articulate his thoughts, Fong Nan interjected, "Naturally, it is you." Her expression remained unchanged, her voice calm and unequivocal, devoid of hesitation. Su Qian was left bewildered, staring blankly at Fong Nan as his lips quivered involuntarily. What had come over his master today? Under normal circumstances, after such inquiries, she would have become flustered and inarticulate. Yet today, she delivered her words with such forthrightness that he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Feeling somewhat disoriented, observing Su Qian's astonishment, Fong Nan gently grasped his hand, unwilling to let him off the hook just yet again. She rose onto her toes, leaning close to his ear, exhaling warm breath. "Call me wife and see." As expected, Su Qian's pupils dilated instantly, his expression growing even more peculiar. He felt as though he were ablaze. Gazing at his master before him, he experienced an inexplicable sense of contrast, intensifying his inner turmoil. He sensed he could no longer resist her. His master had become a tempest, stirring his heart and senses. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes. With a grin, he asked, "If I call you wife, would you be inclined to don that intimate attire?" Before Fong Nan could react, her expression shifted to one of shock, her face flushing crimson. The previous playful demeanor vanished, replaced by shyness and restraint as she clutched her robe, lowering her gaze and turning slightly away in a way. She stammered, "I in the inn." Fong Nan sat in a corner of the bed, arms wrapped around her legs. Completely devoid of her earlier bravado, as Su Qian approached, she instinctively shrank back, tucking her feet beneath her. Before he could speak, she hastily declared, "I won tea where I tea." In truth, she regretted her impulsive agreement to purchase those items. Realizing she had dug herself a hole, the image of herself in that intimate outfit invaded her thoughts, leaving her flustered and dizzy. Su Qian remained silently by her side, not uttering a word. Yet the longer he stayed silent, the more uneasy Fong Nan felt, a sense of foreboding creeping in. She shrank further back, but with her back against the wall, she had nowhere to escape. She whispered, "You promised before that I could only wear it when I wanted to. You wouldn't force me to wear it?" "Indeed, that is the case," Su Qian replied, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. His interest piqued. "Master, why do you no longer tease me as you did before? You seem so harmless now." Fong Nan tilted her head, blinking in confusion, as if she did not comprehend his words. "I don't understand," she said, feigning ignorance. "Didn't you say that if I called you wife, you would let me warm your feet? Why are you denying it now?" "Utter nonsense. Where did I go wrong? I distinctly recall stating that it was about changing into intimate attire, not warming feet. Where did you conjure such absurdities?" Fong Nan, ever clever, felt a tremor in her heart as she realized she had fallen into his trap. She pressed her lips together, falling silent. In ordinary circumstances, she would never have been ensnared by such a clumsy ploy. Yet for reasons unknown, her thoughts became muddled around him, her mind feeling like a thick fog. Before long, a hint of crimson crept up Fong Nan's flawless neck, her ears flushing a deep shade. Her pale pink eyes shimmered with a hint of resentment. You? How can you be so wicked? Seeing Su Chen's growing amusement only fueled her embarrassment. Don't laugh, she commanded, though her words lacked any real authority. Though it sounded like a reprimand, her tone was more playful, contrasting charmingly with her usually cool demeanor. Su Chen's amusement only deepened, inciting further anger from Fong Nan. She cupped his face with her hands, gazing into his eyes. If you don't stop laughing, then I? Her voice trailed off, not because anything had happened, but because she struggled to find a suitable threat. Nothing seemed appropriate. Striking or scolding him was out of the question, as she would only end up feeling worse. After a moment of contemplation, she found an idea. If she could not find a threat in Su Chen, she would have to look within herself. She gazed at him intently. If you continue to laugh, then I shall never let you warm my feet again. Although it was intended as a threat, the moment the words escaped her lips, she felt a rush of embarrassment. She subtly shifted her feet beneath her robe, attempting to cover them. However, her threat proved effective. As soon as her voice fell silent, Su Chen's laughter ceased, his expression turning serious, as if something grave had occurred. Master, I shall not laugh again. His demeanor was so earnest that it elicited a chuckle from Fong Nan. I meant for you to stop mocking me, not to cease laughing altogether. If you don't laugh, who will I turn to? As the words trailed off, the speaker's voice grew increasingly faint, leaving one to ponder whether Su Chen had truly grasped the meaning. The room was enveloped in silence, so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard, casting an eerie atmosphere over the scene. The two individuals exchanged glances, each scrutinizing the other. Su Chen subtly inched closer, while Fong Nan found herself pressed against the cold wall behind her, unable to retreat any further. Soon, she felt a warm hand resting upon her back, radiating a comforting heat, as she noticed Su Chen drawing nearer. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and her heartbeat quickened, the tension palpable as if their brows were about to touch. A sheen of perspiration glistened on her fair forehead, and strands of hair cascaded down her cheeks. Swaying gently in the evening breeze, with her eyes tightly shut, she held her breath, yet after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated moment did not arrive. Hesitating, she finally opened her eyes, only to find Su Chen gazing at her with an amused smile. Taken aback, Fong Nan felt a rush of embarrassment and indignation. How could he be so mischievous? Their proximity was intimate, each able to sense the warmth of the other's breath. Clenching her small fists, a wicked glimmer flashed in her light red eyes, an overwhelming desire to devour Su Chen whole surging within her. This rascal. Why must he always be so wicked? Time and again, he demonstrated his inherent malice, corrupt to the core. He had seen her in that vulnerable state, waiting with closed eyes for his affection. The mere thought of it ignited a tide of shame within her, causing her fists to tighten further. Her eyes ablaze with anger. Silently, she regarded Su Chen, her lips sealed, resembling a tightly shut clam. Realizing he had pushed the boundaries, Su Chen hurriedly approached to placate her. Is master upset? Fong Nan remained unresponsive, her icy gaze fixed upon him. After a lengthy silence, she finally uttered a command. Close your eyes. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen's heart quivered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. However, observing his master in her current mood, he could hardly refuse and obediently shut his eyes. In the next instant, he felt himself being knocked down, one hand gripping the back of his head while the other pinched his chin. The kiss was awkward, almost clumsy. Rather than a kiss, it felt more like a nibble. After several unsuccessful attempts to find the right spot, it resulted in a painful bump on Su Chen's lips. Eventually, their lips finally met. Fong Nan's embarrassment dissipated, yet Su Chen's wicked thoughts began to rise. During his time in the sect, he had not only studied alchemy but also learned a few rudimentary formations. With a casual wave of his hand, he cast a soundproofing array around them, effectively isolating them from the outside world. Fong Nan's heart raced at the sight, a wave of panic washing over her. No! If you give too much, it will lose its value. Yet her struggles were merely token gestures as she succumbed to his influence once more. As night deepened and the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, shadows danced gracefully. The following morning, as dawn broke, Two figures soared through the sky with remarkable speed. Su Qian had intended to linger a while longer with his master, but the transmission jade suddenly lit up, indicating trouble from the elders' side. Several elders had accompanied the disciples on this expedition, ready to respond should danger arise. If the situation escalated beyond their capabilities, Fong Nan would be summoned, given her unparalleled strength. "Master, can you sense the location?" Fong Nan replied softly. The transmission jade indicated a location to the west, in a secluded valley, far from human presence. It was unclear what had transpired. Su Qian unleashed his full speed, bolstered by Fong Nan's spiritual energy, and within half an hour, they arrived at the site. The area revealed itself as a tranquil valley, nearly indistinguishable from its surroundings. Lush ground chrysanthemums blazed like fire across the earth. Carpeting the valley with vibrant blooms, Su Qian surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. There were no signs of conflict. So who activated the jade pendant? Fong Nan extended her spiritual sense, scanning the vicinity, but found no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Just as they were pondering this mystery, a voice rang out, "Over here. Come here." Following the sound, they spotted Qing Yimo in a corner of the valley, waving enthusiastically. The scene was somewhat comical, the atmosphere strange. Fong Nan appeared bewildered, while Su Qian wore a look of utter confusion. "Master Uncle?" A myriad of questions flooded his mind. He recalled that Qing Yimo had mentioned she would not participate in this expedition. Moreover, with her cultivation at the transformation stage, her strength surpassed even that of the sect leader and his own master. What need did she have for assistance? Su Qian's expression darkened. "Master Uncle, have you encountered a troublesome predicament?" Qing Yimo grinned. "What do you think this is?" As she spoke, she retrieved an object from her storage bag, a transparent jade box. The moment it was unveiled, the air shimmered with spiritual energy, exuding a fragrance of medicinal herbs. Inside lay a spirit herb, quietly resting, adorned with golden veins. It was indeed the Crimson Flame spirit herb. This herb could alleviate the cold poison afflicting Fong Nan, significantly suppressing the toxin. With proper cultivation, it might even eradicate the cold poison at its source. Thus, this herb was of utmost importance. Fong Nan was taken aback, while Su Qian felt a wave of shock. Observing their expressions, Qing Mo's lips curled into a proud smile. Her chin lifted slightly, akin to a child seeking praise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Isn't it impressive?" "Quite impressive indeed." Over the next while, Qing Yimo elaborated on the preceding events. After descending the mountain, she had not accompanied the elders in supervising the disciples, but had instead headed straight for the Shuti region. Renowned for its culinary delights, where the rice and noodles were said to be superior to those of other locales. She had intended to seek news of the Crimson Flame spirit herb. Guided by the characteristics documented in ancient texts, she found herself in this valley, where she encountered a stranger. He was so kind. He asked me what I was doing here, and when I mentioned I needed the Crimson Flame spirit herb, he simply gave it to me. How wonderful! Su Qian and Fong Nan were momentarily taken aback, a stranger simply giving away such a precious item. What an odd turn of events, Master Uncle. Did he not discuss any conditions with you? Perhaps a trade for spirit stones or artifacts? No, Qing Yimo replied with a beaming smile. That fellow was so generous, he didn't ask for anything in return. If I were to auction it off, it would fetch quite a sum of spirit stones. What a windfall! The more Su Qian listened, the more perplexed his expression became. Are you saying he simply handed it over without any strings attached? He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Just then, Qing Yimo produced the Crimson Flame spirit herb from the jade box. Before Fong Nan could voice her objections, she pressed it into her arms, saying, "Sister Nan, quick, absorb it. If you wait too long, the herb's potency will dissipate, and it will be of no use." Su Qian chimed in, "You should absorb it first, Master." The moment the herb was exposed, its efficacy began to wane, and the longer they hesitated, the more it diminished. Fong Nan wasted no time in settling down, consuming the Crimson Flame spirit herb and beginning the process of refining and absorbing it. A gentle red aura enveloped her body, continuously nourishing her flesh. Beads of perspiration formed on her fair forehead, and her body temperature rose significantly as everything unfolded in an orderly manner. Just as I surmised, the spirit herb can greatly resolve this physical ailment. As long as you both continue to cultivate together, the cold poison can be completely eradicated. Even Su Chun found himself blushing at her candid words. His master uncle certainly spoke with unflinching boldness, expressing her thoughts without a second thought. Master uncle, that person gave you a 1,000-year herb without expecting anything in return? No. Qing Yimo shook her head, pondering carefully before reiterating. He didn't ask for anything in return. Truly a good brother. Good brother? Of course. Who would casually gift such a valuable spirit herb? Su Chen's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The more he listened to Qing Yimo, the more he sensed something was off. Yet, the herb itself posed no issues, indicating that Qing Yimo must have misunderstood something, leading to this miscommunication. Master uncle, you didn't agree to anything with that person, did you? With a thoughtful stroke of her head. Qing Ma pondered for a moment before slapping her thigh. I have an idea, she exclaimed, her mouth curling into a smile. The individual in question, aware of my identity as an alchemist, inquired whether I could assist him in concocting a single elixir each year for a lifetime. I assured him that such a request was trivial. Upon hearing Qing Ma's declaration, Su Chen's expression transformed dramatically, his lips quivering involuntarily, his countenance becoming increasingly peculiar. He gazed at the rather oblivious woman before him. Momentarily at a loss for words, it was clear that the other party sought far more than he had let on. Yet, Qing Ma seemed entirely unfazed by the implications, directly accepting the spirit herb. Su Chun felt a headache coming on, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. That moment, Qing Ma also sensed something amiss. Her eyes blinked in confusion. Is there perhaps a hidden agenda? Chapter 68. Are you trying to trouble me? Qing Ma? Su Chun opened his mouth to speak, but at the sight of Qing Ma, the words caught in his throat. He let out a long, exasperated sigh, his face a canvas of helplessness, perhaps even a mix of laughter and tears. He couldn't help but wonder how Qing Ma had managed to survive thus far. If this individual were to be sold off, she might even end up counting someone else's money. Master uncle, have you not just sold yourself? What do you mean? 1 elixir a year, for a lifetime? Indeed. Su Chen's lips twitched involuntarily, his expression inscrutable. They had reached a point of no return in their conversation. How could she still be oblivious? At that moment, Qing Ma furrowed her brows and patted Su Chen's shoulder with an air of authority. Young man, we must approach life with generosity and not be petty. Look, he has even gifted me a red flame spirit herb. The moment Su Chen heard those 2 words, he could no longer control the twitching of his eyelids. If it were truly a gift, that would be one thing. Upon deeper reflection, it became evident that such a notion was implausible. The red flame spirit herb was exceedingly rare, and judging by the previous interaction, it was at least a millennium old. Who would give away something so precious without expecting anything in return? That would be quite mad. Though Su Chun was unaware of the nature of their discourse or the context in which it unfolded, he knew with certainty that these 2 were engaged in a rather absurd dialogue. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Master uncle, is there a possibility that his mention of a lifetime of alchemy was merely a metaphor? A metaphor? Fongnan blinked in confusion. What do you mean? I mean that his true intention might be to suggest that you should spend the latter half of your life with him, forming a partnership. Upon hearing this, Qing Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth agape in astonishment. She burst into laughter, exclaiming, Surely you jest. How could he possibly find me appealing? That's inconceivable. She waved her hands dismissively. However, after a moment, she noticed Su Chen's serious gaze fixed upon her. His expression grave. Qing Ma felt a twinge of bewilderment. Was it truly so? But if that were the case, how could she comprehend it? This was indeed a predicament for Qing Ma. Does Master Uncle have any feelings for that individual? Qing Ma shook her head vehemently, her head bobbing like a rattle drum. I only have an affinity for my sauerkraut noodles, as well as my shredded meat noodles and pickled radishes. Romance? Watching others engage in it is far more entertaining. As for myself, I'd rather not. Moreover, Qing Ma furrowed her brow slightly, her expression fraught with complexity. Why would anyone even fancy me? Is that person out of their mind? She was filled with doubt. Did he truly understand the magnitude of her appetite? If he were to witness her devouring a meal, he might very well be terrified. After a brief hesitation, she glanced at Su Chun. Are you certain that individual doesn't wish to form a brotherhood with me? You know, like sworn brothers? What nonsense! Su Chun sometimes struggled to grasp his master uncle's logic, which often bordered on the absurd. If that's the case, he must be deranged. Perhaps he is blind to have chosen me. Poor soul. Qingma shook her head, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Her demeanor suggested that agreeing to such an arrangement was not in her character, leaving Su Qian in a state of astonishment. Master uncle, what do you intend to do? What to do? I'll simply make the elixir. I promise to create one for him each year, and that is what I shall do. After stating this, Qingma seemed to have a revelation and added, Actually, I could make 2 elixirs for him each year. Until now, Qingma felt a sense of loss. She had ventured into this canyon solely to procure a millennium-old herb for Nangu, yet somehow found herself entangled in this situation. She shook her head. Enough about me. What is the current status of the 2 of you? Do enlighten me. Not a chance. Wait, are you serious? I almost found myself embroiled in this situation while fetching spirit herbs for your master. Qingma crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes, clearly still a bit perturbed. Come now, share with me. I may not be able to wield a sword, but a little gossip is certainly welcome. Su Chun was left speechless by her insistence. Clearing his throat, he hesitantly replied, Just the usual things that partners do. We've done them all, that should suffice, Master Uncle. Please do not press further. The spark of curiosity ignited in Qingma's eyes, and her inquisitive spirit was unyielding. Just then, Fong Nan, who had been absorbing the red flame spirit herb, awakened. A faint glow flickered in her pale red eyes as she exhaled slowly, mist swirling around her. The beads of sweat on her fair forehead evaporated as if they had never existed, showcasing her adept control over spiritual energy. To say that Su Chun could measure up to Fong Nan's level of mastery would be an understatement. Qingma smacked her lips in disappointment, lamenting that she had only managed to ask half her questions before Nangu had stirred. She suspected that he had timed his awakening perfectly. How fortuitous! All right, let us depart once you have finished absorbing the essence. We shall return for noodles. Qingma stood up, brushing off the dust from her trousers. However, Su Chen's expression grew increasingly peculiar, as if he were struggling to find the right words. Fong Nan, sensing the odd atmosphere between the two, looked on with curiosity. What is the matter? Qingma felt a bit awkward. Oh, it's nothing major. Just a minor misunderstanding between me and that good brother of mine. I thought we were brothers, but it turns out he wanted something more underhanded. Upon hearing this, Fong Nan furrowed her brows, her slender, pale fingers resting on the hilt of her sword, her spiritual energy subtly vibrating, the atmosphere shifting dramatically. He intends to harm you. Her voice was calm yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. With Fong Nan by her side, there was an immense sense of security. However, Su Chen grew increasingly uncomfortable. Master, this situation is not what it seems. The 2 meanings of to handle are entirely different. Fong Nan appeared puzzled, tilting her head in confusion. Did your master not say that he wished to harm her? Before Su Chen could interject, Qingma interceded, a look of embarrassment on her face. Forget it. You both wait for me here. I shall go in and clarify things. Without allowing either of them to react, she turned and dashed inside. Not long after, she emerged from the canyon, her demeanor radiating confidence as she smiled broadly at Su Chen, who was watching intently. I made it perfectly clear to him that alchemy is solely for the purpose of creating elixirs and nothing more. And what was his reaction? That fellow burst into tears. It was truly a headache to witness. He left behind all his valuable elixirs, equivalent to 2 or 3 decades worth of potions. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, marveling at his master uncle's remarkable ability. Truly, she was one of a kind. However, he also mused, but then again, can I even survive for 30 more years? Who knows, perhaps I might depart this world within that time frame. Who can say for certain? Chapter 69. I, Fong Nan, shall never feel jealous. After leaving the canyon, the 3 of them sought refuge in a tavern in a nearby town. They indulged in a hearty meal, their hunger satiated. A gentle breeze, carrying the scent of rain, wafted through the window, causing a few leaves to flutter onto the wooden table. Qingma lifted her gaze to the leaves, grasping one and holding it before her eyes. Inspecting it intently, "Dear leaf, let me raise a toast to you." With those words, she poured herself a drink, toasting to each of the 3 leaves in turn. "To you, brother leaf. Cheers to you, brother leaf." Hic. Eventually, she became so tipsy that she collapsed onto the table. Falling into a deep, undisturbed slumber, Su Chen chuckled softly, pondering that his master uncle might never find a true partner in life. It was indeed a daunting task to locate someone suitable, at the very least. Someone who could match her pace in drinking or share in her wild antics. Such individuals were rare to come by. After all, could one really spend their entire life merely sharing a few bowls of noodles? The delicate, cool rain fell upon Su Chen's face, rousing him from his intoxication. Suddenly, he sensed an inexplicable chill. Though it was already early autumn and the temperature had dropped considerably, he had long since transcended to the yuaning realm. Becoming a yuaning cultivator. How could he be swayed by such external factors? Peculiar indeed. As he pondered this, the chill intensified. At that moment, he heard a voice whispering in his ear, "How much longer will you stare?" Turning his head, he discovered Fong Nan gazing at him. Realizing the situation, he chuckled lightly and inquired, "Master, why do I sense a hint of jealousy?" Fong Nan remained silent, watching him for a moment before turning her gaze away. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily, the sound of cascading droplets resonating incessantly. With Uncle Qing Imo now completely inebriated, it was the perfect opportunity to rest for a while. Fong Nan sat by the window, propping her chin on her hand, quietly observing the world beyond the glass. A gentle breeze stirred, causing a few strands of hair to flutter against her cheeks, her profile enveloped in the shadowy hues of the rainy day. In that moment, she appeared ethereal, like a celestial being who had stepped out from a painting. Su Chen watched her in stillness, captivated by the scene where she and the rain merged, creating a picturesque watercolor tableau that one would hesitate to disturb. Fong Nan closed her eyes, her long lashes casting delicate shadows that only accentuated her allure. Yu Chen leaned in closer, the fragrance emanating from her being crystal clear to his senses. It was the fresh scent of fabric warmed by sunlight, mingled with the sweetness of peach blossoms and the floral aroma of the mountains. He felt this intoxicating scent enveloping him, stirring his soul. Just then, Fong Nan turned her head to look at him. She pressed her lips together gently, the faint blush in her eyes reflecting Su Chen, seemingly imbued with a touch of melancholy, as she slowly uttered, "Keep watching her." Her voice was devoid of emotion, and after speaking, she averted her gaze once more, murmuring softly, "Don't look at me." Su Chen felt the jealousy intensifying. He shifted his chair closer, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, unable to suppress a laugh. "Master, your jealous demeanor is far more adorable than usual." "Let go of me," she protested. "If I release you, who will comfort my master?" "I don't need your comfort." Fong Nan struggled to free herself from his grasp, but he held her tighter. Eventually, Su Chen leaned against her shoulder, refusing to let go. "Let go of me. No. It's rather uninteresting to embrace someone so unlovable." Su Chen was momentarily speechless, unable to contain his laughter as he gazed at her. Fong Nan, realizing the inappropriateness of her words, felt a rush of heat to her cheeks as she turned to look outside, as if nothing had been said. Maintaining her calm demeanor, Su Chen held back his laughter, remaining silent as he continued to embrace her. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. "My master is the most adorable of all, whether in her usual demeanor or when she is jealous." Fong Nan let out a soft hum, acknowledging his words, yet she still did not turn her head, continuing to gaze out the window. "My master is the most enchanting person in the world, a celestial being in my heart, my most cherished treasure in this life." As Su Chen spoke, Fong Nan's face flushed with embarrassment, and the more he continued, the more she found it unbearable. Before he could finish, she hastily covered his mouth. You mustn't say such things." Her heart raced as she wondered how he could so effortlessly utter such shameless remarks. Such words were better suited for the intimacy of night, when only two could share a bed. Fong Nan's thoughts became a whirlwind, replaying his words in her mind, causing her to forget her previous musings. She sat there, dazed, her face growing increasingly red as she recalled, "Who is your treasure? How shameless!" Merely repeating his words made her feel utterly embarrassed. Observing her reaction, Su Chen grinned widely and softly asked, "Is my master no longer angry?" "I am not angry." "Then do I still need to comfort you?" Fong Nin quickly shook her head, insisting, "I am no longer angry." She feared that Su Chen might utter more outrageous words, ones that would make her blush even more, especially in such an open setting. Such remarks were best reserved for the night. Just then, the rain outside had lightened considerably, and Qing Yamo had been asleep for quite some time. Likely to awaken shortly, Su Chen wrapped his arms around Fong Nan's slender waist, holding her close and tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear with a natural gesture. However, Fong Nan stiffened. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she murmured, "How can you so easily speak such words? Your celestial being, your precious treasure. Where did you learn such phrases?" Embarrassment washed over her, leaving her lightheaded. Yet, just as she finished speaking, she felt a warm breath brush against her ear, sending tingles through her heart. "Is my master happy to hear this?" Fong Nin instinctively looked up, meeting his gaze, causing her to forget her intended words. Her mind going blank, she hesitated, her face growing hotter in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. She broke free from Su Chen's embrace, standing straight by the window, biting her red lip, her fists clenched tightly. "I am not jealous," she declared, quickly adding as if to affirm her previous statement. "Not at all." Compared to her usual aloof demeanor, Fong Nin now displayed a touch of disarray, yet this only added to her charm and allure, rendering her even more captivating. Chapter 70. You are fortunate the rain ceased, but droplets still dripped from the eaves of the tavern. Qing Yamo awoke groggily, stretching and yawning widely. "Oh," she murmured, rubbing her eyes. Upon seeing the scene before her, her pupils widened in shock, and she frowned. "Did you bully Nangu?" "No, then why is her face so red?" Qing Yamo eyed Su Chen suspiciously, unaware of what had transpired while she had been drunkenly asleep. Yet, she was certain that something significant had occurred. Alas, she had missed it. "Next time you bully Nangu, remember to bring me along. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance against her." As soon as Qing Mo's words fell, the room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Fong Nin glanced up, and Qing Yamo quickly raised her hand to shield her head. "I was just worried he couldn't handle you. Thinking to help you both strengthen your bond." "Forget it. I didn't say anything. I'm going to settle the bill." As they exited the tavern, dusk had already set in. The clouds at the horizon blazed like fire, the sunset painting half the sky crimson. The brilliant red light reflected off the rooftops within the city, enhancing their splendor. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, Fong Nin appeared even more ethereal and beautiful. "Nangu, you're truly stunning. May I embrace you?" "Forget it. I didn't say anything." After casually asking, Qing Yamo obediently dashed away. She had not expected to succeed in her request, as she had never embraced her before. She rolled up her pant legs and splashed in a nearby puddle. The two behind her watched the scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Fong Nin rubbed her forehead in frustration, while Su Chen smiled helplessly. If Uncle Qing Yamo had remained silent, standing still, she would have exuded an air of elder authority. Yet, as soon as she spoke, her composure shattered. If she were to take any action, her image would be entirely lost. Just like now, as she joyfully jumped into a puddle, splashing merrily, "Master, shall we not intervene?" As soon as Su Chen posed the question, he noticed Fong Nin subtly retreating a few steps. Creating distance between them, he was taken aback. So, even his master had her moments of retreat, unable to contend with someone. Now, she could only step back and pretend not to recognize her. Given that it had just rained, the streets of the city, long overdue for maintenance, were riddled with uneven surfaces, forming numerous puddles of varying sizes. Qing Yamo was joyfully splashing in the water ahead, while Fong Nin feigned ignorance, keeping a respectful distance behind. They walked together, yet their hands remained unlinked. Su Chen had intended to take her hand but found it dodged, as she would not allow him to touch her. "Master, weren't you not jealous? What happened?" "Nothing." Su Chen attempted to catch her once more, yet he still failed. Although his master occasionally feared harming him, which prevented her from struggling with all her might. She remained unable to evade him. It seemed that her embarrassment from his earlier words had rendered her flustered, causing her to feel a loss of face. Yet, unable to voice her feelings, she could only endure this awkwardness. Yu Chen chuckled softly, mimicking the words of his senior, Nan Gu, "You are truly beautiful. May I embrace you?" Fong Nan was momentarily taken aback by this statement, her face quickly adopting a peculiar expression. She gazed at Su Chun in astonishment. Her slender fingers rested upon the hilt of her sword, hesitating for a moment but ultimately refraining from drawing it. She tilted her head to look at him. "Are you all right?" There was a hint of genuine concern in her voice, as she truly feared something might be amiss with Su Chun. "I'm perfectly fine." "Then, why are you mimicking your master's words?" "I thought something was wrong with you. I merely wished to tease you." "You?" Fong Nan's cheeks flushed crimson once more. Having already lost her composure earlier, the situation felt even more unsettling now. She intended to maintain her image as a master, but this was becoming a pattern. Fong Nan furrowed her brows slightly. "You cannot tease me." "Why not?" "Because you simply cannot dime why reputation is at stake. This cannot continue." Yu Chun hesitated, suppressing the words that nearly escaped his lips. He had intended to say that his master had no reputation to begin with, but he feared it might provoke her, making her difficult to appease. Thus, he chose to remain silent. "If I do not tease you, will you allow me to hold your hand?" Fong Nan seemed to hesitate for a moment before nodding. Very well. That it appeared as though she had made a concession, finally placing her delicate hand into Su Chen's larger one. The two walked side by side. The recent rain had left the air fragrant with the scent of damp earth. Having feasted well, Su Chen gazed at the sunset on the horizon, holding Fong Nan's hand, and felt utterly content. "This life is without regrets." Fong Nan frowned upon hearing this. You are speaking nonsense again." Su Chen tightened his grip on her small hand, grinning broadly. "Master, I am not trying to flatter you. I genuinely feel that my life is without regrets. To have such a wonderful companion, it feels like a dream, and I am constantly afraid of waking from it." Fong Nan's face grew increasingly flushed as she listened. "Please refrain from saying such embarrassing things, especially in public. Just stop." However, she did not anticipate Su Chen leaning in closer at that moment, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Master, am I dreaming right now?" Fong Nan shook her head. "No. Then, may I have a hug?" The palms of Fong Nan grew sweaty, and a fine sheen of perspiration appeared on her fair forehead. Unable to bear the thought of rejecting him when he looked into her eyes, she could only nod. "Very well." She wrapped her arms around Su Chen's waist, pressing her charming face against his chest. This time, she could not focus on the sound of his heartbeat. Her own heart raced faster and faster. Fong Nan's ears turned red. Her mind echoed with his words, speaking of precious treasures and celestial beings, such embarrassing phrases. She wondered who he had learned such inappropriate expressions from. After pondering for a moment, she resolved to keep Su Chen away from his master in the future. Otherwise, he might lead her astray even further. Fong Nan's thoughts swirled chaotically, and when she regained her senses, she realized she had been in his embrace for quite some time. Just as she intended to release him, she looked up and found Su Chen gazing at her with great interest. "Why are you looking at me?" Fong Nan found herself unable to meet his gaze. The moment she saw him, those words flooded her mind like a tidal wave, each one causing her heart to race. Earlier, when she had seen her master, she had thought about who would be fortunate enough to marry such a beautiful celestial being, only to later realize, it turns out it is me. Fong Nan bit her lip, and her already flustered heart grew even more so upon hearing his words. She stammered for a while but could only manage a few words in the end. "Consider yourself fortunate." In the following days, Fong Nan and Su Chun were taken by Qing Yimo to explore the capital of Shu, inside and out. Qing Yimo was someone who truly relished life's pleasures, possessing knowledge of delightful little eateries tucked away in corners of the streets, each offering surprisingly exquisite flavors. They indulged in delicious food and drink, reveling in merriment for several days. Today, however, their training concluded, and all elders and disciples were required to return to their sect on schedule. Qing Yimo brought back the seeds she had recently purchased in the city to the medicinal hall, eager to plant them. Su Chun, on the other hand, accompanied Fong Nan back to Yaoguang Peak. Su Chun had officially entered the nascent soul stage, becoming a qualified practitioner of this realm, his internal spiritual energy abundant. Without needing Fong Nan's assistance, he could fly directly to the peak. The two ascended side by side. Upon witnessing the changes at Yaoguang Peak, both were taken aback, their expressions peculiar. The previously snow-covered summit was now alive with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms. The courtyard was adorned with vibrant spirit flowers, and spiritual birds circled above the peak. Looking down from the air, it felt as though the courtyard had transformed, no longer exuding an air of desolation but rather teeming with vitality. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen understood. It was due to Fong Nan having alleviated much of her cold poison, which had gradually diminished its impact on the environment. Coupled with the flowers that Qing Mo had planted earlier, the courtyard had undergone a complete transformation. Despite it being autumn, several white plums stood tall in the courtyard, their beauty both delicate and proud. Though the white plums were monochromatic, they were not inferior to the rare and exotic flowers in the hall. The two descended into the courtyard, feeling as though they were enveloped in a sea of blossoms, surrounded by countless extraordinary flowers and plants. The air was thick with a unique fragrance, refreshing and invigorating, bringing them a sense of tranquility. Fong Nan, intrigued, wandered around the courtyard, eventually stopping beside a small flower. She slowly knelt down, gazing quietly at the solitary bloom. As Su Chun approached her, noticing her growing seriousness, he reached out and disturbed the soil beside the flower, causing its leaves to tremble. Don't mess around. She carefully restored the soil to its original state. And no longer preoccupied with the flower, Su Chun turned his attention to Fong Nan. He placed his hand gently on her fair forehead. Stroking her hair back, Fong Nan feigned a struggle. Don't touch me, she protested softly. Once Su Chun had finished his playful antics, she took the opportunity to tidy her disheveled hair. It's all a mess now. Su Chun grinned, playfully pinching her earlobe and leaning closer to her ear, whispering, Master, you wouldn't want your flower to be damaged, would you? Fong Nan was taken aback by his words, staring at him in a daze. Her expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushing slightly. You should be more serious. Why did he always say such things daily, and from where had he learned them? She could overlook his previous flirtatious remarks, but now it seemed he had even picked up on how to threaten her. I want to. Su Chun embraced her from behind, his hands encircling her slender waist, gently kissing her beautiful neck. Master, join me for a drink. You wouldn't want these flowers to suffer, would you? I can be quite ruthless. Fong Nan found herself both amused and exasperated by his words. Observing the expression in his eyes, she found it difficult to refuse him. With a resigned sigh, she acquiesced as the training session drew to a close. Uncle Qingma returned with an abundance of delicacies and fine wines. An array of snacks was laid out, encompassing a diverse selection. The wines were plentiful as well, featuring plum and peach varieties, all crafted from exquisite fruits. According to her, these were procured at a high price and through significant favors. In total, there were merely a few casks. She reserved one of each for Su Chun, suggesting he should savor them with Fong Nan when time permitted. Uncle was indeed generous. She even shared insights with Su Chun regarding which wines paired well with spirit herbs, though such information was not meant for outsiders. Despite the duo having departed for quite some time, the courtyard remained as tranquil as ever, now enriched by a more potent floral fragrance and the lively presence of birds and beasts. Presenting a uniquely picturesque scene, Su Chun and Fong Nan sat by the window, with a selection of snacks adorning the table. From his storage pouch, Su Chun produced a cask of plum wine. He poured a glass for Fong Nan first before filling his OWN. Su Chun had never discerned Fong Nan's tolerance for alcohol. More importantly, it was said that a person's true self is revealed when they are intoxicated. He was eager to witness the unguarded side of his master after shedding her usual cold demeanor. However, getting her drunk proved to be a formidable challenge. Su Chun and Qingma had previously agreed to indulge in a drinking contest. Yet after several rounds, both were thoroughly inebriated while Fong Nan remained unfazed, her composure intact. Her capacity for alcohol was astonishing. It should be noted that the ingredients for these wines were not ordinary fruits, but rather spirit fruits from the cultivation realm. Consuming such spirit wines would typically leave even cultivators inebriated, unable to dispel the effects with their spiritual power. The cask Su Chun had just retrieved was particularly potent, made from century-old plums. Initially, it might not seem strong, but the more one drank, the more intoxicating it became. Su Chun had already taken a sobriety pill in advance, eagerly awaiting his master's drunken state, curious to see Fong Nan's true self once her icy facade melted away. "Master, I toast to you," Su Chen proclaimed, raising his glass repeatedly, the motion a continuous cycle of pouring and drinking. Yet, Fong Nan merely accompanied him, her expression remaining unchanged, as though she were sipping water rather than wine. It was Su Chen who began to feel lightheaded, his mind clouded. He was oblivious to whether the sobriety pill he had taken was ineffective, or if the wine was simply too potent. Over an hour passed. Yu Chen slumped over the table, his vision hazy. The cask of plum wine was nearly empty. Fong Nan gently swirled her glass, savoring the last remnants of the wine before downing it in one go. A fine sheen of perspiration glistened on her fair forehead, and her cheeks took on a faint blush. Finally, she exhaled slowly, her breath as fragrant as orchids. There was no trace of inebriation about her. Supporting her chin with her hand, she narrowed her eyes and smiled softly at the slumbering Su Chen. After a moment, she rose and moved beside him, lifting him onto the main bed, assisting him in removing his outer garments and shoes. She then soaked a towel in warm water, wrung it out, and gently wiped his face. Noticing the tension in his furrowed brow ease significantly, Fong Nan couldn't help but smile. Her slender fingers brushed lightly over his forehead, grazing a peculiar pattern. At that moment, a similar pattern emerged on Fong Nan's forehead. She leaned closer to him, their patterns shimmering and resonating in a splendid display of light. Fong Nan pressed a gentle kiss to his lips. Unbidden, she recalled his earlier actions, causing her to chuckle softly. Such wine would not intoxicate her, no matter how much she consumed. Yet, in his presence, a mere glance was enough to render her entranced. Chapter 72. Your wife is about to get angry. Su Chen found himself in a dream. Ever since he had traversed into this world, he had seldom dreamt, or rather, had not dreamt at all. The scenes within this dream felt strikingly vivid. He sensed a figure standing before him, indistinct and shrouded in mystery, yet evoking a sense of familiarity that was both strange and known. As Su Chen stepped closer, yearning to discern the figure's features, the pressure he felt intensified with each step. After an indeterminate span of time, he finally beheld the figure clearly. The person wore a mask akin to that of the Lord of the 10,000 Demons, the ominous Yuming Demon Emperor. Su Chen even caught a glimpse of the blood-red eyes beneath the mask, eyes filled with malice and brutality, unmistakably belonging to the female demon. A wave of astonishment coursed through him. His heart swelled with dread and anxiety, fearing for Fong Nan's safety at the hands of this sinister being. Just as Su Chen's panic escalated, he abruptly awoke from his slumber, drenched in cold sweat. His forehead was slick, and his robe was soaked through, as though he had emerged from the depths of water. Why had he suddenly dreamt of her? Confounded, he pondered how it was possible to remember the female demon after such a long absence. With a long exhalation, he attempted to regain his composure, attributing the dream to the potency of the plum wine. While he harbored no fear of her, the thought of her capturing Fong Nan was unnerving. That would be catastrophic. Speaking of which, it seemed he had betrayed her trust. Su Chen felt a peculiar sensation, his heart racing. He resolved to diligently cultivate and enhance his strength. Otherwise, should he encounter such a scenario in the future, he would find himself utterly powerless, unable to act. As he reflected, the sound of footsteps outside the door suddenly penetrated his thoughts. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Having just awakened from that unsettling dream and faced with this new predicament, he couldn't help but overthink the situation. He found it amusing how paranoid he had become. Yet, in the next moment, he beheld a pair of crimson eyes. Under the moonlight, those eyes sparkled with an enchanting beauty, reminiscent of gleaming rubies. The night was serene. Su Chen, still dazed from his intoxication, failed to discern the figure's features. Yet he was enveloped in a captivating fragrance that made his heart race. It felt as though the figure before him was merging with the silhouette of the female demon. Perhaps he was still in a stupor from the wine, or maybe he was simply groggy from sleep. Squinting, he lay on the bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. He couldn't fathom the intentions of this person, only watching as they drew nearer, the fragrance growing more intoxicating. The figure approached the bedside. Leaning in closer, Xu Chun could distinctly sense her gaze upon him. Was this the female demon contemplating how to eliminate him? Or perhaps plotting revenge? Was he truly on the brink of death? Su Chen's heart raced, his mind flooded with images of his master. Just as his anxiety peaked, he suddenly felt a cool, moist sensation on his cheek. The first kiss was fleeting, but before long, a second followed. This time, she pressed her lips against his cheek more firmly, the sound of the kiss resonating loudly, startling her. Her actions grew more cautious, akin to a woodpecker pecking gently at Su Chen's face. Each peck light and delicate. He lost count of how many kisses transpired until suddenly, her pupils dilated, and her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Huh? Why did this time our lips meet? How did I kiss his mouth? And why is he still awake? Fong Nan and Su Chen locked gazes, their eyes wide, each staring in disbelief at the other. Resembling two foolish beings, in that moment, Fong Nan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Her charming face flushing crimson. The distance between them was minimal, allowing them to feel each other's warm breath. Xu Qian could distinctly sense her slight tremors. Yet, she remained still, both of them quietly intertwined. Neither spoke nor broke the silence. After what felt like an eternity, Fong Nan devised a plan. She gently lifted her hand to close Su Chen's eyes, her voice soothing and tender. It's just a dream. A dream. Go back to sleep. Her tone was reminiscent of a parent lulling a child to slumber. Regardless of whether Su Chen was truly asleep or not, she made a dash for the door. However, Su Chen, quick-witted as ever, would not allow her to escape. He swiftly pulled her back into his embrace. Where do you think you're going? Fong Nan, caught in his arms, was blushing profusely, her face nearly as red as blood. She covered her face with her hands, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Let me see who you are. No, Fong Nan protested, her resolve firm despite her embarrassment. She held her hands over her face, refusing to relent, no matter how hard he tugged. Let go of me. Not a chance. If you don't let go, your master will be angry. I don't care. Fong Nan's ears were flushed a deep crimson. Her body trembling slightly. Seemed she hesitated for quite some time before finally mustering the courage to utter a single phrase. If you don't let go of me, then your lady will surely become upset. Initially, her voice was fairly loud, but as she continued, it dwindled to a barely audible whisper. Had it not been for the proximity between them, Su Chen might not have heard her at all. Fortunately, he was close enough to catch every word. However, he was left in a state of bewilderment. With a reluctant sigh, he released her, and Fong Nan dashed away in a flurry, not daring to look back. Her departure marked by a certain clumsiness, as if she had never been there at all. Yet the air lingered with a faint and refreshing fragrance, pleasing to the senses. It was the scent of her clothing warmed by the sun. Mingled with her own natural aroma, Xu Chen lay quietly on the bed, his expression one of peculiar intrigue, his eyes shimmering with thought. Memories flooded back to him. He raised a hand to touch his face, and then broke into a smile. Despite the similarity of their crimson eyes, their personalities were utterly distinct, evoking entirely different feelings within him. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing how paranoid he had become, even suspecting his master. Truly, he was idle to entertain such thoughts. This dream was rather tedious. He shook his head, dismissing the notion. The red-eyed figure from his dreams was cold and aloof, while the one who had just appeared radiated a charming innocence. Su Chen felt an urge to pull her back and plant a few fervent kisses upon her. Time passed, and the effects of the alcohol paired with fatigue began to wash over him. His weary eyes gradually closing once more, he drifted into slumber again. Shortly after, a figure appeared at the doorway, quietly approaching the bedside. She waved her hand in front of Su Chen's eyes, and upon receiving no response, cautiously leaned down and planted a soft kiss upon his lips. Satisfied, She climbed onto the bed, curling up beside him, and fell asleep. Chapter 73. This person is truly mischievous. Mist swirled around, and the dawn light spilled over the peaks of Yaoguang, filtering through the window and casting a warm hue upon the room. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of flowers and grass brushed against Su Chen's face, rousing him from his dreams. He slowly opened his eyes to find Fong Nen nestled in his embrace, resembling a clingy little creature. Her fair skin glowed with a faint pink hue, smooth and supple like sheep's milk. Unable to resist, Su Chen reached out to caress her face, his fingers trailing through her hair. "Master?" he whispered softly, but Fong Nan, resting against him, showed no signs of awakening, lost in sweet slumber. The vulnerability of her repose stirred something unusual within Su Chen. He gazed unabashedly at his serene master, gently pinching her earlobe, an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. At that moment, Fong Nan stirred slightly, furrowing her brow, nuzzling against Su Chen's chest and emitting soft, indistinct sounds. Su Chen watched her with keen interest, leaning in closer. He could feel the warmth of her breath and admired her flawless beauty. Suddenly, he noticed her eyelashes fluttering. A smile crept onto his lips as he contemplated placing his hand on her abdomen, gently rubbing it. She responded with another soft murmur. "Master, why pretend to be asleep when you are clearly awake?" Fong Nen remained unresponsive, her breathing steady, her murmurs silenced. Perhaps he had misinterpreted her state. Was she truly still asleep? Su Chen's hand pressed gently against her midriff through her nightgown, teasingly kneading it, lost in amusement. Yet, Fong Nen remained placid in his embrace, though her ears grew increasingly red, her body tense and trembling slightly. Is Master trembling? Surely she cannot be pretending to sleep still? Fong Nen lay motionless now, as if she had become a mere plaything for Su Chen, allowing him to toy with her at will. It struck him as odd. He recalled her typically sleeping facing him. Why was she now turned away? Had she truly awakened? Initially, Fong Nen offered no reaction, but soon she naturally shifted her position, lazily draping her arm across Su Chen's chest. Her breathing remained as steady as before, her expression unchanged, as if still lost in dreams. Su Chen's fingers traced her cheek, gently poking her face, which yielded under his touch, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Su Chen mused, recalling that his master would often initiate kisses while asleep. Why had she not done so today? Could it be that she had already awakened but chose to feign sleep? As he pondered, he lowered his gaze to find Fong Nen furrowing her brows slightly, seemingly deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, she opened her eyes and looked up at him, indignantly exclaiming, "I have never kissed you while sleeping." "You must be imagining things." Su Chen broke into a wide grin, unable to contain his amusement. The more he observed Fong Nan's vexed expression, the more laughter bubbled up within him. "How did Master hear my words?" Fong Nan huffed, "Because I was pretending to be asleep. All right. However, someone secretly kissed me last night. I wonder if Master knows who it was?" At this, Fong Nan's previously composed demeanor shifted to one of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink. She turned her head slightly, avoiding his gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "I did not kiss you." Most would respond with ignorance or denial, yet Su Chen's eyes sparkled with mirth. Unable to suppress his laughter, Fong Nan, attempting to retort, realized she had no solid ground for her defense. Once uttered, her words left no room for explanation, compelling her to remain stubborn. "It wasn't me who kissed you." "Then who could it have been? There are only the two of us here on this mountain. How should I know?" Fong Nan blinked innocently, her light red eyes full of innocence. "That person is truly mischievous." "Taking advantage of my slumber to sneak a kiss," Su Chen remarked. Fong Nan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, so wicked. That person dares to act without taking responsibility, refusing to admit to their deeds." Fong Nan nodded again. "Certainly, such cowardice." The atmosphere in the room turned decidedly intimate, their voices low, barely audible yet clear to one another. A glint of mischief sparkled in Su Chen's eyes as a thought struck him. Perhaps it was a sister or elder from the neighboring peak who came to kiss me. When I find the time, I shall inquire further and engage in a delightful exchange with the one who kissed me. Fong Nan fell silent, maintaining her calm facade. Offering no response, Yu Chen grinned. "I cannot simply let her kiss me without consequence," Can I, master? I must at least return the favor, though. I suspect it was a disciple or elder from the neighboring peak. That seems likely. Well, if all else fails, I shall test each one to discern who it was that kissed me last night. As he spoke, Fong Nan's pupils narrowed slightly, and she began to frown. No. Her response was firm and resolute, leaving no room for contradiction. Fong Nan raised her face to meet his gaze, her light red eyes brimming with determination. Why not? I must identify this person. I cannot allow her to kiss me without consequence. Fong Nan fell silent, her delicate teeth biting her lip, her eyelashes quivering ever so slightly in an almost inaudible whisper. She mumbled a few words. It was I who kissed you. If one did not listen closely, they would have missed it entirely. Her tone was laced with a hint of reluctance, infused with shyness and embarrassment. Su Chun was taken aback by her words, stunned that his master had been so forthright and direct. Leaving him momentarily speechless, after a brief pause, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, But master, why did you kiss me? I simply wanted to. Fong Nan's voice was even softer than before. Her head bowed and her face turned away, obscuring her expression. Yet despite her quietness, the tone of her words resonated with an unusual sentiment in Su Chen's heart. The room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar. Suddenly, Fong Nan lifted her gaze, declaring, I am your Dao companion. I can kiss you if I wish. As she spoke, she grasped Su Chen's face with both hands, tilting her head back and leaning in for a kiss. Chapter 74. I feel a twinge of guilt. Fong Nan's movements were somewhat awkward and clumsy. Rather than a kiss, it felt more like she was attempting to nibble. Several attempts went astray, resulting in her inadvertently biting Su Chen's lips painfully. After several failed attempts, she appeared somewhat deflated, her expression mirroring that of a deflated balloon, a look of frustration clouding her features. I am so foolish. Her eyes cast downward, her voice softened. Losing the earlier assertiveness, Su Chun found her demeanor both amusing and perplexing, reflecting inwardly that if she were adept at this matter, he would truly be driven to madness. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed Fong Nan lifting her head to look at him again. Does it hurt? She asked, her tone laced with apprehension. She felt genuinely embarrassed, recalling how her kisses had landed squarely on his lips. Imagining the pain it must have caused, a twinge of guilt washed over Fong Nan. It doesn't hurt. Really? Fake? Then, what should we do? She gazed at Su Chun, bewildered and lost. After a brief moment, she murmured softly, Then I won't kiss you anymore. These words startled Su Chun immensely, prompting him to quickly respond, No, I was just joking. How could that possibly hurt? It doesn't hurt at all. Fong Nan shook her head, letting out a sigh. Although she still maintained her cool demeanor, it was tinged with an added layer of innocence compared to her usual self. I won't kiss you anymore. That's not acceptable. Absolutely not. How can you say you won't kiss anymore? That's out of the question. Fong Nan's long, fair fingers gently traced Su Chen's lips, cool to the touch. Does it still hurt? It hasn't hurt at all. Truly, I was just teasing you earlier. There's nothing painful about it. I don't believe you. Su Chun suddenly felt a headache coming on, realizing he had inadvertently stepped on a landmine of his own making. He had merely intended to tease his master, yet it had spiraled into a predicament. You won't kiss anymore? What a joke. That would be suicidal. He hurriedly attempted to clarify. This is all about practice. Much like sword training. Initially, no one is proficient, but with enough practice, it becomes second nature. It's the same principle. Fong Nan nodded, seemingly understanding, but then suddenly furrowed her brow. So, you're quite skilled. I can manage. The moment he uttered those words, he sensed something amiss and quickly corrected himself. I'm also quite inexperienced. I haven't practiced at all. Really? Fong Nan eyed him skeptically, her light red irises narrowing as they fixed on him unblinkingly. Haven't you practiced with anyone else? Not at all. Not even one person? Su Chun hesitated at this question, unsure how to respond, his expression growing peculiar. He had only kissed two individuals thus far, the female demon of the demon sect and his own master. Fong Nan. To call it practice would be a stretch. The only time he had been able to use his consciousness freely was when she had bitten his lip, He sensed that the female demon harbored some psychological issues, at least not aligning with the norm. The last time he had fled with Fong Nan, he had nearly been discovered, with his lip being bitten in the process, an act that had been entirely intentional. A form of retaliation, in contrast, his master was merely awkward and inexperienced in this regard. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen replied, "Well, it's not as if I haven't kissed anyone at all." Upon hearing this, Fong Nan's pupils instantly constricted, her brows knitting tightly, a fierce light igniting in her eyes. Who was the other person besides me? She failed to notice the icy undertone creeping into her voice. Laced with a hidden threat, her red eyes locking onto Su Chen as she tilted her head to gaze up at him. Su Chen replied, "Naturally, it's that female demon." "The female demon?" Fong Nan was taken aback, murmuring the words as the fierce light in her eyes gradually dissipated. "Are you talking about her?" "Of course," Su Chen nodded, affirming that there was no one else. The atmosphere in the room grew peculiar. Fong Nan, who had been somewhat anxious moments ago, now appeared calm, as if a realization had struck her, a flicker of strange colors dancing in her gaze. "Then tell me honestly, who kisses better, that female demon or I?" "Naturally, it's you," Su Chen answered without a moment's hesitation. This was a matter of survival. Given the two options, there was really only one choice. Choosing incorrectly would trigger an explosive reaction from Fong Nan. On the day we escaped from the demon sect, the female demon had emerged just in time. She had come to force a kiss upon me, but it was not a kiss at all. It was more akin to gnawing. She was like a dog. Fong Nan blinked her large, watery eyes, appearing innocent and adorable. That truly is excessive. Indeed, she did it deliberately to make me uncomfortable, and her actions were utterly rough. At that moment, Su Chen seemed to have an epiphany. "By the way, master, why don't we practice together? A few more tries will suffice." "Absolutely not." "Why not?" "We can only become familiar through practice, with time. It will get easier." Fong Nan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, nearly as if blood would pour forth, and she was hesitant to meet his gaze. "Let us just discuss future matters later. Are you perhaps shy?" "Master?" "There's no need for that. We're merely practicing, after all. Nothing to feel guilty about." Upon hearing those words, Fong Nan was momentarily stunned, then stared at him blankly, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Softly repeating the phrase "nothing to feel guilty about," she shook her head, her face radiating heat as she stammered, "We've long since become partners, and even held a wedding ceremony. You can't use that to scare me." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, but Su Chen clearly heard her last words. He was not the least bit embarrassed, instead grinning widely. "Isn't it all the more fitting? Isn't it only natural for a husband to kiss his wife? It's certainly nothing to feel guilty about." "Humph." Fong Nan huffed softly, feeling her heart race under Su Chen's eager gaze. She resolutely closed her eyes, presenting herself in a manner that was utterly enticing, leaving one's heart racing and spirit soaring. "Then, you may practice, as long as we feel no guilt. It's acceptable." "Don't say that. I feel guilty." Fong Nan's face turned even redder at this point. The term guilt-free could no longer be applied as before. It felt rather strange. The two of them had long since transcended innocence. How could they even claim to be guilt-free, in any case? She was incapable of feeling guilt-free. Her gaze rested upon Su Chen, her eyes filled with a wistful yearning, lost in her thoughts. The rascal continually spoke of being guilt-free, all the while finding inventive ways to toy with her emotions. Humph. Well, perhaps it was merely her debt to him. Let him be happy. Chapter 75. We each have our own perspectives. Su Chen planted a few simple kisses before deciding to cease, saving the rest for the future. He merely held Fong Nan close, gently caressing her cheek, occasionally pinching her rosy face. Time passed, and the sun rose high in the sky, casting a warm golden glow. That it's time to get up, Fong Nan murmured softly. Su Chen, oblivious to her words, tightened his embrace. Not yet. You should hurry and cultivate. Just a bit longer. Fong Nan rested her head on Su Chen's arm, her hand resting on his waist, her entire being nestled against him as she spoke softly. My mother said that in a year, the North Abyss secret realm will open, which contains the second piece of the Phoenix bone. You must cultivate diligently so that we can enter together. Is it very dangerous in the secret realm? Fong Nin nodded, then shook her head. It is indeed perilous, but with me by your side, you won't be harmed. However, you need to quickly elevate your cultivation level so you can absorb the second piece of the phoenix bone. After she finished speaking, Fong Nin suddenly noticed Su Chun staring at her intently, his gaze filled with fervor. She felt somewhat perplexed. What are you looking at me for? I was just contemplating why my master treats me so well, taking care of everything with such thoughtfulness and tenderness. Fong Nan's cheeks flushed slightly. I am your master. Naturally, I must look after you. Just your master? You're teasing me again. Her face reddened further. Su Chun rubbed his nose, no longer delaying, and obediently began to dress. As he was nearly finished, Fong Nin sat up and began to adjust his robe collar. Once she had done so, she tied the belt around his waist. Fong Nan, shorter than Su Chun, could only reach his chin. As she tied the belt, her hands encircled his waist, drawing her body closer. From Su Chen's perspective, Fong Nan's fair forehead was mere inches away, and he couldn't resist planting a kiss on it. Fong Nan gasped softly. Don't be mischievous, Su Chen chuckled, remaining silent as she continued to adjust his attire. However, after she finished, he gently grasped her chin, lifting it slowly. Just your master? His tone mirrored that of before, unchanged. Fong Nin pressed her lips together, remaining silent, her gaze evasive. She had thought the matter had passed, yet here he was, asking again so soon. I don't know. She attempted to evade, but Su Chen firmly held her chin, preventing her from lowering her head. Truly don't know? Uncertain. Although words may suggest otherwise, her complexion indeed grew increasingly flushed, and her gaze became more evasive. Perhaps it was the embarrassment from Su Chen pinching her cheek, or perhaps she felt she had lost her dignity. Fong Nin exhibited a newfound assertiveness. You, instead of diligently cultivating, spend your days thinking of how to tease me. What mischief is this? Thus, was she merely a master? Just that single utterance rendered her utterly speechless, her cheeks reddening as if they might bleed. Under Su Chen's scrutinizing gaze, her mind turned to mush once again. In moments like these, she felt as though she had become foolish, entirely devoid of the ability to think, uncertain of what to say or do. She found herself at his mercy. Fong Nan sighed quietly to herself, murmuring softly, still a Dao partner, Su Chun. Having obtained the answer he sought, nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips. Then how about this? From now on, we shall address each other accordingly. I shall call you master, and you shall call me husband. How does that sound? Upon the conclusion of this statement, the room fell into silence. Fong Nin stood frozen, her eyes blinking in bewilderment, her flawless face awash with confusion. Then came a wave of profound shock and astonishment. Do you realize what you are saying? I do. You call me master, and I call you. The latter two words eluded Fong Nan completely. Having uttered them once before had already left her feeling exceedingly bashful. After saying this, she felt as if she belonged entirely to him, in a way. Her little head shook vigorously, determinedly to speak of addressing him as such. His demands had already grown so outrageous. If she did not impose some constraints, who could tell what further outrageous demands he might make? She noticed Su Chun was about to speak again and swiftly interrupted him. I agree, but you must first break through to the transformation stage, and then I shall call you those two words. Really? Su Chen's eyes lit up. To be honest, he had only intended to tease Fong Nan with his request, never expecting it to be taken seriously. Breaking through to the transformation stage was not particularly difficult. Having previously absorbed the 7-star grass, he had refined the sword intent within his Dan Yuan using the herb's energy. Thus, Su Chen's comprehension of the sword path had significantly improved. Additionally, due to the consumption of various precious elixirs, his cultivation had also risen considerably. He was now at the pinnacle of the early Yuanying stage, merely 2 minor realms away from the transformation stage. Su Chan felt this was attainable. If he devoted himself to diligent practice, it would only take a few months to reach the transformation stage. At that moment, he could have his cool and aloof master address him as husband day and night. Is what you say true? Indeed, Su Chen's heart surged with joy. He no longer engaged with Fong Nan, instead drawing his sword and stepping outside to practice in the courtyard. Elevating his cultivation was of utmost importance now. Then I shall go cultivate, master. Su Qian departed the room. Left alone, Fang Nan touched her face with both hands, feeling her cheeks burn. Even now, her head spun. The words husband echoed in her heart, which was manageable. But to utter them aloud was utterly mortifying. Especially to say them in his presence, under his watchful gaze. That was simply impossible. If she were to utter them, her image as master would be irrevocably shattered. Destroyed beyond repair. A year. There remained a year until the opening of the North Abyss secret realm. Fang Nan's plan was to first advance to the refinement stage within this year, and then break through to the union stage. As for Su Qian, she required nothing of him. She would ensure his safety herself. However, absorbing the second piece of phoenix bone demanded a significant level of physical strength and spiritual energy from a cultivator. If Su Qian did not diligently cultivate, he would be unable to refine the bone even if she brought it to him. Thus, this was crucial. Fang Nan changed out of her sleeping garments and donned a clean, pristine white robe. She gently leaned against the door, her arms wrapped around her shoulders, watching with interest as Su Qian practiced his swordplay. Not far away, Su Qian had performed similar actions before. The same motion, yet with a different individual. As Fang Nan gazed upon Su Qian, lost in thought, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Husband? Her face grew increasingly red, resembling a gourd, and she shook her head vigorously. No, absolutely not. Chapter 76. I won't give it to you. Previously, Su Qian had refined the sword intent within his Dan Yuan using the energy from the 7-star grass, significantly enhancing his understanding of the sword path. Even without employing sword techniques, relying solely on basic sword skills, he could nearly overpower all golden core cultivators. Additionally, having consumed the spirit fruit brought by Qinmu Shui, which solidified his foundation and boosted his cultivation, he had successfully opened his purple palace and advanced to the Yuanying stage. His strength was formidable, and his cultivation was terrifying. Among the younger generation, he was virtually unmatched. Neither the sect leader's disciple, Qinmu Shui, nor the Grand Elder's grandson, Bai Ziyang, posed any challenge to him. Su Qian exhaled slowly in the courtyard, gripping his spirit sword, executing thrusts, slashes, and cuts. He practiced the most fundamental and simple moves from the sword techniques. The simpler the technique, the more crucial it was. Only with a solid foundation could one achieve stability in the future. These were all lessons imparted by Fang Nan, which Su Qian diligently committed to memory. A faint blue aura enveloped his body, a manifestation of his spiritual energy. Aside from the segment of elixirs he had consumed, most of the residual medicinal properties stemmed from the various supplements he had been forced to take while in the demon sect. Even now, a considerable amount of medicinal potency lingered within him. Su Qian had contemplated this matter carefully. In truth, the female demon leader had treated him quite well, to the point of being generous. He had been well fed and well cared for, with high-grade elixirs provided. Over the past 6 months, he had consumed countless high-tier elixirs. Much of the medicinal potency remained within him, but with his master assisting in refining his physical body, he absorbed it rapidly. He had effectively become a mobile spirit energy repository, able to absorb and refine a little each day. Su Qian felt that within less than a year, he should be able to break through to the transformation stage, perhaps even sooner. The morning passed quickly. After a quick wash and changing into clean clothes, he was just about to continue his cultivation when he suddenly noticed a dark shadow appearing on the horizon, growing larger as it approached. By the time Su Qian regained his senses, the shadow had already reached above Yaoguang Peak. It was none other than the head of the grass hall, Qing Yimo. She surveyed the courtyard with keen interest, nodding in satisfaction. The flowers in this courtyard were all her handiwork. Had she not brought the seeds over a while ago and planted them in this flower bed? How could such radiant and beautiful blossoms have emerged? This little scene was quite romantic. However, Qing Yimo had not come merely to admire. She pulled out many items from her storage bag, various sizes of bags resembling seeds. I've planted everything I could in the grass hall, and since this mountain is empty, why not let me cultivate a piece of land here? Su Qian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He could see that the items in Qing Mo's hands were simply seeds from the mundane world. Could such land truly yield crops? More or less, Qing Yimo replied with a grin, I think it will be fine. In truth, She had long been considering planting something on the back mountain, but due to Nanji's cold poison not being resolved, the cold air emanating from it had turned the entire Yaoguang Peak into a winter wonderland. Even if she wished to cultivate or plant seeds, it would be futile. They would perish within a week. However, now things were different. The entire Yaoguang Peak was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants, with rare beasts gazing in from outside the formation. But, can your master allow me to cultivate land on the back mountain? If not, could you ask her for me? Why don't you go ask her yourself? I'm definitely not asking. What if she gets angry and I can't coax her back? How could I dare to ask? At that moment, Qing Emo furrowed her brow and sighed. Back when we were in Zhengzhou, your master would always follow me around, incessantly pestering me to teach her alchemy and formations. Like a little tail, Yu Qin's expression was nothing short of brilliant, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Based on his understanding of Fong Nan, he was certain that his master would never engage in such behavior. As Qing Emo continued, she sighed once more, a hint of melancholy crossing her face, now filled with a sense of helplessness. Yet she seemed to have forgotten her previous role as an older sister. The more Qing Emo spoke, the more animated she became, oblivious to the fact that Fong Nan had already stepped out of the house. What are you talking about? Fong Nan's voice was calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet it caused Qing Emo to tremble. Ahem, today is indeed a fine day, not a cloud in the sky. Aha! What were you two just discussing? Before Su Chan could open his mouth to explain, Qing Emo directly interrupted with a swift response. Nangu, I was just talking to my disciple about you. Back when we were in Zhengzhou, I followed you, begging you to teach me swordsmanship, hoping that this little brat would learn to cherish it. Fong Nan replied softly, as Yu Chan, witnessing this scene, was both amused and exasperated, struggling to find an appropriate adjective to describe Qing Mo's thought process, which was always so distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Once the atmosphere settled, Su Chan finally inquired, Aunt, she brought some seeds of fruits and vegetables, wishing to plant them on our Yaoguang Peak. Well, go ahead and plant them. Fong Nan responded succinctly, hardly pausing to think before speaking. In the afternoon, Su Chan followed Qing Emo to clear the land, which proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. He had never dealt with the earth before. His knowledge of herbs was merely theoretical. Now, he had a chance to put it into practice. Yaoguang Peak, while not vast, was not particularly small either. At its center stood a splendid and elegant tile-roofed house, commanding attention. The two were engaged in their labor, and Fong Nan had intended to lend a hand. Yet both insisted that she take a step back, not wanting to see her burden. By evening, they had finally planted seeds in several plots of newly cleared land. Qing Emo, grinning widely, declared, All right, that's done, as dusk fell. The sky was adorned with vibrant hues of fiery clouds, the sunset painting half the heavens in brilliant reds. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Fong Nan wiping Su Chen's sweat. Qing Emo stood frozen, her face puffing up in indignation. First of all, I haven't provoked either of you, and I haven't eaten at this rate. I might as well be the only one feasting on dog food. Who can endure this? You two are being too much. Gritting her teeth, Qing Emo approached, standing quietly beside Fong Nan, gazing up at her. I want some too, Nangu. Su Chan smiled broadly, pulling Fong Nan close. Not sharing. This is mine. Chapter 77. How can I, Fong Nan, be withered? The evening breeze caressed their cheeks, refreshingly cool and imbued with the fragrance of flowers, invigorating the spirit. Qing Emo had somehow set up a small table outside the courtyard. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, from her storage bag, she produced snacks purchased from the foot of the mountain and arranged some wine on the table. Tonight, the sky was devoid of clouds, revealing a vast expanse of twinkling stars, with the moonlight casting a silvery glow. Once everything was prepared, she patted the cushions on either side and said, Come, let us eat together. Otherwise, I'll be the only one getting fat again. Su Chan looked at her with curiosity. Yes, back in Zhengzhou, I often dragged Nangu to savor delicious food with me. After saying this, Qing Emo seemed to recollect something, shaking her head in resignation and letting out a sigh. Unfortunately, Nangu always just watched me eat and never took a bite. This isn't good. She is still so thin, so she really should eat more. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's pupils dilated in surprise. Fong Nan, sitting obediently beside him, was equally taken aback, softly murmuring, "Thin?" She blinked in confusion, her face a canvas of bewilderment. Fong Nan glanced at Su Chen, only to find him staring back at her. Following his gaze downward, she took a moment to process. "Ah," she exclaimed, her pupils narrowing instantaneously, her lips trembling, her fair neck blushed crimson, her small hands gripping her robe tightly, the knuckles turning pale. Her expression was peculiar, a mix of shyness and irritation, yet somehow more endearing than her usual cold demeanor. Meanwhile, Qing Yimo remained blissfully unaware of Fong Nan's transformation, engrossed in her own drinking. After a few cups, her complexion began to flush, perhaps from intoxication, as she continued talking to herself. "But Nan Gu, you needn't be anxious. Such things are gifts from heaven. Most of it is innate, and any later growth is generally in the belly. At this point, Qing Yimo sighed, lowering her head in resignation. "Moreover, I feel that your kind is just right. My shoulders are terribly sore, and lately, I've gained some extra weight around my waist. Just thinking about it makes my head ache." As soon as she finished speaking, an abrupt chill enveloped the courtyard, as if she had plunged into an icy cavern. "Why is it so cold?" she wondered, looking around in confusion, but the cold sensation only intensified. How strange! Just then, Qing Yimo noticed that the two beside her had been silent all along. Lifting her head, she met Fong Nan's gaze, where the deepening hue of red shimmered, sparkling and flickering, a dance of light and shadow. Ah! A sense of foreboding washed over Qing Yimo. Had she said something wrong again? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed she hadn't uttered anything inappropriate. The atmosphere around them felt oddly tense, and she even forgot to chew her food. Her left cheek was puffed, and she hurried to explain. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to say anything negative about being thin. Everyone has their preferences, right? I just meant for Nan Gu to eat more. Otherwise, looking so thin seems malnourished." Her words, however, only ignited Fong Nan's fury. Rising from her small stool, she straightened her back, standing rigid as a lined eye. "I'm not thin." Qing Yimo scratched her head, puffing out her chest slightly. Fong Nan's pupils constricted once more, her expression shifting to something more complex. Her gaze, which had been fixed on Qing Mo's face, slowly drifted downward. Fong Nan's mouth fell agape, her pupils trembling slightly, and her expression grew more convoluted. She pressed her lips together, bitterness creeping into the corners of her mouth. The once bright sparkle in her eyes dimmed. As though all light had been extinguished, Su Chen watched in stunned silence, realizing that his master had been deeply affected. Significantly so, he wanted to offer comfort. But words eluded him. After much contemplation, he finally managed to stammer. "Essence is in the concentrate, master. You needn't." Fong Nan glanced at him, yet her gaze inevitably drifted back to Qing Yimo. A deeper bitterness settled in her heart. Even this once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship prodigy of the Celestial Alliance felt defeated today. "I'm tired. I'll go rest now." Fong Nan's voice was weak, clearly showing the weight of her distress. With that, she retreated indoors, lacking the strength to even draw her sword. Her head bowed, hair falling beside her face, obscuring her expression. Su Chen intended to follow her back, but Fong Nan stopped him, expressing her desire for solitude. Meanwhile, Qing Yimo, not hearing the usual clanging of swords, felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. At that moment, only two individuals remained in the courtyard, and the atmosphere felt oddly peculiar. Qing Yimo took a sip of wine, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she rubbed her head, quietly asking, "Did I say something wrong just now? Seems like to be fair, it was the first time Su Chen had seen his master in such a state. Had Aunt not brought it up, he would have never imagined that she could become so withdrawn. It turned out that even the proud daughter of heaven had areas in which she struggled, or perhaps inherent flaws. Su Chen found himself inexplicably amused. While he pondered, Qing Yimo suddenly patted his shoulder. "Tell me, how far have you two progressed? Did you develop a lot during this trip?" Su Chen, witnessing his aunt's eager curiosity, felt both amused and exasperated. Her eyes sparkled as if two flames were igniting within, clearly more excited and expectant than he, the party involved. "Aunt, Why are you so nosy? Hey, enough of that. Just tell me. Where are you and Nangu now? Being overly inquisitive isn't good. Why treat me like an outsider? We're practically family. You owe me that bit of information, however. After posing the question, Chingamo seemed to reconsider. Shaking her head, forget it. I want to ask today. How about this? Since I upset Nangu, I shouldn't pry further. She might become even more withdrawn. Xu Chan merely touched his nose, avoiding the topic. Instead, he shifted to another subject.